Chapter 77. The Departure of the Immortal, the Boy in Black Robes, the East and West of the River. Within the confines of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, Yi Chun is regaling Gu Qingxua, Mo Yixian, and others with tales of his exploits beyond the confines of the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Sisters, you may be unaware, but the array of prodigies from the eastern wilderness who have come to seek the title of named disciple in our celestial domain is as plentiful as the fish crossing a river, countless beyond measure. The examination process for named disciples decreed by the great sage Li Ryu is nothing short of extraordinary. A multitude of holy sons and daughters from various sacred sects now find themselves laboring in the mud, toiling like mere mortals. As Yi Chun vividly narrates, Gu Qingxua and the others listen in astonishment, utterly speechless. Who could have anticipated that these renowned paragons of the eastern wilderness would willingly demean themselves to such menial tasks in their quest to join the ranks of the celestial? Yet amidst their shock, a profound sense of pride welled up within Gu Qingxua and the others. After all, they are now inner disciples of the celestial, their status far surpassing that of the so-called named disciples. Countless holy sons and daughters of the eastern wilderness's premier factions have resorted to every conceivable stratagem to vie for the title of named disciple in the celestial domain. This is a testament to the resplendence and glory of the celestial lineage. With the flourishing of the celestial, Gu Qingxua, Mo Yixian, and the others as disciples of this esteemed lineage naturally feel a sense of shared honor. Time flows, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed. Throughout this month, Li Ryu has diligently ventured beyond the celestial forbidden zone each day, bestowing upon the examinees the tasks for the new day. These tasks include the cultivation of barren lands, the felling of trees, the planting of grains, and so forth. After a month of arduous trials, some prodigies have deemed the peculiar examination methods of the celestial forbidden zone as mere jest, and they have departed in indignation. However, the majority of the prodigious participants have gritted their teeth and persevered. During this period, the true disciples of the celestial lineage have also experienced remarkable advancements in their abilities. The eldest disciple, Shi Tian, during his climactic battle with Shi Ning, had already attained the early stages of the transformation realm, and after a month of cultivation, he has further ascended to the mid-transformation realm. The second disciple, Gu Qingxua, has broken through to the late stages of the nascent soul realm, and is but a step away from transcending to the transformation realm. More delightfully, she has achieved minor success in the cultivation of the unfathomable heavenly scripture, enabling her to not only restrain her own misfortune, but also adeptly wield the power of adversity in combat. The third disciple, Yi Chun, having mastered the ancient scripture of the sacred body, coupled with the unlimited supply of spiritual herbs from the apothecary garden, has shattered the shackles that hinder the cultivation of the sacred body, experiencing a meteoric rise in his cultivation from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The fourth disciple, Mo Yixian, previously at the nascent stage of qi refinement, has now ascended to the early stage of the golden core realm, bolstered by the resources of various sects and her own cultivation of the imperishable heavenly art. The fifth disciple, Lin Xianbai, has made the most astonishing progress among the disciples. Originally at the foundation establishment level, upon awakening his past life memories and receiving the imperial level scripture, the Taishan sword cannon, bestowed by Qin Mu, coupled with the swordsmanship inheritance acquired from the void sword tomb, his cultivation has directly surged to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, paralleling Gu Qingxua's achievements. On this day, Qin Mu reclines leisurely beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, savoring the exquisite ancient tea of comprehension. Clad in a flowing white gown, the fourth disciple, Mo Yixian, approached with reverence. "Master, I seek your counsel on a matter of importance," she said, gracefully bowing before Qin Mu. "What is it? Speak openly," Qin Mu inquired, setting aside his teacup and casting a curious glance at Mo Yixian, intrigued by what this disciple might desire. Having reached the initial stage of the golden core realm, and with the indomitable celestial scripture bestowed upon me by my master, I find that mere cultivation is insufficient for swift advancement. Therefore, I wish to venture forth into the world and humbly seek your permission." Mo Yixian expressed her unease. The prospect of venturing out? Qin Mu pondered briefly. Indeed, Mo Xian's circumstances were distinct from those of her peers. As a mere mortal, relying solely on cultivation would never allow her to keep pace with the likes of Yichun. To elevate her prowess rapidly, she must engage with the myriad possessors of royal and divine bodies, challenging them to enhance her skills through the might of the indomitable celestial art. Thus, embarking on an adventure would undoubtedly be a more advantageous choice for Mo Xian than remaining enshrined in the celestial forbidden zone. However, Qin Mu discerned that her desire to venture forth was not solely for self-improvement. She likely harbored hopes of uncovering her sister's whereabouts. Aware of this, Qin Mu resolved not to dissuade her and nodded slightly, saying, "If you wish to embark on this journey, my disciple, I shall not impede your path. However, should you encounter conflicts with your peers, you must rely solely on your own abilities and refrain from invoking the name of our celestial lineage to intimidate others. Yet, if anyone dares to oppress you through their backing, fear not. In this vast world, none can provoke our celestial lineage." Qin Mu's words resonated with an overwhelming authority, and with a flick of his fingers, a jade pendant and a subarray of a temporal law formation were sent soaring towards Mo Xian. This jade pendant contains a fragment of my divine consciousness. Should you find yourself in a perilous situation, shatter it, and I shall ensure your safety. Furthermore, this subarray of the temporal law formation can be deployed anywhere across this vast continent, allowing you to return to the celestial forbidden zone at any moment. Mo Xian gazed reverently at the jade pendant and the temporal subarray before her, her delicate face alight with gratitude and admiration. Ever since her sister was taken, leaving no trace behind, it was only within the celestial forbidden zone that Mo Xian felt a sense of being cherished, akin to the warmth of home. Rest assured, Master, I shall uphold the honor of our celestial lineage during my travels. Mo Xian respectfully bowed to Qin Mu before reluctantly taking her leave. Observing her hesitant departure, Qin Mu felt a surge of emotions, akin to witnessing a fledgling eagle, once sheltered under protective wings, now ready to soar into the unknown. Concurrently, just beyond the celestial forbidden zone, a pallid youth clad in a black robe silently traversed the forest. The black-robed youth raised his gaze to the unfamiliar sky, his fists clenched slightly as he murmured softly, "Misty celestial dynasty, exiled immortal, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The humiliation you brought upon my Xiao family shall, when I, Xiao Chun, have cultivated to fruition, be repaid 100-fold. Ancestors, what should my next step be?" the black-robed youth named Xiao Chun asked, caressing a dark ring between his fingers. Upon hearing the black-robed youth's quiet inquiry, the dark ring began to emit a faint glow, and an ancient voice resonated from within the ring. "Did not those you encountered along your path speak of seeking apprenticeship with a force known as celestial? As this is your first arrival in the eastern wilderness, and your understanding of its affairs remains limited, it would be prudent to join those individuals in seeking apprenticeship with this celestial force. Having a sect to rely on will undoubtedly simplify your endeavors in the future." Chapter 78. The Ethereal Celestial Dynasty. Aiming to worship the heavens, Xiao Chun stands dumbfounded. The words of his mentor echoed in his mind. The immediate priority was to establish a foothold in the eastern wasteland. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun resolved to heed his mentor's advice. Reflecting on his tumultuous past, he felt an overwhelming sense of hardship. Once, he was a scion of the Xiao family from the Central State, a lineage whose ancestors were revered as saint kings. The Xiao family had produced several saints over generations, thereby securing its status as a formidable force in the Central State for an extended period. However, a succession of generations without any formidable talents led to the family's gradual decline. Xiao Chun was the son of Xiao Tianqin, the current patriarch of the Xiao family. Although the family had fallen from grace, remnants of its former glory persisted, and Xiao Chun, possessing extraordinary talent and fortunate enough to encounter a rare opportunity, discovered a ring belonging to a long-slumbering ancestor of the Xiao family in their ancestral abode. This serendipitous find allowed him to receive guidance from the saintly ancestor, propelling his cultivation to remarkable heights and earning him a reputation as a prodigy. Xiao Chun's life was initially destined for smooth sailing. He harbored grand ambitions of revitalizing the Xiao family and restoring its ancient glory. However, recent events shattered all his plans. In his youth, he had befriended a girl named Mu Linglong, with whom he shared a childhood bond. It was only later that he learned she was the favored daughter of the illustrious Mu family, a supreme imperial lineage in the Central State. The Mu family had arranged an exceptional marriage for her to a celestial being from the ethereal celestial dynasty. Both the Mu family and the ethereal celestial dynasty were terrifying forces with ancestral ties to imperial existences. Their union represented a formidable alliance. Upon finalizing the marriage with the ethereal celestial dynasty, the Mu family confined Mu Linglong within their household, the celestial being from the ethereal celestial dynasty. Having learned of the connection between Mu Linglong and Xiao Chun, descended upon the Xiao family, Xiao Chun would never forget that moment. The celestial being descended upon the Xiao family as if looking down upon mere mortals, issuing commands to Xiao Chun. Answer: innocent. Yet to dare gaze upon the divine phoenix above the heavens is an unforgivable sin. Only I am worthy of the Mu family's imperial daughter. As for you, merely an ant foolishly attempting to grasp the divine phoenix, I shall eradicate you and annihilate the Xiao family as effortlessly as crushing an insect. However, for Linglong's sake, I shall spare your life, on the condition that you leave the Central State today and never return. Should I discover your return, both you and the entire Xiao family shall face annihilation. The celestial being's tone was calm and indifferent. Throughout the encounter, she never even cast a glance at Xiao Chun. What tormented Xiao Chun the most was that, upon her arrival, the guardians accompanying her exerted such overwhelming pressure that all members of the Xiao family were compelled to kneel, listening to the celestial being's admonishments as if they were mere servants before their master. The condescending demeanor was etched into Xiao Chun's memory forever. Yet, for the sake of his family, Xiao Chun had no choice but to endure humiliation and flee the Central State. He understood that any defiance would lead to the slaughter of the entire Xiao family at the hands of the celestial being's guardians. After departing the Central State, he arrived in the Eastern Wasteland. Initially, he wandered aimlessly, but after several days of despondency, he regained his fighting spirit. The ethereal celestial dynasty was an unfathomable entity to him, yet he remembered the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. If he could not contend with the ethereal celestial dynasty in his youth, he would train diligently into middle age. If he still could not contend then, he would dedicate his entire life to it. Do not underestimate a youth in poverty, nor a middle-aged man in hardship, nor an elder in destitution. As long as I am alive, I shall challenge the ethereal celestial dynasty to the bitter end. For Mu Linglong, and for the honor of the Xiao family, I vow to avenge this humiliation. Filled with resolve, Xiao Chun prepared to follow the trail of the few individuals he had encountered earlier, seeking his fortune with the so-called celestial forces. He had heard that the celestial realm was a legendary forbidden zone in the Eastern Wasteland, known for many miraculous occurrences. While he anticipated these legends, he remained skeptical. What was a life-threatening zone? A place so terrifying that even the ethereal celestial dynasty could only aspire to reach. Such a transcendental domain would not openly recruit disciples from the Eastern Wasteland. Surely it was a case of exaggerated tales. Nevertheless, even knowing the likelihood of these tales being untrue, Xiao Chun resolved to pursue his fortune. His mentor had justly advised him that as a newcomer to the Eastern Wasteland, he was utterly in the dark. The first step was to affiliate with a faction and secure a place to settle. Following the footsteps of the earlier individuals, Xiao Chun soon reached the periphery of the celestial realm's forbidden zone. Observing thousands of individuals caked in mud, laboring fervently in the fields, Xiao Chun was taken aback. Was this truly the site where the celestial realm recruited disciples? Had he come to the wrong place? Not far away, he noticed a cultivator clad in armor, resting against a tree. Approaching cautiously, Xiao Chun inquired, I dare ask, esteemed elder, is this the place where the celestial realm recruits disciples? The cultivator, who seemed to be dozing off, glanced at Xiao Chun with an expressionless face and replied, Are you also here to participate in the disciple recruitment assessment of the celestial realm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun instinctively nodded. First, go register over there. Then collect your farming tools. Each day's assessment tasks will be posted on the notice board. Although you have arrived late, you must not neglect the work that needs to be done. Now off you go. After delivering his instructions, the cultivator resumed his slumber against the tree. Having encountered countless aspiring disciples like the young man before him, he had long since grown indifferent. Obliviously following the directions given by the cultivator, Xiao Chun registered and then collected a number of farming tools. Upon examining the tasks posted on the notice board, his mind went blank. Self-sustainability. Timber harvesting to construct a house, clearing at least 20 acres for cultivation, planting grains, tending to seedlings, and weeding. As he read through the list of tasks, Xiao Chun was utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Oh right, I seem to have come to seek a mentor. But as he gazed at the farming tools in his arms, self-doubt began to creep in. Had he truly not come to the wrong place? Was this really the testing ground for external disciples of the legendary life-threatening zone? Why did it seem like a mundane village, recruiting laborers for agricultural work? Chapter 79, Doubling the Crit, the mystical 8-9 profound art. Xiao Chun is astonished. Just as Xiao Chun was engulfed in self-doubt due to the scene at the periphery of the celestial realm, inside the forbidden zone, Qin Mu, who had been leisurely savoring tea, suddenly heard the melodious voice of the system. Beep. Detected a top-tier prodigy from another realm wishing to join. The name of the celestial realm is widely renowned, granting the host a high-level gift package as encouragement. Beep. Congratulations to the host for triggering a rare probability event. Tenfold reward crit. Beep. The advanced gift pack has automatically been upgraded to a kingly gift pack. Additionally, the system generously rewards a gift pack for the top talents from other realms who come to vie for it. Qin Mu was initially taken aback, but soon his face radiated satisfaction. The feeling of receiving a gift pack from the heavens while comfortably seated at home was truly delightful. Even more gratifying was the fact that his unparalleled luck had transformed the originally awarded advanced gift pack into a kingly one. What bliss! System, open this kingly gift pack. Qin Mu commanded. Ding. The kingly gift pack is now being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a rare probability event. Quintuple reward critical hit. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Celestial King level cultivation method. 8-9 profound art. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a 5-star sect building. Mount asking the way. Another critical hit in rewards? What a marvel. Is this the legendary double critical hit? Qin Mu's face lit up with joy. Not only had the original advanced gift pack's rewards been elevated to a kingly level, but upon opening the kingly gift pack, he had also triggered another critical hit, directly obtaining a Celestial King level cultivation method. Above the Imperial Realm lies the true Celestial Realm, and beyond the true Celestial Realm is the realm of the Celestial King. This serves to illustrate just how formidable this Celestial King level cultivation method truly is. Qin Mu hurriedly examined the details of this Celestial King level method. 8-9 profound art, Celestial King level cultivation method, in 8 Yang 9, the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. This method encompasses all, containing boundless supernatural abilities. Once mastered, one can traverse freely between heaven and earth. System, begin my cultivation of the 8-9 profound art. Qin Mu eagerly instructed. Previously, he had drawn numerous imperial-level methods from the lottery, but he found them unworthy and bestowed them upon his disciples. However, the 8-9 profound art was a Celestial King-level method, perfectly suited for his own cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating the Celestial King-level method. 8-9 profound art. Ding. Based on the host's current realm, the 8-9 profound art has been automatically cultivated to the limit achievable at your current level. Ding. The current progress of your 8-9 profound art is peak emperor level. As the system's voice echoed, Qin Mu felt an influx of profound insights deep within his consciousness. The principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the myriad transformations of all things became crystal clear to him, and the various supernatural methods were countless. In this vast continent, it would be exceedingly rare to find an opponent who could withstand even a single exchange with him. Qin Mu sighed, feeling a sense of solitude. Now at the peak of the Emperor realm, he had reached the utmost limits achievable on this vast continent. Coupled with the Celestial King level 8-9 profound art and the grass character sword technique, even the mightiest of peers at the same pinnacle would be no match for him. In simpler terms, he was invincible. After digesting the techniques of the 8-9 profound art, Qin Mu shifted his gaze to the second reward. It was a diminutive mountain, now standing quietly in the palm of his hand. Mount asking the way, 5-star sect building, a sacred ground for selecting disciples. To seek the Tao, one must first inquire within. Mount asking the way consists of 999 steps, filled with countless illusions. Those who ascend will face various trials, and those with a weak resolve will inevitably fall from its heights. Mount asking the way, a sacred site for selecting disciples? Qin Mu was quite pleased. Currently, on the periphery of the heavenly forbidden zone, thousands of prodigies from the eastern wilderness were undergoing rigorous training and assessments to become registered disciples of the heavenly forbidden zone. Utilizing this mount asking the way for their final selection seemed perfectly fitting. In Qin Mu's view, while innate talent was undoubtedly important in the path of cultivation, the most crucial element was a heart steadfast in the pursuit of the Tao. Without such resolve, regardless of how prodigious one's talent might be, they would inevitably face setbacks and despair, leading to a shattered Tao heart. Conversely, if one possessed an ironclad will in seeking the Tao, even with modest innate abilities, they would steadily improve over time, eventually achieving greatness. In short, while talent is significant, possessing an indomitable heart for the Tao is even more precious. Satisfied, Qin Mu stored away Mount asking the way and reclined beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, leisurely savoring his tea. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly forbidden zone, the black-clad youth, Xiao was experiencing an unprecedented shock. Following the instructions of a cultivator from the demon-subduing city, he had registered and received numerous farming tools, which he then used to chop down trees and construct a house for himself. Nearby, a completed house already stood. In front of that house, a young man with a dark complexion, rolled-up trousers, a straw hat, and covered in mud was resting under a tree root, wielding a hoe like an old farmer. "Brother, you must be new here. What is your name?" The youth in the straw hat inquired, glancing at Xiao, who was busy chopping wood. "My name is Xiao. May I ask for your name?" Xiao instinctively asked. "I am Lu Qianxiao, the holy son of the Purple Mansion's sacred land," the straw hat youth replied, revealing a bright smile. "Purple Mansion's sacred land? Holy son?" Xiao was taken aback. A name like that signifies a top-tier power in any realm. This seemingly rustic youth claims to hail from a sacred land, and is even a holy son. Surely that must be a boast. Noticing the astonished expression on Xiao face, Lu Qianxiao seemed to understand his thoughts. He pointed toward the many individuals laboring in the fields and said, "What is so surprising about that? Look at those people. 9 out of 10 are distinguished disciples from the major powers of the Eastern Wilderness, and there are even quite a few holy sons and daughters like me." Xiao couldn't help but follow Lu Qianxiao's gesture. Observing the mud-caked youths tirelessly working in the fields, he fell into deep skepticism. These individuals are outstanding disciples from the prominent powers of the Eastern Wilderness, and there are even several holy sons and daughters among them. Xiao still found it hard to believe. However, as time passed, and after a few days of thorough understanding, Xiao finally accepted the truth. Lu Qianxiao's words were indeed accurate. Living next to him was the holy son of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. The neighboring plot was cultivated by the holy daughter of the 100 Flowers sacred land. The exuberant individual who shouted with joy upon successfully planting seedlings was the holy son of the supreme profound divine sect. At a glance, anyone laboring here like a common farmer was undoubtedly an outstanding disciple from a top-tier power. Xiao was astounded. So many distinguished disciples from powerful factions were willing to toil in the dirt, like common laborers, simply to become registered disciples of this heavenly realm. Just how terrifying was the power of this heavenly realm. Chapter 80. The Final Assessment. Ascending Mount asking the way, Xiao blossoms. Upon realizing that nearly everyone participating in the assessment around him were prodigies from major factions, Xiao felt no lingering resentment or doubt. With so many young prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness gathered outside the heavenly forbidden zone, willing to undertake menial labor akin to that of common farmers, just to become registered disciples of the heavenly forbidden zone. It was clear that the rumors he had heard about this place were true. The heavenly forbidden zone was undoubtedly a place of supreme and terrifying taboos. In the ensuing days, Xiao, like the other aspirants, engaged in the arduous tasks of felling trees, constructing shelters, cultivating farmland, and sowing grains. Before long, 2 months had swiftly passed. After enduring several months of relentless toil, those candidates still lingering outside the celestial forbidden zone had nearly shed all remnants of their former arrogance. They appeared as ordinary youths, stripped of any traces of the prodigious talents that once marked them as paragons of the sacred land. As dawn broke once more, Xiao, as was his routine, hefted his hoe, preparing to approach the notice board for the day as assignments. However, today presented an unusual scene. All the candidates had congregated before the board, including the previously encountered Li Ruyu, the great sage. At this moment, Li Ruyu stood respectfully behind an elderly man clad in gray robes, who was none other than Elder Xiaocong, one of the celestial elders. Xiaocong surveyed the gathered prodigies and spoke in a calm tone. "I have come upon the command of the esteemed one to conduct the final assessment for the recruitment of named disciples." He continued, "All exceptional candidates who have persevered thus far and completed every task shall be eligible for this final evaluation." These words ignited an uproar of excitement. The final assessment was finally commencing. Ha ha ha, 3 months it has been. Heaven knows how I have endured these 3 months. With the clouds parted, I finally glimpsed the dawn. Countless prodigies were invigorated and ecstatic, with some unable to contain their tears. They had endured a grueling ordeal, accustomed as they were to lives of comfort and privilege, now reduced to performing menial tasks for 3 long months. Had their resolve not been steadfast, they would not have persisted to this point. The assessment was straightforward. Those who could ascend to the peak of the Asking Tao summit would be accepted as named disciples of the celestial forbidden zone. Elder Xiaocong stated this while raising his hand to cast forth a mini mountain, which, upon being released, swelled with the wind, transforming into a majestic peak with 999 steps, standing tall outside the celestial forbidden zone. Moreover, The first to reach the summit would be granted an exceptional promotion to become an outer disciple of the celestial lineage. To ascend the peak meant passing the assessment and attaining the status of a named disciple, and if one were the first to reach the top, they would be remarkably elevated to the status of an outer disciple of the celestial lineage. Upon hearing Elder Zhao Can's proclamation, all the prodigies could scarcely contain their eagerness, rushing toward the Asking Dao summit. To them, it was merely a mountain, even if it harbored traps, with their strength. How could they not reach the summit? Xiao Chun, witnessing this fervor, felt a stirring within himself. The title of outer disciple of the celestial lineage was undoubtedly more distinguished than that of a mere named disciple. If possible, he was determined to vie for the coveted first position. However, he understood that this so-called assessment at the Asking Dao summit would not be as simple as it appeared. Thus, he refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to observe for a while. In an instant, countless prodigies leaped toward the base of the Asking Dao summit, commencing their ascent. Yet, upon stepping onto the first jade step, their expressions shifted dramatically as they fell into an illusion. Lu Qianxiao, the holy son of the Purple Mansion, stood upon a jade step, his face a mask of struggle. Have I actually become a saint? Ha ha ha, is this the power of the holy realm? Truly intoxicating. My greatest dream in life was to attain sainthood. Now that I have, does that mean I need not cultivate any further? Enjoying life is the true path. A divine son of a celestial sect, standing upon the jade steps, wore a look of rapture. My greatest aspiration has always been to embrace all the beauties of the world, and here, I have so many celestial maidens to choose from. How delightful, truly delightful. A holy maiden of the sacred land, on the other hand, stood upon the jade steps, her face paling as her body trembled. Why are there so many wraiths here? I have always feared wraiths. Go away, all of you. Observing the prodigies ensnared in the illusions upon the Asking Dao summit, Xiao Chun comprehended the nature of this peak. It could evoke the deepest fears and desires within one's heart. Should one succumb to the illusion, unable to extricate themselves or be overwhelmed by terror, it would signify their elimination. As Xiao Chun had anticipated, as time passed, numerous prodigies began to plummet from the Asking Dao summit, lamentably disqualified. Asking Dao, my resolve to seek the Dao is unwavering. No illusion can hinder me. Xiao Chun silently encouraged himself, taking a step onto the Asking Dao summit. Boom. The scene before Xiao Chun abruptly transformed, and he found himself back in the Xiao family of the central continent. Before him stood a figure that etched itself into his memory. One he could never forget, the exiled immortal of the ethereal celestial dynasty, looking down upon him with an air of disdain. Xiao Chun, leave the central continent. Should you dare return in this life, the Xiao family shall face annihilation. Illusion, all illusion. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down his spine, Xiao Chun clenched his fists and roared, launching a punch at the exiled immortal before him. Exiled immortal, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. As his fist struck out, the illusion shattered. Yet, before he could catch his breath, his gaze dulled once more, falling into the next layer of illusion. In this illusion, he had trained for 30 years, becoming a middle-aged powerhouse of the celestial phenomenon realm, brimming with confidence, eager to challenge the exiled immortal. However, the exiled immortal, backed by the ethereal celestial dynasty with boundless resources, had ascended to the holy realm in merely 20 years. Naturally, facing Xiao Chun was a trivial matter. In the illusion, the middle-aged Xiao Chun watched as the exiled immortal towered over him, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, defiance sparkled in his eyes. Exiled immortal, do not underestimate the middle-aged in poverty. Boom. The illusion shattered, and the third illusion followed swiftly. In this illusion, Xiao Chun had aged into a frail elder. But through a lifetime of cultivation, and aided by the ancestral spirits of the Xiao family, he had emerged as a great sage, capable of commanding respect across the realms. Yet, after a lifetime of enduring hardship, when he again challenged the exiled immortal, he found the latter had attained the status of a holy king, towering above him. The outcome was evident. The great sage Xiao Chun could not withstand even a single blow from the exiled immortal and fell to the ground. This relentless series of defeats would shake even the most resolute of hearts. Yet elderly Xiao Chun was clearly not among them. He gazed up at the exiled immortal. Now beneath him, with a fiery spirit of defiance igniting in his aged eyes, exiled immortal, do not underestimate the elderly in poverty. Boom. The fourth illusion commenced. Xiao Chun, having never triumphed over the exiled immortal, faced a tragic demise, only to discover he had reincarnated, albeit into a life even more menial, as a stable boy in an ordinary sect. Meanwhile, the exiled immortal had become a figure of awe and reverence, a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. In the face of such a vast disparity, the reincarnated youth Xiao Chun remained undeterred, his fighting spirit unwavering. Exile the mortal. Do not underestimate the impoverished of my past life. Do not underestimate the young in poverty, the middle-aged in poverty, the elderly in poverty, nor the impoverished of my past life. Regardless of how despairing the scenes within the illusion may appear, Xiao Chun remains unyielding, akin to an indomitable cockroach, perpetually infused with indomitable spirit. Chapter 81. Ascending to the summit, the celestial envoy arrives, a palm to vanquish. The illusory trials upon the path of inquiry are strikingly authentic. More importantly, those who become ensnared in the illusions, unless endowed with formidable willpower and an unbreakable Tao heart, remain blissfully unaware of their plight. Even Xiao Chun, on multiple occasions, found himself submerged in the illusions, oblivious to the fact that what lay before him was merely a mirage, believing instead that it was a genuine occurrence. Fortunately, his Tao heart is resolutely steadfast. No matter the adversities he faced within the illusion, none could shatter his resolve. The 999 steps, each a realm of illusion. Armed with his tenacious will and formidable Tao heart, Xiao Chun ascended relentlessly, gradually positioning himself ahead of all the other prodigies. Celestial outcast. Do not underestimate the impoverished of 100 generations. Ultimately, after being thoroughly crushed by the ethereal celestial outcast for 100 lifetimes within the illusion, Xiao Chun let out a furious roar, and at last, the illusion shattered in a cataclysmic collapse. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had already reached the pinnacle of the path of inquiry. At long last, it is over. Xiao Chun turned to gaze back at the multitude of prodigies still striving to ascend, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Though it appeared he had merely ascended the 999 steps, within the illusion, he felt as if he had traversed 100 lifetimes. Having been thoroughly trampled for 100 lifetimes, had Xiao Chun not possessed an unyielding Tao heart, he would likely have succumbed to despair long ago. Could this indeed be the terrifying nature of the path of inquiry? Xiao Chun could not help but reflect. Such a trial, designed to test the temperament and resolve of disciples, was a treasure of the sect he had never even heard of before. Yet, fortuitously, he successfully passed the assessment, ranking among the elite, as the first to reach the summit of the path of inquiry. Upon conquering the peak, Xiao Chun was promptly teleported down. The great sage of humanity, Li Ryu, looked upon Xiao Chun with a beaming smile. Little one, congratulations on being the first to pass the path of inquiry assessment. You are now an outer disciple of the celestial lineage. Xiao Chun, filled with excitement, clenched his fist. Merely being a registered disciple was enough to incite fierce competition among the prodigies of the eastern wilderness. Hence, the status of outer disciple, which transcends that of registered disciple, is undoubtedly precious beyond measure. Having passed the assessment, Xiao Chun felt a sense of relief as he began to observe the other candidates striving to overcome their trials. As he watched, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. The trials of the path of inquiry were truly formidable, even these challengers. All prodigious disciples from powerful factions found the ascent to be immensely arduous. Periodically, holy sons and goddesses would plummet from the path of inquiry, losing their qualifications for the assessment. Xiao Chun roughly estimated that although thousands of prodigies participated in the trial, the number who would ultimately succeed was likely fewer than 100. As a day elapsed, just as Xiao Chun had anticipated, when the assessment concluded, only 90 prodigies had successfully passed. Those who succeeded would become registered disciples of the celestial lineage, following elderly Ryu in their cultivation. Xiao Chun, having been the first to ascend the path of inquiry, was rewarded with an exceptional promotion to outer disciple status. As for the others who failed the assessment, they were free to depart. Elder Zhao Tsong, with an expression of indifference, announced the final results of the assessment. In an instant, countless envious gazes were cast towards Xiao Chun and the other successful candidates, particularly from those who looked upon Xiao Chun with the greatest admiration. This was the status of an outer disciple of the celestial lineage. Unlike them, the registered disciples, who could only operate outside the confines of the celestial forbidden zone, lacked the qualifications to enter. In contrast, outer disciples were granted permission to enter the celestial forbidden zone and even held the hope of meeting the supreme beings within. Such an opportunity was enough to evoke envy in all. All right, let this be the conclusion. After declaring the results of the assessment, Elder Zhao Tsong prepared to turn away. Yet at that moment, a faint, chilling laughter echoed from the distant horizon. Hee, I have finally found you. As the laughter rang out, the crowd beheld a middle-aged man clad in white, his countenance cold and indifferent, leisurely descending from the heavens to the ground. Upon seeing this white-robed man, Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically. He recognized this individual. It was indeed the guardian who accompanied the ethereal celestial outcast earlier at the Xiao family estate. It was this very guardian who exuded an aura that forced everyone in the Xiao family to kneel, and heed the celestial outcast's admonitions. Why had this man appeared here? Was he coming for him? A sense of foreboding surged within Xiaoqian's heart. His intuition proved remarkably accurate. Upon his arrival, the guardian completely disregarded the others. Fixing his gaze solely on Xiaoqian, I am here on the celestial outcast's orders to eliminate you. Do not waste my time. Take your own life. The tone of the celestial outcast's guardian was haughty and indifferent, issuing commands as if he regarded no one else. The celestial outcast commands you to kill me? What a vicious scheme. Upon hearing the guardian's words, Xiaoqian instantly understood everything. The celestial outcast had seemingly allowed him to depart from the central continent, instructing him not to return. However, unbeknownst to him, she had covertly dispatched her guardian to eradicate him. Such machinations were utterly sinister. The celestial outcast is a divine dragon from the heavens. You are but an insignificant insect in the dust, easily crushed without reason. The white-clad guardian remarked disdainfully. After speaking, he appeared somewhat impatient, raising a single palm to strike at Xiaoqian. Merely an inconsequential insect, hardly worth his time. Eliminating Xiaoqian would allow him to return to the ethereal celestial outcast and report his success. The surrounding individuals were entirely disregarded by the white-clad guardian. The ethereal celestial outcast, even within the central continent, represented a colossal force that no one dared provoke. As the guardian of the celestial outcast, he held a noble status and had grown accustomed to tyranny, thus showing no concern for Xiaoqian's circumstances in the eastern wilderness or the sect he had joined. Upon witnessing the white-clad guardian's brazen attack, the registered disciples of the celestial lineage were left astounded. What faction does this powerful individual belong to? Daring to commit murder before the gates of the celestial forbidden zone, targeting an outer disciple? They pondered. Is he aware of the ramifications of his audacity? Does he truly believe the celestial forbidden zone is merely a facade? We must remember that the remains of Master Shining have yet to cool. In an instant, numerous sympathetic glances fell upon the white-clad guardian, prompting him to feel a tinge of confusion. Why are they looking at me with such eyes? However, the next moment, he understood. A hand, seemingly delicate and effortless, swept through the air, yet concealed within it was a terrifying power that made even the white-clad guardian's complexion change drastically. An unparalleled powerhouse. The white-clad guardian hastily called out, I am from the ethereal celestial outcast of the central continent. Slap. Unfortunately, before his words could fully escape his lips, that palm gracefully descended, harboring a terrifying power that utterly shattered the body and soul of the white-clad protector, instantly extinguishing his life. The clamor ceased. Elder Xiaotsong slowly retracted his hand, casting a dispassionate glance at the bloodstain on the ground. The audacity of the opponent to strike at a named disciple of the celestial order in the presence of an esteemed elder was an affront that Xiaotsong would not tolerate. As for the ethereal immortal dynasty, it held no significance in his eyes. The lord of the sect had once imparted to him a crucial lesson. Should anyone dare to leverage their power to oppress the disciples of the celestial lineage, regardless of their identity or background, they would be met with lethal consequences. Even if they hailed from a terrifying realm of forbidden life, it mattered not. The celestial lineage was indeed this formidable. Chapter 82, profound and unfathomable, preparing for the future, exchanging resources, gazing at the bloodstain on the ground. Xiaoqian could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated that, as a mere outer disciple newly initiated into the celestial lineage, the elder would exhibit such fierce protectiveness, directly intervening to annihilate the protector of that fallen celestial when he sensed danger. To join such a formidable force was indeed a stroke of fortune. At this moment, the spatial ring on Xiaoqian's finger emitted a faint glow, and an ancient, feeble voice resonated in his ear. This individual surpasses even the zenith of my own era. Listening to the voice of the ancestral figure of the Xiao family, Xiaoqian was taken aback. The forebear of the Xiao clan had once existed at the level of a great sage. To think that Elder Xiaotsong was even more powerful than the pinnacle of his ancestors' time. A sense of reverence welled up within Xiaoqian. Merely an elder emerging from the celestial forbidden zone possessed such terrifying strength. The celestial lineage truly was unfathomable. Thank you, elder, for saving me. Xiaoqian stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xiaotsong. Do not mention it, Xiaotsong replied, lightly waving his hand. To dare to kill my disciple at the gates of the celestial forbidden zone is to court death. Remember, should you encounter anyone bold enough to oppress you in the future, do not hesitate to report it. The sect will stand as your guardian. The other named disciples of the celestial lineage, witnessing this, could not help but display expressions of envy. Although the white-clad protector had been audacious enough to attack before the celestial forbidden zone, thus sealing his own fate, Xiaoqian had only just joined as an outer disciple. The fact that an elder would not even bother to inquire about the origins or backing of his pursuer before decisively eliminating him to protect a sect disciple spoke volumes about the protective nature of the sect. Imagine, in such a nurturing sect, which disciple would not feel secure? In that moment, many of those disciples, hailing from various sacred places, found their identities as sons and daughters of saints less appealing, even feeling that their previous statuses paled in comparison. They would rather be named disciples of the celestial order than mere sons and daughters of the great sacred sects. This was a true reflection of the mindset that had taken root among the named disciples of the celestial lineage. After the tumult surrounding the white-clad protector subsided, all named disciples settled at the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, under the envious gazes of all the other named disciples, was escorted by Elder Zhao Tsong into the celestial forbidden zone. There was no alternative. Xiao Chun had been the first to pass the Dao Inquiry Peaks assessment, thereby earning his promotion to an outer disciple. Those other named disciples had no qualifications to enter the celestial forbidden zone. Upon entering the forbidden zone, Zhao Tsong directly brought him before Qin Mu, esteemed sectmaster. This is the prodigy who has successfully passed the Dao Inquiry Peak assessment and was granted special promotion to become an outer disciple of the celestial order, named Xiao Chun. Zhao Tsong respectfully introduced. Sectmaster? Xiao Chun knelt on the ground, unable to resist lifting his gaze. He beheld a figure clad in white as snow, leisurely seated on a recliner, savoring tea. Though the individual exuded no overwhelming aura, merely sitting there instilled in Xiao Chun a profound sense of reverence and submission that resonated from the depths of his soul. Daring not to gaze any further, Xiao Chun hastily lowered his head, respectfully focusing on the ground. He understood that if Elder Zhao Tsong was already so formidable, then the sect master, whom Zhao Tsong treated with such deference, must be powerful beyond his imagination. Strive diligently. As a disciple of the celestial order, you ought to surpass your peers, Qin Mu said, casting a warm, encouraging glance at Xiao Chun. He recognized that the package of rewards from the system had likely been bestowed due to Xiao Chun's arrival to become a disciple. Thus, Qin Mu felt particularly pleased to regard Xiao Chun. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Qin Mu summoned Luo Bingyao, instructing her to help Xiao Chun become acquainted with the celestial stronghold and the various disciples of the celestial lineage. Previously, Luo Bingyao had been designated as the outer sect's senior disciple by Qin Mu, and naturally, with Xiao Chun's recent elevation to outer disciple, he would fall under her guidance. Junior brother, please follow me, Luo Bingyao said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, though her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She remembered being the lowest ranked among the many disciples who had joined the celestial order, and now, unexpectedly, she had a junior brother. As she observed the celestial lineage thriving and steadily recruiting more disciples, Luo Bingyao felt immense joy. Following Qin Mu's instructions, she guided Xiao Chun around the celestial stronghold, subsequently introducing him to Shitian and others. With each introduction, as Xiao Chun learned more about the celestial order, his sense of awe grew increasingly pronounced. The Linglong Dao Tower, the Chue Dao Immortal Pavilion, the Time-Space Sacred Tower. How could such extraordinary and powerful sanctuaries exist within the celestial stronghold? Furthermore, the sect master's direct disciples, the eldest brother Shitian and the second sister Gu Qingxue, each imparted an aura that rivaled and even surpassed that of the fallen celestial from the ethereal immortal dynasty. Terrifying, powerful, unfathomable. Such were Xiao Chen's sentiments toward the celestial lineage at that moment. In the blink of an eye, several days drifted by. On this day, Qin Mu summoned Elder Feng Zhe, who was responsible for managing the sect's treasury and all related cultivation resources, inquiring, Elder Feng, how many spirit stones are currently in the celestial sect's treasury? Reporting to the sect master, there are currently 4,100,000 spirit stones in the treasury, along with cultivation resources valued at 5 million spirit stones. Feng Zhe replied, without hesitation. Resources worth 5 million spirit stones, you say? Qin Mu pondered briefly. The celestial lineage was flourishing and had recently accepted 90 named disciples. Naturally, named disciples would not consume the sect's resources for training. However, a portion of these named disciples would eventually transition into outer disciples, necessitating the sect to begin expending resources on their cultivation. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure that the treasury maintained sufficient resources for training disciples. Elder Feng, please go out and withdraw 40 million spirit stones, converting them into the necessary cultivation resources for practitioners of various realms, Qin Mu commanded. In the celestial treasury, an excessive accumulation of spirit stones serves no purpose. It is far more prudent to exchange them for various cultivation resources such as elixirs, treasured artifacts, and divine weapons. By the way, do include Yi Chun in this venture. I recall that during the last negotiations with Wanbao Tower, he was the one in charge. You may proceed to Wanbao Tower first. Qin Mu seemed to have an epiphany and issued further instructions. Wanbao Tower, aside from opening its trading counters, primarily engages in the exchange of various spirit stone resources and enjoys a formidable reputation throughout the eastern wilderness. Thus, seeking their assistance for the exchange of cultivation resources is indeed fortuitous. Chapter 83, Wanbao Immortal Tower, News from the Xiao family, Departure to the Central State. In the eastern wilderness, at the branch of Wanbao Tower. When Elder Fengzhe accompanied Yi Chun to this location, Elder Sun, upon catching sight of the familiar silhouette of the youth before him, felt a sudden pang of unease. Is this not a disciple of the celestial forbidden zone? What business does he have here? Upon seeing Yi Chun, Elder Sun was reminded of those haunting memories from the past. The two trading sessions had nearly caused Wanbao Tower to hemorrhage resources, resulting in the loss of years' worth of assets. And he had been on the verge of being slain by the sect master of Wanbao Tower. Now, to still hold the position of elder in this branch of Wanbao Tower is a testament to the sect master's mercy. Young friend, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Wanbao Tower? Elder Sun initially greeted Yi Chun and his companions with warmth, wearing a broad smile. There is no need for concern, Elder Sunday. I am here to discuss a significant transaction with Wanbao Tower, Yi Chun replied, sensing Elder Sun's anxiety, and added with a smile, I represent the celestial forbidden zone, seeking to exchange for a substantial quantity of cultivation resources. Oh, may I ask how much cultivation resource you wish to exchange? Upon hearing that Yi Chun was there for business, Elder Sun's heart lightened, and he instinctively inquired. It is not an excessive amount. I require cultivation resources valued at 40 million spirit stones, Yi Chun stated nonchalantly. 40 million spirit stones, Elder Sun exclaimed, inadvertently spitting out his tea and coughing violently. Had he misheard? Was Yi Chun truly seeking resources worth 40 million spirit stones? Indeed, it is 40 million spirit stones. Yi Chun reiterated succinctly. 40 million spirit stones. Beads of perspiration began to form on Elder Sun's forehead. Young friend, please wait a moment. I must consult with our sect master to provide you with an immediate response. The request for resources valued at 40 million spirit stones far exceeded the limits of what he could authorize and necessitated a consultation with the sect master. Elder Sun promptly rose to contact the sect master of Wanbao Tower. Shortly thereafter, he returned, wearing a look of deep regret. My young friend, I sincerely apologize. We at Wanbao Tower are currently unable to muster such a quantity of cultivation resources valued at 40 million spirit stones. A rough estimate suggests it will take at least half a year to acquire the resources you seek. Half a year, you say? Disappointment flickered across Yi Chun's face. While Elder Fengzhe prepared to take his leave. If you do not wish to wait such an extended period, I can offer a suggestion. Elder Sun hastily interjected upon noticing Yi Chun's intent to depart. Although we in the eastern wilderness cannot presently gather so many cultivation resources, you might consider visiting the Wanbao Immortal Tower in the central state. The Wanbao Towers in the other 4 regions of the vast continent have all branched from the Wanbao Immortal Tower in the central state, which, given its scale and strength, should be able to expedite the exchange of the cultivation materials you require. The Wanbao Immortal Tower stands as a colossal power in the central state. The other Wanbao Towers across the 4 regions are mere branches of this central hub. While 40 million spirit stones may be an astronomical figure for the eastern wilderness Wanbao Tower, it should pose no challenge for the Wanbao Immortal Tower in the central state. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Sun. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude with a nod. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Sun replied with a broad smile. Although he lamented the missed opportunity for such a significant transaction, he felt little remorse. If Yi Chun were to succeed in procuring resources at the central state's Wanbao Immortal Tower, Elder Sun would undoubtedly receive a share of the rewards as the introducer. Within the celestial forbidden zone, as Yi Chun and Elder Fengzhe made their way to Wanbao Tower, the outer disciple Xiao Chun was in the midst of unsealing a letter sent from the Xiao family in the central state. Several months prior, while Xiao Chun was still undergoing the assessment to become a named disciple and had not yet attained the status of an outer disciple, he had quickly sent a letter to the Xiao family to alleviate any concerns his father, Xiao Tianqin, might have. In the letter, he briefly mentioned his current situation and whereabouts, carefully omitting details about his assessment within the celestial forbidden zone, simply stating that he had settled in the eastern wilderness and urging his father not to worry. To his astonishment, months later, a response from Xiao Tianqin had traversed countless miles to return to him. As Xiao Qin opened the letter and began to read, he found that his father wrote of their family's well-being and mentioned that he was leveraging the Xiao family's connections. Once the tempest surrounding the exiled immortal subsided, he intended to arrange for Xiao Qin to apprentice under a powerful master for his future protection. As he absorbed this information, Xiao Qin felt a wave of emotion followed by a profound realization. His father was naively optimistic. By now, Xiao Chun had come to understand that the white-clad protector must have intercepted the content of his letter before Xiao Tianqin, which was how they learned of his whereabouts. All of this was orchestrated by the exiled immortal, whose intent was not merely to expel Xiao Chun from the central state, but to eliminate him. Once the exiled immortal learned of Xiao Chun's survival, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance. With this thought, an urgent sensation surged within Xiao Chun. The white-clad protector had only recently fallen, and news of their demise would soon reach the exiled immortal's ears. At that point, it was uncertain what action she might take in her wrath. Although Xiao Chun felt secure within the celestial forbidden zone, he feared for his father and the Xiao family, who might become embroiled in the fallout. The central state is perilous. Until I resolve the threat posed by the exiled immortal, it is no longer safe for the Xiao family to remain there, Xiao Chun murmured to himself. He had made up his mind to return to the central state discreetly, to inform his father and urge him to relocate the entire Xiao family to the eastern wilderness. With the formidable protection of the celestial forbidden zone behind him, he believed that the elusive immortal dynasty would not dare to take drastic measures to pursue him across regions. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Chun rose to seek an audience with the sect master. Naturally, he needed to inform the sect master of his impending departure. However, when he found Qin Mu, he discovered that Yi Chun, the sect master's direct disciple, was respectfully standing before him, seemingly in the midst of a report. Upon concluding his account, Qin Mu turned his gaze toward Xiao Chun. What is it you wish to discuss? Respected sect master, I humbly request permission to return to my family, the Xiao family. In the central state, Xiao Chun said, bowing deeply and feeling a twinge of nervousness. As soon as Xiao Chun articulated his intentions, an alluring system notification resonated in Qin Mu's ears. Ding! Special sect mission activated. Assist the outer sect disciple Xiao Chun in successfully completing his journey to the central state region. Mission reward. A random gift pack of varying quality. Depending on mission completion, has the system issued a new task? Qin Mu glanced at Xiao Chun, then turned his gaze towards Yi Chun and Elder Feng Zhe. This was fortuitous. Yi Chun had just approached him to report that he needed to exchange 40 million spirit stones for cultivation materials, necessitating a trip to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion in the central state region. If that is the case, Elder Feng Zhe was precisely set to head to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion for the exchange of resources, so it would be fitting for Xiao Chun to accompany Elder Feng Zhe on this journey to the central state. Qin Mu instructed calmly. Since the task of safeguarding the outer sect disciple seemed adequate for Elder Feng, Qin Mu deemed it sufficient to delegate this responsibility to him. Coincidentally, even without Xiao Chun's involvement, Qin Mu intended to send Elder Feng Zhe to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion to procure cultivation resources. Thus, providing protection to Xiao Chun was merely a convenient addition. Chapter 84. Arrival at the Central State, Zhao's father schemes, withdrawal from the upper realm? Thank you, esteemed sect master. Hearing that he would accompany Elder Feng Zhe to the Central State, Xiao Chun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had previously harbored concerns for his safety, especially considering the unknown capabilities of that exiled immortal. Now, with Elder Feng Zhe accompanying him, his sense of security had undoubtedly increased significantly. After departing from the upper realm's main hall, Xiao Chun absent-mindedly rubbed the ring on his finger and whispered, Ancestor, can you discern the strength of Elder Feng Zhe? I cannot assess him without him making a move. The ring glowed, and the aged voice of Xiao Chun's ancestor resonated within. Upon hearing the voice of his ancestor, Xiao Chun fell silent. He had only encountered Elder Feng Zhe a few times at the upper realm's outpost, and had a vague awareness that this elder was responsible for safeguarding the sect's treasury. Yet he was not well informed about the specifics of his strength. Nevertheless, Xiao Chun surmised that since Elder Feng Zhe held the esteemed position of elder within the upper realm lineage, his power must be formidable indeed. After gathering his thoughts, Xiao Chun approached Elder Feng Zhe, ready to embark on their journey. He had initially assumed that this serious, black-robed elder would transport him to a nearby Dao domain and then utilize a spatial formation to traverse to the central state. However, unexpectedly, Elder Feng Zhe simply grasped Xiao Chun's shoulder as if seizing a chick, then calmly announced, Prepare yourself. We are about to depart. Although the journey of an imperial figure may not span vast territories with a single step like that of an emperor, it was still sufficient to traverse boundless realms. Once Elder Feng Zhe secured his grip on Xiao Chun's shoulder, the young man felt the world around him shift, the sun, moon, and mountains seemingly cast aside. Swift. Too swift. After a mere 10 breaths, Elder Feng Zhe finally came to a halt. Upon gazing at the familiar architecture before him, along with the plaque inscribed with the characters for the Xiao family, Xiao Chun's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing like a drum. Is this the Xiao family? Have I returned to the doorstep of the Xiao family? An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over Xiao Chun. He recalled the time he had departed from the Xiao family, crossing 2 domains to reach the upper realm's forbidden zone, which had taken him several months. Yet now, in just a brief span of 10 breaths, Elder Fengze had brought him from the upper realm's forbidden zone to the Xiao family's doorstep. An unparalleled powerhouse. Elder Fengze must indeed be akin to Elder Zhao Tsong, an extraordinary being. Xiao Qin's heart thundered with shock. To traverse 2 domains in mere breaths was a feat beyond anything he had ever encountered or even heard of. Elder Feng, please accompany your disciple into the Xiao family to rest briefly. I will swiftly attend to my business, and then escort you to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion. Xiao Chun respectfully invited, bowing his head. Very well, Elder Feng replied with a nod, showing no sign of concern as he followed Xiao Chun into the Xiao residence. Prior to their departure, the sect master had instructed him to ensure Xiao Chen's safety and to avoid any mishaps. Elder Feng naturally executed the sect master's orders without question. Shortly after Xiao Chun entered the Xiao residence, the family head, Xiao Tianqin, received word of Xiao Chen's return. Chenner, why have you come back? A robust middle-aged man with flowing hair hurriedly approached, his gaze filled with worry. Father. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xiao Chen felt a pang of bitterness. He felt he had let down his father and the Xiao family, as the exiled immortal had forced his father to endure such humiliation on his behalf. Chenner, this is... Xiao Tianqin's eyes shifted to the black-robed elder behind Xiao Chun, his expression tinged with confusion. Oh, this is Elder Feng from my sect. I have come to the central state alongside him. Xiao Chen quickly introduced Elder Feng Ze to Xiao Tianqin. To his surprise, upon hearing that Xiao Chun had joined a sect, Xiao Tianqin's countenance darkened, and he lowered his voice to ask, Chenner, you have already joined a sect? Yes. Xiao Chun instinctively nodded, perplexed by the sudden change in his father's demeanor. You were too hasty, Chenner. Xiao Tianqin exclaimed with a mixture of worry and helplessness. Did I not tell you in my letter not to rush into joining a sect? I have already found a master for you in the central state. I was just waiting for him to arrive at the Xiao family. I intended to finalize your apprenticeship with him before letting you return. And now you have already joined another sect. You were far too impatient. Xiao Tianqin expressed his frustration. After the exiled immortal compelled Xiao Chun to leave the central state, Xiao Tianqin had been contemplating how to shield his son from this calamity. Subsequently, leveraging the Xiao family's former connections and preparing generous gifts, he managed to attract the attention of a half-saint realm powerhouse, who was ready to accept Xiao Chun as a disciple. Originally, Xiao Tianqin's plan was for this half-saint to visit the Xiao family, finalize the apprenticeship agreement, and then summon Xiao Chun back. With a master at the saint realm and the backing of a powerful force, Xiao Chen's safety would be assured. However, he never anticipated that during Xiao Chen's time in the eastern wilderness, he would have already joined another sect. Chenner, is it possible for you to withdraw from the sect you joined in the eastern wilderness? You have only just joined. Surely there would be no issue with a withdrawal? Xiao Tianqin urged quietly. In his view, the optimal solution was for Xiao Chun to exit the force he had joined in the eastern wilderness and then follow his own plan to apprentice under the half-saint. He believed that being a newly admitted disciple would mean the sect would not prioritize Xiao Chun. If the sect were to learn of the enmity between Xiao Chun and the exiled immortal, they would likely not intervene on his behalf. However, Xiao Chen's response was entirely unexpected to Xiao Tianqin. Withdraw from the upper realm? How could that be possible? Xiao Chen was taken aback. For Elder Fengze was still standing behind him. He had only recently joined the upper celestial forbidden zone, and now his father was urging him to leave the sect. What would Elder Fengze think if he knew? Father, there is absolutely no way I will withdraw from the sect. Xiao Chen declared resolutely, firmly rejecting the notion. Xiao Tianqin was unaware of the terrifying nature of the upper celestial forbidden zone, but Xiao Chun, now an outer disciple of the upper celestial lineage, was well aware of various rumors associated with it. He understood that the upper celestial lineage, not only in the eastern wilderness but across the vast continent, was truly a supreme lineage. To have become a named disciple of the upper celestial lineage was already a stroke of fortune. How could he dare to withdraw from the upper celestial forbidden zone? That would be nothing short of absurd. Chapter 85. Kneel and respond. A twist of fate. The decree of the exiled immortal. Seeing Xiao Chen's unwavering refusal, Xiao Tianqin couldn't help but feel helpless. This foolish child. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Perhaps Xiao Chun had genuinely liked joining a certain sect in the eastern wilderness, but what of it? Only children argue over right and wrong. Adults weigh benefits and losses. From Xiao Tianqin's perspective, according to his own plans, joining the ranks of a semi-saint powerhouse from a major force in the central continent would be the best outcome for Xiao Chun. However, with Xiao Chun so resolute, Xiao Tianqin was momentarily at a loss for words, causing the atmosphere to grow somewhat awkward. Father, I accompanied Elder Feng here to the central continent for a significant matter. I have something important to discuss with you upon my return to the Xiao family. Xiao Chen quickly interrupted Xiao Tianqin's thoughts. fearing that his father might utter any words of treachery against the upper celestial lineage. Xiao Chun understood that Xiao Tianqin's urgent desire for him to apprentice under a powerful figure in the central continent was for his protection. Yet, Xiao Tianqin remained unaware of the exiled immortal's pursuit of him in the eastern wilderness, nor did he know of the fall of the white-clad protector. The animosity between him and the exiled immortal could not simply be resolved by joining the ranks of an ordinary powerhouse. Xiao Chun knew that, until he grew stronger. The only force capable of providing him with protection under the exiled immortal's watchful gaze was the upper celestial forbidden zone. As Xiao Chun prepared to reveal the enmity he harbored with the exiled immortal and persuade his father to lead the Xiao family away from the central continent, a middle-aged man clad in green robes, with an indifferent expression, suddenly materialized before Xiao Tianqin. It was Saint Tuoba. Upon seeing this unexpectedly appearing figure, Xiao Tianqin's expression changed subtly. This man was the mentor he had painstakingly sought for Xiao Chun, a powerful figure from a major force in the central continent. The Valley of Celestials, Saint Tuoba, Lord Xiao. It appears I have come at an inopportune moment, Saint Tuoba remarked. His tone devoid of warmth as he cast a glance at Xiao Chun and Elder Feng Zhe. His voice, cold and indifferent, contained a hint of suppressed anger. Since your son has already joined a sect and acquired a master, does he still dare to desire apprenticeship under this saint? Is he attempting to mock me? As soon as these words were spoken, a pressure emanating from the saint's presence enveloped the surroundings, causing Xiao Tianqin to stoop under its weight. Saint Tuoba, my Xiao family has no intention of mocking you. You have misunderstood. Xiao Tianqin bent low with a forced smile, his cautious demeanor eliciting a pang of sorrow in Xiao Chun's heart, filling him with indignation. This middle-aged man in green was merely a semi-saint. Yet he carried himself with a demeanor more outrageous than that of a true saint. The Xiao family had always treated Saint Tuoba with respect and had long presented him with generous gifts. Moreover, Xiao Chun had yet to even formally become his disciple. How could there be any question of mockery? Saint Tuoba's behavior was utterly excessive, just a mere semi-saint, and yet he acted as if he were above all. Xiao Chun felt a surge of anger, but Saint Tuoba seemed unsatisfied. Seeing Xiao Tianqin forcing himself to bow, an even denser aura of saintly pressure began to surge forth. A flicker of disdain crossed Saint Tuoba's eyes. The Xiao family dared to toy with him? He intended for everyone present to kneel and respond to him. The semi-saint's pressure spread out, and Xiao Tianqin felt as if a mountain had fallen upon his back, his legs gradually bending beneath the immense weight. Xiao Chun, witnessing this, could hardly contain his fury. Was the scene of the exiled immortal's descent about to replay before his eyes? Just then, a voice imbued with indifferent authority rang out behind Xiao Chun. Insect-like mortals, do you dare to flaunt your might before me? Kneel. The speaker was none other than Elder Feng Zhe. His voice, cold yet commanding, was terrifyingly imbued with an unfathomable aura that shattered the saintly pressure emanating from Saint Tuoba. Immediately, an even more formidable weight descended upon Saint Tuoba's head, akin to mountains crashing down, compelling him to kneel with a thud, his forehead touching the ground, elevating even the act of lifting his head into a realm of unattainable luxury. What has transpired? Saint Tuoba was bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be the individuals before him who should kneel? Why was it he who was now on the ground? After a brief moment of confusion, an overwhelming sense of terror took its place. Just a single command, infused with boundless might, had rendered him incapable of resistance, causing him to collapse to the ground. Who was this speaker truly? Saint Tuoba had no idea. All he knew was that this being was an unfathomable existence he could not afford to offend. Predecessor, spare me. I meant no offense towards you. My grievances were solely directed at the Xiao family. Saint Tuoba trembled as he knelt on the ground, his earlier arrogance utterly transformed. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chun was filled with gratitude. Thankfully Elder Feng had intervened, otherwise, the Xiao family would likely have endured yet another humiliation today. Xiao Chun felt an immense sense of appreciation. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianqin was utterly stunned. At that moment, as he gazed at the trembling Saint Tuoba on the ground, and then at the composed old man in black robes standing behind Xiao Chun, he was completely bewildered. The one kneeling before him seemed to be the mentor he had intended to secure for Xiao Chun. Conversely, the old man in black robes was the elder from the sect Xiao Chun had recently joined. However, this Saint Tuoba was a genuine semi-saint powerhouse. He was just one step away from ascending to the legendary realm of the ancient saints. Even the white-clad protector who had accompanied the exiled immortal to the Xiao family had merely possessed the cultivation of a semi-saint. How could such a formidable being, merely because of a single word from the old man in black, lose all capacity for resistance and be reduced to trembling on the ground? Just how powerful was this black-robed elder? Could he truly be an ancient saint? Xiao Tianqin was astonished. It dawned on him that he had only known Xiao Chun had joined a sect in the eastern wilderness, but had never inquired about which sect it was. Could it be that the sect Xiao Chun had joined in the eastern wilderness was also a terrifyingly powerful force? As he recalled how he had just been urging Xiao Chun to withdraw from the sect he had joined in the eastern wilderness, a sense of unease crept into Xiao Tianqin's heart, just as he began to gather his thoughts to say something. Above the Xiao residence, an overwhelming aura of sanctity suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire estate in its formidable grip. This profound pressure of the sacred realm surpassed even that of a half-saint by several magnitudes, as if a true powerhouse of the holy domain had descended upon the Xiao family. Accompanying this surge of sanctified might was a detached and frigid voice that resonated from the heavens, by the decree of the exiled celestial of the mysterious celestial dynasty. Obliterate the Xiao family. Chapter 86. Kneeling is unavoidable. Feng Zaiax, an instantaneous annihilation of saints. Is this never-ending? Upon sensing the oppressive aura descending from above the Xiao residence, Xiao Tianqin felt his heart teetering on the brink of despair. The matter with the half-saint Tuoba remained unresolved. Yet the mysterious celestial dynasty had sent someone anew. Moreover, from the tone of their proclamation, it seemed they intended to annihilate the Xiao family. Why was this so? Hadn't the exiled celestial previously stated that once Qin'er left the central region, they would cease their pursuit? Xiao Tianqin was in utter turmoil. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black robes, his expression detached, descended from the sky and arrived at the Xiao residence. The black-robed elder's gaze was icy as he glanced at Xiao Chun, a sneer of indifference curling his lips. Truly a laborious search for nothing, yet here you are, saving me quite a bit of effort. The exiled celestial has commanded me to eradicate your Xiao family. And what a fortunate coincidence it is that the little wretch is right here. Xiao Chun, confess, what led to the fall of the exiled celestial's protector? Speak the truth, and I may grant you a swift end. The black-robed elder's demeanor was one of disdain, his focus solely on Xiao Chun, entirely disregarding the others within the Xiao residence. Indeed, they had come. Hearing the black-robed elder's inquiry, Xiao Chun inwardly let out a sigh. His greatest fears had materialized. The exiled celestial had learned of the fall of the white-clad protector and evidently had no intention of sparing the Xiao family. Yet, Xiao Chun had not anticipated such a swift and ruthless retaliation from the exiled celestial, even going so far as to dispatch a genuine saint. What protector's fall? What truth? Beside him, Xiao Tianqin was utterly bewildered by the black-robed elder's interrogation, for Xiao Chun had yet to elucidate these matters to him, leaving Xiao Tianqin ignorant of the unfolding events. All he knew was that this black-robed elder had been sent by the exiled celestial to eliminate both Qin'er and the Xiao family. The Xiao family was in dire peril. Dao brother, save me. I am an elder of the Tianren Valley. Should you rescue me from this predicament, the Tianren Valley will offer substantial rewards. As the black-robed elder awaited Xiao Chun's response, the kneeling half-saint Tuoba suddenly cried out, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. An elder of Tianren Valley? The black-robed elder instinctively turned his gaze toward the kneeling Tuoba, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Having noticed Tuoba's abject position, the black-robed elder had previously paid him no mind. However, now this kneeling elder claimed to be from Tianren Valley? The name of Tianren Valley was well known to the black-robed elder. Though not comparable to the mysterious celestial dynasty, it was still a significant force within the central region. Why then was this elder kneeling so humbly before the Xiao family? The black-robed elder was perplexed, but in the next moment, an unimaginable, overwhelming pressure descended, instantly revealing the reason behind the Tianren Valley elder's prostration before the Xiao family. A colossal force, akin to the Milky Way crashing down, suddenly bore down upon the black-robed elder. Even as a powerhouse of the sacred realm, he felt minuscule before such vastness. With a resounding thud, the earlier scene repeated itself, as the black-robed saint was forced to kneel, mirroring the posture of the half-saint Tuoba. What? The black-robed elder was stunned. He was a bona fide powerhouse of the sacred realm. How could someone compel him to kneel with mere pressure? When had the Xiao family acquired such a formidable guardian? The black-robed elder was in shock, while the half-saint from Tianren Valley was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had harbored a flicker of hope upon the arrival of the black-robed elder, believing he might escape his plight. Yet, to his astonishment, the saint from the mysterious celestial dynasty displayed no resistance and fell to his knees, just as he had. Xiao Tianqin observed the once arrogant black-robed saint now in a pitiful kneel and began to comprehend certain truths. This was a genuine powerhouse of the sacred realm. Who could so easily compel him to the ground in subjugation? It could only be that stern-faced elder Feng standing behind Xiao Chun. What kind of immense sect had Xiao Chun joined? Just a single elder from within was already so powerful. As the initial shock began to fade, The black-robed elder seemed to grasp the identity of the one who had forced him to kneel. Gazing at the stern, white-bearded elder standing behind Xiao Chun, he swallowed hard and hesitantly spoke. "May I inquire from which esteemed power this elder hails? I am but a humble servant of the mysterious celestial dynasty. If I have caused any offense, I hope for your magnanimity." The black-robed elder lowered his posture drastically, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. He had no inkling of the true power held by the white-bearded elder before him. Simply by virtue of his pressure, the elder had rendered him powerless to resist, an ability that even the mightiest of saints could not possess. Could it be that this elder was a being of the Saint King realm? Such an existence would hold a position of immense prestige, even within the mysterious celestial dynasty. The black-robed elder sought to ascertain the origins and identity of this white-bearded elder before formulating his next move. However, Fengze appeared disinclined to engage in dialogue with the saint from the mysterious celestial dynasty. Noisy, with a nonchalant utterance, Fengze raised his hand, directing it towards the black-robed elder and the half-saint Tuoba. As a formidable quasi-emperor, Fengze regarded the mere half-saint and saint with utter disdain. The powers of the mysterious celestial dynasty in Tianren Valley were of no concern to him. What mysterious celestial dynasty? What Tianren Valley? Before the celestial confines? Who dared to claim supremacy? Seemingly effortless, Fengze swept forth his hand, channeling an unparalleled force that surged through his palm. In an instant, the visages of the black-robed elder and the half-saint Tuoba paled, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated such ruthless decisiveness from the white-bearded elder, who had dismissed their backing powers entirely. "No, if you kill me, the mysterious celestial dynasty will," their cries and threats abruptly ceased. Fengze withdrew his hand, and where once stood the black-robed elder and the half-saint Tuoba, there was now nothing but ash, obliterated by the latent power of his strike. As Xiao Tianqin gazed at the vanishing figures of the black-robed elder and the half-saint Tuoba, he swallowed hard, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. A saint from the mysterious celestial dynasty and a half-saint from Tianren Valley had been effortlessly annihilated by this elder Feng's seemingly casual gesture? What kind of terrifying force had Xiao Chen aligned himself with? Chapter 87. A series of shocks, the journey to the celestial pavilion. The nine masters, the overwhelming aura of the sacred realm that had shrouded the Xiao residents, had long since dissipated. Yet, Xiao Tianqin remained as if petrified, standing motionless in place. The shock he experienced today was simply too profound. The presence of Tuo Ba, a half-saint, and the ethereal protector of the celestial dynasty, a veritable sacred realm powerhouse, had been effortlessly dispatched by the elder named Fengze with a mere wave of his hand. The extent of Elder Feng's power was beyond Xiao Tianqin's comprehension. After all, in his previous understanding, the existence of the sacred realm was considered an invincible entity, residing high above all. As for beings of even greater strength, Xiao Tianqin had never laid eyes upon such individuals. Ahem, Elder Feng, might I request you to wait briefly in the reception hall? I shall depart immediately to accompany you to the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion. Noticing the look of sheer shock on his father's face, Xiao Chen coughed a couple of times and respectfully bowed to Elder Feng, quickly pulling his father aside. "Chinner, just how powerful is this Elder Feng from your sect? Surely, he cannot be akin to a supreme elder, can he?" Once pulled aside, Xiao Tianqin appeared to awaken from his stupor and could not help but inquire. In his perception, even within the dominant forces of the eastern wilderness, an existence like Elder Feng would likely hold a position akin to that of a supreme elder, a status that speaks to the profound foundation of the sect. Surely not an ordinary elder. Otherwise, if a mere elder could possess the terrifying strength to instantly slay a sacred realm powerhouse, would that not render the sect invincible across this vast continent? Xiao Tianqin felt his reasoning was quite sound. However, Xiao Chen's subsequent response left him utterly astounded. "Elder Feng is indeed powerful, but within my sect, he is not a supreme elder and does not hold the highest position." Xiao Chen shook his head slowly. "There are others like Elder Feng within my sect." Xiao Chen spoke the truth. Although Elder Feng was formidable, Xiao Chen was well aware that the Elder Zhaotsong, who had once intervened for him outside the celestial forbidden zone and dispatched the protector of the celestial dynasty with a single strike, possessed strength and status that were in no way inferior to Elder Feng. And in terms of status, before the sect master, both Elder Feng and Elder Zhao were required to bow in respect. The question of whose status was higher was rather evident, was it not? Xiao Chen relayed the facts. But to Xiao Tianqin's ears, it took on a different hue. What? There are many individuals like Elder Feng in Qin'er's sect, and neither in strength nor status is he considered the strongest? In an instant, Xiao Tianqin's mind conjured an image of a mysterious and terrifying sect. "Qin'er, what is the name of this sect you have joined?" Xiao Tianqin swallowed hard, his voice trembling with astonishment. "The sect I have joined is called the Upper Celestial. one of the life-forbidden zones in the eastern wilderness. Xiaoqin replied earnestly. Upper Celestial? A life-forbidden zone. Xiao Tianqin's brows instinctively twitched violently, a look of shock and disbelief rapidly spreading across his face. Moments later, Xiaoqin returned with Xiao Tianqin to the reception hall. Observing Elder Feng seated with his eyes closed in a state of tranquility, Xiao Tianqin steadied his breath and cautiously addressed him. Elder Feng, I just heard from Qin'er that you are to visit the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion. I happen to have some connections there. And if you require assistance in exchanging resources or conducting transactions, I could facilitate some discounts. Would it not be prudent for me to accompany you? Since discovering that Xiao Chun had indeed joined a legendary life-forbidden zone, Xiao Tianqin no longer harbored any doubts regarding the formidable power of the sect behind his son. It was no jest. That was a legendary life-forbidden zone. Its strength was terrifying, was it not normal? Not to mention ordinary sacred lands. Even a colossal force like the Celestial Dynasty could hardly stand against it. For Xiao Chun to have entered such a fearsome sect was indeed a stroke of fortune. With such terrifying protection, the Celestial Dynasty's protectors would surely think twice before daring to act against Xiao Chun. Moreover, Xiao Tianqin had just heard Xiao Chun mention that Elder Feng's purpose for coming to the Central State was to exchange resources at the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion. To enhance Xiao Chun's standing within the Upper Celestial Sect, and to win Elder Feng's favor, Xiao Tianqin proposed to take the initiative in guiding them. The Wanbao Celestial Pavilion stood proudly in the Central State, welcoming all who sought its services. However, it maintained connections with the various powerful factions within the Central State, and transactions by major forces would often be met with dedicated reception and certain privileges. When the Xiao family had not yet fallen from grace, they had also been listed among the esteemed guests of the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion. Though the Xiao family had since declined, their connection to the pavilion had not been completely severed. Xiao Tianqin hoped that by leveraging the Xiao family's standing at the pavilion, he could assist Xiao Chun in navigating this new realm more comfortably. Upon hearing Xiao Tianqin's voice, Elder Feng slowly raised his gaze, pondered for a moment, and agreed to Xiao Tianqin's proposal. He had come with a directive to procure resources for Qin Mu, and if he could acquire additional supplies, he would certainly not pass up such an opportunity. Seeing Elder Feng's acceptance, Xiao Tianqin was overjoyed and promptly led Elder Feng and Xiao Chun towards the headquarters of the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion in the Central State. The headquarters was situated in a bustling area, sprawling over several thousand miles, with celestial towers and magnificent halls extending endlessly, embodying a sense of opulence and grandeur. Xiao Tianqin expertly guided Elder Feng and Xiao Chun to a lavish pavilion. A jewel-encrusted attendant, beaming with a welcoming smile, approached promptly and inquired, "What brings you esteemed guests to my Wanbao Celestial Pavilion?" "I seek an audience with the 9th Master of the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion." Xiao Tianqin respectfully produced a jade token and presented it to the attendant. "Please hold on." The attendant, glancing at the character Xiao engraved on the jade token, maintained his smile and stepped back into the pavilion. There were 9 masters within the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion, ranked from the 1st to the 9th master. However, ordinary cultivators or minor factions lacked the qualifications to even meet the 9 masters. My Xiao family once had ties with the Wanbao Celestial Pavilion, which is why I can connect with the 9th master, Xiao Tianqin explained with a smile, unable to suppress a hint of pride. After all, even establishing a connection with the 9th master, the lowest ranked, was not something just any faction could achieve. Chapter 88. Targeting the Xiao family? The 5th master. A warning from the eastern wilderness. After the attendant entered to announce their presence, Xiao Tianqin began to feel a touch of anxiety. The 9th master had previously held ties with the Xiao family, but as the family had fallen over generations, their connection had gradually faded. Xiao Tianqin was uncertain of the 9th master's current attitude towards the Xiao family. However, since the Wanbao Xianlu is open for business, there is surely no reason to refuse customers who come knocking at its door. Furthermore, leveraging the connections of the Xiao family as a stepping stone, the 9th master of Wanbao Xianlu should have no grounds to decline my request. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tianqin's somewhat anxious heart began to settle. Within the opulent pavilion, the 9th master of Wanbao Xianlu, a portly man adorned in resplendent brocade, with a jovial demeanor reminiscent of Mithria Buddha, sat in the principal seat, beaming at the elderly gentleman with a youthful visage before him. "Master Mu, your visit to my Wanbao Xianlu has undoubtedly illuminated this humble establishment," the 9th master of Wanbao Xianlu said with a smile. "Your words are but flattery, master. Who does not know that Wanbao Xianlu is brimming with treasures?" "The term illuminate is one I cannot bear," the elder replied with a calm smile. "Let us speak plainly, master. I have come on behalf of the Piao Miao Celestial Dynasty to exchange for spiritual artifacts valued at 3 million spirit stones. I hope you will make the necessary arrangements." The elder directly stated his purpose. His name was Mu Yuanbai, a formidable sage of the Piao Miao celestial dynasty. His visit was a mandate from the higher-ups of the dynasty to acquire a batch of spiritual artifacts and other materials. Of course, the ninth master of Wanbao Xianlu replied, his smile broadening at the mention of 3 million spirit stones. Though he held a seemingly exalted position as the ninth master, competition within Wanbao Xianlu was fierce. Countless individuals coveted his position, and to maintain his standing against contenders, he must procure greater resources and benefits for the establishment. A transaction involving 3 million spirit stones was indeed a rare and lucrative opportunity for the ninth master. With that in mind, I have a list of the required spiritual artifacts for your review, Mu Yuanbai said with a placid smile, flicking his fingers to send a jade slip soaring towards the ninth master. Just as the ninth master grasped the jade slip, eager to delve into its contents, a gentle voice from outside interrupted. Reporting to the ninth master, representatives from the Xiao family in Zhongzhou seek an audience. The interruption from his subordinate momentarily darkened the ninth master's expression. The Xiao family? He rifled through his recollections of the Xiao family, recalling that they had long since fallen from grace. He had conducted a few business dealings with them before they had fully declined. Clearly, any transaction with the Xiao family would pale in comparison to the deal with Mu Yuanbai. Nevertheless, the foundation of Wanbao Xianlu rested on its openness to the world. Harmonious relations bring wealth. Thus, the ninth master suppressed his displeasure and intended to instruct his subordinate to have the Xiao family representatives wait until he had concluded his meeting with Master Mu of the Piao Miao celestial dynasty. However, at that moment, Mu Yuanbai let out a cold snort. The Xiao family? They dare to offend the exiled celestial and still have the audacity to act against her protector. Were it not for the fact that we are on the territory of Wanbao Xianlu, I would ensure that this Xiao family member meets a most untimely end. Mu Yuanbai's gaze was icy. Although he was not a close ally of the exiled celestial within the Piao Miao celestial dynasty, he had heard whispers of the events surrounding her. While he did not know why the exiled celestial had not yet eradicated the Xiao family, he would not mind removing the Xiao family representative as a favor to her. However, the territory of Wanbao Xianlu strictly prohibited any faction from engaging in violence within its confines. Though Mu Yuanbai was a sage, he was unwilling to challenge this fundamental rule. After all, there had been a previous incident where a being of great saintly stature had been slain for breaching the no-violence edict during a transaction at Wanbao Xianlu. Since then, the establishment had gained a formidable reputation, and no one dared to act recklessly within its domain. Seeing Mu Yuanbai's frosty demeanor, the ninth master was taken aback. Master Mu, what grievances exist between the Xiao family and the exiled celestial? The ninth master was unaware of the enmity between the Xiao family and the exiled celestial. Upon his inquiry, Mu Yuanbai provided a brief explanation. Is that so? The ninth master appeared enlightened. The Xiao family had fallen so low, yet still dared to antagonize the exiled celestial of the Piao Miao celestial dynasty. It was known that the exiled celestial was the designated heir of the dynasty, her status arguably surpassing that of Mu Yuanbai himself. The Xiao family's offense against her was akin to courting death. With this realization, why not do a favor for the exiled celestial? The ninth master's mind raced as he contemplated the implications. Engaging in a transaction with the Xiao family would yield little profit and could potentially offend the exiled celestial. However, should he make a display of goodwill, he might endear himself to her, opening doors for future dealings with the Piao Miao celestial dynasty. After a moment's reflection, the ninth master cleared his throat and stated in a detached tone, inform the Xiao family that they are to vacate the premises of Wanbao Xianlu and refrain from returning henceforth. As a senior figure of Wanbao Xianlu, the ninth master possessed the authority to decide with whom the establishment would engage in transactions. His decree to blacklist the Xiao family signified that they would no longer be able to conduct any business with Wanbao Xianlu. Upon the ninth master's pronouncement, a satisfied smile emerged on Mu Yuanbai's face. Just as the ninth master resolved to expel the Xiao family, within the depths of Wanbao Xianlu, in the towering fifth pavilion, a striking woman clad in a fiery red palace gown, her figure voluptuous, held a jade slip with a face etched in shock and astonishment. The contents of the jade slip were exceedingly simple, featuring a hand-drawn figure and a few terse phrases. The figure depicted a tall, indifferent elder, while the text inscribed in the jade slip read, in the upper celestial forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness, an elder from the sect of the heavens is en route to Wanbao Xianlu for a transaction. The fifth master must exercise utmost caution upon reception. Any lapse in hospitality could spell doom for Wanbao Xianlu. Take heed. Chapter 89. When to kill, punish the ninth master. A catastrophe unfolds. In the upper celestial forbidden zone, the woman in the fiery red palace gown murmured to herself. She was the fifth master of Wanbao Xianlu, a figure of great prestige. with few who could rival her standing even within the Zhongzhou domain of Wanbao Xianlu. This jade slip had been transmitted from the Wanbao Pavilion in the eastern wilderness. Wanbao Xianlu's headquarters resided in Zhongzhou, with branches established across the other 4 regions. Each of these branches maintained close ties with the various masters within Wanbao Xianlu. The Wanbao Pavilion in the eastern wilderness held the closest relationship with the 5th master. Thus, when Elder Fengze departed from the Wanbao Pavilion in the eastern wilderness, Elder Sun promptly reported this information to the sect and hastily delivered it to the 5th master. Matters concerning the upper celestial forbidden zone allowed no room for negligence on the part of the Wanbao Pavilion in the eastern wilderness. Situated in the east wilderness domain, the Wanbao Tower is undoubtedly aware of the current celestial forbidden zone, a place of profound and terrifying taboos. However, the Wanbao Immortal Tower, located in the central continent, may not possess such knowledge. Should an elder from the celestial forbidden zone be treated with disrespect at the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The message conveyed by the Wanbao Tower in the east wilderness was intended to ensure that the 5th master prepared adequately to welcome the esteemed elder from the celestial realm, without any negligence. Yet, what the Wanbao Tower in the east wilderness did not anticipate was the astonishing speed of Elder Fengze, who had already arrived at the Wanbao Immortal Tower. The 5th master gazed thoughtfully at the jade slip in her hand. She understood that the Wanbao Tower in the east wilderness, having taken such meticulous care to send her a message, must have a compelling reason behind it, and would not act arbitrarily. This elder from the celestial forbidden zone was undoubtedly of great significance, deserving of the Wanbao Immortal Tower's utmost respect. The celestial forbidden zone. Was it not a place that had fallen into decline many years ago? How could there still be forces lingering within it? The 5th master murmured to herself. Although the reputation of the celestial forbidden zone had spread throughout the east wilderness, relevant information had yet to reach the central continent, leaving the 5th master entirely uninformed about its current state. Nevertheless, she was resolute, recognizing that the caution exhibited by the Wanbao Tower in the east wilderness warranted her utmost diligence. Thus, she promptly summoned her subordinates, instructing them to seek out the figure depicted in the jade slip, ensuring that they reported to her immediately upon discovering the elder's presence within the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Without the slightest delay, shortly after the 5th master issued her command, a maid hastily arrived to report, "5th master, we have spotted the elder depicted in the jade slip. He appears to be outside the 9th Immortal Tower." Already here? The 5th master sprang to her feet, her figure flickering as she vanished from the 5th Immortal Tower. She needed to attend to him at once. Meanwhile, outside the 9th Immortal Tower, the 9th master had ordered, "Get out of the Wanbao Immortal Tower and do not return. The Wanbao Immortal Tower has blacklisted your Xiao family, and you shall no longer engage in any transactions with us." The attendant cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Tianqin as he relayed the 9th master's command. Previously, he had greeted Xiao Tianqin with a smile, but since receiving the 9th master's orders, his demeanor had transformed entirely. Why? Xiao Tianqin's expression fluctuated between pale and furious, struggling to comprehend where things had gone awry. Even if the 9th master wished to avoid him, such cruelty was unwarranted. "Does the 9th master need to explain himself to you?" The attendant replied coldly, "Hurry and leave. If you do not depart, the guards of the Wanbao Immortal Tower will expel you." Xiao Tianqin felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He had intended to display his worth before Chun'er's sect, but now, he had only succeeded in embarrassing himself. He cast a remorseful glance at Elder Fengze, unsure how to account for the situation. Elder Fengze, however, remained as composed as ever. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the attendant, and with a flicker of imperial might, he obliterated the attendant's soul, resulting in his immediate demise. Before an imperial figure, such a mere attendant daring to shout commands was undeniably courting death. As the attendant fell, it seemed to trigger the restrictions of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. The entire 9th Immortal Tower erupted in radiant light as its formidable defenses activated. "Who dares to cause chaos within my Wanbao Immortal Tower?" A voice filled with fury emanated from within the 9th Immortal Tower. In the next moment, the 9th master's figure materialized in midair, glaring at Xiao Tianqin and his companions. "You dare to wreak havoc in the territory of the Wanbao Immortal Tower? You are seeking death." A surge of murderous intent radiated from the 9th master. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Xiao family to commit such acts of violence within the confines of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Furious, the 9th master prepared to eliminate the brazen culprits before him. However, at that moment, a crisp sound of a slap resonated through the air. Smack! The 9th master was struck across the face, landing clumsily on the ground. "5th master." The 9th master, clutching his cheek, looked up in shock at the fiery-robed woman who had suddenly appeared. He was utterly bewildered as to why the 5th master had materialized here and why she had chosen to strike him. "9th master, You do not represent the Wanbao Immortal Tower. The fifth master cast a fierce glare at the ninth master before turning to face Xiao Tianqin and the others. Upon seeing Elder Feng Zhe's calm demeanor, she finally felt a sense of relief. She recognized that the elderly figure in the black robe was the esteemed elder from the celestial forbidden zone mentioned in the Wanbao Tower's message. Deserving of utmost respect from the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the ninth master has been remiss in his hospitality and has offended the elder. I, on behalf of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, extend my sincerest apologies. I hope the elder will not take offense. The fifth master bowed slightly before Elder Feng Zhe. Her tone humble. The Wanbao Immortal Tower will relieve the ninth master of his duties as a form of punishment. I wonder if this resolution meets the elder's satisfaction? Relieve the ninth master of his duties? The ninth master was taken aback, his expression one of shock and disbelief. What was happening? Why was the fifth master being so deferential to the elder when he himself was a member of the Wanbao Immortal Tower? Xiao Tianqin, too, felt utterly bewildered. The highest authority he had encountered within the Wanbao Immortal Tower was the ninth master. The higher-ranking masters were elusive, rarely seen, and he had never had the opportunity to request an audience with them. Yet now, the fifth master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower stood before him, displaying such respect. It was as though he were caught in a dream. However, the most astonishing development was yet to come. In response to the fifth master's humble demeanor, Elder Feng Zhe's expression remained indifferent. He merely glanced at the fifth master, slowly shaking his head. Not enough. With that, Elder Feng Zhe raised a finger, pointing in the direction of the ninth master. Before the overwhelming force of an imperial figure, how could the ninth master, with merely semi-saint cultivation, withstand it? A wave of imperial might swept through, instantly obliterating the ninth master. In his final moments, the ninth master's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He could not fathom how this elder dared to act so brazenly within the confines of the Wanbao Immortal Tower and slay him. The astonishment was compounded by the revelation of the elder's formidable strength, capable of erasing him with such ease. Thud, as the ninth master fell lifeless to the ground. Devoid of any breath, Elder Feng Zhe finally withdrew his hand. Having slain the ninth master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, Elder Feng Zhe's expression remained as placid as ever. His actions represented not only himself, but also the celestial forbidden zone behind him. The ninth master's prior arrogance could not be met with mere dismissal. A mere demotion was insufficient. The dignity of the imperial figure and the might of the celestial realm were not to be trifled with. Even within the territory of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, even if the individual was the ninth master, Elder Feng Zhe acted without the slightest hesitation when it was time to strike. He did so without mercy. The celestial lineage operated without constraint. As he beheld the lifeless form of the ninth master of the Wanbao Celestial Tower, Xiao Tianqin's expression stiffened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. To have slain the ninth master on the territory of the Wanbao Celestial Tower? By the heavens, this was truly a cataclysmic event. Chapter 90. All are slaughtered. The Celestial Tower enraged. Imperial weapons awaken. The ninth master of the Wanbao Celestial Tower was brutally killed on the spot within its own domain. This scene left Xiao Tianqin and Xiao Chen utterly dumbfounded. Even the fifth master, who had hurriedly arrived, was momentarily taken aback. The Wanbao Celestial Tower comprised 9 masters, with the higher-ranked ones enjoying a stable position, while the lower-ranked masters faced fierce competition, often at risk of being replaced. Although the fifth master was not particularly acquainted with the current ninth master, the latter was undoubtedly one of the core figures of the Wanbao Celestial Tower. The ninth master represented not only himself, but also the entire Wanbao Celestial Tower. Now, with one of its core members slain within its own territory, the repercussions the fifth master felt a chill run down her spine. Despite her esteemed position as the fifth master of the Wanbao Celestial Tower, the death of the ninth master was beyond her capacity to suppress. With the ninth master's demise, the entire ninth Celestial Tower seemed to resonate, emitting a glaring crimson light that sent shockwaves through the ranks of cultivators within the Wanbao Celestial Tower. What has transpired? Is that not the ninth Celestial Tower? Why does it radiate such a blood-red glow? Hiss! This light signifies the fall of the ninth master. The ninth master has fallen? But he was within the Wanbao Celestial Tower. How could this be possible? Who would dare to kill the ninth master on the territory of the Wanbao Celestial Tower? Madness! Something monumental is about to unfold. A clamor erupted within the Wanbao Celestial Tower as gazes converged upon the ninth Celestial Tower. Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the audacious individual bold enough to slay the ninth master within Wanbao's domain. Before the ninth Celestial Tower, Xiao Tianqin stood rigid, feeling as though the very air around him was solidifying. At that moment, he deeply regretted his decision to lead Xiao Chun and Elder Feng Zhe here. Now, with the ninth master dead, it was clear that the Wanbao Celestial Tower would not take this lightly. However, Considering Elder Feng Zai's formidable strength and the terrifying power of the realm known as the Celestial Heights that Xiao Qin hailed from, Xiao Tianqin felt somewhat reassured. Though a powerful dragon may not suppress the local snake, the unfathomable might of Elder Feng Zai should at least ensure Xiao Qin's safety. After obliterating the ninth master with a single strike, Elder Feng Zai's expression remained calm, yet his gaze lingered upon the ninth celestial tower. It seemed as though his eyes pierced through layers of restrictions, perceiving the figure of the celestial Miao, Saint Mu Yuanbai, who was cowering within the ninth celestial tower. To incite trouble is to court death, Elder Feng Zai spoke indifferently, extending a hand that overshadowed the heavens, unreservedly pressing down towards the ninth celestial tower. As his hand descended, the winds and clouds converged, and the world changed color. A terrifying palm of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, swirling with strands of chaotic energy, each thread potent enough to collapse the ancient skies. The layers of restrictions surrounding the ninth celestial tower crumbled before this enormous palm, as if made of paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. One by one, the barriers were shattered, and the colossal palm blotted out the sun as it inexorably descended upon the ninth celestial tower. Inside the ninth celestial tower, Mu Yuanbai, the saint of the celestial Miao, stood frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. When had the Xiao family allied with such a terrifying powerhouse? Although he was within the ninth celestial tower, he was acutely aware of the external chaos. The scene of Elder Feng Zai executing the ninth master was vividly imprinted in his mind. Madness, sheer madness, Mu Yuanbai murmured to himself. To slay the ninth master on the territory of the Wanbao celestial tower was an act of reckless abandon. Originally, he had intended to remain hidden within the ninth celestial tower until the turmoil subsided. But now the figure in black seemed to have sensed his presence and was descending upon him with lethal intent. Feeling the overwhelming power contained within the mighty palm of spiritual energy, Mu Yuanbai's expression shifted dramatically. He summoned all his strength. Roaring as he burst forth from the ninth celestial tower, "I am Mu Yuanbai of the celestial Miao. Dare you to slay me?" And the celestial Miao shall his furious proclamation was abruptly silenced, for the spiritual palm had ruthlessly descended. Despite being an ancient saint, how could Mu Yuanbai hope to resist before the might of a quasi-emperor? The boundless authority of the quasi-emperor swept through, and in an instant, Mu Yuanbai was struck down. Following the demise of the ninth master of the Wanbao celestial tower, the ancient Saint Mu Yuanbai of the celestial Miao fell as well. With Mu Yuanbai's fall, the gigantic palm continued its descent, obliterating the magnificent ninth celestial tower, reducing it to rubble amidst a cloud of dust. After accomplishing this, Elder Feng Zai slowly withdrew his hand and turned to the fifth master, saying, "I have slain your ninth master and leveled your ninth celestial tower. Does the Wanbao celestial tower accept this? Having killed your people and raised your sex structure, I ask you, do you accept this?" Xiao Chun felt a tingle of apprehension at the back of his neck. Previously, he had been somewhat unfamiliar with Elder Feng Zai of the Celestial Heights. But it was now evident that this Elder Feng Zai was undoubtedly a figure as formidable as Elder Zhaozong. The fifth master's expression was filled with bitterness. She had hoped to mediate and smooth over the situation, but she never anticipated that it would culminate in such a dire outcome. Not only had the ninth master perished, but the ninth celestial tower had also been annihilated. Even the ancient Saint Mu Yuanbai received no mercy, being struck down without hesitation. Did the opposing side truly fear no retaliation from the Wanbao celestial tower and the celestial Miao? However, recalling the correspondence from the Wanbao tower in the eastern wilderness, the fifth master felt a surge of uncertainty. If the contents of that letter were indeed true, then it appeared that they were not afraid of a joint reprisal from the Wanbao celestial tower and the celestial Miao. Just as the fifth master was organizing her thoughts to speak, a colossal aura suddenly surged from deep within the Wanbao celestial tower, accompanied by a voice brimming with fury. "Who dares to wreak havoc within my Wanbao celestial tower?" The overwhelming aura crashed forth like a tidal wave, scattering the clouds in the sky. The vastness of this presence left the cultivators within the Wanbao celestial tower trembling in fear. From the far horizon, a middle-aged figure clad in green descended, effortlessly commanding the vicinity of the ninth celestial tower. This middle-aged man was tall and imposing, his expression cold, with the emblem of the Wanbao celestial tower embroidered on his green sleeves. The second master, Gu Qingyuan. Upon witnessing the descending figure, the fifth master was taken aback, realizing that this incident had alarmed even him. "Your Excellency has acted with such brazen audacity within the confines of my Wanbao celestial tower, slaying my ninth master and leveling my ninth celestial tower. Truly, you possess remarkable gall." The second master Gu Qingyuan glared at Feng Zai, his voice sharp as a blade. "Second master, this matter is indeed the fault of the master of the ninth floor. it is unjust to blame this venerable elder. The master of the fifth floor stepped forward 2 paces, gritting her teeth as she spoke. She resolved to trust the correspondence from the Wanbao Tower in the eastern wilderness. If this elder in black and the forces behind him truly represent the legendary forbidden zone of life, then it is an affront that the Wanbao Immortal Tower cannot afford. With the master of the second floor descending to seek accountability, the master of the fifth floor must certainly intervene to prevent the situation from escalating further. Master of the fifth floor, are you, perhaps, attempting to intercede on their behalf? Qin cast a measured glance at the master of the fifth floor, his gaze imbued with an almost tangible pressure that rendered her breathless, beads of perspiration forming on her smooth forehead. Master of the second floor, this matter is lengthy to explain. Allow me to elucidate. The master of the fifth floor clenched her silver teeth and discreetly transmitted the contents of the correspondence from the Wanbao Tower to the second master. However, to her astonishment, after she detailed the origins of the elder in the black robe, Qin's expression remained unchanged. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The Wanbao Tower's correspondence. A supreme force from the eastern wilderness? Master of the fifth floor, is this your justification for their defense? The Wanbao Immortal Tower has stood in the central continent for countless ages. Its foundation and strength are beyond the imaginations of that mere Wanbao Tower from the eastern wilderness. As the master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, you stand alongside outsiders at this moment. It seems the position of the master of the fifth Immortal Tower is no longer suited for you. Once I have vanquished this external foe, I shall address your transgressions. Upon concluding his words, Qin extended his hand to weave a complex seal, intoning, awaken, supreme imperial weapon, and annihilate the intruders. Boom. At this proclamation, an unimaginable, overwhelming aura surged from the depths of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, as if an exalted being had awakened. In an instant, all creatures, both avian and terrestrial, within a radius of millions of miles wailed in despair, prostrating themselves towards the Wanbao Immortal Tower, utterly devoid of resistance, continually offering their reverence. All cultivators sensed an even more profound dread rising within their hearts, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The supreme imperial weapon is a transcendent divine armament forged by those at the Emperor realm. It inherently harbors the essence and power of an emperor. The awakening of such a weapon is akin to the descent of an emperor, exuding unimaginable authority. Chapter 91, The Wanbao Immortal Basin, Celestial Mandate. As if the emperor were present. At this moment, within the depths of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, an endless aura of chaos enveloped the area. The boundless void collapsing and reforming, unable to withstand the terrifying power of the awakened imperial weapon. Vague glimpses revealed strands of 9-colored celestial radiance emerging from deep within the Wanbao Immortal Tower. A single ray of celestial light surged forth, instantly piercing the heavens and soaring into the cold, desolate cosmos. Swish! In the frigid, lifeless expanse of the universe, a colossal meteorite, measuring several thousand miles in diameter, streaked by, only to be struck by that ray of celestial light, instantly disintegrating into dust. Buzz! Another strand of 9-colored celestial radiance radiated forth, sweeping across a star domain spanning millions of miles, reducing it to ashes. Such is the supreme authority of the awakened imperial weapon. Merely the faintest emanation of power from the imperial weapon suffices to obliterate an entire star domain. Amidst the swirling chaos within the depths of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, a gleaming, golden treasure basin, resembling a magnificent basin, floated restlessly. Strands of 9-colored celestial luminescence coiled around the basin, emanating countless rays of resplendent light, exuding unfathomable terror. The Wanbao Immortal Basin, the unparalleled imperial weapon forged by the Wanbao Emperor of yore. Witnessing the extraordinary basin enveloped in the 9-colored celestial radiance, an elder of the human race could not help but exclaim in awe. The Wanbao Immortal Basin, one of the legendary imperial weapons of the central continent. It was crafted from primeval divine materials, namely the Tao Calamity Gold, by the Wanbao Emperor eons ago. The Wanbao Emperor was the original founder of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Thus, after the fall of the Wanbao Emperor, the Wanbao Immortal Basin naturally became the treasured relic of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, safeguarding its legacy throughout the ages. The reason the Wanbao Immortal Tower has endured through countless years in the central continent, unwavering and unyielding, is fundamentally due to the presence of this Wanbao Immortal Basin. A sect fortified by an imperial weapon is not something other forces can hope to rival, although only those of the Emperor realm can fully wield the imperial weapon's might. Even a handful of powerful beings channeling it can unleash but a fraction of its authority, sufficient to sweep away all adversaries. The great sage who previously caused chaos within the Wanbao Immortal Tower had provoked its wrath, prompting the awakening of the Wanbao Immortal Basin. Even a single sage-level being was able to effortlessly suppress that human sage on the spot. This exemplifies the might of the imperial weapon. Wielding such a weapon enables one to confront foes across multiple realms. Gazing at the resurgent Wanbao Immortal Basin within the depths of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, Gu Qingyuan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. He recognized the formidable strength of the Elder in Black before him. As the second master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, Gu Qingyuan would never undertake an endeavor without assurance. No matter how strong the Elder in Black may be, what of it? When the imperial weapon awakens, all beneath the Emperor realm must bow in submission, for it is a confrontation of powers from entirely different realms. The imperial weapon, even if it merely releases a whisper of its imperial might, is beyond the capacity of any non-emperor realm being to withstand. If I were to summon the supreme imperial weapon, the Wanbao Immortal Basin, I ask you, how would you respond? The supreme imperial weapon. Observing the extraordinary basin floating within the depths of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, Xiao Tianqin could not suppress a gulp, his eyes filled with terror. The Wanbao Immortal Tower is indeed serious. They have even summoned the supreme imperial weapon. This is the legendary weapon that remains unmatched unless an emperor steps forth. Xiao Tianqin's breath quickened, and a flicker of fear arose within him. He understood that Elder Fengzi, standing behind Chun'er, was exceedingly powerful. Yet, no matter how formidable, could he truly stand against an imperial weapon? As the head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Tianqin had once come across some ancient records within the clan's archives. It was said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, two supreme forces within the central continent clashed, both summoning their imperial weapons. The collision of those weapons unleashed a force that devastated nearly half of the central continent. This was merely the result of non-emperor realm beings wielding them. Should a true emperor realm existence arrive, wielding an imperial weapon for a single strike, the entire vast continent would likely crumble to pieces. Elder Feng. Xiao Chen's gaze unconsciously shifted towards Fengzi. In his view, the best course of action now was undoubtedly to flee immediately. Retreating in the face of an awakened imperial weapon is not a mark of shame. However, just as this thought emerged in Xiao Chen's mind, a cascade of celestial light erupted around the periphery of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, enveloping the entire territory of the Wanbao Immortal Tower like a curtain. Moreover, this myriad of celestial light connected directly with the Wanbao Immortal Basin deep within, forming an impenetrable and terrifying barrier. Humph, were this the outside world, perhaps you could escape. But this is the domain of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. For countless years, we have established an unassailable defense based on the Wanbao Immortal Basin. Originally intended to fend off external foes, it now appears that it can also serve as a means to ensnare the unwary. Gu Qingyuan's cold smile suggested he had already discerned Xiao Chen's innermost thoughts. Since he had summoned the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron, how could he not anticipate the possibility of the opponent attempting to flee? With the supreme imperial weapon, the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron, within and the impervious restrictive formations without, these individuals were utterly incapable of escaping. The shame brought upon the Wanbao Immortal building by you all must be cleansed with blood. Gu Qingyuan's expression remained indifferent as he repeatedly formed hand seals, activating the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron deep within the forbidden grounds. The cauldron quivered, its mouth adjusting to target the location where Fengzi and the others stood, poised to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Master of the fifth floor, are you truly prepared to perish alongside them? Gu Qingyuan inquired, observing the fifth floor master, who, despite her slight tremor, resolutely positioned herself in front of Xiao Chun and his companions. He furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why the fifth floor master was so determined to protect this group. Could it be that she genuinely believed the outlandish claims of the Wanbao building in the eastern wilderness? This was the Wanbao Immortal building, guarded by supreme imperial weapons. Not just any ordinary establishment. Second floor master, if you cease your actions now, there is still a chance for redemption. The fifth floor master retorted through clenched teeth. Her unwavering stance alongside Xiao Chun and the others stemmed from the unnaturally calm demeanor of the elder in black robes. His tranquility was so profound that it instilled a sense of fear within her. Even the revival of the supreme imperial weapon, the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron, failed to elicit any change in the expression of the elder in black robes. It was as if all of this meant little to him. Or perhaps he possessed sufficiently formidable contingencies, exuding confidence in his ability to manage everything. It was precisely this observation, combined with the contents of the letter from the Wanbao building in the eastern wilderness, that solidified the fifth floor master's resolve to protect Xiao Chun and his companions at all costs. However, Gu Qingyuan's expression only grew more apathetic in the face of the fifth floor master's tenacity. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, he stated coldly, raising his hand to form a seal, preparing to activate the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron and deliver a strike of imperial magnitude. Yet at that moment, Elder Fengze finally made his move. Under the watchful eyes of the fifth-floor master, Xiao Chun, Xiao Tianqin, and others, Fengze slowly retrieved a golden decree from his sleeve. Bowing his head slightly and respectfully raising both hands, he intoned solemnly, "I humbly welcome the decree of the Lord of the Heavens." Boom. The moment these words were uttered, a vast and terrifying wave surged forth from the golden decree, sweeping through heaven and earth like a boundless sea. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens, countless auspicious rays cascaded down like a celestial waterfall, while on the earth, innumerable golden lotuses bloomed, their radiance illuminating the surroundings, nearly engulfing Fengze, who held the decree. This golden decree was bestowed upon Fengze by Qin Mu before his departure, intended as a safeguard against any insurmountable foes encountered during their journey in the central region. The materials of this decree were not extraordinary, far inferior to supreme imperial weapons. However, as it bore Qin Mu's essence and represented his will, its intrinsic value surpassed all other treasures. Upon witnessing this decree, it was as if the emperor himself had descended. Even though Qin Mu resided within the forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness, the realm touched by this decree was as if he were personally present, compelling all beings to bow in submission and reverence. In all directions, should there be any who dare to defy, the decree could obliterate all enemies. Chapter 92. The Awe of the Emperor, the Unparalleled Decree, the Collision of Supremacy. The golden decree hovered above Elder Fengze's head, solemn and grand, exuding a divine and peaceful aura. The energy emanating from it instilled an irresistible impulse in all living beings to bow in worship. Beside him, Xiao Chun, Xiao Tianqin, and the fifth-floor master had already knelt involuntarily the moment Fengze summoned this imperial decree. This was not an act of their own volition, but rather a primal response from the depths of their bloodlines, a natural submission and reverence of lower beings towards those of the highest order. What constitutes an imperial decree? In the vast continent, when an emperor of the imperial realm reigns, his true form remains unmoving, and wherever the decree reaches, all races and beings must humbly prostrate themselves, heeding the emperor's teachings. Should there be any who refuse to submit, the mere arrival of the imperial decree can suppress all adversaries. The second-floor master, Qingyuan, gazed at the golden decree suspended above Fengze's head, and though his face remained devoid of emotion, surprise flickered across his features. He sensed an imperial majesty within that decree that rivaled that of the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron. The Lord of the Heavens? What manner of existence is that? Could it be a living emperor of this age? Qingyuan was taken aback. Meanwhile, outside the Wanbao Immortal building, countless strong individuals within the vast central region bore expressions of astonishment, turning their gazes toward the Wanbao Immortal building. I sensed the aura of an ancient emperor. Unlike the revival of the supreme imperial weapon, this was undoubtedly an aura unique to beings of the imperial realm. What is happening? Could it be that a living emperor exists in the world? The entire vast central region was engulfed in shock and commotion. Within the Wanbao Immortal building, Elder Fengze, with the imperial decree hovering above his head, strode forward, enveloped in an endless sacred radiance that swirled around the golden decree, resembling a ball of eternal celestial light, emanating a terrifying air that seemed capable of suppressing the 3 realms and 6 paths. Surrounding the decree, celestial music resonated, accompanied by various ethereal beasts and divine birds in flight, with countless celestial flowers blooming, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The decree of the Lord of the Heavens has descended. How dare you not kneel? Fengze directed a lofty reprimand toward Qingyuan, the second-floor master. Where the imperial decree descends, it is as if the emperor himself is present. All living beings must bow low, and those who dare not kneel are committing an offense against the majesty of the emperor, courting death. What imperial decree? How could there possibly be a living emperor in this world? Qingyuan gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the notion that a living emperor existed in the world. If a true emperor reigned on earth, the entire vast continent would submit to the emperor's might. How could anyone remain unaware? Furthermore, even if it were indeed an imperial decree, what of it? The Wanbao Immortal building is guarded by the supreme imperial weapon, the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron. Would we fear a mere decree? Feeling the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron's undulating presence behind him, Qingyuan felt slightly reassured and coldly declared, what of an imperial decree? The revival of the supreme imperial weapon is sufficient to contend with it. Second-floor master, do not remain obstinately ignorant. The fifth-floor master knelt on the ground, her delicate face marked with urgency. She cared little for Qingyuan's fate. Her fear was that his actions would bring calamity upon the entire Wanbao Immortal building. The elder in black robes, with the imperial decree above his head, what did this signify? It affirmed that the messages conveyed by the Wanbao building in the eastern wilderness were indeed true. This elder in black robes undoubtedly possessed a realm of terrifying and forbidden life behind him. The Lord of the Heavens he spoke of was likely a true being of the imperial realm. The concept of a living being in the imperial realm, what did that entail? Although the revival of the supreme imperial weapon could exhibit some semblance of imperial majesty, it was merely a trivial fraction of the true power. Because the supreme imperial weapon can only unleash its full might when activated by a genuine being of the imperial realm. Even if an entity approaching the imperial realm wielded it, it could only manifest a mere fraction of its true authority. Though the Wanbao Immortal Tower possesses the formidable Wanbao Immortal Cauldron, it lacks a true emperor-level existence, rendering it incapable of unleashing the full might of the cauldron. How could it possibly contend with a genuine, contemporary emperor? Where is the Grand Master? Why does he not intervene? The fifth-floor master felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She could not comprehend why, in such a critical moment, the Grand Master had not yet appeared to thwart Gu Qingyuan. Must they truly witness the Wanbao Immortal Tower teetering on the brink of a vast abyss? Standing in silence, Gu Qingyuan's gaze revealed a hint of ruthless intent. What of the Emperor's decree? With the supreme artifact, the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron, at his command, he feared nothing. Awaken, Imperial Artifact, and slay the intruders. Gu Qingyuan bellowed, forming seals with both hands to activate the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron behind him. A terrifying transformation unfolded as Gu Qingyuan unleashed ancient seals. The Wanbao Immortal Cauldron trembled as if awakening from slumber. Billions of strands of chaotic energy swirled around the cauldron, and from its seemingly bottomless opening, countless symbols of profound Tao emerged, converging in a magnificent display. These symbols transformed into radiant chains of order, coiling like dragons. Then, an overwhelming wave of terror materialized, and a dazzling brilliance of nine-colored chaos erupted from the cauldron's mouth, piercing through eternity and hurtling towards Elder Feng's position. The celestial radiance shattered the very fabric of existence. Before the fearsome strike unleashed by the supreme artifact, even great saints and sacred kings were rendered inconsequential, destined to be obliterated in an instant. Such was the terrifying might of the supreme artifact. None could resist it except those who bore the Emperor's weapon. However, in the face of this astonishing assault, Fengzi remained unfazed. The golden decree above his head seemed to sense something, radiating a brilliant divine light that illuminated the heavens. The decree unfurled without a whisper of wind, hovering in the skies. Its surface was mostly blank, save for a single character inscribed at its center. This character was crafted with a vigor that shook the soul, glowing brilliantly and casting a divine light that illuminated all realms, as if it were alive, possessing an indescribable allure. As it pulsated, amidst the gazes filled with awe and reverence, the character transformed into a hand, casually swatting away the awe-inspiring celestial brilliance emitted by the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron. What manner of hand was this? Its surface was translucent and pure, chiseled from the finest jade, flawless in every detail. Where it passed, there was no radiance or terrifying aura, yet that eternally speeding celestial light seemed to be frozen in midair, unable to advance further. With a mere flick of that hand, as if brushing away dust from a garment, the terrifying celestial light, capable of piercing even great saints and sacred kings, was reduced to nothingness beneath that palm. Chapter 93. The hand that subdues the imperial artifact, sovereign and unyielding, the immortal tower submits. The strike unleashed by the awakened Wanbao Immortal Cauldron was effortlessly erased by that radiant hand. This scene left Gu Qingyuan utterly astounded. That was an attack from a supreme artifact. Even if it could not fully replicate the might of an emperor, it belonged to the supreme tier, capable of decimating vast landscapes, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Now, merely the hand formed from the character on the Golden Decree had casually nullified the cauldron's strike? This was beyond his comprehension. Gu Qingyuan's heart trembled. Yet, even more shocking events were yet to unfold. The jade-like hand, after effortlessly erasing the stunning celestial light, did not dissipate but instead descended slowly towards the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron. As it fell, it seemed to carry the will of the heavens, its imperial might shaking the ancient skies. The Wanbao Immortal Cauldron trembled incessantly, sensing an inexplicable threat, and began to awaken autonomously without Gu Qingyuan's prompting. The cauldron, forged from Taoist golden essence, emanated divine brilliance that shattered mountains and rivers. In an instant, the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron swelled, transforming into a towering monument, with endless celestial light erupting from its opening, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Such was the nature of the supreme artifact. It could shift from minuscule to colossal at will. As the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron trembled, the spirit within it seemed to awaken, fully propelling the cauldron's resurgence. The power emanating from the cauldron now far surpassed what Gu Qingyuan had previously summoned. Ha! The imperial artifact awakens on its own. Your doom is at hand. Gu Qingyuan's face lit up with wild elation. Every supreme artifact possesses a spirit. When the spirit awakens and autonomously activates the artifact, its power surpasses that which can be summoned by others 1,000-fold. Oh heavens! Xiao Tianqin, overwhelmed by the unfathomable imperial might, collapsed on the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Was this the terrifying pressure of a fully awakened imperial artifact? He felt as if, should the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron unleash a strike now, it could sink the entire central continent. The imperial artifact loomed like a colossal mountain from the primordial age, standing between heaven and earth. Yet, in the face of the visibly revived Wanbao Immortal Cauldron, that jade-like hand continued its relentless descent, asserting its dominance. The hand was of ordinary size, nearly negligible compared to the cauldron's towering form. Yet to the onlookers, that jade-like hand seemed capable of encompassing the entire world. The world within the palm, exclaimed the fifth-floor master. As the fifth-floor master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, she was well-versed in various supernatural arts. It was said that the unparalleled Buddha from the Western Desert possessed the ability to contain countless worlds within his palm, capable of holding the sands of the Ganges and the infinite expanse of the universe. Now, the jade-like hand was employing this very technique. Within the confines of a single palm, it could encompass the vast cosmos. The fifth-floor master even felt an illusion that the hand's technique was more terrifying than the Buddha's palm technique. As the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron fully awakened, myriad celestial lights shot forth from its opening, racing towards the jade-like hand descending from the heavens, seeking to halt its descent. Each thread of celestial light was capable of obliterating vast starfields, radiating unimaginable terror. However, upon striking the jade-like hand, it was as if they collided with the most indestructible divine metal, leaving no trace whatsoever. The hand descended, embodying the will of the heavens, unstoppable. In an instant, it had already arrived above the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron. With a casual press, the scene that shocked Gu Qingyuan unfolded. The hand descended upon the Wanbao Immortal Cauldron with utter nonchalance, as if containing the terrible power of countless worlds, firmly suppressing the cauldron, rendering it completely immobile. The Wanbao Immortal Cauldron quaked violently, seemingly unwilling to be held down, struggling with all its might. However, its actions seemed to have provoked that hand. The hand continued to press downwards, instantly leaving an exquisitely detailed handprint upon the surface of the legendary treasure, the Wanbao Xianpan. Gu Qingyuan was nearly rendered speechless at the sight. How could this be possible? That was the fabled, indestructible extreme Dao imperial artifact, the Wanbao Xianpan. Not only was it subdued by a mere hand, but it even bore the mark of that handprint. After the imprint was pressed into it, the Wanbao Xianpan finally ceased its struggle, emitting faint, nearly imperceptible whimpers, as if it could no longer withstand the terrifying power contained within that hand. An imperial artifact subdued by a mere hand. Observing the Wanbao Xianpan being held down, immobile, beneath that hand, both the fifth-floor master and Xiao Tianqin, along with Xiao Chun, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. The majesty of the imperial artifact was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. Who would have imagined that a resurgent imperial artifact could be so effortlessly subdued? Moreover, this was not even the true will of the celestial sovereign, but rather a mere word inscribed upon the decree, manifesting into such formidable power. How could this be? How could this be? Gu Qingyuan muttered to himself, a creeping sensation of fear and regret clawing at his heart. He could hardly fathom that the power concealed within a single character inscribed on the decree could suffice to suppress a true extreme Dao imperial artifact. As the decree commanded, it was as if the emperor himself had descended. To not bow before the decree was to lose one's true fate and descend into the Yellow Springs. Fengzhe spoke with indifference. The imperial decree above his head shone brightly, emanating a breath that surged towards Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan found himself utterly unable to resist, letting out a wretched scream as his body began to shatter and ignite under that passing breath. Ultimately, he was reduced to a handful of calamity ash, completely perished. After obliterating the second-floor master Gu Qingyuan, Fengzhe's gaze turned towards the depths of the Wanbao Xianlu. Speaking indifferently, will you yield, having slain your master and subdued your imperial artifact? This was an incredibly shocking moment, stirring the emotions of all present. Under the decree above Fengzhe's head, he questioned the Wanbao Xianlu, will you submit or not? Xiao Chun felt his heart surge with exhilaration upon witnessing this. This was the celestial realm, the very sect he had pledged himself to. Even in the face of the Wanbao Xianlu, guarded by imperial artifacts, such overwhelming strength was displayed. Not only had they killed your master and subdued your imperial artifact, but they also demanded to know if you would yield. Xiao Chun had no doubt that if the Wanbao Xianlu dared to respond with defiance, Elder Feng Zhe would undoubtedly activate the decree once more. And it would not be surprising if the entire Wanbao Xianlu were to be obliterated. After a brief silence, a deep, aged voice sighed from the depths of the Wanbao Xianlu. The Wanbao Xianlu submits. Chapter 94. The transaction is complete. Qin Mu's will. Journey to the Celestial Dynasty. The Wanbao Xianlu submits. Upon hearing that familiar aged voice echoing from the depths of the Wanbao Xianlu, the fifth-floor master did not feel humiliated. Instead, she released a long sigh of relief. She had feared that the Grand Master and Guqing Yuan would stubbornly choose to fight to the bitter end. In such a case, whether the Wanbao Xianlu, which had been inherited for tens of thousands of years, could continue to exist today was uncertain. In that moment, the fifth-floor master felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun was filled with fervent excitement, unable to contain himself. This was indeed the celestial realm he had joined. It was no wonder it was a truly supreme and forbidden power. Even a colossal entity like the Wanbao Xianlu had to bow its head in submission. Undoubtedly, being able to affiliate with the celestial realm was a stroke of luck. Elder Feng Zhe, upon hearing the voice of submission from the depths of the Wanbao Xianlu, respectfully stored the golden decree. As the golden decree was put away, the radiant white hand that had pressed upon the Wanbao Xianpen transformed back into the character inscribed on the imperial decree, being drawn into the grand decree of the emperor. Although the hand had dissipated, the handprint on the Wanbao Xianpen remained distinctly etched upon its surface. The Wanbao Xianpen let out a mournful cry, retracting all its aura. Sinking back into the deepest recesses of the Wanbao Xianlu, no longer daring to emit even a hint of imperial energy. Fifth floor master, your discerning eye has been rewarded. From this moment forth, you are promoted to the position of second floor master of the Wanbao Xianlu. An aged voice suddenly resonated beside the fifth floor master, the speaker being the Grand Master of the Wanbao Xianlu. These esteemed guests shall be under your care, regardless of the cost. Ensure their satisfaction. Furthermore, the events of today must be kept strictly confidential. Not a whisper must escape from the Wanbao Xianlu. After imparting several instructions, the ancient voice fell silent. The fifth floor master stood there, her face alight with surprise. She understood that her own strength and achievements were far from sufficient to warrant such an elevation. Even with the fall of the former second floor master Guqing Yuan, it would not suffice. The Grand Master's decision to promote her to second floor master was undoubtedly due to the presence of these esteemed guests. With this thought, the fifth floor master gazed at Feng Zhe, Xiao Chun, and the others, her demeanor becoming increasingly humble and respectful. Esteemed guests, I am Mu Qingrong, the fifth floor master of the Wanbao Xianlu. I apologize for my previous lack of hospitality and any offenses caused. I hope for your understanding. Please follow me to the VIP room for a brief respite. Whatever transactions you wish to engage in, the Wanbao Xianlu will ensure your utmost satisfaction. With a respectful bow to Elder Feng Zhe, the fifth floor master smiled warmly and cordially, exuding no hint of hostility or reluctance. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqin couldn't help but reflect. This was the advantage of being backed by a powerful and terrifying forbidden force. Why had that celestial being merely descended upon the Xiao family, and with a single word, sent him fleeing beyond the central continent? Was it not because that celestial being was supported by the immensely powerful and ethereal celestial dynasty, which the Xiao family could not hope to contend with, forcing them to comply with her commands? And now, even after having slain the master of the second floor and damaging an extreme Dao imperial artifact, the Wanbao Xianlu still extended a warm welcome to him and his companions, undoubtedly because they were backed by that terrifying and forbidden celestial realm. Xiao Chun resolved to seize this opportunity, to firmly grasp the leg of the celestial realm, and not to let any slackness impede him. This is the Tianzi Cloud Hall of the Wanbao Xianlu, a place reserved solely for the most esteemed guests. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Mu Qingrong guided Feng Zhe and the others to the innermost sanctum of the Wanbao Xianlu, a magnificent hall floating above the clouds, her smile enchanting. Inside the hall, pure white clouds swirled and billowed, with spiritual springs gushing forth and auspicious blooms unfurling, resembling a paradise on earth. Amidst the pristine clouds, several jade tables were arranged, adorned with various precious spiritual fruits, each crystal clear and fragrant, tantalizing the senses. Elder Feng Zhe maintained his composure and, without hesitation, took the lead in seating himself, stating plainly, I have come to exchange for cultivation resources valued at 40 million spirit stones. Please prepare them promptly. Upon finishing his request, Feng Zhe flicked his fingers, sending a storage ring containing 40 million spirit stones, along with a list detailing the resources needed by practitioners at various realms, sliding across to Mu Qingrong. Resources valued at 40 million spirit stones. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Mu Qingrong's heart skipped a beat, feeling a surge of shock. A substantial sum of spirit stones was readily exchanged, revealing the unfathomable depths of the celestial forbidden zone. If the Lord of the Ninth Floor were still alive, he would undoubtedly be regretting his decisions profoundly at this moment. In his attempt to curry favor with the ethereal saint of the immortal realm, he not only squandered such a lucrative transaction, but also forfeited his own life. What a tragic folly. Esteemed guests, please take a moment to rest. I shall prepare the items you require. Murong Qingrong took the spatial ring and resource list, casting a swift glance over them before hastily retreating to make the necessary arrangements. Now the second master of the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion, she had access to a significant portion of its resources. Though the training resources valued at 40 million spirit stones were indeed considerable, they remained within her reach. Not long after Murong Qingrong departed, she hurriedly returned, cradling a jade platter in her hands, upon which several spatial rings were meticulously arranged. "Senior, the training resources you requested are all here," she stated respectfully, placing the jade platter on the jade table before Fengze. Fengze lowered his gaze slightly, his consciousness sweeping over the spatial rings on the platter before he looked up at Murong Qingrong. "If I am not mistaken, these training resources are likely worth more than 40 million spirit stones, are they not?" "Indeed, you possess keen insight, Senior," Murong Qingrong replied with a smile. "The training resources within these spatial rings are approximately valued at 60 million spirit stones. The additional 20 million spirit stones are a token of apology from the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion for having offended you earlier. I hope you will graciously accept them. Your thoughtfulness is commendable." Fengze nodded slightly, saying no more as he collected all the spatial rings from the jade platter. Observing this scene, Murong Qingrong felt not a twinge of regret. Rather, she released a small sigh of relief. Accepting these spirit stones signified that the other party would no longer pursue the matters of the day, which was undoubtedly the best news for the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion. After the transaction was completed, despite Murong Qingrong's warm invitation to stay, Elder Fengze departed from the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion with Xiao Chun and others. "Elder Feng, are we returning to the Eastern Wasteland now?" Xiao Chun inquired after escorting Xiao Tianqin back to the Xiao family. "Not yet," Fengze replied slowly, shaking his head. "We shall first pay a visit to the ethereal immortal realm." "To the ethereal immortal realm?" Xiao Chun was taken aback. "What purpose do we have there?" "The lord of the sect is already aware of everything that has transpired in the central continent," Fengze replied nonchalantly. "Going to the ethereal immortal realm is also the intent of the sect master. The sect master has stated that the ethereal immortal realm has repeatedly obstructed affairs during this trip to the central continent and must be punished to serve as a warning to others." Chapter 95, Punishment of the Immortal Realm. A decree issues from the heavens, shaking the world. The lord of the sect is already aware of everything that has transpired in the central continent? Xiao Chun blinked, finding it hard to believe. The central continent is vast and immeasurable, and it lies tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern wasteland. For cultivators below the Saint Realm, traversing this great distance without the aid of a teleportation array would be nearly impossible in a lifetime. Yet now, the lord of the sect, who remains in the celestial forbidden zone of the eastern wasteland, knows every detail of what has occurred in the central continent. It is simply unbelievable. Fengze seemed to perceive the disbelief in Xiao Chen's eyes and stated calmly, "The sect master is supreme. With a single thought, his consciousness can envelop this vast continent, and everything that transpires in this world cannot escape his gaze. Very well, let us proceed to the ethereal immortal realm." After speaking, Fengze placed a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder, and in the next moment, they traversed millions of miles, heading directly towards the ethereal immortal realm. Before long, Fengze finally brought Xiao Chun to a certain location. Before them lay an expansive and magnificent realm of jade palaces, every brick and tile shimmering with a soft golden hue, resplendent and opulent beyond compare. This vast expanse of jade palaces hovered in midair, supported by a mystical array, surrounded by pure white clouds. The palatial structures sat nestled among the clouds, adorned with intricate carvings and unparalleled beauty, evoking a sense of having arrived at a legendary celestial court. This was the royal city of the ethereal immortal realm, the very heart of its ancestral land. Gazing at the towering and magnificent palaces nestled in the clouds, Xiao Chun felt a dryness in his throat. The ethereal immortal realm was immensely powerful, and even its so-called royal city spanned tens of thousands of miles, vast and boundless. Furthermore, the territory under its control extended over millions of miles, truly deserving its title as a top-tier force in the central continent. As he beheld the imposing royal city of the ethereal immortal realm, a sense of unease stirred within Xiao Chun. What exactly did the sect master mean by punishing the ethereal immortal realm? Surely, merely relying on Elder Fengze would not suffice, would it? After all, The imperial decree in Elder Fengzai's hands had just been utilized at the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion. The ethereal immortal realm also possessed imperial treasures, and in terms of combat strength, they might even surpass the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion. How could such a formidable power be punished? Xiaoqin couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at Elder Fengzai, asking, "Elder Feng, what shall we do next?" "Wait," Fengzai replied succinctly. "Wait, for what?" Xiaoqin asked, his expression puzzled, unsure of Fengzai's intentions, but he had no choice but to obediently stand beside him and wait. While Fengzai and Xiaoqin awaited outside the ethereal immortal realm, in the eastern wasteland, within the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu gently stroked the horn of the old yellow bull and said nonchalantly, "For this journey to the central continent, I shall send you forth." "Mu." The old yellow bull bellowed, seemingly affirming to Qin Mu that it would fulfill its mission without fail. After receiving Qin Mu's orders, the old yellow bull flicked its tail and turned to leave. In its wake, it was seen pulling the chariot that Qin Mu had used for his journey. On the chariot lay a golden decree, quietly resting. The old yellow bull let out a leisurely bellow, pulling the chariot away from the celestial forbidden zone. Watching the old yellow bull depart, Qin Mu's expression remained calm. As a pinnacle existence in the Emperor realm, he could, with a thought, extend his consciousness over the vast continent. Thus, everything that transpired in the central continent was naturally within his purview. Elder Fengzai's journey to the central continent should have concluded smoothly after the transaction at the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion, allowing them to return to the celestial forbidden zone. However, Qin Mu did not hasten their return. Instead, he commanded them to proceed to the ethereal immortal realm. Originally, the matter concerning the ethereal immortal realm was merely a personal grievance with Xiaoqin. Yet, having repeatedly interfered with the affairs of the celestial realm, Qin Mu could not let it pass lightly. Even the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion had paid a significant price. How could the ethereal immortal realm be exempt from punishment? Now that Xiaoqin had already joined the celestial realm, becoming a disciple of the celestial lineage, Qin Mu intended to seize this opportunity to announce the renown of the celestial forbidden zone to the world. Even if he was merely a registered disciple of the celestial forbidden zone, he was not someone any force could bully. The prestige of the celestial realm must not be tarnished. Mu. The mellifluous bellow resonated throughout the celestial forbidden zone. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, along with others, couldn't help but look up in the direction of the departing old yellow bull. Was that the bull demon king calling? It shouldn't be mealtime yet, should it? Yichen asked, puzzled. It's the old yellow bull. I saw it pulling the master's chariot, leaving the celestial forbidden zone. On the chariot, there seemed to be a golden decree. The hurriedly arriving Luo Bingyao recounted her observations to the others. The old yellow bull is pulling the master's chariot and leaving the celestial forbidden zone. On the war chariot lay an imposing golden edict. Shi Tian, Yichen, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the revelation. I can't shake the feeling that old Huang's recent excursion is anything but ordinary, Yichen murmured. The last time the master employed the immortal king war chariot was to venture into the perilous life forbidden zone of Taiga Huangshan. Even now, Yichen vividly recalls the majestic experience of accompanying his master aboard the chariot, traversing the ancient mountain with an air of invincibility, as if entering a realm devoid of worldly boundaries. This time, however, old Huang had audaciously taken the war chariot out of the upper celestial forbidden zone, and upon it lay a magnificent golden edict. One could surmise, even with the toes, that this matter was undoubtedly significant. Should we pursue him and ascertain old Huang's intentions? Yichen pondered with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Alas, it is likely too late to catch up, Luo Bingyao replied with a wry smile. Once old Huang departed from the upper celestial forbidden zone, he merely took a step and vanished across the vast expanse. With a resounding thud, old Huang propelled the immortal king war chariot forth, unabashedly displaying the majesty of an imperial realm celestial beast. His gait appeared leisurely. Yet each step he took seemed to reverse the very fabric of the universe, causing the sun, moon, and mountains to recede. A golden pathway, forged from an infinite array of principles, materialized before him, stretching across the cosmos from the eastern wilderness to the central continent. Alongside this golden road, a myriad of extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The azure dragon's roar, the vermilion bird's cry, the white tiger's howl, and the mysterious tortoise paving the way. Golden lotuses adorned the void, while countless auspicious colors cascaded from the heavens, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled grandeur. Wherever the chariot traveled, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth, causing the very heavens to tremble and all beings to bow in reverence. The sheer magnitude of this spectacle could not be concealed, instantly captivating the attention of all formidable beings within the eastern wilderness. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon the direction of old Huang's departure, filled with awe and incredulity. At this moment, the eastern wilderness was in an uproar. Chapter 96. The Emperor's decree approaches. The ethereal celestial lord kneels to welcome the imperial edict. At this juncture, the atmosphere of the entire eastern wilderness was imbued with an aura befitting the supreme imperial realm. This presence reached the heavens above and quelled the depths of the underworld. Any sentient being that sensed this aura instinctively fell prostrate, demonstrating their submission. Old Huang, guiding the immortal king war chariot, proceeded with grace. The imperial authority radiated, as boundless auspicious colors cascaded like a celestial waterfall from the heavens, enveloping both Old Huang and the war chariot in a resplendent glow. Although Qin Mu's true form remained stationary, both Old Huang and the war chariot he commanded existed above the threshold of the supreme imperial realm. Their emergence bore a resemblance to the dignified processions of ancient emperors, capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. What has transpired? I sense the aura of an ancient emperor's procession, gasped an onlooker. A golden path emerges, originating from the eastern wilderness, seemingly destined for the central continent. The majesty of an emperor's journey was indeed a supreme force reserved for the most exalted of ancient sovereigns. I can see it. That golden pathway appears to have manifested from the upper celestial forbidden zone. Could it be that the supreme existence within the forbidden zone has now made an appearance? At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness was engulfed in profound tremors. The commotion caused by Old Huang's departure with the immortal king war chariot was astonishing, akin to the legendary processions of ancient emperors. All the sacred lands and great sects quaked in trepidation. What could have transpired to stir the supreme existence within the upper celestial forbidden zone? At the Wanbao Tower in the eastern wilderness, Elder Sun, overwhelmed by the feigned imperial might, could not help but kneel, beads of cold sweat trickling down his plump face. The golden pathway emanates from the upper celestial forbidden zone, and its trajectory seems destined for the central continent, he murmured, his lips trembling with an ominous premonition. Could it be that the Wanbao Xianlu in the central continent has offended the esteemed elder from the upper celestial forbidden zone, inciting the wrath of the supreme existence? It is over. If that is indeed the case, the Wanbao Xianlu may very well become a relic of the past. Elder Sun's eyes glazed over. Feeling that the Wanbao Xianlu had grown excessively arrogant, he had previously sent a message to the establishment, warning them not to offend the esteemed guests from the upper celestial forbidden zone. Could it be that the Wanbao Xianlu dismissed my warning as mere idle chatter? The formidable beings of the eastern wilderness were astounded and shaken. Yet, in merely a few breaths, Old Huang had already propelled the immortal king war chariot far from the eastern wilderness, reaching the central continent. The scene mirrored that of the eastern wilderness, as countless powerful figures in the central continent were equally stirred by the commotion caused by Old Huang's passage with the immortal king war chariot. Many strong individuals felt a stirring in their hearts and raised their gazes. They beheld, at the distant horizon, a magnificent golden-hued divine bull, grand and imposing, drawing a war chariot adorned with scars of blades and axes, aged and venerable, as if it bore witness to countless fierce battles, leaving behind a legacy of glory. As the divine bull propelled the chariot, the celestial road formed from countless principles emerged beneath its hooves, supporting its grand march. Upon witnessing this, the entire central continent was instantaneously engulfed in a wave of excitement. Outside the ethereal celestial dynasty, at the moment Old Huang entered the central continent with the immortal king war chariot, Feng Zhe seemed to sense something. Slowly opening his eyes to gaze upon the vast expanse of the celestial dynasty's pure land, with a detached tone, he proclaimed, "The edict from the Lord of the Upper Celestial is imminent. The ruler of the ethereal celestial dynasty must hasten and kneel to welcome the Emperor's decree." Feng Zhe's voice resonated grandly, instantly reverberating throughout the entirety of the ethereal celestial dynasty's domain. Within the most magnificent and towering celestial palace of the ethereal celestial dynasty, the imposing celestial lord, draped in the regal robe of the 10,000 dragons, sat upon a lofty throne, observing a figure clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being. Standing below, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. "Have you garnered any insights from your retreat?" The ethereal figure, graceful as a celestial maiden, replied with a respectful gesture, "I have attained the realm of severing illusions." "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid." The celestial lord exclaimed thrice in delight, before continuing, "Your union with the imperial daughter of the Mu clan is now assured. I have heard that the lad from the Shao clan shares a history with that imperial daughter. To avoid any unforeseen complications, I shall send someone to eliminate Shao Chun and his clan. Thus, the imperial daughter of the Mu clan will be dissuaded from any distractions and can wholeheartedly prepare for your wedding." "The Shao clan still exists?" They have not been eradicated? The ethereal figure queried, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. She recalled dispatching a protector to deal with the Xiao clan before her retreat. Yet it seemed they remained unscathed. My lord, previously the ethereal figure slightly bowed, about to inform the celestial lord of her prior arrangements. However, just as she began to speak, a resounding and indifferent voice echoed throughout the ethereal celestial dynasty. The edict from the Lord of the Upper Celestial is imminent. The ruler of the ethereal celestial dynasty must hasten and kneel to welcome the emperor's decree. Upon hearing this proclamation, the ethereal figure felt as if she were experiencing an auditory hallucination. What did I just hear? Someone is calling for the ruler of the ethereal celestial dynasty to kneel and welcome the emperor's decree. Not just the ethereal figure, but all within the palace were equally taken aback. Even the ethereal lord of the celestial dynasty, perched high upon his throne, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that voice. Soon after, a flicker of fury ignited in his eyes. Who dares to wreak havoc outside my celestial dynasty's imperial city? The lord of the celestial dynasty seethed with wrath. Who is he? He is none other than the sovereign of the celestial dynasty, one of the most exalted figures in the vast middle continent. Even the leaders of prominent holy sects could not rival his status. Yet now, someone audaciously clamored for him to kneel and receive a decree. The Lord of Heaven. What manner of existence is that? The mention of the decree of the great emperor was entirely dismissed by the lord of the celestial dynasty. A decree from a great emperor? There are no great emperors in this era. From whence does such a decree arise? In a fit of anger, the lord of the celestial dynasty rose from his throne and coldly declared, "Come, let us see who dares to act so brazenly outside my celestial dynasty's imperial city." With that, he departed the celestial palace, accompanied by the exiled fairy, soaring toward the pristine grounds of the imperial city. However, upon exiting the celestial palace, the sight that greeted him beyond the pristine grounds caused his pupils to constrict, and a wave of dread surged within him. In the distant horizon beyond the celestial dynasty's realm, a magnificent golden divine ox was slowly pulling an ancient and weathered war chariot, trampling the heavens and descending with an air of majesty. Upon that ancient chariot lay a golden decree, quietly displayed, exuding strands of boundless imperial aura. As the ancient and sacred chariot of the celestial king advanced, it traversed the skies with an air of sanctity and transcendence, reminiscent of an ancient human emperor making his grand entrance, invoking unparalleled omens. Wherever it passed, the overwhelming imperial might suffuse the atmosphere, compelling all beings to kneel and reverence the moment they sensed its presence, bowing repeatedly, with no thought of resistance in their hearts. Such was the grandeur of an ancient emperor's procession. In its wake, all beings and spirits were compelled to prostrate themselves, none daring to show disrespect. The aura of the ancient emperor. The lord of the celestial dynasty inhaled sharply. A divine ox pulling an ancient chariot had arrived. Although he did not see any emperor-level powerhouses atop it, he could palpably sense the supreme majesty that could only emanate from an emperor-level being. What is happening? The lord of the celestial dynasty felt somewhat dazed, as he could not recall ever having seen either the divine ox or the ancient chariot before. When had the celestial dynasty offended such a formidable entity? With a resounding moo, the great divine ox finally brought the celestial king's chariot to a halt before the celestial dynasty. Seeing this, Fengzhe hurriedly stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the great ox, then picking up the golden decree that lay upon the chariot. His gaze turning toward the lord of the celestial dynasty as he coldly stated, "The decree of the great emperor has arrived, lord of the celestial dynasty. Will you not step forward and kneel to welcome it?" This, observing Fengzhe clutching the golden decree, the lord of the celestial dynasty found himself in a dilemma. He understood that the commotion caused by the divine ox had surely alarmed countless top-tier forces in the eastern wilderness. He did not know how many eyes were now fixed upon the celestial dynasty. If he truly followed the elder's words and knelt to welcome the decree, the celestial dynasty's prestige would undoubtedly plummet. Yet, if he refused to comply, the lord of the celestial dynasty gazed at the decree in Fengzhe's hand, which radiated a faint imperial aura, his heart pounding. Who could ascertain whether this golden decree truly came from a genuine great emperor? "May I inquire, esteemed friend, from whence do you hail?" the lord of the celestial dynasty asked, steeling himself. "The forbidden zone of the heavens," Fengzhe replied succinctly. "The forbidden zone of the heavens? Is that not the rumored desolate life-restricted area of the eastern wilderness?" Information related to the heavens surged through the lord of the celestial dynasty's mind in an instant. Just then, the exiled fairy caught sight of Yi Chun standing beside Fengzhe, her gaze drifting, as if recalling something. In a hushed tone, she said to the lord of the celestial dynasty, "My lord, I believe I understand their purpose. That black-robed youth is Xiao Chun, and he is clearly in league with this elder." Xiao Chun. The lord of the celestial dynasty glanced at the figure standing beside Feng Zhe and instantly grasped the entire situation. Xiao Qian harbored grievances with the exiled fairy and had likely sought to curry favor with the powerful forces behind this decree, inciting them to seek revenge. Having unraveled the intricacies, the lord of the celestial dynasty's demeanor became notably calmer. The forbidden zone of the heavens. Had the former sovereign of that zone not fallen, the celestial dynasty would never have dared to provoke its might. However, now, all powerful forces across the land recognized that the supreme existence within the forbidden zone had long since passed away eons ago. The forbidden zone had, with the sovereign's demise, fallen from the heavens into ruin and decay. The elder bearing the decree must surely hail from the forbidden zone. Yet, the decree in his hand might very well be a remnant of the sovereign from ages past. A decree penned by a contemporary great emperor possesses a gravitas that compels all nations. Wherever it reaches, none would dare to refuse its command. In contrast, a decree from a being long fallen is merely a peculiar imperial artifact, which could be resisted by other supreme imperial weapons. I nearly fell for this ruse. As the lord of the celestial dynasty pieced together the entire narrative, a surge of anger welled within him. The forbidden zone had long since fallen from grace. Now, it merely existed in a state of survival, yet dared to swagger through the world and attempt to assert its dominance over the celestial dynasty? It was nothing short of a dream. What if this lord chooses not to kneel? The lord of the celestial dynasty snorted coldly, utterly devoid of any trace of fear. Outside the celestial dynasty, countless gazes converged upon this scene, and upon witnessing the lord of the celestial dynasty's defiance, they could not help but exclaim in awe. The lord of the celestial dynasty is impressive. To behold the decree of the great emperor and yet refuse to bow. It seems that the lord of the celestial dynasty has discerned something, that the decree is likely not from a contemporary great emperor, but rather an artifact left behind by a fallen emperor. Indeed, it appears so, for otherwise, the lord of the celestial dynasty would not dare to stand so resolutely. Truly, the ancient celestial dynasty, with its legacy spanning millennia, possesses such fortitude and audacity in the face of imperial artifacts. Observers of various strong factions marveled, astounded by the celestial dynasty's confidence. Among the onlookers, however, a few members of the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion wore strange expressions, their lips sealed and silent. These few experts, having just witnessed the events that transpired within the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion, were acutely aware of what the Golden Decree truly represented. A decree left behind by an emperor level being long fallen? Impossible. If that were the case, the supreme imperial artifact, the Wanbao Immortal Basin, would not have been so easily subdued by a single word from that decree. This golden decree is undoubtedly a legacy of a contemporary emperor. Only then could it wield such authority and unparalleled power. Yet, even with this knowledge, the members of the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion had no intention of alerting the celestial dynasty. After all, the recent tribulations faced by the Wanbao Immortal Tower are, strictly speaking, inextricably linked to the sage Mu Yuanbai of the mysterious Immortal Dynasty. Now, witnessing the impending misfortune of the mysterious Immortal Dynasty, the formidable beings of the Wanbao Immortal Tower naturally delight in the unfolding drama and have no intention of offering a word of caution. Yet, as they observe the mysterious Immortal Lord, standing tall and unyielding, exuding an air of defiance, the powerful figures of the Wanbao Immortal Tower inwardly commend him with raised thumbs. Setting aside other considerations, they are immensely impressed by the mysterious Immortal Lord's audacity to confront peril head-on. To bow? Feng Zhe cast a pitying glance at the mysterious Immortal Lord. When the imperial decree is issued, whether one bows or not is surely beyond one's discretion. With that said, Feng Zhe slowly unfurled the golden edict. As the decree unfolded, an unimaginable imperial majesty emanated from the golden document, permeating the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The boundless imperial pressure descended like a mountain, bearing down upon the mysterious Immortal Lord. The overwhelming force caused the mysterious Immortal Lord to hunch his back, his knees bending involuntarily, and he thunderously knelt upon the ground. As for the nearby celestial outcast, she had already prostrated herself in utter submission. Her form pressed against the ground. Raising her head became a distant aspiration. Chapter 98. The Edict to Annihilate the Immortal Dynasty, the dragon-patterned imperial cauldron, hoofing the imperial armaments. The imperial might surged forth. What does it matter if you are a peerless genius or a legendary hero? You can only kneel in reverence. For even lifting your head is an impossibility. This is the grandeur of the ancient emperors. What constitutes an imperial realm powerhouse? Across the vast continent, it takes millennia to produce a single one. Whenever they emerge, they undoubtedly reign supreme, exerting their unparalleled presence over an entire era. Throughout the annals of history, The only beings capable of contending with those of the imperial realm are other entities of the same caliber. Others are simply insufficient for comparison. Thus, each imperial being holds an exalted status. Even mere objects imbued with a trace of their essence are regarded as treasures of divine significance in the eyes of all living beings. The imperial edict is no exception. In a certain sense, the imperial edict is the manifestation of the will of an imperial powerhouse. When the decree is issued, who dares to dissent? The mysterious immortal lord, despite his esteemed position as the ruler of the mysterious immortal dynasty, finds himself compelled to kneel before the boundless and overwhelming aura of the imperial realm. This is entirely beyond his control. Should he dare to defy it, it would be seen as an affront to the emperor, and he would be crushed under the supreme imperial might. Could it truly be an edict issued by a contemporary emperor? Kneeling upon the ground, the mysterious immortal lord felt the immense imperial pressure, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. The imperial aura emanating from the golden decree was overwhelmingly potent. Far from the remnants of a fallen imperial powerhouse from ages long past, it resembled instead the decree of a reigning emperor, freshly inscribed. As he beheld the mysterious immortal lord and the celestial outcast, both kneeling under the weight of imperial pressure, Fengzi, holding the edict, wore an indifferent expression and began to recite its contents. Edict of the Lord of Heaven. The mysterious immortal dynasty has repeatedly offended the sacred boundaries of heaven, committing grave transgressions. Thus, the mysterious immortal dynasty shall be annihilated as a form of punishment, serving as a warning to the world. Upon reaching this point, Fengzi slowly closed the edict in his hands and spoke with an air of indifference. Mysterious immortal lord, receive the decree. Receive the decree? Listening to Fengzi reciting the contents of the golden edict, the kneeling mysterious immortal lord's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and green. You intend to annihilate my mysterious immortal dynasty and yet still request that I receive the decree? How can one be so cruel? Beside him, Xiao Chun was left utterly astonished by Elder Fengzi's words. Before their arrival at the mysterious immortal dynasty, he recalled Elder Fengzi mentioning that the master had indicated this journey to the central continent was to address the mysterious immortal dynasty's repeated obstructions and to deliver a punishment as a lesson. At that time, Xiao Chun had merely assumed that Elder Fengzi had received the master's orders to intimidate the mysterious immortal dynasty. Little did he anticipate that the master's so-called punishment would entail this. Annihilating the mysterious immortal dynasty was merely a form of reprimand? What a farcical notion. Holding a decree of unknown origin, do they truly believe they can trample upon my mysterious immortal dynasty at will? The mysterious immortal lord roared. Summon the imperial armaments of the immortal dynasty to vanquish the enemy. With this declaration, for elderly figures, their faces lined with wrinkles and bearing an air of age, soared into the heavens, positioning themselves in the four cardinal directions. The four elders formed hand seals, and amidst them, strands of imperial energy began to coalesce. As if an unparalleled imperial weapon were on the verge of awakening, the four elders of the mysterious immortal dynasty. These four are the living relics of the mysterious immortal dynasty, part of its profound heritage, and now they have all mobilized. Hiss, if memory serves. These four elders were initially at the great sage realm, and now, after the passage of so much time, they must be even more formidable. The mysterious immortal dynasty is guarded by the supreme imperial weapon, the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron, with four beings transcending the great sage realm awakening it. The power unleashed will be unimaginable. Outside the mysterious immortal dynasty, all the powerful beings from the central continent who had come to witness the spectacle displayed expressions of astonishment upon seeing the four elderly figures. The four elders were genuine powerhouses who had made their mark in the central continent thousands of years ago. When united, they were said to be capable of contending even against those of the sacred king realm. Now, after millennia, these four had not only survived, but had become living relics, transforming into one of the mysterious immortal dynasty's trump cards. This clearly illustrates the terrifying depth of the mysterious immortal dynasty's heritage, living up to its name as an unparalleled immortal dynasty. Now, with the awakening of the four elders and their concurrent activation of the imperial weapon, the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron, the ensuing might is beyond measure. In an instant, countless powerful beings retreated thousands of miles, fearful of being caught in the collateral damage of the imperial weapon's assault. Buzz, as the four elders of the mysterious immortal dynasty exerted their full power. The supreme imperial weapon, the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron, fully awakened, causing a tremendous upheaval. The vast void resounded with an unending roar, as if a great earthquake had struck, shaking the very heavens and earth. Within the imperial city of the mysterious immortal dynasty, an imperial cauldron, resplendent in crimson and gold, adorned with golden dragon patterns, soared into the sky, casting a scarlet brilliance that pierced the heavens. Its dragon's roar resonated, as if a true dragon were about to emerge from the cauldron. Soaring through the skies and surveying the vast expanse below, an unfathomable pressure instantly radiated from the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron. Countering the imperial might contained within the edict held by Fengze, the imperial aura swept forth, rendering all beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles to collapse to the ground, including those powerful beings who had come to observe. As if in the presence of a deity, they prostrated themselves in worship before the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron. With the assistance of the imperial cauldron, the mysterious immortal lord finally managed to rise to his feet. Beholding the magnificent imperial cauldron behind him, the mysterious immortal lord's face finally broke into a long-lost smile. Our mysterious immortal dynasty possesses a supreme imperial weapon for protection. Who dares speak of annihilating the mysterious immortal dynasty? Ha! The mysterious immortal lord was filled with confidence. With 4 venerable elders above the great sage realm collectively awakening a supreme imperial weapon, could they truly be thwarted by a mere decree of unknown origin? Absolutely impossible. Let us all act together to activate the cauldron and obliterate the enemy. The mysterious immortal lord's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. To think that a single edict could threaten to annihilate the entire mysterious immortal dynasty was nothing short of a delusion. The aged and spectral 4 elders of the mysterious celestial sect, upon receiving the command from the celestial sovereign, did not hesitate to channel their formidable powers into the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, thereby amplifying the cauldron's oppressive might to unprecedented heights. Observing the arrogant and rampant expression on the face of the celestial sovereign, Fengze displayed not a hint of trepidation. Rather, a trace of pity graced his features. How audacious it was for the mysterious celestial dynasty to presume to resist the decree of the celestial sovereign. Such naivety was almost laughable. Mu. Just as the divine radiance emanating from the dragon-patterned golden cauldron grew ever more resplendent, seemingly preparing to unleash a world-shattering strike, a long, dissatisfied bellow resonated through the air. Old Huang fixed his gaze upon the cackling celestial sovereign, his large eyes reflecting a profoundly human-like discontent, as if to convey, "You dare to defy the will of my master?" Following his bellow, Old Huang lightly stomped his hoof, and in the blink of an eye, his robust and formidable form appeared above the imperial city of the mysterious celestial dynasty. Without sparing a glance, he descended with a single hoof aimed directly at the dragon-patterned golden cauldron below. Chapter 99. Nonchalantly suppressing the imperial artifact, Old Huang's might. This was an astonishing scene. As all eyes converged upon the golden decree, the divine ox that had pulled the celestial king's chariot suddenly made its move, glaring forward and asserting its dominance over the imperial city of the mysterious celestial dynasty, intent on trampling the imperial artifact. Merely a beast of burden, daring to confront the imperial artifact? The celestial sovereign was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, convinced that the yellow ox had lost its senses. After all, that was the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, an imperial artifact summoned by 4 beings of the sacred realm. Its might so formidable that even those on the verge of becoming emperors would likely retreat in fear. How could this mere beast, a mere mouse, dare to disregard the power of the imperial artifact? It was tantamount to courting death. Outside the imperial city, Xiaochen observed Old Huang's defiance and felt a flicker of anxiety. Having recently become an outer disciple of the celestial lineage, he had only received a cursory introduction to Old Huang from Luo Bingyao. All he knew was that this old yellow ox was the pet of the sect master, spoiled with gourmet meals prepared daily by senior sister Luo. However, Xiaochen was unaware of Old Huang's true strength. Yet, considering Old Huang was the sect master's pet, he ought to possess more than ordinary capabilities. But could Old Huang truly contend with the imperial artifact? Xiaochen's anxious gaze involuntarily shifted to Elder Fengze, who remained as composed as ever. Were he privy to Xiaochen's thoughts, he would likely scoff in disbelief. Could Old Huang withstand the imperial artifact? This was the very beast that had once trampled supreme beings, causing even the most formidable of the forbidden zones to bleed. What was an imperial artifact compared to that? Within the imperial city, as Old Huang approached with his hoof raised, the 4 elders of the mysterious celestial sect remained unfazed, their palms weaving intricate seals to channel the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, even displaying a hint of disdain upon their aged faces. Merely a beast of burden, daring to contest the imperial artifact? It would be a different story had its master arrived, awaken imperial artifact, and vanquish the intruder. The 4 elders bellowed in unison, pouring their strength into reviving the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. Under the infusion of such formidable power from 4 sacred realm beings, the cauldron's surface shimmered, its golden dragon patterns writhing as if on the verge of awakening. From its mouth, a brilliant crimson-golden radiance emerged, exuding a terrifying aura capable of making the sun and moon tremble. Boom! The crimson-golden light surged forth like an ocean in a tempest, ultimately cascading outward like an immortal dragon-shaped river, aimed directly at the descending Old Huang. Roar! The overwhelming crimson-golden divine light swept across the heavens, shattering the void. As an endless tide of chaotic energy surged forth, threatening to engulf everything, as if heralding the end of the world. Observing the spectacle, the myriad powerful beings outside the mysterious celestial dynasty trembled in fear. Fortuitously, this devastating strike was directed skyward. Had it been aimed downward, the entire central state would have faced calamity. The golden divine ox was destined for ruin. Feeling the force of the imperial artifact strike, the onlookers outside the mysterious celestial dynasty were filled with a sense of pity. How could a mere beast of burden withstand such unmatched imperial might? Yet, just as they awaited the golden divine ox's obliteration by the dragon-patterned golden cauldron's devastating blow, the ensuing scene nearly caused their eyes to pop out in disbelief. High above the imperial city, as the immortal dragon-shaped river surged forth, Old Huang's enormous eyes flickered with a distinctly human-like disdain. Mu! With a resounding bellow, he expelled 2 streams of white vapor from his nostrils, effortlessly deflecting the imperial artifact's cataclysmic strike. What unfolded was utterly inconceivable. The magnificent and formidable strike, upon contact with the 2 streams of vapor, dissipated as if it were mere snow under the scorching sun. There was no cataclysmic eruption, no imperial might unleashed. The combined effort of 4 sacred realm beings channeling the imperial artifact's power was easily neutralized by Old Huang's casual exhalation. How could this be possible? The 4 elders, who had maintained their composure until now, finally exhibited signs of disbelief. To think that mere breaths from Old Huang could withstand a strike from an imperial artifact. Was this a jest? Before the 4 elders could regain their wits, a colossal hoof descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the dragon-patterned golden cauldron before their astonished and disbelieving eyes. Clang! When Old Huang's hoof struck the imperial artifact, a terrifying sound akin to metal clashing reverberated through the air, causing numerous celestial palaces within the mysterious celestial dynasty to collapse in clouds of dust. However, the 4 elders paid no heed to such trivialities. At this moment, their nearly dazed gazes were fixated upon the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. To their astonishment, where Old Huang's hoof had landed, an unmistakable hoofprint was imprinted upon the surface of the imperial artifact. What? This was an imperial artifact. The 4 elders were on the brink of collapse, feeling as though their understanding of the world was shattering. Wasn't the legendary imperial artifact supposed to be indestructible? How could this yellow ox leave an imprint upon it with such ease? Buzz! The dragon-patterned golden cauldron quivered as if in pain, attempting to resist. Yet, dissatisfaction flickered in Old Huang's large eyes. With another resounding bellow, he lifted his foreleg high and brought it crashing down once more. Bang! The earth-shattering noise echoed as Old Huang's second hoof struck down, its power even more astounding, creating a vast and deep indentation upon the dragon-patterned golden cauldron's surface. Cracks began to spiderweb from the point of impact, spreading outward in a shocking display. With 2 powerful strikes from its hooves, the dragon-patterned golden cauldron finally came to a standstill. Faintly, it could be perceived that the surface of this imperial cauldron was trembling slightly, as if it were shivering in fear. After subduing the dragon-patterned golden cauldron with a single hoof, the old yellow bull snorted disdainfully, flicking its tail and dismissively sweeping aside the 4 elders of the misty immortal sect, who instantly exploded into 4 clouds of blood mist. Wherever the bull's tail swept, all celestial palaces crumbled. Within the entire imperial city of the misty immortal dynasty, clouds of dust billowed, nearly leveling everything to the ground. Chapter 100. The Fall of the Immortal Dynasty, the Might of the Heavens, a twofold reversal. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the dragon-patterned golden cauldron unleashed its ultimate strike to being effortlessly subdued by the old yellow bull, and then to the entire imperial city of the misty immortal dynasty being reduced to rubble, all of this occurred within the span of but a breath or 2. The misty immortal sovereign turned to gaze at the utterly destroyed imperial city, swallowing hard, his once arrogant and haughty demeanor replaced by a profound sense of daze. Was this truly the end? What had become of his grand misty immortal dynasty? Had it truly been obliterated so easily? And the ultimate imperial artifact, the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. The misty immortal sovereign looked at the cauldron, now pinned to the ground by the old yellow bull and completely immobile. And a deep-seated fear finally surfaced on his previously vacant face. This was an ultimate imperial artifact. How could it be so effortlessly subdued by this golden divine bull? Just how terrifying was this creature? Was it possible that this divine bull was in existence at the imperial realm? Yet, if this golden bull were indeed an imperial entity, why did it not transform into human form or even utter a word? Gazing at the cracked and pockmarked dragon-patterned golden cauldron, the misty immortal sovereign felt as if he were about to weep without tears. He had initially thought that the old yellow bull was merely an ordinary beast of burden, only to discover it possessed such terrifying power. Was there truly enjoyment in pretending to be weak? Stupefied, the misty immortal sovereign was contrasted by the trembling xianxia beside him, who was gripped by an overwhelming fear. He could hardly fathom that his entanglement with the Xiao family would lead to such a catastrophic conclusion. Merely a beast of burden for the war chariot, yet it could effortlessly subdue the foundational artifact of the misty immortal dynasty. What kind of terrifying master must this golden divine bull's owner be? How had Xiaoqin come to be associated with such an unfathomable and fearsome existence? Xianxia felt tears of regret welling up within, for the first time experiencing a profound sense of remorse. The old yellow bull was, in fact, this formidable? Xiaoqin's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if dislocated. He had anticipated that this old yellow bull, which accompanied the sect master, might be powerful. But he had never imagined it to be this strong. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, Xiaoqin recalled how Elder Feng Zhe had approached to pay his respects when the old yellow bull had drawn the immortal king's war chariot. Previously, he had thought that Elder Feng Zhe was bowing to the grand decree of the emperor on the chariot. It seemed, however, that was not the case. The true object of respect was the old yellow bull. Within the imperial city of the misty immortal dynasty, a scene of apocalyptic dust clouds unfolded. Outside the misty immortal dynasty, however, the world was shrouded in a deathly silence. All the powerful figures from the central continent, who had followed, were now in a state of shock, their expressions blank, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they could not comprehend the scene before them. After a long pause, gasps of astonishment began to break the silence. This golden divine bull possessed such terrifying might. This imposing presence was surely not inferior to the legendary true dragon or phoenix, was it? This was no mere old yellow bull. It was distinctly a fearsome bull demon king. How terrifying indeed. This golden divine bull was merely a beast of burden. Yet its master must be even more formidable. As this realization dawned, a profound silence enveloped the heavens and earth. Shock and horror mingled on the faces of all the powerful figures present. Indeed, they seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. They had been so taken aback by the might exhibited by the golden divine bull that they had forgotten it was merely a beast of burden for an even more supreme entity. Upon the ancient and majestic war chariot, only a grand decree of the emperor lay unfurled. Its true master had not yet made their entrance. With this thought, every heart began to race uncontrollably. If a mere beast of burden could exhibit such terror, easily obliterating an entire dynasty, what level of horror must its master possess? It was utterly unimaginable. The misty immortal dynasty had unwittingly kicked against a steel plate forged from ultimate divine gold. It was lamentable that this ancient and vast power, the misty immortal dynasty, was destined to perish today. One of the onlookers, just then, recalled hearing the old man in black proclaim the emperor's decree, stating that they seemed to hail from the celestial forbidden zone. The celestial forbidden zone? Was that not the place where the sovereign had fallen, leading to the decline of the life-restricting zone? It must be that very place, but judging by the current situation, it seemed that new supreme rulers had emerged within the celestial forbidden zone. It was indeed a matter for reflection that from this day forth, the celestial forbidden zone would likely reclaim its status among the life-restricting zones. The celestial forbidden zone must not be offended. In an instant, the name of the celestial forbidden zone was indelibly etched into the minds of all the powerful figures from the central continent present. All was lost, utterly lost. The misty immortal sovereign's face turned ashen, his spirit shattered. It was only now that he comprehended the magnitude of the supreme, taboo forces they had offended. Regret washed over him, but it was far too late. It's all your fault. The misty immortal sovereign glared at Xianxia, an intense anger surging within him. To him, if it were not for the enmity between Xianxia and Xiaoqin, the misty immortal dynasty would never have entangled itself with such supreme and taboo forces. Now, the entire misty immortal dynasty would pay the price for Xianxia's actions. Hearing the sovereign's enraged shouts, Xianxia's lips twitched violently. If his memory served him right, the misty immortal sovereign had just mentioned sending someone to obliterate the Xiao family. How could all the blame be placed upon him? I refuse to accept this. Xianxia turned his head with great difficulty, gazing at Xiaoqin standing behind Feng Zhe, then at the now-destroyed imperial city of the misty immortal dynasty. In that moment, he felt as though he had been transported to another world. Just not long ago, He had relied on the backing of the misty immortal dynasty to suppress Xiaochun, rendering him utterly defenseless, forcing him to flee the central continent in panic. Yet, merely a few months later, everything had reversed. The misty immortal dynasty lay in ruins. While Xiaochun had latched on as such a terrifyingly powerful ally, the status between the two was utterly transformed, a complete reversal akin to a cataclysm. Such an outcome was beyond the wildest imagination of the celestial being. Chapter 101. Returning to the celestial realm, the imperial cauldron cooking feasts, 5-colored celestial gold. The celestial being, as if in a different world, stood before Xiaochun, who was also engulfed in a surreal sensation, gazing at the solitary figure of the celestial being opposite him. Xiaochun was overwhelmed with emotion. Once upon a time, he could only look up to this celestial being, even gasping for breath under the weight of her aura, retreating to the central continent without daring to resist in the slightest. This was all due to the terrifying presence of the elusive celestial dynasty behind her. However, since he had entered the celestial forbidden zone, everything had changed. Compared to the elusive celestial dynasty, the celestial forbidden zone was undoubtedly more powerful, more supreme. During his journey in the central continent, the lord of the sect had not even lifted a finger. Merely the mounts under his command had swept away the once lofty and imperious celestial dynasty. Although Xiaochun understood that a significant part of the reason lay in the interference of the St. Mu Yuanbai from the celestial dynasty within the 10,000 treasures celestial tower, which had little to do with him, it did not diminish his gratitude for the celestial lineage. Being able to join the celestial lineage was indeed his fortune. Xiaochun was deeply moved. At that moment, within the imperial city of the celestial dynasty, the old golden bull swept through, demolishing the entire imperial city in one fell swoop. It then gazed down at the trembling dragon-patterned red gold cauldron beneath its hooves, mooing as if struck by a thought, choosing not to continue its assault on the magnificent imperial weapon but instead coiling its tail around it, treating it as a trophy. The celestial lord, witnessing this, was nearly driven to bloodshed with rage. That was the treasured artifact of the celestial dynasty, a legendary imperial weapon. Yet now it was casually draped on the tail of the golden bull, as if it were mere spoils of war. Meanwhile, numerous powerful figures from the central continent, witnessing the dragon-patterned red gold cauldron dangling from the tail of the old golden bull, their eyes turned red with envy. This was an imperial weapon. In the entire central continent, few forces possessed such a weapon. Those that did were the most prestigious establishments, none daring to provoke them, let alone treating an imperial weapon as loot. Yet now, that golden bull had accomplished this feat. Not only had it eradicated the celestial dynasty, but it had also taken its prized possession, the dragon-patterned red gold cauldron, as a trophy, casually tied to its tail. Despite the overwhelming envy, none of these powerful figures dared to harbor any treacherous thoughts. The old golden bull was simply too formidable, treading upon imperial weapons and annihilating celestial dynasties. Its terrifying strength extinguished any notion of seizing the imperial weapon from its grasp. Celestial Lord, your time has come. As the imperial city of the celestial dynasty lay in ruins, Fengze coolly extended his hand towards the celestial lord. With the absence of the imperial weapon's assistance, the celestial lord had no possibility of resistance. With a single palm strike, he was reduced to ashes, utterly annihilated. Though the celestial being was not Fengze's target, the residual force of his strike was beyond her capacity to withstand. Struck by the remnants of Fengze's palm, she too followed in the celestial lord's footsteps. Thus, the celestial dynasty was completely obliterated. Mu, the old golden bull, satisfied with the sight of the dragon-patterned red gold cauldron tied to its tail, let out a long moo and, pulling the celestial king's chariot, turned back towards the eastern wilderness. Seeing this, Elder Fengze placed his hand upon Xiaochun's shoulder, indicating that their mission to the central continent had reached a successful conclusion, and it was time to depart. With that, their figures vanished from sight, leaving behind the numerous stunned figures from the central continent, gazing at the ruins of the celestial dynasty's imperial city, their expressions frozen in shock. It was easy to foresee that from this day forth, the news of the celestial dynasty's destruction would swiftly spread throughout the entire central continent. Concurrently, the reputation of the celestial forbidden zone would soon sweep across the entire territory, becoming the supreme taboo force in the hearts of all human factions. Eastern Wilderness. Celestial Forbidden Zone. The old golden bull was the first to return. As it pulled the celestial king's chariot back, it eagerly approached Luo Bingyao, bringing with it the dragon-patterned red gold cauldron. Mu. The old golden bull flicked its tail, sending the cauldron tumbling before Luo Bingyao. While it pointed its hoof at the imperial cauldron on the ground, its large eyes filled with eager anticipation directed at her. This was Luo Bingyao. Startled at the sight of the cauldron, felt a faint yet overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Could this be the legendary imperial weapon? Where on earth did the old golden bull acquire it? Noticing Luo Bingyao's stunned expression, the old golden bull mooed twice as a reminder. What did it want her to do? Luo Bingyao, bewildered, struggled to grasp the meaning behind the old golden bull's actions. Standing nearby, Yichen seemed to grasp the old golden bull's intent, dully stating, "The bull demon king seems to suggest that you should use this cauldron to cook for it in the future." What? To use a legendary imperial cauldron to cook for the old golden bull? Luo Bingyao stared at the seemingly cracked yet still exuding a faint aura of supremacy cauldron, her mind struggling to comprehend. Good heavens! To use a legendary imperial weapon as a cooking tool? The old golden bull was simply too bold. In the celestial main hall, sensing the old golden bull's jubilant mood, Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. This old golden bull is quite resourceful, thinking to use the imperial cauldron for cooking. Could it be that food cooked in the imperial cauldron is more fragrant? Perhaps he should also give it a try. Food cooked in the imperial cauldron might indeed be exceptionally delicious. Just as Qin Mu's thoughts wandered, Elder Fengze arrived with Xiao Chun, returning to the celestial forbidden zone. With Xiao Chen's safe return, the melodious system notification echoed in Qin Mu's ears. Ding! Special sect mission. Assist the outer sect disciple Xiao Chun in successfully completing the journey in the central continent. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a sect building upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 sets of saint armor. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 5-colored celestial gold, Dao Tribulation gold, 9 pounds, Dragon Pattern black gold, 9 pounds, Feather Transformation blue gold, 9 pounds, Celestial Tier green gold, 9 pounds, and Mysterious purple gold, 9 pounds. Chapter 102. Upgrading Imperial Weapons, the Fallen Soul Mountain Range, encountering danger in the realm of immortals. Qin Mu was not surprised by the sect building upgrade card reward. After all, every emergency sect mission came with a sect building upgrade card as a guarantee. However, he was somewhat astonished by the final reward of the 5-colored celestial gold. The 5 colors of celestial gold, each a supreme material of the utmost path, are treasures that, even when surveying the vast expanse of the continent, are exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. In the past, even those who attained the imperial realm throughout their lifetimes could not gather sufficient celestial gold to forge their own ultimate imperial weapon. This illustrates just how precious this celestial gold truly is. However, the allocation seems rather stingy, does it not? Although 5 types of celestial gold were bestowed, each merely amounts to a meager 9 pounds. What can that accomplish? Oh dear system. Should you bestow celestial gold again in the future, do not be so miserly. I do not require much. Half a ton, or even a ton would suffice. If that is too much, I would not disdain a mere 1,800 pounds. Qin Mu, in a coaxing manner, endeavored to instill a sense of understanding in his system. Yet, in response to Qin Mu's audacious request, the system remained silent. Half a ton, or a ton. This is the legendary celestial gold, not mere cabbage. Nevertheless, considering Qin Mu's past threats to its illustrious history, the system, after a brief moment of contemplation, eventually responded. Celestial gold is exceedingly rare. Even with a thorough search across the vast realm, one would be hard-pressed to find a ton. However, the host possesses the Taiwan sword. By gathering 9 types of celestial gold and merging them into one furnace, and infusing them into the Taiwan sword, an artifact surpassing the ultimate imperial weapon can be forged. Oh, so, by collecting all 9 types of celestial gold and integrating them into the Taiwan sword, it can be upgraded to an artifact? Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Mu's expression brightened with satisfaction. He now possessed 5 types of celestial gold, which meant he only needed to gather the remaining 4 types to elevate the Taiwan sword to an artifact. For types of celestial gold, indeed. Qin Mu pondered deeply. Undoubtedly, locating traces of celestial gold on the vast continent is akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, if there exists a place most likely to harbor celestial gold, it must be the myriad life-restricted zones scattered across the continent. Within these zones lie slumbering ancient supremes, who were once true imperial beings and often possessed ultimate imperial weapons. Perhaps, a venture into these life-restricted zones could yield some celestial gold? Just as Qin Mu was plotting in his heart, Elder Fengze entered the Supreme Master Hall with Xiao Chun, both showing utmost respect. Master, I have fulfilled your command. All cultivation resources have been exchanged, Elder Fengze reported with a slight bow. Good. Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction and continued. These cultivation resources are to be gathered into the sect's treasury. How they will be utilized in the future, I shall determine. Currently, the Supreme Lineage has selected over 80 named disciples from the Eastern Wilderness domain, along with more than 100 named disciples chosen by the great sage of the human race, Li Ryu, from the Demon Suppression City. Thus, the Supreme Sect now boasts nearly 200 named disciples. These disciples are currently outside the Supreme Restricted Zone and do not yet possess the qualifications to enter. In the future, once they pass my tests and prove their unwavering loyalty to the Supreme Restricted Zone, they will be promoted to Outer Disciples, gaining entry rights. The resources Elder Fengze exchanged are intended for those who might ascend to the Outer Disciples of the Supreme Restricted Zone. After giving a few more instructions to Elder Fengze, Qin Mu waved them off. Gazing at the empty hall, an image of a resolute girl clad in white, with an indomitable spirit, suddenly flashed through Qin Mu's mind. His fourth direct disciple, Xianxian. Months have passed since she departed from the Supreme Restricted Zone. I wonder how my fourth disciple is faring now. In the southern region, thousands of mountains stretched endlessly, towering at the edges of this domain. Among these ancient woods, the trees bore a faint gray hue, imbued with an eerie aura. This is the Luohan mountain range, a place that instills dread in the hearts of the beings of the southern domain. It is said that within the Luohan mountain range resides a peculiar power that can siphon the souls of those who enter, gradually erasing their consciousness and ultimately transforming them into mere husks. Legends recount that once, a formidable being, having attained the status of a sage, entered the Luohan mountain range. Overconfident and dismissive of its malign reputation, hoping to dispel its ominous myth. However, merely days later, fellow cultivators at the mountain's edge witnessed that ancient sage wandering about, soul lost and reduced to a soulless shell. Since then, few have dared to tread into the Luohan mountain range. Yet now, the long silent mountains welcomed an unexpected visitor. A girl, dressed in white with traces of blood splattered on her chest, entered the Luohan mountain range, her expression resolute. This girl was none other than Qin Mu's fourth direct disciple, Xianxian. Cough, cough. Xianxian leaned against an ancient tree, her face pale. As she coughed gently, her chest rising and falling, indicating she bore significant injuries. She meticulously wiped away the bloodstains she had accidentally left on the surrounding trees and grass, then held her breath and concealed herself amidst the foliage, seemingly evading something. After a brief moment, sounds of footsteps rustled through the forest. Several figures appeared along the path Xianxian had just fled. The footsteps ceased at that point, and their presence could no longer be sensed. Damn it! Did we truly allow her to escape? One exclaimed. We cannot pursue further. We have already entered the Luohan mountain range. If we cannot exit swiftly, even our souls will be consumed by this malevolent land. Even the treasures granted by the sect to protect our souls would be of no use. That woman surely possesses a supreme imperial scripture. If we obtain it, we may even have a chance to attain the legendary imperial realm. To let her go like this is unacceptable. Continue searching for a moment longer, then we shall depart. The woman dare not linger here for too long. We need only wait outside the Luohan mountain range, and she will inevitably emerge. Alas, it seems we are left with no choice. After a few exchanges, the footsteps gradually receded. Once the sounds faded into silence, Xianxian, hidden among the trees, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on her experiences since leaving the Supreme Restricted Zone, Xianxian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Ever since departing, she had roamed the world, honing her skills while persistently seeking information regarding her sister. After a tumultuous journey, she had made her way from the eastern wilderness to the southern domain. Although her innate constitution was merely that of an ordinary human, with the indestructible divine art bestowed upon her by Qin Mu, she could absorb the bloodline powers of various divine bodies and royal physiques she encountered, transforming them into her own. Thus, her journey had led her into numerous encounters with the contemporary prodigies from various sacred lands, continuously enhancing her prowess. When she left the Supreme Restricted Zone, she was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet now, only a few months have elapsed, and Xianxian's strength has ascended to the late nascent soul stage, matching the prowess once held by Gu Qingxue and Lin Xianbai. Through relentless adventures and fortuitous encounters, she has gleaned a hint of her sister's whereabouts. Everything seemed destined to proceed smoothly. However, during her explorations within a clandestine realm in the southern domain, she clashed with the region's prodigies. In the heat of battle, leveraging her indomitable celestial art, she continuously enhanced her abilities, inadvertently revealing to her adversaries that she might possess the supreme imperial scriptures for these illustrious figures from various sacred lands. Even the inheritance of a saint-level power would tempt them greatly, let alone the unparalleled legacy of an emperor. Subsequently, every cultivator within that secret domain began to pursue Xianxian with unrelenting fervor, intent on seizing the indomitable celestial art for themselves. Faced with the relentless pursuit of numerous prodigies, Xianxian had no choice but to fight and flee. Upon escaping the secret realm, she found herself deep within the Soulfall mountain range. Initially, She had hoped to leverage the fearsome reputation of the Soulfall Mountains to deter her relentless pursuers. But she had grossly underestimated the allure of an emperor's legacy for cultivators. Even upon learning of Mo Xian's presence in this perilous domain, many cultivators followed her in, seeking fortune and opportunities from her. Coughing lightly, Mo Xian wiped the vibrant blood from the corner of her mouth and cautiously ventured deeper into the Soulfall mountain range. She understood that to evade her pursuers, her only chance lay in delving further into the mountains. The periphery of the Soulfall Mountains was already swarming with cultivators lying in wait, and fleeing outward would only lead to her demise. Despite the imminent danger, Mo Xian remained remarkably composed. As she fled, she discreetly touched her chest, where two treasures bestowed by her master, Qin Mu, were concealed. She knew that should she face a life-and-death situation, invoking the supreme treasures granted by her master would turn peril into safety. However, she was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. As a disciple of the celestial sovereign, constantly seeking her master's aid would hinder her path to greatness. Continuing her journey through the Soulfall mountain range, Mo Xian found herself pursued by relentless cultivators akin to parasites. Unbeknownst to her, she had already ventured deep into the heart of the mountains. Here, in the depths of the Soulfall mountain range, lay a desolate expanse. Surrounded by towering peaks, a vast valley stretched before her, devoid of any vegetation, shrouded in a faint, ominous gray mist, exuding an eerie silence. Scattered within the valley were remnants of incomplete skeletal remains, long decayed and crumbling into dust as the wind brushed by, merging with the gray fog. As Mo Xian stepped onto the edge of this valley, the pursuers behind her were taken aback, halting in their tracks. "If I were you, I would not dare to step foot here if I wished to live," warned a young prodigy clad in crimson robes. "This place is known as the Annihilation Divine Ruins, one of the southern domain's death zones. The strange powers within the Soulfall mountain range emanate from this Annihilation Divine Ruins. While there may still be a chance of survival if one mistakenly enters the Soulfall mountains, throughout history, every living being that has ventured into the Annihilation Divine Ruins has met with certain death. Indeed, it would be such a pity for someone as young as you to perish here," another prodigy chimed in with a warm smile. "We only seek the imperial scriptures you possess. If you share the scriptures with us, we will ensure your safe departure." "That's right. Hand over the imperial scriptures, and you shall be safe. Do not make a foolish mistake." The surrounding prodigies, seemingly benevolent, tried to persuade Mo Xian, yet she merely responded with a cold laugh. These individuals, appearing kind-hearted, were nothing but hypocrites. Were it not for their covetousness for the imperial scriptures she possessed, would they have pursued her so relentlessly? As for the indomitable celestial art, Mo Xian would never relinquish it. It was a method of cultivation bestowed by her master, and these individuals were unworthy to covet it. Without offering a response, Mo Xian resolutely stepped into the hazy gray mist. Upon witnessing her enter the Annihilation Divine Ruins, the expressions of all the southern domain prodigies turned grim. Mo Xian's entrance into the Annihilation Divine Ruins signified a death sentence. Yet it also implied that they would not obtain the imperial scriptures they so desperately sought, an endeavor destined to yield nothing. "We shall wait here. If she perishes at the outskirts of the Annihilation Divine Ruins, we can send our disciples to retrieve her body, perhaps uncovering traces of the imperial scriptures," a southern domain prodigy declared through gritted teeth. None of the prodigies outside the Annihilation Divine Ruins departed. It was evident they shared the same ulterior motive. They were determined to acquire the imperial scriptures from Mo Xian. Inside the Annihilation Divine Ruins, the moment Mo Xian stepped into the gray mist, she felt her consciousness waver. As if her very soul were being drawn away, she quickly steadied her mind, attempting to devise an escape plan. At that moment, within the profound depths of the imposing valley, the gray mist parted to reveal a dark, gaping entrance. Following this, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the entrance. As if an unparalleled existence had been awakened, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance, and Mo Xian focused her gaze. To her astonishment, an ancient war chariot burst forth from the depths. The chariot was small, no larger than a human arm, drawn by a diminutive golden dragon, rumbling across the earth. Yet, despite its size, the chariot exuded an overwhelming pressure, exuding an extraordinary nobility. Upon the chariot stood a humanoid figure, shrouded in resplendent divine light, rendering their true form difficult to discern. However, the immense pressure emanating from this being swept across the surroundings. As Mo Xian beheld this scene, her pupils constricted in astonishment. She could discern that whether it was the miniature war chariot, the golden dragon pulling it, or the radiant figure atop the chariot, they all seemed to be forged from the legendary extreme Tao celestial gold. Beyond the desolate realm of annihilation, A prodigy from the southern domain was struck with awe upon witnessing the exposed surface of celestial gold amidst the stone material of the war chariot. No, this is not truly the supreme divine material, the blood phoenix crimson gold. The stone has not yet fully shed. At best, it can be regarded as a quasi-supreme divine material. An erudite prodigy, with eyes gleaming with divine insight, discerned the secrets of the ancient war chariot. Why is supreme celestial gold so exceedingly rare across the vast continent? Because the birth of each kind of supreme celestial gold necessitates an unimaginably lengthy evolution, often spanning millions of years. All celestial gold was originally encased within stone, absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. And only after enduring the passage of countless millennia could it finally emerge from its rocky confines, revealing its true essence. This ancient war chariot, a mere few feet long, still bore remnants of stone, thus possessing only partial celestial gold traits, rendering it not a true supreme divine material, the blood phoenix crimson gold. The golden divine dragon that drew the chariot and the humanoid entities standing atop it were similarly incomplete, still clad in their stony forms, qualifying as quasi-supreme celestial gold. Yet, even so, their existence was nothing short of astonishing. Supreme divine materials are immensely precious, and even when gazing across the entire vast continent, they are exceedingly few. However, within this desolate realm of annihilation, numerous instances appeared instantaneously. Whether it be the ancient war chariot, the divine dragon, or the humanoid entity standing upon the chariot, all possess the essence of celestial gold. This is dire. The taboo existence within the desolate realm has been stirred. We fear that the imperial scripture on this woman will be beyond our reach. After the initial shock, the multitude of southern domain prodigies gathered outside the desolate realm began to wear grim expressions. Mo Ishian's entrance into the desolate realm has awakened the taboo existence within the forbidden zone. Hence, even if she were to perish in this desolate realm, retrieving her body and relics would be an exceedingly arduous task. A remarkable aura, a delectable being. The humanoid entity standing atop the ancient war chariot gazed intently at Mo Ishian, seemingly sensing her extraordinary nature. This was no more than a foot-tall celestial goldstone being, its surface marred with mottled stone traces, yet in certain areas, it exhibited an ethereal semblance. Adorned with celestial patterns of azure, celestial gold. Compared to the chariot beneath and the divine dragon pulling it, this diminutive celestial goldstone being was exceptionally remarkable, already possessing its own awareness, resembling a true living entity. As it spoke, the onlookers outside the desolate realm could not help but tremble in astonishment. According to ancient lore, the celestial goldstone materials of the vast continent, after enduring millions of years of prolonged evolution, would shed their stony forms and transform into true supreme celestial gold. Among them, some remarkably fortunate beings could attain enlightenment in celestial gold form, gaining intelligence and evolving into celestial gold spirits. These celestial gold spirits, upon their birth, possessed tremendous power, and due to their celestial gold forms, they were unmatched by beings of the same realm. The mightiest among the celestial gold spirits could even achieve the legendary imperial realm, becoming imperial path spirits. Though this celestial goldstone being standing on the ancient war chariot had not fully transformed into a celestial gold spirit, it already possessed consciousness, given enough time. It could very well evolve into a true celestial gold spirit. Witnessing such a rare phenomenon of a celestial goldstone material gaining intelligence was an extraordinary sight I never expected to behold today. A prodigy from the southern domain gazed upon the celestial goldstone being atop the ancient war chariot, unable to suppress his admiration. Outside the desolate realm, numerous southern domain prodigy cultivators expressed their astonishment. Yet within the desolate realm, as Mo Ishian beheld the celestial goldstone being, her heart raced with anxiety. The emergence of this celestial goldstone being instilled within her a sense of foreboding. Pilgrim, offer your soul to nourish the revival of my sovereign. It is a great honor for you. The celestial goldstone spirit, standing atop the ancient war chariot, fixed its piercing gaze upon Mo Ishian and continued. I have a premonition. Your soul, pure and unblemished, far surpasses those of countless mundane beings. Offer my soul. Upon hearing the celestial goldstone spirit's words, Mo Ishian felt her heart sink. She suddenly recalled that the reason the Soul Descent mountain range, located outside the desolate realm, was designated as a forbidden area of the southern domain was entirely due to the aura emanating from the desolate realm. All beings who inadvertently entered the Soul Descent mountain range ultimately lost their souls and consciousness, becoming utterly dazed. Could it be that all this was a result of the taboo existence within the desolate realm intentionally orchestrating events? Did the being within the desolate realm require the souls and consciousness of living beings to nourish and cultivate an unparalleled taboo existence within the Forbidden Zone? Upon contemplating this, Mo Ishian involuntarily took 2 steps back. It was evident that, compared to the taboo existence within the Forbidden Zone, the southern domain cultivators outside the desolate realm were undoubtedly easier to deal with. Pilgrim, having entered the desolate realm, you must be prepared to give everything. Do you wish to flee? That would surely displease my sovereign. Observing Mo Ishian retreat, the humanoid entity atop the ancient war chariot regarded her with a gaze that turned frigid. With merely a glance, it bore down with the weight of 1,000 mountains, causing the very void around Mo Ishian to fracture with tiny black cracks, as if it were about to collapse. Witnessing this scene, the multitude of southern domain cultivators outside the desolate realm felt a chill run down their spines and even entertained thoughts of retreat. This celestial goldstone being within the desolate realm was so malevolent that it sought to claim souls. Who could predict whether it would turn its attention to the people outside the Forbidden Zone after dealing with Mo Ishian? Though the ancient imperial scripture is indeed remarkable, one must possess life to obtain it. My master is the sovereign of the upper realm's Forbidden Zone, if you dare to lay a hand on me. Do you wish to provoke a war between the 2 Forbidden Zones? Mo Ishian bit her silver teeth and spoke calmly. Your master is a sovereign of a Forbidden Zone? The celestial gold stone being was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into derisive laughter. This is the desolate realm. Even other life Forbidden Zones dare not infringe upon it. Today, I will claim your consciousness and soul here. What can you do about it? As the words fell, the pressure in the void intensified. Mo Ishian felt her vision blur, as if her very soul was about to be forcibly extracted from her body. Yet just at that moment, a calm and tranquil voice, imbued with an air of unmatched authority, echoed beside Mo Ishian. Desolate realm? Is it a place where my disciple is to be trifled with? Chapter 105. Qin Mu's arrival. Annihilating with a single gaze, imperial might unmatched. At the sound of that serene voice, Mo Ishian instinctively turned her gaze. She beheld a jade pendant suspended in the air, radiating a shimmering light. It was the life-saving artifact bestowed upon her by Qin Mu before she departed the upper realm's Forbidden Zone. As the brilliance flickered, the jade pendant vanished, transforming into a figure clad in white, tall and imposing, with black hair cascading down. In the depths of his eyes, horrific scenes of the cosmos in motion and the genesis of heaven and earth unfolded in succession, exuding boundless terror. The figure in white stood silently, devoid of overwhelming pressure or a dominating aura. Yet every being that beheld him felt an involuntary sense of reverence and submission, compelled to bow before him. Upon witnessing this white-clad figure, Mo Ishian could not help but feel a pang in her heart. Her originally resolute countenance now bore a hint of grievance. Master. Upon witnessing Mo Ishian's somewhat disheveled appearance, Qin Mu extended his hand to gently stroke her head, inquiring, Did I not bestow upon you a talisman for your protection? Why did you not utilize it sooner? This jade pendant contained a thread of power that Qin Mu had infused within it. Although it was but a mere thread, it possessed the capacity to unleash the terrifying strength of an emperor. Had Mo Ishian activated this pendant earlier, all the adversities and perils she encountered would have been effortlessly resolved. Mo Ishian replied softly, I do not wish to burden my master with every triviality. I prefer to resolve matters on my own. She was acutely aware that had she summoned the protective charm bestowed by her master earlier, many crises could have been averted. Yet, her departure from the celestial Forbidden Zone was intended for self-refinement. If she were to resort to her master's life-saving measures at the first sign of danger, how could she hope to cultivate her own strength? The fear of life and death is profound. Only through first-hand experience of such terror can one undergo transformation on the path of cultivation. As Qin Mu's disciple, Mo Ishian was solely focused on enhancing her prowess, determined not to tarnish the honor of being a disciple of the celestial sovereign. Who dares to speak so audaciously within my oblivion divine ruins? The celestial goldstone man, standing upon an ancient war chariot, was incensed to witness the sudden emergence of a figure clad in white, who appeared to converse with Mo Ishian as if no one else were present. Despite the absence of any overwhelming aura, this figure inexplicably instilled a sense of unease within the celestial goldstone man. With a sharp reprimand, the celestial goldstone man's voice rang out, prompting Qin Mu to withdraw his warm smile and calmly regard the celestial goldstone man atop the chariot. In an instant, without any grandiose gestures or palpable fluctuations of power, merely a fleeting glance from the figure in white caused the celestial goldstone man to emit a horrific scream, his form splitting asunder in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the gathered southern domain cultivators outside the oblivion divine ruins were consumed by dread. That was a body of celestial gold, the epitome of resilience, now shattered by merely a glance. Who is this individual? What unfathomable power is at play? The celestial gold stone man, who had just moments ago exuded arrogance, was now rendered to nothingness, leaving the southern domain cultivators in a state of shock. Simultaneously, some of the southern domain prodigies were struck by an ominous feeling. The figure in white, with its overwhelming and otherworldly strength, had been overlooked in their pursuit of Xian. They had failed to consider a crucial detail. From where did the imperial scripture she possessed originate? I recently heard her claim that she hails from the upper celestial forbidden zone, one of the realms of life. Could it be that this figure in white is an unparalleled being from such a domain? Panic surged through them as they whispered among themselves, some with grave expressions, contemplating retreat. The situation had evidently spiraled beyond their control. Within the Oblivion Divine Ruins, after the celestial goldstone man and his ancient chariot, along with the divine dragon pulling it, were obliterated by a mere glance from Qin Mu, it seemed to trigger a certain restriction within the ruins. The depths of the Oblivion Divine Ruins became engulfed in swirling gray mist, revealing several ominous openings amidst the haze. Kill. A voice laden with murderous intent resonated, akin to the thunderous stampede of countless armies. From those openings emerged squads of towering stone beings, clad in celestial armor and wielding long spears, advancing in formation from the depths of the mist. Each stone being was immensely powerful. As they passed, the very fabric of space seemed to disintegrate under the weight of their immense might. Visibly, these beings exhibited characteristics of the celestial gold, on the verge of transforming into legendary celestial gold spirits. As these formidable celestial gold beings advanced with earth-shattering force, even the cultivators outside the Oblivion Divine Ruins could not suppress their rising dread. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. These fearsome celestial gold beings charged towards Qin Mu, yet, akin to the previous celestial goldstone man, they disintegrated into nothingness before they could even approach him. Throughout this tumult, Qin Mu stood still, his demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake, showing no inclination to intervene. Observing the celestial gold beings evaporate into the void, he exhibited no surprise. He was at the peak of emperor-level strength, capable of annihilating any existence beneath the emperor realm with merely a fraction of his overwhelming imperial might. Beneath the emperor realm, all are but ants. Though these celestial gold beings were formidable, their audacity to confront him was a path to their own demise. Chapter 106, Sovereign of the Forbidden Zone. Everlasting Spirit, Starry River Blue Gold. This scene left the onlookers outside the Oblivion Divine Ruins in a state of sheer terror. The figure in white, without any discernible movement, merely released a fragment of his essence, annihilating all the powerful celestial gold beings, reducing them to radiant light that evaporated completely. More critically, it was evident to everyone that this white figure was merely a manifestation of the power imprinted within the jade pendant. This meant that what they had witnessed was but a fraction of his power, not a true embodiment. If such a mere imprint could so effortlessly vanquish the celestial gold beings within the Oblivion Divine Ruins, how terrifying would his true form be? As this realization dawned upon the southern domain cultivators, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within them. They began to feel that pursuing the woman named Xian for the sake of the Emperor's scripture was perhaps not the most prudent decision. Within the silent Oblivion Ruins, as Qin Mu gazed upon the ranks of celestial goldstone figures reduced to ash, his expression remained unperturbed, his eyes deep and profound like the eternal cosmos. These celestial goldstone figures possessed only a fraction of the properties of supreme celestial gold. To truly transform into authentic supreme celestial gold, countless eons would be required. Otherwise, Qin Mu might have contemplated preserving their complete forms. After all, he sought to upgrade the Taiwang's sword to a celestial artifact, necessitating the remaining 4 varieties of supreme celestial gold as auxiliary components. However, since these celestial goldstone figures were not genuine supreme celestial gold, he effortlessly obliterated them. Once all the celestial goldstone figures were eradicated, the boundless gray mist in the depths of the silent Oblivion Ruins momentarily stagnated, as if the entities within this forbidden zone were taken aback by the outcome. Yet, moments later, a vast divine radiance erupted from the deepest part of the silent Oblivion Ruins, dispelling all the gray mist, transforming into a dragon-shaped light that soared into the heavens, illuminating mountains and rivers alike. An invisible pressure emanated from the depths of the silent Oblivion Ruins, instantly enveloping the entire Falling Soul mountain range. At that moment, apart from Qin Mu and the unscathed Xian, all living beings within the Falling Soul mountain range, including numerous practitioners from the southern domain outside the silent Oblivion Ruins, sank to the ground, powerless to resist. Amidst a gathering of astonished gazes, the endless gray mist parted to reveal an imposing figure, resplendent in divine light, striding forth. With each step, the entire falling soul mountain range trembled in response, as if a supreme monarch were making a grand procession, exuding an unparalleled majesty that declared its supremacy over heaven and earth. The mist stretched for miles, yet this towering figure, with just a single step, had already asserted its dominance. What manner of being was this? Crowned with the diadem of an emperor, draped in robes of sacred spirit, enveloped in brilliant divine light. It appeared as if a true deity had descended upon the world. As the heavens revolved and the seas dwindled, it proclaimed, "I am the master of the silent oblivion ruins. I am the immortal Holy Spirit Emperor." The formidable figure spoke with a voice that was both detached and merciless, radiating an indescribable supreme authority. When it uttered these words, the entirety of the falling soul mountain range fell silent, as though the very heavens and earth were compelled into stillness, and all beings hushed in reverence. "I am the sovereign of the celestial realm's forbidden zone," Qin Mu stated calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. An invisible aura emanated from him, effortlessly counteracting the dread energy projected by the master of the silent oblivion ruins. Outside the silent oblivion ruins, all practitioners from the southern domain collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the scene within. The emperor. This was undoubtedly a being of ancient imperial caliber. This is disastrous. Even the ruler of the silent oblivion ruins has been stirred. Hiss. This forbidden zone's master does not appear to be a true living entity, but rather an enlightened celestial gold spirit. No. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it an imperial spirit. Born of supreme celestial gold, it has attained sentience and achieved the status of an emperor. An imperial spirit. Across the vast continent, it is exceedingly rare to witness such a being emerge, let alone in this moment. The practitioners from the southern domain were filled with astonishment. A being born from supreme celestial gold, achieving sentience and the status of an emperor, is even rarer than a true imperial existence. Throughout the annals of the vast continent's history, it would be difficult to find even one in a million years. Yet here, within the southern domain's silent oblivion ruins, such a transcendent, celestial gold spirit exists. As they marveled at the emergence of this imperial spirit, the southern domain practitioners were equally astounded by Qin Mu's demeanor, even in the face of an imperial spirit's overwhelming presence. The figure in white exhibited not the slightest hint of pressure. Moreover, from his recent words, it seemed he too was a master from a realm of life's forbidden zones. This was indeed an encounter with an impenetrable barrier. Some young talents from the southern domain wore expressions of despair, their faces pale with hopelessness. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating hunting down Mo Yixin to seize the emperor's scripture from her. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable woman was cloaked in such a terrifying background? To have a master who is a sovereign of a life's forbidden zone, such connections are nothing short of extraordinary. Had she mentioned that her master was an unparalleled sovereign of a life's forbidden zone, who would have dared to pursue her? All the practitioners from the southern domain outside the silent oblivion ruins were now filled with regret, desperately seeking to flee the area. However, the overwhelming imperial might permeating the surroundings rendered them powerless, unable even to move a finger, let alone rise and escape. To tread upon my domain and slay my subordinates, O master of the celestial realm, you have transgressed. The imperial spirit's gaze was icy as it fixed upon Qin Mu, seemingly assessing and contemplating something. In its eyes, a flicker of apprehension could be discerned, as if it were unable to fathom Qin Mu's true strength. While the imperial spirit scrutinized Qin Mu, he too was measuring the being before him. He could perceive that the spirit's skin shimmered with a starry, dreamlike luster, reminiscent of a mysterious cosmic starry sky, tinged with hints of blue. Supreme celestial gold, starry blue gold, Qin Mu mused softly, revealing insights into the origins of this imperial spirit. His voice was low, a mere whisper, yet the content of his words reached the ears of the imperial spirit. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the figure in white identify its celestial gold form, a chilling sense of foreboding surged within the imperial spirit, as if it had become a target in someone's gaze. Chapter 107. The Holy Spear of Light, Commanding Imperial Weapons. Annihilating the Holy Spirits, Qin Mu's casual commentary on the origins of this imperial spirit unsettled it greatly. After all, on this vast continent, supreme divine materials were coveted by all imperial powerhouses throughout history. For an imperial being, possessing a weapon forged from supreme celestial gold would elevate their combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Consequently, it was rare for supreme celestial gold on this continent to transform into a true imperial spirit, as before they could fully mature. They were often seized by imperial powerhouses and refined into their own imperial weapons. This imperial spirit was already born from the starry blue gold of supreme celestial gold. And hearing Qin Mu's remarks naturally provoked its ire, feeling deeply offended. This is the silent oblivion ruins. O master of the celestial realm, you have transgressed. The imperial spirit warned once more. Transgressed? Qin Mu seemed to hear a jest, his expression remaining indifferent and serene. Throughout these endless ages, you have released your power from this silent oblivion ruins, siphoning the soul's wisdom and essence, transforming the surrounding tens of thousands of miles into a wasteland. Did you ever consider the notion of transgression? With a mere glance, Qin Mu had discerned all the secrets of this imperial spirit. Logically speaking, for this imperial spirit to attain sentience and become an immortal spirit, the process was far from simple. It required an immeasurably long span of time, stretching into millions of years to achieve such a feat. Yet it did not require such an extensive passage of time. Rather, it adopted a cunning approach, siphoning the souls and wisdom of myriad beings to remedy its own deficiencies. It can be asserted that throughout these endless ages, the countless souls that perished within the Soulfall mountain range were orchestrated by this Emperor's Path sacred spirit. For these insignificant ants to transform into the martial nourishment of this emperor is indeed their honor. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit let out a cold snort, its gaze turning frigid. Heavenly sovereign, do not mistake politeness for weakness. A vast and formidable aura emanated from the body of this Emperor's Path sacred spirit, manifesting as colossal, resplendent beams of light that soared into the heavens. It issued a final warning to the intruder, hoping that Qin Mu would take the hint and withdraw. However, it was evident that the threat posed by this Emperor's Path sacred spirit did not faze Qin Mu in the slightest. His gaze traversed beyond the sacred spirit, peering into the depths of the Annihilation divine ruins, wherein a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Within these divine ruins, aside from the Emperor's Path sacred spirit, Qin Mu sensed the presence of other extreme Dao celestial metals. Perhaps he could gather the extreme Dao celestial metals necessary to forge the Tai Huang sword into a celestial artifact right here. The intrigue in Qin Mu's eyes intensified. Seemingly sensing the implication behind Qin Mu's gaze, the Emperor's Path sacred spirit could no longer contain its fury. Is it merely the power of a mere imprint that has descended? This Emperor has previously shown you mercy, yet you truly believe you can act without restraint? The Emperor's Path sacred spirit erupted in anger, summoning the myriad Dao of heaven and earth, as boundless Dao principles cascaded from the ninth sky like an eternal waterfall, rushing toward Qin Mu. It was an utterly chilling spectacle. The infinite Dao transformed into a celestial waterfall spanning the heavens, containing world-annihilating fluctuations. Even a mere wisp of its power could obliterate a sage. Undoubtedly, should this celestial waterfall be allowed to descend unimpeded, a significant portion of the Soulfall mountain range would be rendered to ruin. Yet, in the face of the Emperor's Path sacred spirit's wrathful strike, Qin Mu's expression remained unperturbed. Summoning the myriad Dao? As a pinnacle existence of the Emperor realm, who among this vast continent could rival his mastery over the Dao? Qin Mu raised his eyes, indifferently gazing at the celestial waterfall entwined with divine radiance and chaotic energy. In a mere glance, the chaotic waterfall, brimming with the potential for boundless destruction, erupted into a thunderous dissolution above the ninth sky. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit was struck with terror, perceiving that this adversary was excessively diabolical and fearsome. However, at this juncture, even the dignity of an immortal sacred spirit would not allow it to retreat. Where is the Emperor's weapon? The Emperor's Path sacred spirit bellowed. Instantly, within the depths of the Annihilation divine ruins, a resplendent golden divine radiance illuminated the surroundings. This eternal radiance, akin to a colossal dragon, traversed the expanse of heaven and earth, landing in the palm of the Emperor's Path sacred spirit. It was a great halberd, entirely golden, radiant with divine brilliance, as if containing the essence of infinite light. This was an Emperor's weapon forged from the extreme Dao divine material, the light celestial gold. Grasping the luminous sacred halberd, the Emperor's Path sacred spirit's aura surged to unprecedented heights. I have warned you. You are overly presumptuous. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit, wielding the luminous sacred halberd, emanated a sacred and transcendent presence, resembling a deity descending from the ninth sky, exuding boundless majesty. Streams of eternal light flowed along the halberd, and even a mere wisp of this light could annihilate vast expanses of void. Empowered by the extreme Dao Emperor's weapon, the aura radiating from the Emperor's Path sacred spirit became even more terrifying, compelling the multitude of South Domain cultivators outside the Annihilation divine ruins to prostrate themselves in fear, finding even the slightest movement a luxury. I shall slay you. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit intoned coldly, swinging the halberd with reckless abandon toward Qin Mu, the world-annihilating energy surging in all directions. This was a true strike unleashed by a supreme being wielding an extreme Dao divine weapon. Its might surpassed that of the previous Vanbao Immortal Pavilion S Vanbao Immortal Basin and the mysterious Immortal Dynasty's Dragon Pattern Crimson Gold Cauldron by countless times, to the extent that the two were not even in the same league. Undoubtedly, should this halberd be allowed to descend, not only the Soulfall mountain range, but the entire South Domain would be cleaved in twain. Yet, in the face of such a cataclysmic strike, Qin Mu's expression remained unchanged. You believe that wielding an emperor's weapon grants you the right to challenge him? Such naivety. With one hand resting behind his back, Qin Mu merely extended a single finger, as white and flawless as jade, toward the trajectory of the luminous sacred halberd. The finger appeared to move slowly, yet it was ahead of its time, coming to rest at the tip of the halberd. A scene that left all in awe unfolded. The magnificent, unparalleled luminous sacred halberd was effortlessly halted by that delicate finger, rendered completely immobile. Even advancing a mere inch became an unattainable aspiration. Furthermore, as the finger pressed against the halberd, it left not a single trace upon its surface. What? Observing the immovable luminous sacred halberd, a look of unprecedented shock surged in the eyes of the Emperor's Path sacred spirit. Merely a finger had thwarted its full force strike wielding the extreme Tao Emperor's weapon. The strength of the individual before it had utterly transcended its comprehension. Slaughtering countless beings in the world for the sake of self-accomplishment is your path, and this Emperor has no desire to interfere. But since you dared to strike at this Emperor, you shall pay with your life. Qin Mu spoke calmly, transforming his finger into a palm, which slowly and resolutely descended toward the head of the Emperor's Path sacred spirit. I am the Emperor's Path sacred spirit. Who can slay me? The Emperor's Path sacred spirit roared in wrath, wielding the luminous sacred halberd in desperate resistance. Yet wherever Qin Mu's palm traversed, everything seemed to freeze in time. Even the luminous sacred halberd was suspended in the void, unable to move. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit's eyes widened in horror. Yet it could only watch helplessly as the hand descended from the heavens, completely enveloping it. I have yet to fully transform into an immortal sacred spirit, reigning over the world. I am unwilling. A howl filled with unwillingness echoed from beneath the palm, yet in an instant, it fell silent, leaving no further sound. Even the luminous sacred halberd seemed to lose its master, clattering to the ground. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit had fallen. Chapter 108. Gathering Celestial Gold, a Deficient Sacred Spirit. Bullying the Weak. Qin Mu struck, his palm overshadowing the heavens, completely enveloping the Emperor's Path sacred spirit beneath it. Within the grasp of his palm, the infinite starry sky unfolded, the Dharma of the Buddha kingdom appearing to encompass boundless sands, rendering the Emperor's Path sacred spirit utterly incapable of escape. The boundless imperial might surged forth, capable of eradicating myriad Tao. The Emperor's Path sacred spirit, akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, was no exception. As the unfathomable imperial might obliterated all its divine soul and wisdom, reducing it to a lifeless fragment of starry blue gold, falling to the ground like the luminous sacred halberd. An immensely powerful immortal sacred spirit was thus effortlessly extinguished. Undoubtedly, this was a scene that left the many South Domain cultivators outside the Annihilation Divine Ruins in sheer horror. When the Emperor's Path sacred spirit made its entrance, it radiated boundless brilliance, nearly becoming the sole sovereign of heaven and earth. However, its downfall was so tragic, having not even engaged in a proper battle. It was casually obliterated with a single palm. Was this Emperor's Path sacred spirit too weak? No, it was not. Rather, the figure in white, transcendent in its might, was simply too powerful. Powerful enough that even an Emperor's Path sacred spirit had no means to resist. At this moment, outside the abyss of annihilation, countless gazes filled with reverence converged upon Qin Mu. Some individuals contemplated seizing this opportunity to flee, only to be horrified to discover that, although the Empyrean Holy Spirit had perished, the Supreme Imperial might enveloping the void had not dissipated. They remained crushed beneath the weight of an unbounded imperial aura, unable to move an inch. Was this exalted sovereign about to turn against them? The many cultivators from the southern domain trembled with fear, their mouths feeling as if filled with bitter lotus seeds. Had they known the girl's background was so formidable, they would never have dared to covet the imperial scriptures she possessed. Undoubtedly, the grand imperial scriptures she wielded were bestowed upon her by this white-clad emperor. Their audacity to target the imperial scriptures belonging to her was tantamount to courting death. The southern domain cultivators shivered in trepidation, fearing that the transcendent figure in white might effortlessly smite them all with a single blow. However, within the abyss of annihilation, Qin Mu did not cast a single glance at the southern domain cultivators. Instead, he proceeded to collect the fallen starry blue gold and the radiant holy spear. With these two types of supreme divine metals, he now possessed a total of 7. He wondered if there were other types of supreme, divine metals hidden within the depths of the abyss. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he ventured deeper into the abyss of annihilation. With just 2 more types of supreme, divine metals, he could finally gather all 9 required to forge the Taiwan sword into an immortal artifact. Qin Mu strode forward with an air of indifference, and wherever he passed, the gray mist dissipated. With the fall of the Empyrean Holy Spirit, the abyss of annihilation posed no threat to him. Ultimately, after an extensive search, Qin Mu truly made a remarkable discovery deep within the abyss. He found the remaining 2 types of celestial gold. 2 pieces of celestial gold lay displayed within the chamber of the Empyrean Holy Spirit. One was sun orange celestial gold, and the other was phoenix blood red gold. The sun orange celestial gold was no larger than a human head, yet it was sufficient for forging the Taiwan sword. In contrast, the phoenix blood red gold was astonishingly massive, towering several feet high, even larger and more complete than the previous Empyrean Holy Spirit. The surface of the celestial gold glistened a deep crimson hue, adorned with ethereal phoenix patterns that appeared almost lifelike. However, this piece of phoenix blood red gold was not perfect. A fragment had been shattered and carelessly discarded nearby, as if severed by a forceful hand. Upon seeing this, Qin Mu surmised what had transpired. This piece of phoenix blood red gold had once possessed the potential to transform into an immortal Holy Spirit, much like the Empyrean Holy Spirit born from starry blue gold. However, fearing the emergence of a potential rival, the Empyrean Holy Spirit had likely struck this fragment with the radiant Holy Spear, rendering it incomplete and incapable of attaining sentience. It was no wonder, Qin Mu mused. Despite the strength of the Empyrean Holy Spirit, it was not an invincible entity, which allowed Qin Mu to easily obliterate it. The reason for its deficiency, he speculated, was indeed related to this piece of phoenix blood red gold. Supreme divine metals are exceedingly rare materials favored by the vast heavens, capable of giving birth to celestial treasures. Each piece of celestial gold with the potential to transform into an immortal Holy Spirit embodies the essence and fortune of the heavens. Anyone who dares to lay hands upon it would face divine retribution and immeasurable calamity. Although the Empyrean Holy Spirit was born from celestial materials favored by the heavens, its attack on the phoenix blood red gold, which had the potential to become sentient, resulted in a karmic backlash that even its celestial form could scarcely endure. This led to its incomplete state, preventing it from evolving into a truly perfect immortal Holy Spirit, despite absorbing countless souls. Qin Mu shook his head slightly and proceeded to collect both the sun orange celestial gold and the phoenix blood red gold to enhance the Taiwan sword. The fragmented piece of phoenix blood red gold was more than sufficient. As for the remaining large piece, he decided to store it within the celestial forbidden zone, hoping that one day it might have a faint chance of transforming into a truly complete immortal Holy Spirit, thereby augmenting the strength of the celestial realm. Aside from these supreme divine metals, there were no other treasures within the abyss of annihilation, not even a single herb of immortality, which left Qin Mu somewhat disheartened. Although the abyss of annihilation could not compare to the actual life-restricting zones inhabited by ancient sovereigns, it was still a desolate realm, and its barrenness was indeed disappointing. Once he confirmed that he had thoroughly scoured the abyss of annihilation, leaving no stone unturned, Qin Mu turned to leave. Meanwhile, those southern domain cultivators who were prostrate outside the abyss, unable to move, felt their hearts sink once more upon seeing Qin Mu's returning figure. These individuals, it seemed, were not enough to warrant such a predicament for you. Qin Mu cast a casual glance at the southern domain cultivators outside the abyss, already aware of their capabilities. In his estimation, with Mo Xian's strength and accumulation, these individuals should not have been able to force her into the abyss of annihilation. Hence, they were motivated by greed for the imperial scriptures she possessed, but lacked the confidence to defeat her, thus seeking aid from their sections. Bullying the weak, I understand, Qin Mu remarked softly, looking at Mo Xian with a warm smile as he ruffled her hair. In response to Qin Mu's inquiry, Mo Xian could only nod obediently. Having cultivated for an extended period within the celestial forbidden zone and receiving training from various sects, coupled with the imperial scriptures at her side, she was far beyond the reach of ordinary prodigies. The reason these southern domain prodigies were able to corner her was precisely because some were incapable of besting her and sought assistance from their sections. Relying on the backing of others, I see, Qin Mu said, his gaze drifting toward the southern domain cultivators outside the abyss, his expression growing indifferent. As disciples of the celestial lineage, we engage in battles of the same realm, accepting life and death as fate. The sect will not intervene. However, should anyone dare to disrupt the rules of our celestial lineage, calling upon their sect for assistance to bully others, I would not hesitate to teach them the true meaning of bullying. Chapter 109. Where the imperial decree reaches, who dares disobey? The world in mourning. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he swept over the southern domain cultivators outside the abyss of annihilation. In an instant, the recent memories of these individuals were laid bare before him. Through his probing, he discerned that this group of southern domain prodigies who had entered the Falling Soul mountain range had essentially relied on the support of their sections. Those who had not stirred their sects and fought Mo Ishian on their own had retreated when she entered the Falling Soul mountain range. Only these relentless pursuers, akin to parasites, remained, true bullies who had broken the rules. As Qin Mu's gaze swept across them, the southern domain prodigies felt a chill run down their spines. As if all their secrets had been exposed, some could not restrain their terror and cried out, "Great Emperor, spare us. We acted out of ignorance, unaware of the esteemed lineage of this young lady, and thus fell into greed. We implore the exalted Emperor for forgiveness." Upon hearing this, the southern domain cultivators outside the abyss began to plead for mercy, bowing repeatedly. The transcendent figure in white, who had just effortlessly obliterated an Empyrean Holy Spirit, was so formidable that even if he were not the legendary ancient emperor, he was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. Thus, in the face of Qin Mu, these proud talents from the southern region were compelled to cast aside all pretenses and notions of dignity, bowing their heads in supplication, hoping for mercy from their adversary. After all, it was a matter of survival, devoid of shame, a moment of unintentional oversight. Listening to the cries for mercy from these southern region elites, a broader smile crept upon Qin Mu's lips, yet his gaze remained as frigid as ever. They spared no effort in employing the might of their sects to pursue him, and yet they dared to claim it was an unintentional mistake. However, observing the multitude of southern region prodigies kneeling outside the godless expanse, Qin Mu did not hasten to strike them down. Instead, he addressed them with an indifferent tone, "This emperor shall not slay you at present." Upon hearing these words, the figures of the southern region elites trembled violently, their faces illuminating with ecstatic joy. The unparalleled being before them had chosen not to execute them? Truly, heaven has favored us. All the southern region prodigies wore expressions of unrestrained delight. Yet, Qin Mu's subsequent words caused their bodies to stiffen, their exuberance instantly frozen in place. "You shall return to your respective sects at once. Upon your return, convey this emperor's decree to your elders. By the day's end, all those within your sect who possess strength surpassing yours must take their own lives. Should this emperor discover that any of your sect's members of greater strength remain alive by the end of today, then your sect shall have no reason to continue existing in this world and shall be erased from existence. To demand that all those within their sect who surpass them in power take their own lives within a single day?" The southern region elites suspected they were hallucinating. Yet the chilling aura enveloping them served as a stark testament that this was indeed reality, not a mere figment of their imagination. An overwhelming sense of fear and coldness swiftly permeated throughout their bodies. While they were indeed prodigies of their respective sects, most possessed only the strength of the nascent soul realm. If all the elders of greater power within their sects were to perish, how would that differ from annihilation? Outside the godless expanse, all the southern region cultivators could not suppress their trembling forms. They had initially believed that the white-clad emperor had spared them, yet it was now evident that this was far from the truth. Not only did he intend to deal with them, but he also sought to confront the formidable powers of their sects. Gazing at the terrified southern region prodigies, Qin Mu's expression remained unchanged, and not a ripple of emotion stirred within his heart. The elders of their sects, driven by greed for the emperor's scriptures, had not hesitated to bully the weak, demonstrating that the entirety of their sect was comprised of unworthy individuals. How fitting it was, they relished in their might, did they not? Let them witness what true bullying entails. Begone. With a wave of his hand, Qin Mu gently swept the group of southern region prodigies away from the Soulfall Mountains. Some prodigies, who were far from their sects, were astonished to find themselves standing before their sect once more. What did this signify? The southern region elites could not help but tremble in awe. This indicated that the white-clad transcendent being had discovered the location of their sect. Should they dare to defy his orders, their entire sect would face obliteration. What news do you bring? Have you acquired the Emperor's scriptures? In a certain sacred land of the south, the Lord of the Sanctum approached with a hearty laugh as he beheld his holy son's return, his gaze intense with anticipation. The Emperor's scriptures, if obtained, even he could comprehend them and reap numerous benefits. The Emperor's scriptures, they have not been acquired. The Holy Son replied, his voice dry and spiritless. Not acquired? The Lord's brow furrowed, discontent evident in his tone. Did I not send 2 elders to assist you? How could a mere girl have escaped? He paused. Where are the 2 elders? The 2 elders, they have likely already taken their own lives. The Holy Son lamented. Lord, You must issue an order for all those within the sanctum who possess strength greater than mine to take their own lives today. Otherwise, our sanctum may well be erased from existence. Take their own lives? Has the Holy Son lost his mind? The Lord's brows knitted in concern as he reached out a hand to the Holy Son's forehead, probing his memories of the day. Upon this examination, the Lord's body went rigid. After a lengthy silence, he emitted a mournful wail, collapsing to the ground. It's over. It's all over. A similar scene unfolded across the various sects and sacred lands of the southern region. Initially, these sects believed the requests made by their prodigious disciples to be a jest. However, upon delving into their disciples' memories, they were astounded to discover that it was all true. An existence akin to an emperor had indeed decreed that they must take their own lives. This was the decree of an emperor. Who in the world would dare defy it? The southern region powers had no doubt that if they chose to disregard this command, that fearsome figure in white would undoubtedly fulfill his promise and annihilate their sects, erasing them from the annals of history. What does it truly mean to bully the weak? This was the quintessence of bullying. The most critical aspect was that these sects found themselves utterly speechless, for they had been the ones to engage in oppression, breaking the rules first, and now they were merely facing the consequences of their actions. These sects understood that if they complied with the decree of the white-clad emperor, their sects would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses, perhaps even becoming incapable of recovery. Yet, as long as their sect's name remained, there was still a chance for resurgence in the future. However, should they refuse to obey, it was likely that by the end of this day, their sect's name would be irrevocably erased from existence. Wherever the emperor's decree reached, who would dare to disobey? Thus, a scene that would send ripples throughout the entire southern region unfolded. On this day, countless sects within the southern region witnessed their elders and masters voluntarily choosing to end their own lives. Those unwilling to accept such a fate were often coerced into self-destruction by their fellow sect members. In an instant, the southern region was draped in mourning attire, as sects donned white in sorrow. Chapter 110, Protecting the Master, Unmatched and Supreme, Upgrading the Imperial Weapon. The entire southern region was thrown into chaos. Especially those sects unaware of the unfolding events were left in utter shock. What could have transpired within these sects? Why had their elders and powerful figures opted for self-termination? Had they all succumbed to madness? Even the leaders of sacred grounds could not escape the fate of self-destruction. The most perplexing part was that there seemed to be no coercion. These sects appeared to act of their own volition. Such malevolence was truly insidious. Encountering such a sinister phenomenon, which transpired in more than one sect, the remaining powers in the southern region were eager to uncover the truth and thus flocked to the afflicted sects for investigation. Ultimately, the revelations they unearthed sent shockwaves through every faction in the southern region. The reason behind the elders and leaders taking their own lives, unwilling to succumb to such a fate, was that an unparalleled emperor had issued a decree. The cause of this emperor's wrath. It is due to the indiscretions of these sects that they have covertly employed their powers to strike against the disciples of the supreme deity. No wonder I remark that these factions have gone mad. The formidable beings within their ranks, who still possess ample lifespans, willingly choose to pass into oblivion one after another. It turns out they are acting under imperial edicts. This revelation sends chills down my spine. My own disciples had previously engaged in combat with a disciple of that emperor. Yet the sect remained undisturbed, allowing us to narrowly escape disaster. These sects have indeed met with misfortune, having offended the exalted emperor. Their demise is hardly unwarranted. Across the entire southern region, powerful beings lamented, finding the plight of these sects to be exceptionally tragic, having committed such a grievous transgression. While they expressed sympathy for the misfortune of these factions, none dared to claim the actions of the contemporary emperor were excessive. What defines an emperor-level powerhouse? In the vast expanse of the continent, they are indisputably invincible entities. When a sovereign of imperial stature reigns, all beings across the continent must bow in reverence, demonstrating their submission. In times past, when an emperor held dominion over the continent, there were countless instances where disrespect towards such figures resulted in annihilation and extinction of entire clans. The ancient emperors were inherently sacred and inviolable. To provoke imperial might is to court death. No one has ever deemed the annihilation of those who dared to challenge their authority by ancient emperors as cruel or unacceptable. The vast continent is unequivocally a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. The powerful possess everything, while the weak possess nothing. The notion of equality among all beings is a concept that does not apply to this world. Within the abyss of annihilation, Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as tranquil as still water, seemingly absorbing the entirety of the southern region's landscape. The movements of the southern region factions that had previously targeted Mo Xian were utterly transparent to Qin Mu's discerning eyes. Did these factions not revel in their might to bully the weak? Pray tell, if I were to command all the strong within your sect to commit self-immolation, leaving your sect devoid of any power, how then would you continue to exert your influence? This shall be Qin Mu's retribution against these factions. Should any faction entertain the notion of defiance against his orders after this day, he would not hesitate to obliterate them from the continent entirely. After observing the commotion in the southern region for a while, Qin Mu turned his gaze slightly towards the resolute young woman standing like a tender sprout beneath a stubborn stone, his expression softening. You have been away from the sect for several months now. Your senior brothers and sisters miss you dearly. Do you not intend to return and pay them a visit? Hearing her master's gentle words, Mo Ishian felt a pang of emotion. The months spent in the celestial forbidden zone had undoubtedly been the happiest days of her life since parting from her sister. Did she not yearn to return to the celestial forbidden zone and reunite with her senior brothers and sisters? Yet, she feared that if she returned to the warmth of her sect, she might lack the courage to leave once more. Master, I have uncovered information regarding my sister's whereabouts, and I wish to continue the pursuit. I do not wish to give up, Mo Ishian said softly, lowering her head. All is as you wish. Just remember, the sect is your greatest support and backing, Qin Mu replied, not attempting to dissuade her, merely ruffling her hair with a gentle hand. You may depart. I must remain here for another day. Qin Mu, with his hands behind his back, faced the southern region, his eyes gently closing. Yes, Mo Ishian replied respectfully, bowing to his retreating figure. Watching the majestic and unparalleled silhouette clad in white, her heart was filled with a profound sense of warmth and protection. She understood well why her master chose to linger in the southern region for an additional day. It was undoubtedly to seek vengeance for her. Those sects in the southern region that had previously bullied her under the guise of their sect's influence would face utter annihilation should they dare defy her master's orders when the sun rose the following day. With this thought, Mo Ishian felt not only gratitude and warmth, but also a surge of pride and admiration. Joining the celestial forbidden zone and becoming her master's disciple was undoubtedly the most astute decision of her life. This is the celestial forbidden zone. This is the lord of the celestial realm, and this is her master. Even if it is merely a trace of power imprinted within a jade pendant, manifested here, it is enough to instill reverence in the southern region, compelling all its factions to bow in submission. The arrival of her master to exact vengeance was not through direct confrontation to eradicate these sects, but through the issuance of imperial decrees, compelling the strong within these factions to take matters into their own hands and bring about their own demise. This is the true essence of looking down upon the world. This is the ultimate manifestation of unparalleled dominance. The edicts of her master are akin to heavenly commands to those sects, unassailable and beyond reproach. When heaven calls for your demise, how dare you resist? Mo Ishian quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, the manifestation of Qin Mu's power remained in place, awaiting the dawn of the next day. During this time, he meticulously stored all the supreme divine gold he had scavenged from the abyss of annihilation into his spatial ring, sending it back to the celestial forbidden zone. Within the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu first placed the fist-sized phoenix blood-red gold beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, a place brimming with spiritual energy. He then arranged the 9 types of celestial gold before him. Gazing at the radiant array of celestial gold, Qin Mu retrieved the Tai Wang sword, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes. Now that I have gathered the 9 types of celestial gold, can I upgrade the Tai Wang sword to a celestial artifact? As his inquiry echoed, the system's voice resonated in his ears. System is detecting. Beep. Detection complete. The host has gathered all necessary supreme celestial gold for the crafting of a celestial artifact. Shall the upgrade proceed immediately? Yes, Qin Mu commanded without the slightest hesitation. With the accumulation of various rewards and the growth of his power, the mere supreme imperial weapon no longer held his interest. Equipping himself with a celestial artifact was more befitting of his current status. Chapter 111. Supreme Methods. Crafting Celestial Weaponry. The Great Change of the Vast Expanse. Beep. Upgrading Supreme Imperial Weapon. As Qin Mu's command was issued, the 9 types of celestial gold emanated a hazy and mystical glow, encircling the Tai Wang sword as if undergoing a transformative process. As time passed, those 9 indestructible celestial golds flowed like water, merging into the Tai Wang sword. The form of the Tai Wang sword began to undergo a remarkable transformation. After a full cup of tea's worth of time, the original dragon patterns adorning the surface of the Tai Wang sword faded away, replaced by a mysterious 9-colored chaotic hue, and the system's prompt resonated once more. Beep. The main body of the celestial sword has been successfully forged. The host must complete its spirit and soul to upgrade it into a complete celestial weapon. Complete the spirit and soul? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. On the vast continent, all powerful artifacts possess their own spirits. The birth of a weapon spirit can occur in two ways, either through the passage of extensive time, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and evolving autonomously, or by forcibly binding a powerful spirit within to create a weapon spirit. For Qin Mu, the first method would take far too long. He was not inclined to wait. The second method, while expedient, was beneath his contempt. Was there no third method available? Qin Mu stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. Suddenly, he recalled the Emperor Dao's sacred spirit he had just vanquished in the South Domain's silent god ruins. The rapid emergence of its sentience stemmed from its consumption of the intellect and souls of living beings, to siphon the wisdom and souls of myriad beings. Qin Mu murmured softly. Such a nefarious act of self-degradation was something he would never partake in. However, perhaps there existed an alternative possibility. By drawing upon the thoughts and feelings of humanity, harnessing the essence of mortal realms, one could forge a spirit for the celestial sword. A glimmer illuminated Qin Mu's eyes. As he seemed to have conceived a method to create the sword spirit, he gently closed his eyes, unleashing his divine consciousness, which radiated outward, unfurling across the vast expanse of the continent in an instant. Then, that boundless and overwhelming force of divine awareness transformed into a colossal, formless hand, sweeping over the vast land. Utilizing the trifling essence of humanity, I shall forge my celestial weapon. Qin Mu spoke calmly, as the invisible hand descended, brushing past countless beings of the human race upon the vast continent. In this current era, the human race reigned supreme, existing throughout the 5 domains. Thus, the foundation upon which Qin Mu would forge this celestial sword spirit was inherently linked to the vast populace of humanity. At that moment, everything that resided within the minds of the human beings across the continent was perceived by Qin Mu, encapsulated within that formless divine hand. The sparks of thought colliding. The history of civilization's evolution, everything was contained within. By drawing upon the thoughts of the living, transmuting them into the essence of the mortal realm, he would birth a spirit for the celestial weapon. This technique surpassed the method employed by the Emperor Dao's sacred spirit to harvest souls by several magnitudes. What Qin Mu absorbed was merely the cognitive essence of the beings on the vast continent, posing no harm to them. Indeed, none of the living beings were even aware of the events that had transpired. Only within several life-restricted zones on the continent did a series of bewildered gazes ignite, sensing a vague disturbance, yet unaware of its origin. Gather. Qin Mu clasped his hands, enclosing the essence of thoughts within the confines of his palm. He then infused the essence of the mortal realm into the newly formed celestial sword. As the boundless energy of the mortal realm flowed into it, the celestial sword illuminated, gradually awakening its sentience, while even the patterns and form upon its surface began to transform. The body of the celestial sword radiated 9-colored chaotic brilliance, with chaotic celestial lights swirling from either side, exuding an unparalleled aura. On one side of the blade, the engravings depicted the vast and changing tides of history. On the other, the human race's struggles, their humble beginnings amidst untamed wilderness, chronicling the changes of time. Within the sword's body, countless figures of humanity flickered into view, including the formidable emperors who suppressed all, valiant cultivators in pursuit of the Tao, and tenacious mortals striving for survival. These myriad phantoms encapsulated the entire history of the human race's evolution and distilled the essence of the mortal world's energy. The celestial sword glowed, soaring into Qin Mu's grasp, vibrating autonomously as if expressing exuberant joy. This celestial sword had indeed birthed its own intellect. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully forging a celestial artifact. Please name the celestial sword. Qin Mu gazed down at the sword in his palm. The newly birthed celestial sword, sacred and transcendent, bore no resemblance to the former supreme emperor's sword. Having undergone a complete metamorphosis, it was a brand new celestial weapon, wholly distinct from the prior supreme emperor's sword. Since it was forged from the essence of the mortal realm, it shall henceforth be known as the Sword of Humanity. Qin Mu spoke with calm conviction. Having settled on a name for the celestial sword, crafted from the thoughts of living beings, forged from the essence of the mortal realm, this is the Sword of Humanity. With a hum, as Qin Mu named the celestial sword, the vast heavens seemed to respond, manifesting boundless phenomena above the celestial domain. Golden lotuses blossomed in the void. Divine conch shells resounded ceaselessly, and the 4 symbols appeared in succession, an extraordinary spectacle celebrating the birth of a supreme celestial artifact. What transpired? Within the celestial domain, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and others were all astounded by the sudden celestial phenomena. Yet, upon witnessing the boundless manifestations descending towards the celestial hall, their astonishment quickly dissipated. It was evident that this magnificent display was instigated by their revered master. As it was the doing of their master, such phenomena were merely trivial and hardly warranting curiosity. Grasping the sword of humanity, Qin Mu felt the immense power coursing through its form, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. He could sense that the sword of humanities might far surpass that of the so-called supreme emperor weapons. Should he wield the sword of humanity now, he could effortlessly sever ordinary supreme emperor weapons. Such was the terrifying power of the red dust celestial weapon, the sword of humanity. With a hum, as the sword of humanity came into being, it seemed that every living being on the vast continent heard a voice resonating from the heavens. That voice was akin to the first melody that emerged after the creation of the world, dispelling endless darkness, echoing into the ears of all beings. Qin Mu too sensed this, gazing up towards the expansive heavens. At that moment, standing at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, he acutely felt that a transformation was unfolding within the vast cosmos. Not only did the spiritual energy in the environment grow denser, but even the myriad paths of heaven and earth became clearer, more easily perceived and cultivated. This sensation mirrored the resurgence of spiritual energy as he had read in novels. Yet the changes occurring on the vast continent were far more intense than mere spiritual revival. Chapter 112. The Great Era approaches, the ancient races, disciples depart. Could this be a precursor to the impending Great Era? Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze distant, surveying the heavens beyond. As the spiritual energy of the vast cosmos thickened, and the myriad paths became more perceptible, it undoubtedly signified that the beings on the vast continent would find their cultivation both simpler and swifter in the future. In time, the so-called prodigies and anomalies would likely emerge from the vast continent like bamboo shoots after a rain. Furthermore, Qin Mu slightly lowered his gaze, shifting his attention from the heavens to the 5 domains within the vast expanse. He could distinctly sense that, alongside the transformations of the cosmos, some ancient beings, long dormant, seemed to be stirred, yearning for revival. In the southern domain of the vast continent, within a certain desolate expanse, the mountains stretched endlessly, the forests dark as ink, silver waterfalls cascading, and bizarre rocks jutting forth, resembling a realm beyond the world. Suddenly, from the tallest peak, purple light surged into the sky, intertwining with the heavens, piercing outward into the domain beyond, casting the sky in deep purple hues. Within that mountain, a towering figure, crowned with twin horns and adorned with a mane of thick purple hair, sat cross-legged amidst a resplendent divine source. The world has changed, after countless years of waiting. Has the time finally come for my kin to emerge? An obscure and ancient resonance emanated from this divine source, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Has it truly been several 100,000 years? How I long for the ancient era when all races thrived and heroes abounded. In days of yore, the fundamental laws of heaven and earth underwent a monumental transformation, no longer favoring our ancient beings in their cultivation. In pursuit of self-preservation, we were compelled to seal ourselves and the most distinguished members of our kin, awaiting a brighter future. At long last, the heavens and earth have once again shifted, ushering in an era more conducive to the cultivation of our ancient races. Amidst the towering peaks, immense and formidable ancient consciousnesses soared skyward, converging and colliding within the void. Ultimately, these venerable beings of antiquity reached a unanimous decision to unseal their kin, re-emerging into the vast expanse of the world. The occurrences in this locale merely represent a minuscule reflection of the greater happenings across the vast continent. As the realms transform, countless slumbering races throughout the 5 domains of the expansive land awaken, fervently preparing to break their seals and re-enter the earthly realm. In the eastern wilderness domain, within the celestial forbidden zone, the disciples, including Xianxian and Xianxiaaudiobooks, though not perceiving the changes with stark clarity, felt an undeniable shift. Consequently, they gathered at the celestial main hall, seeking enlightenment from their master. A grand era is upon us. Observing his disciples, Qin Mu spoke calmly, offering a revelation that left them astounded. The awakening of the vast heavens and earth heralds an era more favorable for cultivation. In the days to come, an abundance of prodigious talents and exceptional individuals will emerge from this revitalized world. Qin Mu elucidated that with the transformation of the cosmos, many ancient races, long dormant, will awaken and return to the mortal realm. Those ancient beings that have remained sealed since antiquity are undoubtedly the elite of their generation, possessing the worthiness and qualifications to emerge once more. They shall stand as challengers and rivals on your path to achieving the imperial realm. Do not underestimate them. The arrival of a grand era? The resurgence of ancient races? As they absorbed Qin Mu's explanation, Xianxian, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and the other disciples were profoundly shaken. Ancient races? Could they be akin to the ancient royal family that once intruded upon our celestial forbidden zone? Luo Bingyao could not restrain herself from speaking. In the past, when Qin Mu descended upon the ancient Path City and took in Yi Chun as his disciple, he encountered beings from the ancient royal mountain, who sought to pry into the celestial realm. These beings hailed from one of the ancient races, the Purple Spirit Clan. Indeed, Qin Mu nodded slightly. Observing the affirmation from their master, Luo Bingyao, Shi Tian, and the others could not help but adopt solemn expressions. The ancient royal being they had encountered was immensely powerful. But misfortune befell it when it trespassed into the celestial forbidden zone, ultimately succumbing to their master's might, resulting in a tragic fate. These ancient races existed eons ago on the vast continent, albeit in varied forms and appearances. Only those races capable of producing beings of the sacred realm are bestowed with the title of ancient royalty. Without a doubt, the ancient races poised to awaken on this vast continent are predominantly ancient royal lineages. Those of lesser strength likely perished in the annals of history. Every being that remains sealed to this day is undoubtedly a paragon of their ancient race. The vast continent is on the brink of chaos. Shi Tian could not help but exclaim. Presently, the human race predominates within the 5 domains of the vast continent. Will the ancient races, awakened from eons of slumber, willingly acquiesce to the dominion of humanity? It is foreseeable that conflicts and strife will inevitably arise. In an instant, a sense of urgency and exhilaration surged within Shi Tian and his companions. The urgency stemmed from the transformation of the vast cosmos and the awakening of ancient races. They felt their current strength was too feeble to contend with such monumental upheavals. The exhilaration arose from the impending grand era, as they, the disciples of the celestial realm and the contemporaneous prodigies, were finally poised to showcase their brilliance. Master, I wish to venture beyond the celestial forbidden zone. Shi Tian was the first to kneel, earnestly requesting Qin Mu's permission. He had spent nearly a year in the celestial forbidden zone, diligently cultivating, and now felt it was time to step into the world. Additionally, he had the grievances of the Shi family awaiting resolution in the secular realm. Master, I too wish to embark on a journey. Upon witnessing Shi Tian's fervor, the other disciples, unwilling to lag behind, knelt and made their requests. The urgency of the approaching grand era compelled them to enhance their strength swiftly, in preparation for the inevitable challenges that lay ahead. The second disciple, Xianxia, sought to leave the celestial forbidden zone to seek out hidden realms and treasures within the vast continent, based on her memories from 10,000 years hence, intending to bolster her power. The third disciple, Yi Chun, possessing the ancient sacred body, understood that only through relentless combat could he refine his formidable strength, thus desiring to venture forth. The fifth disciple, Lin Xianbai, as a sword cultivator, shared a similar sentiment with Yi Chun. Recognizing that true sword masters are forged through battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, mere seclusion would not suffice to cultivate a true master. Even Luo Bingyao, an outer disciple, yearned to embark on her own journey, not out of ambition, but to ensure she would not fall behind her fellow disciples in the forthcoming grand era. In that moment, the disciples collectively beseeched their master for permission to leave the celestial realm and embark on their journeys. Faced with their earnest requests, Qin Mu found no reason to deny them. Very well, you may go, he replied calmly, nodding in agreement. Chapter 113, Passing Down the Sacred Method. The Strife of the Grand Era, Elders of the Imperial Realm. The Grand Era is on the horizon. Remaining sheltered beneath the wing of the celestial realm will ultimately hinder their accomplishments. Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, Lin Xianbai, and the other disciples, yearning to attain the supreme imperial realm upon the vast continent, must endure a tempest of blood and strife, tread upon the bones of countless foes. Before they can ascend to this legendary apex, the path to imperial ascension is paved with bones. Throughout history, which sovereign has not traversed the endless battlegrounds, vanquishing their contemporaries, only to behold an absence of rivals before they could forge their path to becoming an emperor? Thus, it is only natural that Shi Tian and his peers, desiring to depart the celestial forbidden zone and venture into the world, received no objection from Qin Mu. They had diligently cultivated in the celestial forbidden zone for long enough. It was time for them to enter the world, to experience and test their skills. Upon receiving their master's consent, Shi Tian and the others promptly departed, preparing their belongings for their journey beyond the celestial forbidden zone. However, before their departure, Qin Mu called Yi Chun aside. Is your cultivation of the great sacred body technique at an impasse? He inquired. In the past, Yi Chun had acquired the technique within the Linglong Dao Tower, which only detailed the cultivation up to the Golden Core stage. Now that Yi Chun had surpassed the nascent soul realm, the ancient technique could no longer sustain his advancement. Master, indeed, I can no longer cultivate the great sacred body technique, Yi Chun replied, scratching his head. As he prepared for his journey, he not only aimed to hone his combat prowess, but also hoped to discover the inheritance of the sacred body. Yet, Qin Mu's forthcoming words left Yi Chun momentarily speechless. The method of cultivating the sacred body, though I had not encountered it prior to this moment, is akin to countless paths converging towards a singular destination. Today, I shall elucidate this for you, paving the way ahead. Qin Mu spoke leisurely, his gaze fixed upon Yi Chun, his eyes swirling with various extraordinary visions. Moments passed, and Qin Mu slowly raised his hand, placing a finger upon Yi Chun's forehead. This scroll contains the entirety of the cultivation methods for the sacred body, from the nascent soul realm to the celestial phenomenon realm. Once you have completed this portion of your training, I shall bestow upon you the subsequent teachings. As his words fell, a torrent of intricate and vast ancestral memories surged from Qin Mu's fingertip, flooding into Yi Chun's mind. As he absorbed the profound cultivation memories from the depths of his consciousness, Yi Chun was astonished. He could distinctly sense that the methods imparted by his master were the most complete and flawless techniques achievable by the archaic sacred body across various realms. Yet, it was not this that left Yi Chun in utter disbelief. What truly astounded him was that his master had merely glanced at him twice. And yet all this knowledge was deduced. What a terrifying prowess this is. Yi Chun's heart brimmed with both shock and elation. He had initially thought that finding suitable methods for cultivating the sacred body during this worldly experience would be an arduous task. However, with his master's intervention, this dilemma was resolved in an instant. After imparting the subsequent methods of cultivation to Yi Chun, the disciples of the inner sanctum of the celestial realm began to depart from the forbidden zone. As they exited, a sudden voice echoed in Qin Mu's ears. Ding! A monumental change has been detected in the vast cosmos. A resplendent golden era is about to dawn. In the golden era, dragons and snakes shall rise. Myriad clans shall thrive, and heroes shall emerge. Who among them will seize the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle and achieve an unparalleled position? Ding! Quest. The struggle of the great era has been unlocked. Quest requirement. Before the conclusion of the golden era, all of the host's direct disciples, currently 5, must attain the status of emperor to consider the quest a success. Accepting the quest reward. Upon acceptance of this quest, an 11-star supreme gift pack will be awarded. Completion reward. Upon successful completion of the quest, a 12-star immortal level gift pack will be awarded. Listening to the voice that resonated beside him, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. A world of strife? To cultivate all his direct disciples into emperors? The most crucial point was that merely accepting this quest would yield a supreme gift pack. Moreover, upon task completion, a gift surpassing the supreme gift pack would be granted, and failure would incur no penalties. What was there to hesitate about? Naturally, he would accept the quest without delay. Regardless, even if the system did not issue this task, Qin Mu's ambition was to nurture his disciples towards the legendary realm of emperors. Without a shred of doubt, Qin Mu accepted the quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the quest, the struggle of the great era. Ding! The host's acceptance of the quest has been detected. A supreme gift pack has been awarded. A supreme gift pack. An expression of anticipation flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. The last time he opened a supreme gift pack was long ago. System, open the supreme gift pack. Qin Mu commanded. Ding! The supreme gift pack has been opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an absolutely loyal emperor-level powerhouse. Realm, early emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special item, dreamlike divine essence pool. As the supreme gift pack unfurled, a figure radiating an unparalleled aura slowly materialized before Qin Mu. She was a stunning woman clad in a red dress, her beauty captivating and her demeanor enchanting. Upon appearing, she immediately restrained all her aura and respectfully knelt before Qin Mu, addressing him. Subordinate Meng Jiu pays respects to the sect master, an emperor-level subordinate. Observing Meng Jiu kneeling in reverence before him, Qin Mu's expression brightened with delight. He had not anticipated that this supreme gift pack would yield an emperor-level powerhouse. Although Meng Jiu's strength was only at the early emperor stage, an emperor is still an emperor. No being below that realm, regardless of the number of supreme divine weapons employed, could rival an early emperor's might. With Meng Jiu at his side, matters such as suppressing the Wanbao Immortal Tower or the Miaoxian dynasty could now be effortlessly delegated to her. Moreover, if a mere supreme gift pack could summon an emperor-level powerhouse, what kind of legendary existence might the immortal-level gift pack reward upon completing the Great Era quest? Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be an elder of my celestial lineage. Holding a rank above elders Feng Zhe and Zhao Tsong, Qin Mu indicated with a nod. After settling Meng Jiu and introducing her to Feng Zhe and Zhao Tsong, Qin Mu's gaze shifted to the second reward, a miniature spirit pool shrouded in colorful celestial mist, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Dreamlike Divine Essence Pool contains dreamlike divine essence, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. After selecting a location for placement, planting rare stones and divine herbs within will accelerate their growth. Chapter 114, Nurturing Sacred Spirits. Royal Assembly, the Celestial Clan. Upon reading the description of the dreamlike divine essence pool, Qin Mu fell into contemplation. Presently, within the celestial stronghold, there existed the Apothecary King's Garden, which enhanced the growth rate of various spiritual plants and treasures cultivated there. The dreamlike divine essence pool seemed to share some similarities with the Apothecary King's Garden in its efficacy. The sole distinction was that the dreamlike divine essence pool also aided in the growth of rare stones. Could it be that the growth attributed to this dreamlike divine essence pool extends beyond merely hastening the maturation of spiritual herbs, perhaps to the extent of fostering spiritual intelligence? Qin Mu raised his hand slightly, casually placing the dreamlike divine essence pool adjacent to the Apothecary King's Garden. The entire pool spanned several dozen meters, flowing with a dreamlike five-colored luminescence. Then, Qin Mu positioned the human-sized phoenix blood golden essence in the center of the dreamlike divine essence pool. As soon as the phoenix blood golden essence was placed within, the ethereal five-colored mist in the pool seemed to find its target, converging around the essence and enveloping it, as if nurturing its growth. Before long, Qin Mu's formidable spiritual sense detected an almost imperceptible wave of spiritual fluctuation emanating from the direction of the phoenix blood golden essence, conveying a sense of joy and exhilaration. Is the dreamlike divine essence pool truly this miraculous? Feeling that delicate wave, Qin Mu was slightly astonished. He had merely placed the phoenix blood golden essence down, and it was already exhibiting signs of spiritual awareness? Although this flicker of consciousness was still feeble, possessing only the most rudimentary instincts, with time, it might very well evolve into true sentience, potentially transforming into an immortal sacred spirit one day. Satisfied with the phoenix blood golden essence nestled within the dreamlike divine essence pool, Qin Mu returned to the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, leisurely savoring the ancient tea. With the golden era approaching, it bore no relevance to him. Attaining the status of emperor? Please, he was already at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Why would he seek validation? Joyfully, one may proclaim the golden age. Yet, in moments of discontent, a single individual can unleash devastation upon the vast expanse, transforming this golden age into an era of desolation. Such is the overwhelming nature of invincibility. The celestial disciples have begun to descend into the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Qin Mu relishes the rare tranquility, spending his days either savoring tea or accompanying old Huang on hunts for various primordial relics, subsequently returning to prepare exquisite dishes. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has elapsed. During this period, although the celestial forbidden zone remains as serene as ever, the entire Kangmang realm has begun to stir with turbulent undercurrents, a stark contrast to its former tranquility, as numerous ancient royal clans have awakened from their slumber. Within the 5 domains of Kangmang, the human race is the most populous, occupying the largest swath of territory. With the resurgence of many ancient royal families from the bygone era, these erstwhile rulers of the Kangmang continent are now poised to reclaim vast expanses of land as their own. Consequently, conflicts with humanity are almost inevitable. The territories of the Feather King's domain, the Demon Dragon Abyss, the Divine Lion Cave, and the Celestial Butterfly Forest are all witnessing the revival of once mighty ancient clans, quietly brewing a campaign against humanity. In the East Wilderness, a towering city stands amidst the wilds. It is evident that this divine city is constructed from remarkably new materials, suggesting its recent establishment. The denizens traversing its streets are not of the human race, but rather an array of ancient beings. This place is known as the Ancient King City, a venue for the leaders of the resurgent ancient races to convene. At this moment, within the depths of the Ancient King City, in a grand hall of imposing stature, numerous thrones rise majestically. Upon these thrones sit formidable entities exuding a terrifying aura. These individuals are the leaders of the recently awakened ancient races, legendary figures known as the Ancient Kings. In contemporary terms, they occupy a realm akin to that of human saints. Within this magnificent hall, there are dozens of these ancient kings gathered, representing the profound heritage of the ancient royal families. Even with only a fraction of the ancient clans revived, their mere assembly is sufficient to gather numerous powerful beings of saintly caliber. As time has passed since their awakening, the ancient kings commenced discussions on how their clans should return to the Kangmang realm. A venerable voice resonated from one of the thrones, echoing throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, the ancient kings eagerly chimed in. What need is there for deliberation? Naturally, We shall reign supreme and announce to the entire Kangmang continent that the former rulers have returned. But currently, it appears the rulers of the Kangmang continent are the human race. The human race? Once a lowly species, surviving in the cracks and serving as mere sustenance for us. Now they dare to claim dominion over Kangmang? Truly, in the absence of tigers, monkeys assume the throne. Humph. Could it be that the Tiger King harbors misgivings about my sacred spirit ape clan? Ahem, my words were merely metaphorical. The ancient kings exchanged thoughts, their minds colliding in discourse. The sentiment was largely uniform. They believed humanity was unworthy of occupying such vast territories. As a once subordinate race to the ancient clans, with their return, humanity ought to revert to its rightful place, to become subservient, to serve as flesh and blood sustenance, to live in perpetual fear. This is humanity's rightful station. However, while these ancient kings expressed their discontent with humanity's current status, they were also aware that, after eons of evolution, the once weak human race may have grown significantly. Thus, after their revival, the ancient clans chose not to act hastily, but rather convened to strategize. Ahem. An elderly cough interrupted the discussions, silencing the assembly as they turned to the source of the sound. An ancient figure, surrounded by a shimmering aura and bearing 2 pairs of pure white wings, stood before them. It was evident that this aged ancient king represented a highly esteemed ancient race among the assembled. Feather King, what is your perspective? Inquired a towering, red-haired ancient king, his tone grave as he sought the opinion of the winged elder. The Feather Clan, one of the notable ancient royal families, is indeed a formidable presence among the ancient races. Yet, the reason the other ancient kings regard the Feather Clan with such trepidation lies not solely in their royal lineage, but also in their affiliation with the Celestial Forbidden Zone. As a subsidiary of the Celestial Realm, it is said that the Feather Clan reaped numerous benefits after the fall of the Celestial ruler, and rumors abound that their downfall was intricately linked to the Feather Clan's machinations. Chapter 115. The Feather Clan's conspiracy to dominate the Celestial Realm and intimidate humanity. As the gaze of the ancient kings settled upon him, the elderly Feather Clan king cleared his throat and spoke slowly. We, the Feather Clan, are among the earliest to awaken. Since our revival, we have come to understand and investigate the developments of the human race over the years. Though several human emperors have emerged, rivaling the ancient sovereigns of yore, presently, there are no great emperors among them. Moreover, the overall strength of humanity is not particularly formidable. Their existence at the saintly level is merely the foundation of their major sections. If our clans unite, overpowering humanity would not be a daunting task, albeit at a certain cost. Upon hearing the words of the Feather Clan's elder, one ancient king could not contain himself, asking, "Are you suggesting that we should unite to resist humanity?" Ahem, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The Feather King's eyes flickered as he spoke in a venerable tone. We of the Feather Clan have little interest in occupying vast territories. Our sole desire is to return to the Celestial Forbidden Zone. As one of the ancient royal families, and a former vassal of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, the Feather Clan had initially intended to seize numerous advantages following the Celestial ruler's demise. However, fearing potential repercussions, they hastily withdrew from the Forbidden Zone after a brief period of plunder. Originally, the Feather Clan planned to bide their time, waiting for the opportune moment to migrate en masse into the Celestial Forbidden Zone, establishing their dominance. Yet, during their waiting period, the Kangmang realm underwent significant upheaval, rendering it unsuitable for the cultivation of ancient races. Left with no choice, the Feather Clan sealed away their elite members, awaiting the day they could once again emerge. As for their aspirations to dominate the Celestial Forbidden Zone, those ambitions were set aside. Upon their resurgence, the Feather Clan quickly grasped the situation, only to discover that the Celestial Forbidden Zone had been occupied by others. Moreover, those who occupied the Forbidden Zone were openly recruiting human disciples, indicating a deep connection with humanity. As a former vassal of the Celestial Realm, now aspiring to seize the Celestial Forbidden Zone, how could the Feather Clan resign themselves to the fact that the coveted Celestial Forbidden Zone is now under the dominion of others? If the Feather Clan harbors intentions towards the Celestial Forbidden Zone and has no desire to contest the territories of the human race, what purpose do they serve by appearing here today? The assembly of the ancient kings in the ancient king city is convened to deliberate on strategies against the human race, not to discuss other matters. One of the ancient kings expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "We have gathered here today to strategize against the human race. Yet you claim your only interest lies in the Celestial Forbidden Zone? Dear friends, do not misconstrue my intentions. Our clan's return to the Celestial Forbidden Zone does not conflict with our discussions on how to confront the human race. It could even prove to be immensely advantageous." The ancient king of the Feather Clan replied with a knowing smile. "According to my investigations, The current occupants of the celestial forbidden zone have solicited disciples from the human race, thus establishing intricate connections with them. One might even assert that they are part of the human race. In this eastern wilderness domain, the celestial forbidden zone holds significant prestige and reputation, overshadowing even the most powerful sacred lands and sections. Consider this. If our clan were to eradicate the beings within that forbidden zone and successfully assume control, what a monumental blow it would deal to the human race in the eastern wilderness, and indeed to the entirety of the 5 regions. At that juncture, leveraging this residual power, compelling the human race to cede their territories would be a trivial task. Listening to the words of the ancient king of the Feather Clan, the other ancient kings instinctively nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his claims. Indeed, the celestial forbidden zone commands great respect among the human race. Even the most formidable sacred lands and sects feel inferior in its presence. Should the ancient clans succeed in subduing the celestial forbidden zone, such power would be sufficient to instill fear in all of humanity. At that point, issuing commands or demanding territorial concessions from the terrified human race would be an effortless endeavor. So, the intention of the Feather King is for us to join forces with the Feather Clan to assault the celestial forbidden zone, thereby establishing a precedent to intimidate the vast human race. One ancient king thundered, but what if the beings within the celestial forbidden zone prove to be excessively powerful, rendering us incapable of contending with them? I am somewhat acquainted with the history of the celestial forbidden zone. Its most illustrious achievement merely involved annihilating a being suspected to be a quasi-emperor, utilizing the great formation enveloping the forbidden zone. The ancient king of the Feather Clan remarked with a confident smile. This serves as sufficient evidence that the being within the forbidden zone relies solely on the power of the formations left behind by the celestial realm to instill dread across the world. Our clan, as former vassals of the celestial forbidden zone, possesses methods to enter it unscathed. Historically, the Feather Clan dwelled outside the celestial forbidden zone, and after the fall of its sovereign, they could only venture inside briefly to scavenge before hastily retreating. Thus, their understanding of the conditions within the celestial forbidden zone is rather limited. The ancient king of the Feather Clan surmised that the current great formation of the celestial realm must have existed since the ancient era, and the Feather Clan had previously possessed the privilege to enter the forbidden zone, which is why they had never triggered its formidable powers. Presently, the manifestation of this great formation indicates that the current intruders lack the qualifications to enter the celestial forbidden zone. As for how the beings inside the celestial forbidden zone gained access, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in the eyes of the ancient king of the Feather Clan. In the past, the vassal races of the celestial realm were not limited to the Feather Clan alone. It was merely the Feather Clan that displayed the audacity to enter and scavenge the forbidden zone immediately following the fall of its sovereign. With the passage of time, other vassal races of the celestial realm have likely perished. The reason the current occupants of the celestial forbidden zone can traverse it unhindered is likely due to possessing tokens or methods obtained from other vassal races. Therefore, you need only assist from the sidelines while our Feather Clan leads the charge, penetrating the celestial forbidden zone to eradicate its inhabitants, allowing our clan to successfully claim dominion over it. In return, once we have established control over the celestial forbidden zone, we can aid you in intimidating the human race into relinquishing their territories for the benefit of your royal clans. As for any lands outside the celestial forbidden zone, we shall take not a single grain. What say you to this arrangement? The ancient king of the Feather Clan proposed, his tone laden with significance. Chapter 116, The Kings Assemble. Eastern wilderness in turmoil, ignored. Upon hearing the words of the ancient king of the Feather Clan, the other ancient kings fell into contemplation. The Feather Clan seeks to dominate the celestial forbidden zone, with the corresponding price being their assistance in intimidating humanity while claiming no recompense for any other territories. This arrangement seems feasible. After all, they need only dispatch their strongest to support the Feather Clan. Should the celestial forbidden zone indeed harbor dangers, it is the Feather Clan that will face them first. With this thought, the ancient kings of the other clans began to nod in agreement, tacitly consenting to the conditions set forth by the ancient king of the Feather Clan. Cough, cough, since all of you have consented. The ancient king of the Feather Clan noted, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed the nodding agreement of the other ancient kings. Let us not delay. One day hence, we shall gather outside the celestial forbidden zone and breach its confines. Within the ancient king city, the deliberations of the ancient kings concluded. In just a day's time, the entire eastern wilderness was engulfed in a sensation of upheaval. Numerous prominent factions of the human race became acutely aware of the movements of these resurgent ancient royal families. Countless powerful beings from the ancient clans, unabashedly revealing their auras, converged towards a specific location outside the celestial forbidden zone, their overwhelming presence reverberating throughout the heavens, capturing the attention of all. What do these ancient races intend to do? After a brief period of silence following their revival, have they finally succumbed to their restlessness and resolved to take action? How curious. Weren't these ancient clans eyeing the territories of the human race? Why then are they assembling outside the celestial forbidden zone, within the eastern wilderness? The foremost powers of the human race engaged in discussions, their minds filled with questions. In recent times, as the ancient royal clans have continued to awaken, the human race has remained vigilant, closely observing every move of these ancient factions. The humans are well aware that these beings, once the rulers and dominators of the vast continent in the ancient era, would undoubtedly covet the expansive territories of the human race, potentially leading to conflict and bloodshed. However, unexpected developments arose after more than a month. These ancient royal clans indeed exhibited activity, yet their focus did not appear to be directed towards the human race, but rather towards the celestial forbidden zone. The strong among the human race in the eastern wilderness were left bewildered. These ancient beings intend to approach the celestial forbidden zone? Do they perhaps have connections with the supreme beings within the forbidden zone? This spells disaster. If these ancient beings truly possess ties with the supreme entities within the forbidden zone and gain the support of the celestial sovereign, they could seamlessly invade our territories. How could we dare to resist? The leaders of the major sects were shaken, sensing the gravity of the situation. The celestial forbidden zone, much like the ancient royal clans, has existed for an eternity. Should these ancient beings forge connections with the supreme entities within the forbidden zone and secure their backing, it would spell dire consequences for the human race in the eastern wilderness. However, just as the strong among the human race were gripped with tension and apprehension, news emanating from outside the celestial forbidden zone left countless human powers in a state of utter shock. The formidable beings of the ancient clans, having gathered outside the celestial forbidden zone, surged forth under the auspices of the resplendent winged ancient king. Their demeanor was not one of reverence to the supreme entities within the forbidden zone, but rather bore the semblance of an impending assault upon it. The news of this audacious venture left countless human warriors in the eastern wilderness in a state of astonishment. They were acutely aware of the strength possessed by these ancient royal clans, yet to dare to attack the celestial forbidden zone seemed a reckless folly. Were these individuals truly seeking their demise? Outside the celestial forbidden zone, numerous powerful entities from the ancient royal clans, including the Winged Clan, convened in a grand assembly. Among them, the Winged Clan had dispatched their finest, while other clans had merely sent forth a single ancient king to lend support. However, despite each clan contributing only one ancient king, the sheer number of ancient clans was staggering, amassing nearly 20 ancient kings in total. The convergence of these nearly 20 ancient kings emanated an overwhelming and magnificent aura, akin to immortal beams of light piercing through the mortal realm. Such a monumental presence seemed to disrupt the very fabric of the heavens, casting half the sky into an inky darkness. At the forefront of this assembly stood the two most formidable beings of the Winged Clan, each adorned with 4 pairs of wings, their presence eclipsing even that of the clan's venerable ancient king by several orders of magnitude. These two were the living relics of the Saint King level, the very bulwarks of the Winged Clan. Today, they had been summoned to ensure the successful takeover of the celestial forbidden zone. The ancient leader of the Winged Clan gazed upon the imposing figures of the assembled ancient kings, a fervent glimmer of expectation igniting in his eyes. Once, the Winged Clan had merely been a vassal of the celestial forbidden zone. Yet, as the ages passed, and the former supreme ruler of the forbidden zone fell into oblivion, the Winged Clan seized this opportunity to ascend as the new masters of the celestial forbidden zone. "Let us embark," commanded the ancient leader of the Winged Clan, his spirit ablaze with determination. Dozens of ancient kings moved in unison toward the celestial forbidden zone, their momentum awe-inspiring, reverberating throughout the realms. Even the half-darkened firmament above seemed to shift, creating an oppressive atmosphere akin to storm clouds looming over a besieged city. As these ancient kings made their advance, an array of furtive gazes from hidden observers lingered on the periphery. The ancient kings understood that these were the human warriors watching in secret. Yet, they paid no mind, even choosing not to disperse them. After all, the primary goal of their endeavor was to intimidate the human race, to ensure their presence was witnessed widely, thereby facilitating their ambitions. Before long, under the guidance of the ancient leader of the Winged Clan, the assembly of ancient kings stood before the celestial forbidden zone. Before them lay a vast expanse of meticulously cultivated fields, where young human beings toiled diligently, weeding and nurturing seedlings. Beyond this agrarian scene, a few armored human cultivators leaned against trees, napping. Upon their arrival, the Winged King was momentarily taken aback, for he noted that the seemingly feeble human beings Upon realizing the descent of the ancient kings, merely glanced up before returning to their labor, completely engrossed in their tasks, scarcely sparing them a second look. What could this signify? The winged king was perplexed. The collective presence of the ancient kings, while not earth-shattering, was undoubtedly unparalleled. Even in the ancient era, such a grand spectacle would have sent all ancient beings into a tremor of reverence and awe. Yet now, these diminutive human beings exhibited not even a hint of astonishment, merely casting a curious glance before returning to their work. This bizarre scene left the winged king utterly confounded and unable to comprehend. Chapter 117, Supreme Heritage, Composed Disciples, and the winged king's bewilderment. This was a sight that rendered the ancient kings utterly baffled. How could such a seemingly insignificant group of human beings dare to disregard them so completely? It was nothing short of outrageous. In the realms above, Xianxiao, the young saint of the purple mansion, absent-mindedly chewed on a blade of grass, casting a glance at the imposing ancient kings. In times past, such a formidable and terrifying assembly would have instilled fear even in him, a former saint of the sacred ground. A throng of nearly 20 ancient kings, comparable to the revered saints of humanity, who could gaze upon them without trepidation. Yet that was the past. Now, as a recently initiated disciple of the celestial realm, having barely passed the trials of the summit of inquiry, Xianxiao felt no tremor at the sight of these titans. His composure stemmed from the elevation of his perspective. Since becoming a disciple, his daily training and guidance were overseen by the esteemed human sage, Li Ruyu. Occasionally, the two elders of the celestial realm, Elder Fengzhe and Elder Xiaotsong, would arrive to assess their progress, acting on the orders of the revered sect leader. Both of these elders were undeniably far more powerful than Li Ruyu, a fact evident in the deep respect Li Ruyu demonstrated towards them. Recently, Xianxiao had heard from his brother Xiao Chun, who had just returned from the central continent, that Elder Fengzhe had led him to that region, wielding the might of the celestial realm, first overpowering the Wanbao Immortal building and then annihilating the Piao Miao Immortal dynasty. According to Xiao Chun, Elder Fengzhe was an entity on the verge of the Emperor realm. The very notion of an Emperor-level being was staggering to Xianxiao. Such figures were exceedingly rare throughout the long history of the Purple Mansion, often ascending to become supreme rulers, revered across the vast continent. Now, within the celestial forbidden zone, a being of Emperor caliber could only serve as an ordinary elder? Xianxiao was left in profound reflection. If Elder Fengzhe was indeed an emperor, then without a doubt, Elder Xiaotsong must also share that status. Two emperors. In any grand sect, such individuals would be venerated like ancestors. Yet here in the celestial forbidden zone, they were merely ordinary elders. Xianxiao had initially thought that knowing the emperor status of elders Fengzhe and Xiaotsong was enough to astound him. However, just a few days prior, a stunning woman clad in a crimson gown, radiating unparalleled beauty, emerged from the celestial forbidden zone, flanked by elders Fengzhe and Xiaotsong. This woman was also an elder of the celestial lineage, known as Elder Meng. Observing Elder Xiaotsong's respectful introduction of Elder Meng, Xianxiao instantly comprehended that she must possess an even higher status and greater prowess than both elders Fengzhe and Xiaotsong. If Elder Fengzhe was an emperor, then what manner of being could surpass them? Xianxiao dared not contemplate further. He understood that the heritage and power of the celestial lineage were truly of a terrifying and unparalleled caliber, far beyond the comprehension of a mere nominal disciple such as himself. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he glanced up at the seemingly formidable ancient kings, and naturally, his interest waned. He had encountered more than one quasi-emperor. Now, he was merely faced with a group of ancient kings. Shaking his head, he quickly returned to his work. Although he had become a named disciple of the celestial lineage, the daily assessment tasks were far from over. If he failed to complete today's duties, the consequences would be dire. And as for those ancient kings? Please, this was the celestial forbidden zone. Who would care about a few ancient kings? Xianxiao's sentiments were mirrored by the other named disciples laboring in the fields. As for the human cultivators from Demon Suppression City, standing nearby, their indifference was even more pronounced. They had witnessed several demon saints collaborating to breach barriers, and even the arrival of a demon quasi-emperor in the grand scenes of Demon Suppression City. But what was the outcome? Their own sect master merely cast a glance, sending that demon quasi-emperor fleeing into the vastness of outer space, too terrified to return. Compared to the grandeur of those past events, this was merely a trivial spectacle. Feeling disregarded by so many lesser beings, an ancient king behind the Feather King could no longer restrain himself, feeling humiliated and contemplating the annihilation of all human life present. However, he was halted by the Feather King. They are but ants, why bother? The Feather King intoned solemnly. He gestured to two sacred kings of the Feather tribe beside him and produced an ancient token. raising it above his head as he led the way toward the celestial forbidden zone. This token was the ancient pass that once granted entry into the celestial forbidden zone. The Feather King was confident that, with this pass, he could traverse the forbidden zone unimpeded. Yet, he had not realized that the celestial forbidden zone initially possessed no formations. The current four symbols divine array was laid down by Qin Mu and bore no relation to the former celestial forbidden zone. As the Feather King, proudly brandishing the ancient token and gradually approaching the boundary of the celestial forbidden zone, Lu Xianxiao and the other named disciples could not help but lift their gazes. Their expressions filled with pity, akin to looking at a fool. Who is this fool? Does he not know that the celestial forbidden zone is surrounded by a powerful array? And those who dare to intrude meet certain death? Does he truly believe that he can enter the forbidden zone with that token? They whispered among themselves, pointing at the ancient token above the Feather King's head, thinking him utterly foolish. Could it be that this ancient king, having lived for so long, had truly grown weary of life? Amidst their bewildered and pitying gazes, the Feather King, with the ancient token held aloft, finally took his first step toward the celestial forbidden zone. Without a doubt, this step triggered the four symbols divine array that enveloped the celestial forbidden zone. A formidable aura coalesced above the forbidden zone, and the aged Feather King scarcely had time to react before a colossal tiger claw descended from the heavens, its razor-sharp talons effortlessly slicing through his armor, cleaving him in two. What? The Feather King, now fallen to the ground, gazed up at the enormous, cold-eyed white tiger looming above the celestial forbidden zone, turning his head with great difficulty to behold the ancient token, now severed alongside his body, disbelief flooding his eyes. Why? I clearly held the token of the celestial forbidden zone. Why did the array attack me? This was utterly nonsensical. Chapter 118. Dream 9 strikes, crushing all, supreme renown. The Feather King's face was a picture of horror and disbelief. He could not comprehend why the array enveloping the celestial forbidden zone had suddenly turned against him. After all, he possessed the token for safe passage. Yet, no amount of confusion or regret would be of any consequence. The four symbols white tiger, which had previously dispatched even the blue-robed quasi-emperor Xianxia, would certainly have no trouble dealing with a mere aged ancient king. The boundless, violent, and cutting energy surged through the Feather King's body, leaving no opportunity for him to restore his shattered form. The overwhelming force obliterated his remains into dust. Even the ancient token in his hand was not spared, reduced to ashes by the razor-sharp energy of the white tiger. The ancient Feather King perished. The colossal white tiger's phantom remained silently crouched above the celestial forbidden zone, observing the spot where the Feather King's body had exploded. Its massive golden eyes filled with indifference and disdain. It seemed to convey the message, with such meager abilities, dares one to trespass the celestial forbidden zone and seek their own demise. From the Feather King confidently stepping toward the boundary of the celestial forbidden zone, believing himself secure with the ancient token, to the instant the four symbols white tiger appeared and dispatched him with a single paw. All transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the other ancient kings trailing behind the Feather King regained their wits, the Feather King's body had already been torn to shreds by the relentless, cutting power of the white tiger. What? Did the Feather King not claim that with the ancient token in hand, he could safely enter the celestial forbidden zone? The ancient kings gazed at the faint trace of blood left behind on the ground, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Is this what he meant by safe passage? What utter nonsense. Thankfully, we had the foresight to keep our distance behind him. Had we followed closely, we might have met the same fate. After the initial shock and astonishment subsided, the remaining ancient kings cast dark looks toward the two sacred kings of the Feather tribe. Earlier, when the ancient kings convened in the ancient king city, the Feather King had merely suggested they come to assist. Now, however, it was apparent that this was no assistance at all, but rather a path to their demise. Under the scrutiny of so many displeased ancient kings, the expressions of the two sacred kings of the Feather tribe grew increasingly stiff. Clearly, even they had not anticipated this outcome. This shouldn't be. One of the sacred kings murmured in disbelief. As an ancient presence sealed since the primordial era, he had participated in the plundering of the celestial forbidden zone when its master had fallen. At that time, they had entered the forbidden zone unimpeded with the ancient token, seizing countless treasures. Why, then, did the token fail now? This indeed feels amiss. Could it be that the celestial forbidden zone has changed masters? That the array was not present before, but was later established by the supreme being that took control of the forbidden zone? The other sacred king pondered aloud. Uncertainty etched on his face. The two sacred kings quickly discerned that such a formidable array could not be set up by an ordinary powerful being. Not even a quasi-emperor could accomplish it. Only those who dwell within the fabled imperial realm, or the ancient sovereigns who fell from it and severed themselves, possess the capacity to orchestrate such arrangements. This terrifying array of forbidden zones, if it were not pre-existing but rather established by subsequent hands, signifies an unsettling reality. It would imply that within this celestial forbidden zone, following the demise of the former celestial ruler, a new supreme entity has taken residence, becoming the latest sovereign of this forbidden domain. Naturally, this formidable formation must have been devised by the newly appointed supreme being within the forbidden zone. Contemplating this notion, the two holy kings of the feathered race felt a chilling sensation surge from the soles of their feet, ascending rapidly towards the crown of their heads. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Clearly, if their conjecture were accurate, then today they had indeed kicked against an iron plate. In an instant, the two holy kings of the feathered race found themselves harboring thoughts of retreat. Their 4 pairs of pristine wings began to flutter lightly, already contemplating their escape from this place. However, just as these two holy kings prepared to flee, a faint voice, reminiscent of a woman, emerged from within the obscured celestial forbidden zone, proclaiming, "Since you dare to intrude upon the forbidden zone, do not leave. All of you shall remain." Upon the utterance of that calm voice, an overwhelming surge of dread and terror erupted from the depths of the two holy kings and the other ancient kings of various races. They felt an unfathomable and colossal pressure of supreme authority emanating from within the forbidden zone, crashing down upon them like the weight of countless divine mountains. This immense pressure, akin to a boundless abyss, rendered all the ancient kings immobile. Even the simplest movement of a finger became an unattainable luxury. Dimly, they could perceive a stunning woman clad in red, gliding gracefully within the celestial forbidden zone, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, akin to a lofty deity surveying the ancient kings below. This figure was none other than the elder of the celestial lineage, Mengjiu, the aura of an ancient emperor, a being of imperial realm. As some ancient kings sensed the presence of the woman in red, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and they fell to their knees with a resounding thud. The aura of this red-clad woman resonated entirely with the essence they had felt during their encounters with ancient emperors in bygone eras. Only those of the imperial realm could exude such an unparalleled presence. Could she truly be the new supreme being who has taken charge of the celestial forbidden zone? The emperor reigns above. We were unaware that the celestial forbidden zone had been seized by you, which led us to inadvertently offend your majesty. We beseech your mercy. The two holy kings of the feathered race, along with the other ancient kings, trembled as they knelt, repeatedly bowing to the woman in red. However, upon hearing the quivering pleas of the ancient kings, Mengjiu spoke indifferently. The celestial forbidden zone is the dominion of the celestial sovereign. This emperor merely serves under my lord. You, mere ants, dared to provoke my lord's majesty. Thus, you shall all perish. As her words fell, Mengjiu simply extended a delicate finger, gently pointing forward. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure, akin to the collapse of myriad celestial rivers, descended, akin to an explosion of resplendent fireworks, crushing the bodies of the ancient kings into mere fragments. Yet, in their final moments, these ancient kings did not even have the time to contemplate begging for mercy. The only thought echoing in their minds was Mengjiu's words. The woman before them, radiating an awe-inspiring presence akin to that of an ancient emperor, was not even the true master of the celestial forbidden zone. She had merely stated that she served under the true sovereign of the celestial forbidden zone, to compel an imperial being to bow down and serve her. What manner of terrifying existence was this celestial sovereign? Chapter 119. Frightening away the myriad pathways, plundering the feathered race, and the Xuanwu divine medicine. Outside the celestial forbidden zone, every brilliant firework blossoming from flesh and blood signified the demise of an ancient king. What a horrifying spectacle this was. Each ancient king, even in the resplendent times of antiquity, was a dominant force, capable of shaking the stars beyond the realm with a mere roar, truly powerful beyond measure. Yet now, the once mighty ancient rulers of the world were falling one after another. The red-clad woman, who caused all this, had not even lifted a finger. She merely utilized her overwhelming pressure to crush these ancient kings into dust. A sense of regret pervaded the hearts of all the ancient kings. They lamented why they had heeded the feathered king's instigation, seeking to establish their might over the human race by attempting to flatten the celestial forbidden zone. Now, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Not only could they not achieve their aim, but their very lives were also at stake. The feathered king has deceived us. The feathered race has misled us. One by one, the ancient kings cried out in regret. Especially as they sensed the gaze of the human race gathering beyond the forbidden zone, they felt more miserable than death itself. Who would have thought that those who were meant to establish their might would instead become mere spectators? Ultimately, including the two holy kings of the feathered race. All the ancient kings perished under the mere gesture of Elder Mengjiu. The cacophony of dozens of ancient kings meeting their demise was nothing short of monumental. The laws of this world trembled, and a torrential rain of blood brewed, poised to descend from the heavens. Each being that could cultivate to become an ancient king was, without a doubt, a favored child of the heavens. The fall of so many ancient kings inevitably resonated throughout the vastness, manifesting various phenomena as a testament to the heavens' shared sorrow. Yet, in the face of such a scene, Mengjiu furrowed her brow slightly. The celestial forbidden zone, a realm of supremacy, could not be disturbed by the trivial deaths of these insignificant ants. She raised her head, gazing towards the skies, her eyes reflecting an undeniable threat. In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The torrential blood rain, which had been brewing in the heavens, seemingly frightened, dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The vast azure expanse above the celestial forbidden zone returned to its pristine state, devoid of any signs of impending blood rain. Witnessing this scene, the many registered disciples of the celestial lineage working in the fields fell into silence, with some unable to suppress their astonishment, their mouths agape. Is it truly possible? Elder Meng's mere gaze had scattered the blood clouds formed by the myriad pathways response. Just how terrifying must Elder Mengjiu be to instill such fear in the very laws of nature? Truly, it was a sight to behold. Even the seasoned disciples of the celestial lineage were left in shock, not to mention the powerful human race from the eastern wilderness, who had come to monitor the movements of the ancient kings. Their astonishment far surpassed that of the celestial disciples. I had thought I had sufficiently overestimated the strength of the celestial forbidden zone, but it turns out I had not overestimated it at all, but rather vastly underestimated it. Hiss, who is this woman in red? I have never seen her before, yet with just a finger, she crushed so many ancient kings to ash. It is simply terrifying. Hee, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most terrifying part is that even this red-clad woman is merely a subordinate of the celestial sovereign. The ancient royal clans. Why provoke anyone, let alone the celestial forbidden zone? Now look what has happened. Not a single body remains, not even a grave to be found. The multitude of powerful human cultivators from the eastern wilds were astonished beyond measure, their sentiments mingling with a sense of hidden relief. Thankfully, these ancient kings had a lapse in judgment by daring to challenge the celestial forbidden zone. Had they decided to target the human race directly, the combined might of so many ancient kings applying pressure would have been insurmountable for the entire population of the eastern wilds. At the periphery of the forbidden zone, Elder Mengjiu, clad in crimson, initially intended to return directly to the celestial forbidden zone after annihilating all the ancient kings. However, at that moment, a vast and transcendent consciousness descended from the void, causing Mengjiu's demeanor to shift to one of utmost reverence. Proceed to the Feather Clan and recover all that was lost by the celestial sovereign, the resounding consciousness commanded. Mengjiu dutifully complied with her sect leader's order, bowing slightly before vanishing from her original location with a light step. Within the celestial forbidden zone, witnessing Mengjiu's departure, Qin Mu, leisurely reclining beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, could not help but smile. That powerful consciousness had indeed belonged to him. The Emperor's consciousness could envelop the entire vast continent, allowing Qin Mu to observe every movement of the Feather Clan since their emergence. Consequently, he became aware of many hidden secrets of the celestial forbidden zone. No wonder I wondered why there were no rare treasures left within. It turns out the Feather Clan had pilfered everything. Qin Mu mused softly. After attaining the power of an emperor, he had thoroughly searched the celestial forbidden zone, yet found not a single strand of hair. At that time, he was puzzled as to why, despite the forbidden zone's history as a sanctuary of life, nothing remained. Even if the previous celestial sovereign had passed away, it seemed implausible that nothing would be left behind. It was only upon the emergence of the Feather Clan that he realized all the treasures of the celestial forbidden zone had long been taken away by them. No wonder it was now so barren. Understanding all of this, coupled with the intrusion of the Feather Clan, Qin Mu was resolute in not letting them off easily. He commanded Mengjiu to venture into the territory of the Feather Clan and retrieve everything they had taken from the celestial forbidden zone. With Mengjiu taking action, the Feather Clan stood little chance of resistance. Shortly after Qin Mu issued his command, in less than the time it takes to brew tea, Mengjiu's figure reappeared within the celestial forbidden zone. Astonishingly, accompanying her was an extraordinary divine herb, exuding an unparalleled fragrance of medicinal essence. This herb resembled a pure white spiritual tortoise, slowly resting in the void, appearing almost comical in its demeanor. Once the spiritual tortoise herb materialized, sensing something, it moved its limbs and, in the next moment, appeared in the dreamlike essence pool, comfortably stretching its body within the ethereal, multicolored mist. Qin Mu gazed at the white spiritual tortoise nestled in the dreamlike essence pool, then turned his attention back to Meng Jiao with a smile. He knew that Meng Jiao's expedition had yielded significant results, and that tortoise herb was the finest testament to her success. Esteemed sect leader, this is the bounty from my journey. Meng Jiao respectfully presented a spatial ring into Qin Mu's hand. Qin Mu extended his consciousness and scanned the interior of the spatial ring, discovering it brimming with various spiritual herbs, divine materials, and an array of precious artifacts of great worth. A rough estimate indicated that the treasures contained within this spatial ring were valued at no less than several 100 million spirit stones. However, aside from these spiritual herbs and materials, Qin Mu's attention was drawn to another extraordinary item. Upon seeing this item, he finally understood why the celestial forbidden zone, which once floated high above the 9 heavens, had suddenly plummeted to the earth. Chapter 120. The Celestial Sand Table, the Forbidden Zone ascends, overlooking the vastness. It was an object presenting a faint golden hue, akin to a miniature sand table, its appearance resembling a greatly reduced version of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, easily held within one's palm. Surrounding this diminutive sand table, densely packed were numerous golden pillars inscribed with runic symbols of the Tao. With the peak consciousness of an emperor, Qin Mu swept through the remnants of divine consciousness contained within the sand table, instantly discerning its origin and purpose. This artifact, known as the Celestial Sand Table, was crafted by the former celestial sovereign using various divine materials from the depths of the boundless starry sky. When this item is summoned, the myriad golden pillars surrounding the sand table will root themselves beneath the celestial forbidden zone it represents. Countless golden pillars, forming a grand formation, can elevate the celestial forbidden zone, allowing it to float amidst the 9 heavens. These pillars can autonomously draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, supplying the necessary energy to maintain the operation of the celestial grand formation, thus enabling the forbidden zone to perpetually hover above the 9 heavens without requiring additional power to sustain it, never to fall again. Moreover, this celestial sand table is inscribed with several powerful formations that can be deployed at will, utilizing the countless golden pillars rooted beneath the celestial forbidden zone as their foundation, allowing for extraordinary transformations. In the ancient era, this celestial sand table was the foundational array that protected the celestial forbidden zone. Additionally, the celestial ancient command wielded by the Feather Clan and other affiliated races served as a pass to enter the celestial forbidden zone. This explains why, after the fall of the celestial sovereign, the Feather Clan could freely invade the celestial forbidden zone without encountering any resistance. Unfortunately, during their hasty looting of the celestial forbidden zone after the sovereign's demise, the Feather Clan was unaware of the true efficacy of the celestial sand table, leading them to forcibly take it. Once the celestial sand table was stolen, the celestial forbidden zone could no longer float above the 9 heavens, resulting in its descent to the eastern wilds, shaking the world. As Qin Mu toyed with the celestial sand table in his hand, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. He had previously contemplated reinstating the celestial forbidden zone to its rightful position in the skies. However, due to the protective measures of the 4 symbols divine array, ordinary beings could not enter the forbidden zone, causing him to set that thought aside for the time being. Yet now, with the acquisition of the celestial sand table, that notion rekindled within him. Although the 4 symbols divine array safeguarded the celestial forbidden zone, preventing even quasi-emperors from entering, it remained tiresome to have beings come to disturb his peace. Now was the perfect opportunity to reposition the celestial sand table, allowing the celestial forbidden zone to ascend and conceal itself within the 9 heavens, overlooking the vast world. Thus, in the future, without his permission, no being would be able to enter the celestial forbidden zone, or even approach it. Hidden within the skies, surveying the rise and fall of the world, that was the true essence of an unparalleled forbidden zone. Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction, then infused boundless imperial power into the celestial sand table in his palm. With a hum, upon receiving the power of the emperor, the celestial sand table emitted a faint glow, and the myriad golden pillars inscribed with Taoist runes soared forth, each embedding themselves into various locations beneath the celestial forbidden zone, deeply entrenching themselves within the earth. Activate. Qin Mu's consciousness stirred, commanding the celestial sand table in his grasp. In the next moment, the countless golden pillars rooted beneath the celestial forbidden zone responded as if commanded, glowing and trembling incessantly. As the pillars quivered, the entire celestial forbidden zone began to sway with a continuous motion. Outside the celestial forbidden zone, numerous disciples engaged in agricultural toil in the fields raised their heads, gazing in astonishment at the quivering expanse of the celestial forbidden zone before them. What transpired? Why had the forbidden zone suddenly begun to tremble? Was there some unforeseen event occurring within? The many disciples were engulfed in confusion and disbelief. Yet it was not long before the unfolding spectacle unveiled the truth of the matter. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the colossal celestial forbidden zone, in the throes of violent tremors, appeared to be cradled by an ineffable force, slowly ascending into the heavens, soaring towards the celestial realm. Moments later, it was enveloped by pristine clouds, rendering its form obscured from view. The celestial forbidden zone had ascended. The forbidden zone had returned to the heavens. Was the once unparalleled forbidden zone of yesteryears making its grand reappearance? This momentous ascent was likewise witnessed by numerous human powerhouses from the eastern wilderness who had yet to depart. These venerable figures exhibited expressions of shock and awe upon witnessing the ascension of the celestial forbidden zone. In that instant, they seemed to recall the bygone grandeur of the celestial forbidden zone. According to ancient records, eons ago, the sovereign of the celestial realm presided over the forbidden zone, standing majestically above the 9 heavens, akin to a deity surveying the clouds, casting a proud gaze upon the vast world. However, following the fall of the sovereign, the celestial forbidden zone plummeted from the heavens, never to reclaim its former illustrious title. Yet now, the celestial forbidden zone had once again taken flight, with the supreme being, the sovereign of the celestial realm, presiding within. The hearts of the eastern wilderness human powerhouses stirred with a sense of recognition. The once lofty and transcendent celestial forbidden zone appeared to have returned. What a grand spectacle! What a magnificent scene! An elderly human sage exclaimed, trembling in shock. Even as the leader of a sacred domain, having witnessed countless grand events throughout his life, he found the current ascension of the forbidden zone, its return to the heavens, unparalleled by any spectacle he had previously encountered. It was easy to foresee that, in the days to come, the name of the celestial forbidden zone would once again transform into a revered and unattainable sanctuary for all beings, an existence both sacred and transcendent. Within the celestial forbidden zone, as it ascended into the 9 heavens, Qin Mu held the celestial sand plate, activating it once more. Countless golden pillars, rooted beneath the forbidden zone, shimmered with the flowing, transformative symbols of the Tao, radiating an overwhelming array of power. In the next moment, the celestial forbidden zone, previously shrouded in endless mist, gradually faded from the sight of the world, vanishing into the celestial realm. This was a concealment formation inscribed within the celestial sand plate, initiated by Qin Mu. From that moment forth, beneath the imperial realm, even those at the quasi-imperial level would find it impossible to trace the whereabouts of the celestial forbidden zone. After activating the concealment formation, Qin Mu continued to manipulate the celestial sand plate. Shortly thereafter, the spiritual energy of the surrounding expanse, along with the light of the sun and moon, silently converged towards the location of the celestial forbidden zone, elevating the concentration of spiritual energy within the forbidden zone severalfold within a mere span of time. This was the gathering spirit emperor formation, inscribed upon the celestial sand plate, capable of enveloping the entire celestial forbidden zone, now activated by Qin Mu. With the activation of the suspended formation, the concealment formation, and the gathering spirit emperor formation, the celestial forbidden zone was transformed into an exalted sanctuary, towering above the 9 heavens and surveying the vast world below. Chapter 121. The Ancient Royal Clans, the Forbidden Zone Dispute, the Fallen Saint Ancient Cliff. Originally a fixture within the eastern wilderness, the celestial forbidden zone had now taken flight, ascending into the 9 heavens. Such a grand event could not escape the notice of the discerning. Coupled with the gathering of numerous ancient kings today, who had come to confront the celestial forbidden zone, the happenings related to the forbidden zone quickly spread throughout various factions in the eastern wilderness. The ascension of the celestial forbidden zone marked the return of the once mighty sanctuary that overlooked all living beings, a supreme realm reborn. This was undoubtedly a day that would be etched in history, one that evoked both astonishment and awe. Those ancient kings were indeed audacious, daring to provoke the celestial forbidden zone. Had they lost their minds? Who could fathom the thoughts of those ancient races, daring to provoke even the sanctuary of life? Countless human factions in the eastern wilderness engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, the ancient royal clans that had emerged after the events felt a profound sense of loss. They had initially sought to seize the opportunity to suppress the fallen celestial forbidden zone and intimidate the human populace. Now, not only had they failed to achieve their aims, but their own ancient kings had also perished in the endeavor, turning many of these clans into a source of mockery among the human race. What was even more infuriating was that, despite knowing of their royal ancestors' demise, the typically domineering ancient clans dared not harbor any thoughts of revenge. Previously, they had underestimated the celestial forbidden zone, believing it to be a waning sanctuary. But now, with the fall of over 20 ancient kings. All clans were acutely aware that the celestial forbidden zone was, in truth, an unparalleled sanctuary of life. Provoking it would only lead to certain death. Did they not witness the annihilation of the Feather Clan by the supreme beings emerging from the celestial forbidden zone? That was surely a warning from the exalted entities within the sanctuary. Should anyone dare to provoke the celestial forbidden zone again, the fate of the Feather Clan would serve as a portent. The many ancient clans of the eastern wilderness felt a deep sense of frustration. Yet they ultimately reconvened within the ancient royal city, electing new leaders among their ranks and commencing deliberations on their future course of action. The death of the ancient kings and the ascension of the Forbidden Zone, humph. Not only had the ancient clans become the subject of ridicule, but they had also inadvertently enhanced the reputation of the celestial Forbidden Zone. All of this was due to the actions of the Feather King. Had the Feather King not perished, I would certainly seek an explanation from him. However, what significance does it hold to dwell on such matters now? The celestial Forbidden Zone is a taboo. Our ancient kings perished there, and so be it. We must relinquish any thoughts of vengeance. The newly appointed ancient kings engaged in discourse among themselves. Having experienced the events of today, these ancient clans now held a measure of trepidation towards the human race of the eastern wilderness. This was primarily due to the numerous disciples of the celestial Forbidden Zone, most of whom hailed from the major top-tier factions of the eastern wilderness. If the ancient clans sought to dominate the world, they would undoubtedly clash with these top-tier factions. At that juncture, who could say whether they would be able to call upon the supreme beings within the celestial Forbidden Zone for assistance? The mere thought of this left the ancient clans feeling exceedingly apprehensive. The celestial Forbidden Zone was a force they could not afford to provoke. With so many human factions in the eastern wilderness tied to the celestial Forbidden Zone, did this not imply that we had no means to contend with the human populace? A hot-tempered ancient king could not suppress his indignation and exclaimed, "Once the rulers of the vast world, the ancient royal clans now found themselves overshadowed by humanity, a reality that was difficult for these venerable kings to accept. Our caution towards the celestial Forbidden Zone does not mean that all must also tread lightly." Another ancient king retorted coldly, "Now that our ancient clans have emerged, those forbidden races should soon awaken as well, should they not?" Forbidden races, upon hearing the words of this ancient king, the expressions of the other ancient kings turned grave and filled with reverence. In the primordial era, there existed but one race that could be deemed as a forbidden lineage. This was the race that had once given birth to an existence of supreme power, the extreme ancient sovereign. The ancient sovereigns of that age held a stature equivalent to the emperors of today, both titles signifying a reverence for the imperial realm. Those races that had produced an ancient sovereign were referred to as the ancient sovereign clans, hence belonging to the category of forbidden races. These ancient sovereign clans harbored an immense trepidation towards the celestial forbidden zones. However, the ancient sovereigns themselves were a different matter altogether. As a once mighty and transcendent forbidden lineage, they possessed a wealth of unparalleled heritage bequeathed by their forebears. More importantly, many of the ancient sovereigns who had been sealed since the primordial age had not succumbed to the passage of time. Instead, they had chosen to entomb themselves, slumbering within the confines of the ancient sovereign mountains and the boundless seas, among other life-forbidding territories. Thus, with an ancient sovereign as their backing, these yet-to-awaken ancient sovereign clans need not fear the celestial forbidden zones. For behind these ancient sovereign clans lay the shadows of various life-forbidding territories. Matters concerning the forbidden zones ought to be resolved by other such realms. What we must do now is simply await the revival of those ancient sovereign clans. As the ancient sovereigns who once ruled over an era, one might speculate, upon their awakening, how will they react when they discover that the ancient races can only occupy a corner of the world while humanity has risen to dominate as the supreme power? A chilling laugh escaped the lips of one of the ancient sovereigns. In the primordial age, those ancient sovereign clans were indeed colossal powers. At the height of their glory, they were revered by all the myriad races of the vast world. Yet upon their revival, they would find that their former subordinates, once mighty in the ancient times, are now relegated beneath the dominance of humanity. It is easy to imagine that when these ancient sovereign clans confront this reality, they shall not easily acquiesce. Meanwhile, not far from the ancient sovereign city, within a desolate expanse, Yi Chun, the third disciple of Qin Mu, trudged against the howling winds and swirling sands. The earth here was cracked and bore a sinister dark red hue, devoid of any trace of plant life, exuding an eerie aura. After an indeterminate distance, Yi Chun finally halted, spitting out a mouthful of sand, squinting into the distance, murmuring to himself, "This should be the place." Before his eyes loomed an ancient peak, towering thousands of feet into the clouds. This great mountain pierced the heavens, its summit obscured from view, yet the exposed portions showed no signs of vegetation, marred instead by dark red streaks resembling blood, creating a ghastly sight. The Fallen Saint's ancient cliff. Yi Chun gazed at the magnificent and imposing ancient peak before him, murmuring to himself. His journey here was prompted by fortuitous news he had come across, revealing the existence of the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff. Legend has it that this cliff was once the resting place of a fully realized saint body. Hence, he had resolved to come and investigate. Chapter 122. The fully realized saint body, a glorious past, alone overseeing the starry sky. The Fallen Saint's ancient cliff is cloaked in legend within the eastern wilderness. The term saint here does not refer to a being of the holy realm, but rather to a fully realized saint body. The ancient saint body, upon refining various realms to their utmost limits and making a final leap, can transform into a fully realized saint body. This fully realized saint body does not signify the attainment of the extreme Tao Emperor realm, but is an alternative path to enlightenment, remaining beneath the imperial realm. However, due to the uniqueness of the ancient saint body, a fully realized saint body can even challenge beings of the emperor realm without falling short. Thus, for the myriad spirits of the vast world, a fully realized saint body is no different from a contemporary emperor, both capable of instilling awe across the ages and gazing down upon the expansive world as invincible entities. According to legend, millennia ago, an unparalleled malevolent spirit invaded from beyond the realms, and the fully realized saint body emerged to protect humanity, engaging in a fierce battle against the malevolent entity. Although victorious in suppressing the malevolent spirit, the saint body suffered severe injuries, staining the land with its blood. Hence, this ancient and magnificent mountain was named the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff. It is said that after the demise of the fully realized saint body, powerful beings sought to find its remains, yet none dared to ascend the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff, fleeing in terror instead. Since then, the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff has become a forbidden ground, second only to the life-forbidding territories in the eastern wilderness. However, since Yi Chun dared to venture here, he must possess certain assurances. Firstly, as a bearer of the ancient saint body, he is intrinsically linked to the fully realized saint body. He believes that even if the fully realized saint body left behind some arrangement before its demise, it would not harm him. Secondly, before departing from the celestial forbidden zone, his master bestowed upon him a life-preserving artifact, which he trusts would suffice for any dangers he might encounter. After a brief period of ascent, Yi Chun finally arrived at the base of the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff. He gazed up at the peak rising into the clouds. Without hesitation, he began his climb. With a robust physique, Yi Chun ascended steadily along the mountain path, during which he encountered numerous bizarre corpses of malevolent spirits, sending chills down his spine. These malevolent beings bore no resemblance to any creatures inhabiting the vast continent, yet the one commonality among them was the overwhelming aura of power emanating from their lifeless forms. Even after countless ages, these corpses remained eerily vivid. Witnessing such a strange sight, any ordinary cultivator would have likely fled in terror, yet Yi Chun remained undeterred, continuing his ascent towards the summit. After approximately half a day's journey, Yi Chun was astonished to discover that he was nearing the peak. Having encountered no dangers along the way, it seemed that the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff harbored no truly terrifying aspects. Under the dark moonlight, Yi Chun muttered to himself, shaking off his hesitations, and took a step forward, reaching the summit. However, upon fully setting foot atop the peak, an involuntary chill surged from the ground. Racing up to his crown, atop that majestic peak lay a colossal corpse of a malevolent deity, stacked like an ancient demonic mountain. Even after countless years of death, it still exuded a terrifying aura that far surpassed that of mortals. Before this malevolent deity's corpse sat a minuscule figure, cross-legged, head bowed, radiating no aura whatsoever. Appearing as if it had perished eons ago, clad in an ancient white robe, the figure bore white hair and a gaunt frame, resembling withered wood. This scene, while astonishing, did not evoke sheer terror within Yi Chun. What truly sent chills coursing through him was when he reached the summit. It seemed as though the bowed figure seated before the corpse of the malevolent deity had lifted its head, casting a glance in his direction. This person is not dead? Yi Chun's heart raced in shock. Could there still be a living being within the Fallen Saint's ancient cliff? Who is this figure? Could it be the fully realized saint body from millennia ago? Despite the dread swelling within, Yi Chun resolved not to flee. Instead, he steeled himself and approached the seated figure. Upon standing before this figure, he could finally confirm that this emaciated form, as frail as a wisp of smoke, was indeed alive. Sit, the white-haired elder extended a skeletal finger, beckoning towards the empty space before him, indicating for Yi Chun to take a seat. Yi Chun steeled himself and took a seat, unable to restrain his curiosity. May I inquire, esteemed elder, Are you the great saint body from 10,000 years ago? The great saint body, the white-haired elder chuckled softly. It has been many years since anyone referred to me as such. A myriad of years have passed. Yet the past remains vividly etched in my memory, as fresh as ever. The elder's laughter was tinged with a trace of consolation as he gazed into Yi Chen's murky eyes. After a millennium, to once again witness the sacred blood flowing within the younger generation of humanity, brimming with vitality, is enough to soothe my soul in this lifetime. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Chen felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had come to realize that this gaunt figure, reduced to little more than skin and bones, was indeed the great saint body of 10 millennia past. But what had transpired to transform this once mighty being, who had once dominated the world and instilled fear across the lands, into the frail form he now beheld? As if sensing Yi Chen's inner turmoil, the great saint body coughed gently, a flicker of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes as he began to recount. 10,000 years ago, I achieved the great saint body and reigned over the world. It was during the invasion of the malevolent spirits from beyond, led by a wicked deity, who, though not at the level of an emperor, surpassed many who were on the verge of attaining that realm, having one foot already in the extreme path of imperial power. Unable to bear the suffering inflicted upon the humanity of the vast realms by these evil spirits, I intervened to eradicate them. As the great saint body's narrative unfolded, the ancient history of a millennium ago unfurled before Yi Chen like a grand tapestry. While the invading malevolent spirits were formidable, they were no match for the peak power of the great saint body. After a fierce battle, he vanquished all the evil spirits. Even the leading deity could not escape this fate, being subdued upon the ancient cliff of fallen saints, staining the mountains with their blood. Initially, after slaying this batch of evil spirits, the great saint body believed the crisis had ended. However, upon the death of the wicked deity, he sensed cold gazes piercing through the distant void of the outer cosmos. Upon encountering those eyes, the great saint body understood everything. He knew that the evil spirits he had vanquished were but the first wave, with more formidable foes poised to follow, crossing the vast starry expanse to bring endless war and suffering to the myriad beings of the vast realms. This revelation should not have affected the great saint body. As the embodiment of the great saint, his combat prowess was unparalleled, gazing down upon the world. Not only could he thrive in the vast mainland, but even in the outer cosmos, amidst other ancient life stars, he could flourish. Yet, upon realizing this truth, he chose not to remain idle. Instead, he sat alone upon the ancient cliff of fallen saints, confronting the celestial adversaries, standing guard over the outer cosmos. Thus, a millennium passed in a blink of an eye. Over the years, the great saint body faced countless battles, each time embarking alone into the void of the outer cosmos just as the evil spirits approached the vast mainland, slaying one batch after another, even losing count of how many wicked deities he had dispatched. After a millennium of warfare, the last remnants of vitality within the great saint body had been exhausted. No longer did he retain the robust stature of his youth. He bore wounds, and his lifespan was nearly extinguished, resembling an ordinary elderly human on the verge of death. Chapter 123. The Transmission of the Saint Body, Underlying Currents Stirring. Humanity in Crisis. The great saint body recounted his past experiences with a calm demeanor, as if narrating the tale of another. Yet, within Yi Chen's heart, tumultuous waves surged, rendering him unable to contain his emotions. The great saint body had endured tremendous hardships, attaining such a level of cultivation. He had become the foremost figure beneath the imperial realm, even in his prime, able to contend with those of imperial status. However, in his quest to suppress the malevolent spirits from beyond, the great saint body had devoted his entire life to intimidating and subduing these terrifying entities, silently safeguarding the safety of humanity in the vast realms. Yet, to the world, it seemed that the great saint body had perished long ago, a tragic conclusion indeed. Yi Chen felt a deep sense of injustice for the great saint body, realizing the extent of his sacrifices for the sake of the vast humanity, and now, who would remember him? As if perceiving Yi Chen's thoughts, the great saint body chuckled lightly, his voice calm and distant. In my youth, it was the human race that sheltered and nurtured me, allowing me to grow and ultimately attain the status of the great saint body. This is a debt of gratitude I must repay. Now, I have little time left. I summoned you here not to sever the transmission of my ultimate skills. You, as the saint body, receiving my legacy, is the best outcome. The urgency in the great saint body's voice heightened as he tremulously extended a finger, pressing it against Yi Chen's brow, seemingly probing into his cultivation experiences. However, moments later, astonishment washed over his face. You have perfected all realms of secret techniques. Did you encounter any fortuitous events that granted you scriptures passed down by other great saint bodies? The great saint body was surprised. Upon his examination, he found that although Yi Chun was presently at the nascent soul stage, he had achieved perfection in every previous realm, leaving little for the great saint body to advise on. The cultivation of the sacred techniques was exceedingly arduous, requiring supreme scriptures to reach such completeness, hence the elder's astonishment. I lack not in methods of cultivation, Yi Chun replied earnestly. Before departing the celestial forbidden zone, his master had bestowed upon him the subsequent methods of cultivation, sufficient for Yi Chun to reach higher realms. Since you already possess a method of cultivation, I shall refrain from imparting further to you. Instead, allow me to bestow upon you several secret techniques of my own creation. Seeing that Yi Chun had a cultivation method, the great saint body did not press further, instead imparting to him various supreme secret arts of his own invention. After a brief while, the great saint body withdrew his finger, having etched those techniques into Yi Chun's mind. Observing the elder's fatigued and aged appearance, Yi Chun could not help but implore, "Esteemed elder, why not leave with me? I may have a way to heal your wounds and extend your life." Yi Chun could not bear to see the great saint body fade away beneath the ancient cliff of fallen saints. He wished to bring him back to the celestial forbidden zone, believing his master would have a means to help this venerable figure. However, upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the great saint body merely smiled lightly. Life and death are the natural order of things. I have lived for 10 millennia, and all my kin and friends have long since passed. What meaning is there in continuing to linger? In truth, 500 years ago, the outer cosmos had ceased to harbor the prying eyes of malevolent spirits. At that time, his lifespan had already burned to its end, and the only reason he had persisted until now was. The great saint body lifted his gaze slightly, his murky eyes seemingly peering into the vast realms. The ancient royal families are awakening, and the ancient imperial clans cast their covetous glances. The humanity of the 5 realms will inevitably plunge into turmoil. This was the celestial secret I discerned 500 years ago. I have endured until this moment when the ancient clans awaken, to utilize my frail form to intimidate them, thereby securing a period of peace and development for the humanity of the vast realms. This is the last act I can perform for them. The great saint body murmured to himself, his voice dwindling to nearly inaudible levels. Yet, Yi Chun was shocked to find that the world around him shifted, and he was no longer at the ancient cliff of fallen saints, but had returned to the city of humanity. The final words of the great saint body echoing in his ears. The time I have to strive is limited. I must expedite my cultivation and mature swiftly. For the future of the human race depends on you all. In the pitch-black night, Yi Chun has obtained the profound legacy of the holy body. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the ancient clans of the eastern wasteland are stirring with tumultuous currents. Within the ancient king city, the esteemed ancient kings seem to have reached a certain accord, moving together toward a specific location in the eastern wasteland. On this expedition, they have all restrained their auras, ensuring that none in the eastern wasteland are alarmed. Their destination is a forbidden place known as the ancient Emperor Ridge. In the inky darkness, a majestic and imposing mountain range stands silently, resembling a primordial dragon, coiled upon the land of the eastern wasteland. Upon arriving at this ridge, several ancient kings halt and, in a resounding voice, declare, "O royal lineage of the ancient Emperor Ridge, we, the ancient clans, seek an audience for matters of grave importance." This ancient Emperor Ridge is the territory of an ancient royal lineage from a bygone era. Before long, a grand and resounding voice emanates from within the ancient Emperor Ridge. Enter. Upon hearing this, the ancient kings display expressions of delight and, without hesitation, proceed into the ridge. After a brief interval, the figures of the ancient kings reemerge outside the ancient Emperor Ridge, excitement etched upon their faces as they behold the now silent ridge. We have garnered the support of the royal lineage within the ancient Emperor Ridge. Thus, we need no longer fear the impending threats from the celestial forbidden zones. Indeed, the rulers born from the ancient Emperor Ridge during the primordial age have not perished. Instead, they lie dormant within a life-forbidden zone, overshadowed by an unparalleled force from the same realm. Even if the human race could invoke the celestial forbidden zone, we need not tremble, for matters of the life-forbidden zone shall be resolved by the supreme powers therein. Ha ha ha. Just the thought of taking action against the human race of the eastern wasteland fills my heart with exhilaration. Once subservient to the ancient clans, they shall soon reclaim their rightful positions. After conversing, the ancient kings hasten back to their respective clans to relay their commands. By the following day, the various ancient royal clans within the eastern wasteland spring into action. Teams of unparalleled ancient beings begin advancing towards the human territories, intent on compelling the human race of the eastern wasteland to cede vast swathes of land, returning it to the ancient clans. The crisis for the human race of the eastern wasteland has arrived. Chapter 124. The invasion of the ancient clans. The eastern wasteland shudders. Yi Chun takes action. In the eastern wasteland, Lin City belongs to the human race, sprawling over nearly 1,000 miles, immense and grand. Its proximity to a spiritual vein enriches the atmosphere, rendering Lin City even more prosperous. Within its confines, countless humans bustle about, creating a lively and harmonious scene. Yet now, this vibrancy and peace have been shattered. Dozens of ancient beings, exuding an overwhelming aura, descend from the heavens, standing imperiously above Lin City, their icy gazes surveying the multitude of humans below. They coldly proclaim, "All humans, you have half a day to vacate this city. It shall henceforth be governed by us, the ancient clans." At these words, chaos erupts among the populace of Lin City. This city, a bastion established by the human race, has been home to millions for countless generations. How could ancient beings descend from above and demand their departure? This is inconceivable. In outrage, a human cultivator cannot restrain himself and rises to confront the ancient beings. But the leading ancient being, cold and resolute, strikes down several ascending cultivators with its fearsome claws, spilling blood into the air. The sight sends tremors of terror through the masses below. Who could have anticipated such audacity from these ancient beings? Quickly, inform the sacred grounds. The ancient clans have arrived. Alert the sects. The cultivators of various sects affiliated with the Eastern Wasteland, witnessing this scene, dare not delay, rushing to notify their respective sects, seeking aid. However, unbeknownst to them, as these ancient beings invade human territories, the sacred grounds of the Eastern Wasteland are simultaneously receiving visits from the ancient kings of the clans. Ancient kings descend upon the great sacred grounds of the human race in the Eastern Wasteland, commanding as if gods surveying the clouds. Issuing edicts. By the decree of the ancient emperor, under the mandate of the ancient Emperor Ridge, we, the ancient clans, are reviving. The human race must cede millions of miles of territory to us. Those who dare resist shall be deemed disrespectful to the ancient emperor, thereby opposing the ancient Emperor Ridge and our ancient clans. These ancient kings, arrogant and ruthless, regard the esteemed sacred grounds of the Eastern Wasteland with contempt. They are confident that the human factions would not dare retaliate. After all, they have the backing of an ancient emperor sanctioning all of this. An ancient emperor, a being of imperial caliber, who would dare defy the will of such a being? Oh heavens, are we, the human race, to once again be engulfed in the terror of being dominated by the ancient clans, as in the primordial age? The ancient emperor reigns over the forbidden zones. While we lack an emperor among us, how can we withstand such might? Today, they demand 5 cities, tomorrow 10, if we acquiesce, the Eastern Wasteland. And indeed the 5 domains will soon be devoid of any foothold for humanity. Elders of the human race weep and wail, unwilling to submit to the dictates of the ancient clans. It is evident to all that today's cession of millions of miles will lead to further demands, and eventually, the vast Eastern Wasteland will become the domain of the ancient clans, relegating humanity to a tragic existence in the crevices of survival as in ancient times. But even if the human race is indignant, what can be done? The ancient emperor remains, overseeing the forbidden zone and casting his gaze upon the vast world. Who dares to oppose his will? Within Lin City, after the initial dozen or so ancient beings, more heavily armored ancient beings arrive, wielding weapons, actively driving the human populace from the city. Human vermin, flee swiftly. From this day forth, this city belongs to us, the ancient clans. What use is there in lamentation? Your sacred grounds have abandoned you. No one will advocate for your cause. Ha ha ha. In this vast world, we, the ancient clans, reign supreme. A relentless tide of ancient beings drives the humans from Lin City, and those who lag are ruthlessly slain on the spot, the stench of blood permeating the entire city. Resembling a hellish purgatory, the taste of human flesh has long been absent. A fearsome ancient being gazes upon a little girl, weeping in her mother's embrace. Eyes glinting with avarice, it raises its spear, carelessly aiming to slay the mother and seize the girl, craving the taste of tender human flesh. As the long spear advanced, the woman's face was already etched with despair. She was but an ordinary mortal, ill-versed in the ways of cultivation. And how could she possibly contend with such a fierce primordial being? Yet, just as she awaited her demise and hopelessness, a hand, glowing with a faint golden radiance, appeared unexpectedly, intercepting the spear and sending it flying with a single strike. The primordial entity was taken aback by the force, feeling a numbing sensation in its hand, causing the spear to slip from its grasp. How audacious! The ancient being seethed with rage and turned to glare at the source of the intrusion, demanding to know who dared meddle. There stood a young man of the human race, clad in a blue robe, his icy gaze fixed upon the creature. "You dare to oppress my kin, you shall be punished," he declared with a chilling voice. With a surge of light emanating from his palm, he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a crushing blow to the being's head, obliterating it instantly. Observing the demise of the primordial creature, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming fury swell within him. These ancient races acted with such impunity, mercilessly tormenting humanity. They truly deserved to be eradicated. With the swift death of one primordial being, Yi Chun attracted the attention of other formidable ancient entities within Lin City, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him, sending tremors of fear through his heart. Among the primordial beings present in Lin City were several of great power, and he knew that with his current strength, he could not hope to match them. Yi Chun's hand moved, gripping a jade pendant tightly. This was a contingency bestowed upon him by his master before leaving the celestial forbidden zone. And if the situation grew dire, he might have to resort to its power. However, just as he prepared to shatter the pendant, a faint cough echoed through the void, dissipating the oppressive force surrounding him. "Leave this to me, little one." As the voice fell, an elderly figure, frail and silver-haired, materialized before Yi Chun. It was none other than the great saint body from the ancient sacred cliff. Chapter 125. The Holy Town of the Eastern Wilderness. The Supreme awakens. The path of extremity commences. The great saint body. Upon witnessing the aged, stooped figure, Yi Chun could not contain his astonishment. The great saint body offered a slight smile before casting his gaze upon the many ancient beings that had come to Lin City, making no immediate move. Instead, he released a wisp of his aura, which instantly shattered the corporeal forms of the ancient beings present. In the silence of countless millennia, one ought to exit in utmost brilliance, the great saint body murmured softly. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a million-mile radius began to surge toward him, as if drawn by an unseen force. The boundless spiritual energy coalesced, revitalizing the once emaciated and hunched form of the great saint body, restoring it to a magnificent stature, while his once white hair transformed back into a thick, lustrous black, cascading over his shoulders. Standing tall with hands clasped behind his back, he radiated an aura of grandeur, surrounded by myriad chains of order, with various celestial phenomena manifesting around him, resembling a true ancient emperor descending upon the mortal realm. In that moment, all the human inhabitants of Lin City were stirred, bowing in reverence toward the great saint body, their faces alight with excitement. Such might! Could it be that an emperor had arrived? "It is our emperor, our glorious emperor." They cheered, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Yi Chun gazed at the resplendent figure cloaked in divine light, his mind awash with memories of a bygone era when the great saint body once graced the world with his presence. "While life endures, let deeds be done," the great saint body softly intoned, as the heavens shifted to his will. In the next heartbeat, a dazzling golden path materialized beneath his feet. With a single step, he traversed countless mountains and rivers, crossing the entirety of the eastern wilderness. In the eastern wilderness, at the ancient Emperor Ridge, a gathering of ancient kings wore smug expressions. They had just returned from the major holy lands of the human race, and were now convening to report back to the ancient Emperor Ridge. Haha, as expected. The humans are trembling like quails at the thought of our backing from the ancient Emperor Ridge and a primordial emperor. They dare not offer any resistance. One ancient king boasted. Such mere mortals, they exist merely as sustenance for our ancient races, scraping by in the crevices of our dominance, another king sneered. As these ancient kings prepared to enter the ancient Emperor Ridge to report their findings, the fabric of reality seemed to freeze. An overwhelming, transcendent pressure flooded every corner of existence in an instant. A majestic and sacred figure descended, emanating such an aura that all the ancient kings trembled, unable to resist the urge to prostrate themselves before him. The aura of extremity. Could it be that the human race still harbored an emperor among them? The ancient kings were struck with astonishment, never anticipating such a turn of events. The great saint body descended, casting not even a glance at the prostrating, trembling kings. Instead, he directed his gaze deep into the ancient Emperor Ridge, softly declaring, "This world is no longer that of the ancients. The ancient races must not oppress humanity excessively. All races ought to coexist in harmony." Though the great saint body's voice was gentle, it resonated with the weight of the cosmos, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. "Human Emperor." A voice filled with trepidation emerged from deep within the ancient Emperor Ridge. "The ancient races are to emerge. Humanity must retreat. This is the will of our emperor. The emperor's decree cannot be defied." While the voice bore an undercurrent of fear, it was resolute, imbued with the authority of the ancient royal lineage. "Ah, I see," the great saint body replied, his gaze penetrating the depths of the ancient Emperor Ridge, revealing visions of celestial cycles and the dissolution of stars in his eyes, as if he comprehended all that transpired in an instant. In the next moment, the golden pathway reappeared, and the great saint body ascended it, stepping forth directly into the life-restricting zone of the eastern wilderness, before the ancient Emperor Mountain. Junhuang, I seek to negotiate peace for humanity. The myriad races should coexist in harmony. What say you? The great saint body's gaze pierced through the layers of mist, addressing the depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain with calm determination. Junhuang was the progenitor of the ancient royal lineage, one of the ancient emperors of the bygone era, now concealed within the ancient Emperor Mountain. The previous orders to the ancient races to encroach upon human territories had originated from him. A terrifying gaze ignited from deep within the ancient Emperor Mountain, locking onto the great saint body, seemingly perceiving his current state. You, now on the brink of extinction, dare to negotiate with this emperor? The great saint body remained unperturbed, his expression neutral as he responded, you may attempt it. At that moment, the entirety of the eastern wilderness focused its gaze upon the ancient Emperor Mountain. The words exchanged between the great saint body and Junhuang left countless human powerhouses with heavy hearts. The great saint body, a being capable of contending with emperors, now personally venturing into the life-restricting zone to negotiate with the ancient supremacy for the sake of humanity. All understood that had it not been for the burden of the human race, the great saint body would never have found himself in such a predicament. Even with his life force waning, as long as he lived, he remained the ultimate adversary to the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone, who would never dare treat him with such disdain. A chilling laughter resonated from deep within the ancient Emperor Mountain. Humanity, a race akin to ants, can produce a figure such as yourself. The Emperor has slumbered for countless eons, depleting much of his vitality. It is said that the blood of the great completion saint is the most nourishing, comparable to the elixir of immortality. This Emperor has yet to savor the essence of the great completion saint's blood. Today seems an opportune moment to sample it. As the words fell, a terrifying aura that could rend the heavens erupted from the depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain, soaring like a true dragon piercing the sun, reaching the 9 heavens. Following this, a formidable figure clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, emerged, enveloped in a radiant glow. Even the slightest wave of his presence could obliterate vast stretches of land. When this figure appeared, all living beings within a myriad of miles around the ancient Emperor Mountain felt a tremor in their hearts, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The ancient Emperor of Ur, now the resurgent supreme being of antiquity, despite having restrained much of his aura, still commanded enough power to compel all souls to bow and tremble. The supreme being has awakened, yearning for a battle with the great completion saint. The denizens of the eastern wilderness were thrown into a frenzy. Could it be that the legendary battle of extremes is to unfold today? While the inhabitants of the eastern wilderness quaked in fear and awe from the supreme pressure emanating from the ancient Emperor Mountain, in the heavens above the eastern wilderness, within the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his serene gaze seemingly piercing the boundless firmament. Beholding the figure amidst the ancient Emperor Mountain, clad in golden armor. Junhuang, how intriguing, Qin Mu chuckled lightly. He recalled this Junhuang, who had once attempted to obstruct him when he brought Yi Chun to the ancient Emperor Mountain. Ultimately, Qin Mu had silenced him with a single stroke, leading to his silence ever since. A mere ancient supreme being, cowering in the life-restricting zone, what audacity fuels his emergence now, daring to disdain the entire human race. Chapter 126, The Starry Battlefield, a resplendent conflict, an unexpected turn. Before the ancient Emperor Mountain, the Junhuang, adorned in golden armor, wielding the ultimate war spear, gazed coldly upon the great completion saint, resembling a true god descending into the mortal realm. He was the unparalleled monarch of the ancient era, one of the few to have tread the legendary realm of extremes throughout the ages of the vast continent. Despite the passage of hundreds of thousands of years, when he awoke, his might still possessed the power to shake the very foundations of the universe. However, standing before the ancient Emperor Mountain was the great completion saint, whose presence was by no means diminished in comparison. With flowing black hair and a towering physique, he resembled an immortal mountain, supporting the vast sky of the human race. Just standing there, he exuded a spirit that seemed to devour the world, matching the Junhuang's imposing aura without faltering. The great completion saint stood resolutely against the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone. Countless human powerhouses in the eastern wilderness felt their blood surge, an impulse to roar and cheer for the great completion saint overwhelming them. The human race lacks a great emperor, yet the 9 great saints battle against the heavens. At this moment, an ancient fossil of the human race, witnessing the great completion saint standing firm against the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone, felt a surge of emotions, trembling as he recounted an ancient secret. It is said that since the ancient era, while the vast human race was numerous, it lacked unparalleled powerhouses capable of dominating the world. Among the ancient clans, countless ancient emperors had been born over the ages, yet the human race had no corresponding emperors. For the human race, that was an exceedingly dark period. Lacking pillar-like supreme beings, the human race could only be oppressed by other clans, struggling to survive in the crevices. Yet, during that dark epoch, the human race birthed 9 great completion saints, illuminating the dark path ahead and supporting a vast sky. Though the great completion saints had not entered the Emperor realm, their physical forms were unparalleled, capable of rivaling those of the Emperor realm. Even ordinary Emperor realm powerhouses could contend with them. One after another, the great completion saints rose to prominence, fighting fiercely for the human race against other clans. Eventually, the 9 great completion saints carved a bloody path, allowing the human race to firmly establish itself on the vast continent and claim its rightful place. The human race lacks a great emperor, yet the 9 great saints battle against the heavens. This is the true reflection of the human race's history from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now witnessing the great completion saint confronting the supreme being of the forbidden zone outside the ancient Emperor Mountain. The hearts of the eastern wilderness people inevitably recalled the immortal legends of the great completion saints. Apparently, you are determined to thwart this emperor, the Jun Huang. Standing amidst the ancient Emperor Mountain, observe the great completion saint towering outside the forbidden zone, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. I stand for the human race. I shall uphold the sky for my people, the great completion saint replied calmly. Very well. If so, let us venture to the starry skies for a battle. The Jun Huang swung his war spear, stepping forward, his aura disrupting the very fabric of reality, and in an instant, he had departed for the starry expanse. Seeing this, the great completion saint remained unfazed, following closely behind the Jun Huang into the outer starry skies. At their level of power, should they unleash their full might upon the vast continent, it would undoubtedly shatter under the strain. Thus they could only proceed to the starry battlefield for their confrontation. The outer starry skies, the exclusive battleground reserved for those of the Emperor realm. The battle of extremes had commenced. Upon the vast continent, an ancient king of the past trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with horror. On one side stood the former ancient emperor, now the supreme being of the forbidden zone. On the other was the great completion saint, who was no less than a being of the Emperor realm. This clash between the two was truly unprecedented, destined to be immortalized in the annals of history. The great completion saint, not entering the Emperor realm. Forever a mere insect. In the cold and desolate cosmos, the Jun Huang, wielding his war spear, struck first, aiming a devastating blow at the great completion saint. His might unparalleled. Boom. The war spear sliced through the cosmic void, unleashing blindingly brilliant celestial radiance, piercing the great universe, an unfathomable terror. As the Jun Huang unleashed this strike, countless stars crumbled in the universe, turning to ash under the weight of this ultimate blow. After 10,000 years, the opportunity to engage in a satisfying battle had finally arrived. The great completion saint, his eyes shimmering with divine brilliance, was enveloped in resplendent golden light. An oceanic surge of vitality flowed within him, revealing no hint of aging or decline, but rather resembling a peak human emperor, whose mere aura was sufficient to intimidate the vast heavens. With a fist clenched, the great completion saint executed no unnecessary motions. His strike was direct and decisive, aimed at the Jun Huang. In an instant, this punch displayed myriad transformations, encompassing countless divine powers, the supreme vitality, and the unwavering belief of being invincible, transcending all beings with profound insights. All of this coalesced into this singular punch, its might reverberating through the world. Boom. In the briefest moment, the fist of the great completion saint collided with the Jun Huang's ultimate war spear. A terrifying and resplendent explosion of annihilating light erupted from this point of impact, sweeping across numerous star domains, extinguishing entire rivers of stars, and causing countless celestial bodies to explode into dust under the overwhelming might. The catastrophic aftermath of their clash surged outward across the cosmos, even suppressing myriad pathways. On the vast continent, an ancient king let out a low roar, covering his eyes with his hands, blood flowing from the gaps between his fingers. He had just attempted to peer into the details of the confrontation between the Jun Huang and the great completion saint using his supreme divine eye. But the blinding radiance of the aftermath shattered his divine perception, blinding him completely. This is the battle of the extreme path, a spectacle beyond the comprehension of mundane beings. Even a mere whisper of the insignificant aftermath emanating from the clash of the two combatants is enough to obliterate all entities within the sacred realms. A terrifying and vast wave of energy resonates from the distant expanse of the starry cosmos, where the sentient beings of the boundless continent. Despite not witnessing the specific confrontation between the sovereign of the extreme path and the great accomplished saint body, can ascertain the ferocity of this conflict from the cataclysmic fluctuations that erupt with relentless force, capable of shattering the heavens and annihilating the earth. Yet, as all humanity upon the vast continent silently prays for the victory of the great accomplished saint body against the sovereign, a sudden and overwhelming aura bursts forth from deep within the ancient royal mountain, a presence that rivals the tumultuous emergence of the sovereign himself. Accompanying this terrifying essence is a shadowy and formidable figure that materializes in the depths of the forbidden zone, its icy gaze cast towards the cosmos as it speaks indifferently. Great accomplished saint blood, this sovereign too wishes to partake. Chapter 127, The Sovereign's Methods, the Celestial Manifestation, Stripping the Supreme. This unforeseen turn of events sends shockwaves through all present. Following the sovereign, another ancient supreme being awakens from the ancient royal mountain, aiming to confront the great accomplished saint body. This undoubtedly signifies a dreadful and spine-chilling development. Despite the great accomplished saint body's formidable strength, it is now aged and weary. Having already reached its limits in opposing one sovereign, how could it possibly contend against another ancient supreme? The primordial sovereign is my adversary. In the battlefield of the starry cosmos, the sovereign's gaze is cold as it falls upon the ancient royal mountain. It carries the dignity of an extreme path monarch. What sovereign does not embody unparalleled might, reigning invincible over the world? In the hearts of all extreme beings, they are the strongest. With no rivals beneath heaven, a confidence forged through endless epochs of warfare. Now, facing the great accomplished saint body, the sovereign, as a monarch, will not allow any interference in this battle. My friend, please proceed as you wish. Upon hearing the words of the sovereign, the second ancient supreme from the ancient royal mountain simply smiles indifferently, its form not vanishing but remaining manifest in the depths of the mountain, poised to step forth into the mortal realm at any moment. Having thwarted the good intentions of the second ancient sovereign, the sovereign's gaze shifts back to the great accomplished saint body, coldly declaring, "Great accomplished saint body, though you are said to rival the emperors and sovereigns of the extreme path, you have yet to attain the path of enlightenment. To conquer me, you are still insufficient. You are no longer worthy of the title of primordial sovereign. With my power, I shall dispatch you." The great accomplished saint body's eyes blaze with brilliance, its vitality surging, as its flowing black hair dances in the air. With an unparalleled spirit that seems capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, it unleashes its might. Without further ado, the sovereign and the great accomplished saint body engage once more, clashing in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows in the blink of an eye. The residual shockwaves from the battle in the cosmic battlefield threaten to annihilate the very fabric of the universe, causing tremors among the myriad beings on the vast continent. Despite the vast distance separating them from the celestial fray, the great accomplished saint body's fist strikes fiercely against the sovereign's golden armor, shattering it at the shoulder and causing the sovereign to spit royal blood, staining the starry expanse. Simultaneously, the great accomplished saint body suffers a grievous wound from the sovereign's extreme path war spear, a deep gash revealing bone on its arm. As the sovereign touches the crack in its shoulder armor, it coughs lightly, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, its gaze sharpening with cold resolve. After slumbering for hundreds of thousands of years, I have grown old, no longer the splendor of my former self. Once I absorb sufficient life essence, I shall restore my former imperial might and sever you. At this juncture, the sovereign must admit that the great accomplished saint body is indeed a formidable opponent. In its current state, even if it manages to slay its adversary, it will incur a heavy toll. The sovereign does not possess complete extreme path combat power at present. A practitioner below the emperor level can utilize various means to seal their vitality and life force, allowing them to slumber for eons, as exemplified by the ancient clans that have survived since the primordial era. However, upon reaching the extreme path realm and becoming a legendary emperor or sovereign, their overwhelming vitality and life force cannot be sealed by any means. On the vast continent, extreme path powerhouses boast lifespans of several tens of thousands of years. Yet, when life force wanes, even these formidable beings cannot escape the fate of dissolution. The ancient supremes within the life-restricting zones, having once been emperors and sovereigns, managed to endure through time by voluntarily severing their imperial path fruits during their zenith, thereby descending from that unparalleled realm. In doing so, they could seal their own vitality and life force, allowing for prolonged slumber. However, the corresponding price paid is the loss of their extreme path status, resulting in a significant decline in their combat prowess. The sovereign is one such example. Nonetheless, for him, having once ascended to the realm of extreme path sovereigns, he can regain that status, albeit at the cost of substantial life, force, and vitality. The great accomplished saint body proves exceedingly troublesome. The sovereign understands that in his current state, he cannot decisively vanquish his opponent. Thus, he seeks to draw upon the life essence of all beings in the world to replenish his own vitality and life force, briefly returning to that unparalleled realm, enabling him to eliminate the great accomplished saint body. With an expression of indifference, the sovereign makes his move, his massive hand reaching out to grasp the vast continent. His target, the millions of humanity upon the boundless continent. You dare. The great accomplished saint body's eyes widen, its holy fist swinging to deflect the sovereign's grasp. Sovereign, should you dare to strike against humanity, do you truly believe I would hesitate to annihilate the ancient royal ridge and the primordial clans? Oh. Upon hearing the words of the great accomplished saint body, the sovereign chuckles, though the laughter is chilling, sending shivers down the spine. In my eyes, the primordial clans and humanity are indistinguishable. When necessary, they are merely the blood offerings we require. Indeed, the sheer multitude of human beings on the vast continent makes them the prime targets for harvesting. The sovereign's cold smirk reveals his intent. As his extreme path imperial weapon moves according to his will, striking at the great accomplished saint body to impede its advance. Meanwhile, his true form once again takes action, aiming directly at the millions of human beings upon the boundless continent. Sovereign, you dare. The great accomplished saint body roars in fury. Though its fists are unparalleled, the sovereign wields an extreme path imperial weapon that can momentarily delay it. Without the great accomplished saint body's interference, the millions of human beings on the vast continent are in peril. On the vast continent, as the sovereign's colossal palm descends from the heavens, all human beings feel an overwhelming shadow enveloping their hearts. That hand is monumental enough to encompass the entire eastern wasteland. Under this palm, no one can escape. A wave of despair washes over the hearts of all humanity. An ancient sovereign is making a move to obliterate the human race. Who can stop it? Who can resist? As the titanic hand that obscures the sky slowly descends, every human being in the eastern wasteland succumbs to an endless abyss of despair. Yet, at this critical moment, amidst the chaos, the beings of the eastern wasteland seem to hear a tranquil voice resonating from the heavens above. What are you, to dare call humanity mere ants? As the calm voice resonated, all beings within the eastern wilderness domain beheld the faint outline of the celestial forbidden zone emerging in the vast expanse of the nine heavens. A hand, luminous and white as jade, soared forth from the celestial forbidden zone, striking down casually upon the colossal hand that loomed from beyond the realm like swatting a fly. Boom. The hand that extended from the celestial forbidden zone was flawless in every detail, perfect to the utmost degree, without a trace of imperfection. Wherever it passed, myriad forces reverberated and trembled incessantly. The colossal hand unleashed by the Emperor Jun was utterly no match, being shattered into fragments in an instant. Moreover, the hand from the celestial forbidden zone, having dismantled the Emperor's assault, continued its momentum, plunging into the void and delivering a resounding strike to the Emperor Jun's chest, causing his golden armor to splinter into pieces. Not only that, but the Emperor himself was sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed through countless stars, plummeting to the edges of the universe. A once legendary ancient emperor, now a supreme being, was effortlessly swatted away by a hand that emerged from the celestial forbidden zone. Akin to swatting a mere insect, this spectacle instantly plunged the entire eastern wilderness domain into a state of profound upheaval. Many powerful human beings in the eastern wilderness turned their gazes towards the celestial forbidden zone, their eyes brimming with excitement. They knew that it was the supreme existence, the celestial lord, who had made his move. Chapter 128. Overwhelming Emperor Jun. Unmatched dominance. Supreme ceasefire. The master has intervened. Within the city of Lin in the eastern wilderness, Yi Chun gazed at the luminous jade-like hand that emerged from the celestial forbidden zone, suppressing Emperor Jun, his face alight with exhilaration and excitement. Just moments ago, as the great accomplished holy body battled Emperor Jun, Yi Chun's heart had been heavy with worry, anxious for the great accomplished holy body and for the countless human beings across this vast continent. Yet now, upon witnessing that hand extending from the celestial forbidden zone, all his concerns were swept away in an instant, leaving no trace behind. For he understood that when the master intervened, no unexpected outcome could arise. No matter how formidable Emperor Jun might be, it was futile. The master's intervention was sufficient to quell all foes in the world. After all, the master had once accompanied him through the ancient Emperor's mountain in the life-forbidden zone, navigating without encountering any obstacles. Within the ancient Emperor's mountain lay slumbering ancient supremes. Not solely Emperor Jun. At that time, none of these ancient supremes dared to impede the master, a testament to the master's formidable power. eliciting deep apprehension among these ancient beings. And now, with only Emperor Jun remaining, how could he possibly contend with the master? Yi Chun was engulfed in boundless excitement and elation. Meanwhile, the ancient kings standing upon the vast continent were deeply shaken upon witnessing Emperor Jun being swatted away. Who was Emperor Jun? He was a once mighty ancient emperor, a beacon of an era unrivaled beneath the heavens. Even now, transformed into a supreme being of the Forbidden Zone, he still commanded the utmost authority. Yet now, a former ancient emperor had been swatted away by a hand emerging from the celestial Forbidden Zone, akin to swatting a fly, tumbling to the edges of the universe. This scene sent shockwaves through all the ancient kings. It was the supreme existence within the celestial Forbidden Zone who had intervened. And Emperor Jun was rendered powerless? Incredible. It was premature to draw conclusions. After all, this was merely a single strike. And the outcome of battles between supremes could not be so easily discerned. The ancient kings whispered among themselves, already envisioning the being who had acted from the celestial Forbidden Zone as another ancient supreme akin to Emperor Jun. After all, in their understanding, any being who ascended to the life Forbidden Zone was one who had severed their ties with the ultimate path, having fallen from the extreme realm, a pattern without exception over countless ages. Naturally, the ruler of the celestial Forbidden Zone was included among these ancient supremes. In the void of space, the great accomplished holy body stood in silence, his gaze upon the vast continent revealing a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that, in this dire moment, a ruler from the life Forbidden Zone would intervene, striking Emperor Jun and thwarting his actions. Why would this existence from the celestial Forbidden Zone extend a helping hand to humanity? Could it be that this ruler was also of the human race? The great accomplished holy body's thoughts wavered slightly, arriving at a shocking hypothesis that even he found astonishing. Meanwhile, the Emperor Jun, having been struck and sent tumbling to the desolate edges of the universe, finally came to a halt after colliding with countless celestial bodies. The Celestial Lord, Emperor Jun roared, his voice echoing through the vast cosmos, shaking the entire realm. He stepped forth, traversing the boundless universe, his cold and furious gaze fixed upon the direction of the celestial Forbidden Zone. Celestial Lord, do you intend to intervene in this matter? Emperor Jun seethed with rage. The Celestial Lord's dismissal, swatting him away with a mere hand, was an affront witnessed by all beings. How could he, a dignified ancient supreme, tolerate such humiliation? Coupled with the earlier incident where Qin Mu had led Yi Chun to the ancient emperor's mountain, plundering its treasures and cleaving the mountain in twain, the accumulation of grievances rendered Emperor Jun utterly incensed. Yet, in response to Emperor Jun's furious roar, the celestial Forbidden Zone remained silent, seemingly indifferent to his query. Again, that luminous jade-like hand extended from the celestial Forbidden Zone, aiming once more to strike Emperor Jun. The hand swept forth, obliterating the ancient sky, arriving before Emperor Jun in an instant. The terrifying speed, transcending the limits of the world and seemingly suspended in the realm of time, caused Emperor Jun's pupils to constrict as he barely managed to raise his ultimate imperial spear before him. Boom! Another cataclysmic sound erupted, akin to a cosmic cataclysm. This time, the ancient kings on the vast continent, sensing the disturbance from beyond, could not help but gasp in astonishment. They witnessed that hand strike forth, and Emperor Jun, along with his ultimate imperial spear, offered no resistance whatsoever, being sent flying once more. Uffed! Emperor Jun coughed up blood, his celestial gold armor utterly shattered. His once resplendent hair, now disheveled and wild, appearing utterly disheveled. This was a former ancient emperor. Yet now, he was struck down twice in succession by the ruler of the celestial Forbidden Zone. What manner of terrifying existence was this celestial lord? The ancient kings were left in shock, an unprecedented emotion, fear, taking root within their hearts. After Emperor Jun once again fell to the edges of the universe, a voice, calm yet indifferent, finally resonated from within the celestial Forbidden Zone. Does this sovereign's actions require your interference? Upon hearing this voice emanating from the celestial Forbidden Zone, Emperor Jun's fury intensified. This celestial lord clearly held him in contempt. Such brazen arrogance. At this moment, Emperor Jun no longer cared about the great accomplished holy body. All his attention converged upon the enigmatic and terrifying existence within the celestial Forbidden Zone. To Emperor Jun, this mysterious being was his true, unparalleled foe. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jun drew upon the spiritual energy from the surrounding star realms, draining it entirely, leaving it dim and lifeless. He gripped the imperial spear, channeling his essence to its zenith, his cold gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the heavenly Forbidden Zone. At that very moment, from the ancient royal mountain, the second ancient supreme being to emerge, sensing the imminent clash, suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoists, What significance lies in engaging in a deadly conflict over trifling matters? Our only pursuit is ascension, all else is but ephemeral dust. This ancient sovereign, known as Yuan Huang, sought to mediate and urged Qin Mu and Jun Huang to lay down their arms. However, it was evident to the discerning that Yuan Huang exhibited a clear bias towards Jun Huang. Previously, Jun Huang had faced 2 devastating blows from the heavenly forbidden zone without any means of retaliation, clearly outmatched by Qin Mu. Yuan Huang's intervention was evidently an attempt to safeguard Jun Huang. Another ancient supreme being stepped forth to express their stance. Upon hearing Yuan Huang's voice, many powerful human cultivators from the eastern wilderness felt a wave of trepidation. They were uncertain whether the Lord of the heavenly realm would choose to compromise in the face of pressure from the 2 ancient supremes. Should he relent, the lives of countless human beings across this vast world would be at grave risk. Chapter 129. The Indomitable Force, Ignoring Supremacy, Shattering Jun Huang. This was a scene that gripped the hearts of humanity with anxiety. Initially, when the Lord of the heavenly realm dominated Jun Huang, the crowd had cheered, filled with hope that humanity would be saved. Yet now, with the second ancient supreme from the ancient royal mountain advocating for peace, the situation seemed to take a turn for the worse. Without a doubt, those who could ascend to the life-forbidden zone and become ancient supremes were the true sovereigns of their era, unparalleled under the vast skies of eternity. If these 2 ancient supremes were to join forces, it would not simply be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Even if the Lord of the heavenly realm were immensely powerful, capable of surpassing Jun Huang, could he withstand the combined might of 2 ancient supremes? Moreover, as the sovereign of a life-forbidden zone, the fates of humanity were inherently detached from him. Would he risk a confrontation with 2 ancient supremes for the lives of countless beings? Many held uncertainty in their hearts, gazing skyward at the heavenly forbidden zone with a flicker of hope and anticipation. The appearance of the supreme being, aiming to halt the conflict? In Lin City, Yichun observed the tense expressions of those around him, yet a smile involuntarily surfaced at the corners of his mouth. In stark contrast to the anxious crowd, Yichun remained remarkably composed, for he understood that his master would not be threatened in the slightest by this so-called supreme. Did these ancient supremes truly believe they could contend with his master? Such naivety. As Yichun entertained these thoughts, a calm and indifferent voice emanated from the heavenly forbidden zone, reverberating throughout the vast world. What are you, to dare speak of peace before this emperor? If you do not depart within 3 breaths, I shall raise the ancient royal mountain today. The voice was devoid of emotion, yet it harbored an overwhelming aura of dominance. The very words sent shockwaves through the multitude of beings who heard them. The Lord of the heavenly realm not only rejected Yuan Huang's proposal for peace, but also dismissed him with a decisive command. Dare not to leave? Then today, I shall obliterate the ancient royal mountain, one of the life-forbidden zones. What magnificence, what overwhelming authority, such as my master. In Lin City, upon hearing that familiar voice from the heavenly forbidden zone, Yichun felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. Only today did he truly witness what it meant to possess an invincible force. Even in the face of 2 ancient supremes, his master remained unperturbed, boldly commanding them to depart. This was true invincibility. Upon uttering those words, Yuan Huang, who stood upon the ancient royal mountain, found himself at a loss for words. His earlier suggestion for peace did indeed stem from a desire to protect Jun Huang. Yet he had not anticipated the Lord of the heavenly realm's sheer audacity, leaving no room for negotiation, utterly disregarding both him and Jun Huang's alliance. Supporting Jun Huang under such terrifying circumstances, even if they managed to win against one, would yield no benefit to Yuan Huang. As this conflict was never his concern, he only wished to act as a mediator, doing Jun Huang a favor. However, to withdraw now in light of the Lord's overwhelming command would be a blow to his pride. In that moment, Yuan Huang felt trapped in a predicament of his own making. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, situated within the heavenly forbidden zone, paid little mind to Yuan Huang's thoughts, unleashing another strike aimed directly at Jun Huang. As for Yuan Huang, should he possess the wisdom to remain a mere spectator, Qin Mu would not bother with him. Yet if he dared to meddle in the conflict, Qin Mu would not hesitate to subdue him as well. Such arrogance, such audacity, in the expanse of the outer cosmos. Witnessing that the Lord of the heavenly realm had yet to reveal himself, Jun Huang could no longer contain his fury and roared in response. Throughout this battle, he had yet to even glimpse his adversary's visage, a source of profound humiliation. I, the Jun Emperor, have been invincible throughout my life, dominating the realms with no equal. In my prime, I even suppressed an entire era. Jun Huang's gaze turned icy as he issued a final warning. Lord of the heavenly realm, do you presume to take advantage of my waning strength? Even in my weakened state, I can still strive to reclaim my former glory and once again manifest my supreme might. To achieve such a peak, especially for an ancient supreme like Junhuang, would require immense sacrifices, draining vast reserves of vitality. Given their current aged and weakened condition, enduring such a toll was no small feat thus. Even ancient supremes would refrain from employing such means unless absolutely necessary. However, in response to Junhuang's ultimate warning, Qin Mu exhibited a palpable disregard. Enough. The indifferent voice emanated from the heavenly forbidden zone as the luminous white palm continued its relentless advance, accelerating towards Junhuang. Arrogance. Junhuang roared, wielding his imperial spear to suppress the starry void, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of chaos that cascaded like celestial waterfalls from his spear, crashing toward the radiant palm. Beneath the overwhelming chaos, one star domain after another was obliterated, rendering even quasi-imperial beings to mere dust, with no hope of escape. Yet, even this world-ending torrent of chaos could not leave a scratch upon that hand. The endless chaos poured forth, failing to leave a single trace on the palm. With a resounding impact, the luminous palm pierced through the chaotic deluge, striking Junhuang squarely in the chest, sending him careening away, blood splattering across the cosmic expanse. To reach the utmost heights, to once again draw upon the supreme powers of heaven, Junhuang bellowed, finally cornered into a desperate situation, no longer daring to hold back. He began to unshackle his own restraints, allowing his momentum to surge, preparing to re-enter that legendary realm of ultimate power to confront his formidable foe. However, it appears that Qin Mu has no intention of granting the Emperor Jun the opportunity for ultimate transcendence. With a single palm strike, he follows up with another. This time, the force unleashed is even more formidable than before. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberates through the air, and the Emperor Jun, facing this onslaught, has nowhere to evade. The terrifying power rampages unchecked, causing the golden armor adorning the Emperor to shatter violently. Following this, a series of shocking fissures materialize upon the Emperor's body. In the next instant, a sound akin to a cosmic explosion echoes through the void. The once mighty figure of Emperor Jun unexpectedly disintegrates, his imperial blood showering forth and painting several nearby star realms in a brilliant crimson hue. The once untouchable ancient sovereign has been utterly obliterated by Qin Mu in mere handfuls of strikes. Chapter 130, Boundless Imperial Body, Dominant Annihilation, Supreme Fall. Crimson blood cascades across the cosmic frontier. Even a single drop harbors unparalleled power, capable of piercing through star realms and extinguishing numerous celestial bodies. Now, with the body of Emperor Jun shattered, an endless deluge of blood spills forth, transforming countless star realms into a vibrant scarlet, shaking the vast universe. A contemporary ancient supreme, once a primordial emperor, has been utterly vanquished. Undoubtedly, this is a scene that sends tremors throughout the entire vast continent. The ancient emperors were invincible, the supreme sovereigns unparalleled. This was an ironclad truth etched in the hearts of countless beings. Yet now, that truth has been shattered. The Lord of the Heavens has struck with overwhelming force, and in just a few blows, has annihilated Emperor Jun from the ancient Emperor Mountain, his boundless imperial body exploding, blood staining the starry sky. Such dominance, such invincibility. The hearts of all beings are shaken, and countless members of the human race can hardly contain their exhilaration, roaring in triumph. Emperor Jun has been obliterated, which signifies the safety of the vast human race. In the eastern wasteland, all are cheering and rejoicing. Meanwhile, the ancient kings stand as if bereaved, unable to fathom the spectacle before their eyes. The once supreme ancient emperor has been violently extinguished, a reality they cannot accept. On the battlefield of the outer starry sky, the great accomplished saint body stands in silence, observing the torrential imperial blood spilling across the cosmic frontier, his expression one of astonishment. The Lord of the Heavens is indeed incredibly powerful. The great accomplished saint body reflects that even when he ignites his life's potential to briefly restore his peak strength from his youth, he is merely on par with Emperor Jun. Yet now, the Lord of the Heavens has demonstrated overwhelming terror, completely overpowering Emperor Jun and obliterating him in just a handful of strikes. However, despite Emperor Jun's annihilation, the great accomplished saint body does not reveal much joy. For he understands that although Emperor Jun's boundless imperial body has been destroyed, it does not signify his demise. At their level of cultivation, even if their body is completely obliterated, as long as a single drop of blood remains, they can forge a new body in an instant and return. As if to affirm the thoughts of the great accomplished saint body, a drop of imperial blood glimmers in that desolate cosmic wasteland, dazzling and resplendent, instantly absorbing the spiritual energy of several nearby star realms. Soon after, a figure emerges from the void, gradually becoming clearer until it fully manifests in the cosmos. That figure is none other than Emperor Qin. He returns once more, yet his current aura is noticeably weaker than before. Having expended considerable power in reconstructing his boundless imperial body, the Lord of the Heavens, Emperor Qin's gaze grows solemn, as if piercing through the endless cosmic expanse to behold the forbidden zones above the vast continent. At this moment, he must concede that this Lord of the Heavens is indeed an unimaginably formidable adversary, far beyond the capabilities of the great accomplished saint body. A sense of retreat begins to blossom within him. Since the primordial era, he has slumbered for countless eons, all for the sake of attaining immortality. Having just awakened, he fought the great accomplished saint body, coveting the sacred blood to replenish his own life force. However, now, this Lord of the Heavens has intervened, disrupting all of his plans. This Lord of the Heavens, whose origins are unknown, has grown to such an extent of power. Emperor Qin even harbors the illusion that during his own prime, he may not have been a match for this Lord. Now, faced with the relentless pressure of the Lord of the Heavens, he finds himself in imminent danger of obliteration. Naturally, Emperor Qin is reluctant to endure any longer. After waiting for hundreds of thousands of years for the prospect of becoming immortal, he does not wish to perish here, nor will he accept it. How can I fall before I have seen immortality? Emperor Qin mutters to himself, attempting to discreetly convey a message for peace with the Lord of the Heavens. Yet clearly, Qin Mu has no regard for Emperor Qin's intentions and is disinclined to entertain them. As the Lord of the Heavens, having already struck, he sees no reason to withdraw. A hand extends across the heavens, again probing into the depths of the cosmic void. Qin Mu strikes once more, aiming at Emperor Qin. Bang! Even across the infinite starry expanse, a dull thud resonates. Without exception, the Emperor's body is once again shattered. Boundless imperial blood spills forth, once again dyeing that part of the universe a brilliant crimson. Upon the vast continent, the ancient kings who had previously rejoiced at Emperor Qin's return now find themselves choked, as if by an unseen force, enveloped in a profound silence, utterly speechless. Within the forbidden zone of the heavens, Qin Mu stands with one hand behind his back, tranquil and composed. His other hand swats at the cosmic void as if swatting flies, repeatedly striking at the depths of the starry sky, shattering Emperor Qin's body time and again. During this, Qin Mu senses Emperor Qin's indignation at the humiliation, as he desperately seeks to transcend once more and restore his peak power. But alas, Qin Mu has no intention of granting him the opportunity for such transcendence. His palm continues to strike, and Emperor Qin's body undergoes relentless cycles of explosion and reformation, leaving him no time to gather momentum, to break his shackles, and to return to the realm of ultimate power. In truth, even if Emperor Qin were to reclaim the realm of ultimate power, he poses no threat to Qin Mu. In Qin Mu's eyes, the current Emperor Qin is akin to an ant. Even if he returns to the imperial realm, he remains nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in the grand scheme of things. What interest would a lofty dragon have in the ascension of an insignificant ant? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of a single strike. Thus, a scene of profound indignation unfolds. The hand spanning the vast universe relentlessly strikes, denying him the chance to ascend back to the imperial realm, as the boundless imperial body is repeatedly obliterated. The power and vitality within Emperor Qin are rapidly depleting. Within mere breaths, his body has been shattered over 100 times. After yet another blow from that hand causes his form to explode. A roar filled with unwillingness and fury reverberates through the vast universe, only to fade into silence. All of Emperor Qin's life force and power have been utterly extinguished, leaving him unable to reconstitute his body. Boom. Across the vast continent, the previously clear skies are suddenly shrouded in a thick, blood-red haze. An overwhelming torrent of blood rain descends from the heavens, accompanied by mournful wails echoing throughout the world. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancient kings, previously standing motionless, all succumb to the ground in a state of utter weakness, their expressions filled with profound terror, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. For these ancient kings were acutely aware of the significance of the boundless anomaly manifesting across the vast expanse of the continent. The fall of the supreme sovereign evoked a universal sorrow. The torrential blood rain descending from the celestial realm signified the complete demise of the Qin Emperor, once a revered ancient monarch. Chapter 131. I am the heart of heaven. Qin Mu's invitation, edict of the primordial emperor. The magnificent blood rain, cascading from the heavens, nearly enshrouded the entire desolate continent. Throughout history, any who dared to tread upon the domain of emperors were unparalleled beings within this grand universe. Their paths transcended endless epochs, marking them as the foremost among the ancient skies. Even if one were to sever oneself with a blade, plummeting from the imperial realm to become a sovereign of the forbidden zones. The truths and laws they once grasped within the imperial domain remained indelibly etched within the deepest recesses of this universe, revered by all paths. Thus, with the June Emperor's fall, the myriad paths of heaven and earth resonated in response, manifesting boundless anomalies in mourning for him. Yet, as the ancient clans were engulfed in terror and sorrow over the demise of a single ancient sovereign, a voice, indifferent and serene, emanated from the celestial forbidden zone. The June Emperor sought to devour the countless inhabitants of the desolate realm, casting them aside as mere fodder. What face does he have to compel heaven and earth to mourn alongside him? Upon uttering these words, the immense and boundless force stirred the cosmos, as if the supreme celestial authority had decreed the will of the universe. In the unseen heights of the heavenly realm, the paths echoed incessantly. The dense blood clouds above vanished in an instant. The torrential blood rain from the heavens ceased abruptly. The infinite celestial anomalies enveloping the desolate continent dissipated entirely under the command of the celestial sovereign. All present felt an overwhelming dominion from the calm and indifferent words of the celestial sovereign. Heaven and earth mourn. If this emperor does not permit it, then not even heaven and earth shall grieve for him. My heart is the heart of heaven. The celestial sovereign's overwhelming might left the revered ancient kings trembling as they gazed upon the once again clear skies. This celestial sovereign was truly tyrannical. The June Emperor had fallen, yet he would not even allow the myriad paths of heaven and earth to mourn, manifesting anomalies. At this moment, within the eastern wilderness, countless gazes converged upon the celestial forbidden zone above the 9 heavens. In those eyes lay a mixture of reverence, gratitude, exhilaration, and fear. Surely, in the ages past, even when the former sovereign of the heavens reigned supreme, he could not have possessed such might. An ancient king gasped in terror, having been sealed since ancient times. He had witnessed the celestial forbidden zone standing tall above, surveying the vastness of time. Yet, compared to the current celestial sovereign, he felt that even the former ruler of the heavens paled in comparison to the sheer tyranny and terror of the present sovereign. The great saint body flickered and departed from the battlefield of the outer starry skies, returning to the eastern wilderness. He gazed at the celestial forbidden zone floating above the 9 heavens and sincerely bowed, expressing his gratitude to the celestial sovereign for his assistance. This bow was not for himself, but for the countless inhabitants of the desolate realm. He understood that, had the celestial sovereign not intervened, the June Emperor might have already succeeded, leading to the demise of countless lives. I am also of the human race. The calm and peaceful voice resonated from the celestial forbidden zone, causing the entire eastern wilderness to tremble. Some powerful beings of the human race displayed a mixture of astonishment and excitement. The realization struck them. They finally understood why the celestial sovereign suddenly intervened to assist the great saint body against the June Emperor. The June Emperor had previously referred to the human race as mere ants. Thus, the celestial sovereign, being of the human race himself, had delivered a blatant slap to the face of the June Emperor. No wonder the celestial sovereign acted so decisively. The excitement stemmed from the fact that, since the celestial sovereign was of the human race, it meant that the vast human race had gained a new ally. With the celestial sovereign's presence, the human race would possess newfound confidence when facing the ancient clans. So it is, the great saint body thought, finally comprehending the reason behind the celestial sovereign's assistance. However, unlike the jubilant human race, despite knowing this mysterious celestial sovereign was one of his kind, the great saint body remained composed. He recognized that while the celestial sovereign might lend aid to the vast human race out of kinship, it was utterly impossible to bind this sovereign to act solely based on human identity. At the level of the celestial sovereign, their essence of life had already transcended the mundane realm, far beyond the constraints of mere human identity. If he wished, he could effortlessly aid the vast human race. Conversely, if he chose not to, even if every human being on the desolate continent were to perish, it would not stir a single emotion within him. Regardless, today, the plight of the vast human race had been alleviated. A look of relief crossed the great saint body's eyes. He had guarded the starry skies for millennia, and now, as his lifespan approached its end, he had emitted his final light and heat to quell the turmoil of the ancient clans, ultimately aiding his people. For him, this life was already without regret. In this world of magnificent landscapes, one could not help but feel nostalgic, as he sensed the waning flame of life within him. He looked upon the grand and majestic scenery of the desolate realm, feeling a sense of reluctance, yet ultimately more at peace. The great saint body gently closed his eyes, wishing to transcend peacefully, concluding his grand and tumultuous life. Yet at that moment, a serene voice resonated beside him. This emperor wishes to invite you into the celestial forbidden zone, to become an elder beneath my celestial banner. What say you?" The celestial sovereign sought to invite him into the celestial forbidden zone. The great saint body was taken aback. His entire life had been dedicated to the vast human race. And in this critical moment, he had received assistance from Qin Mu to save the human race. Thus, he had no reason to refuse the invitation from Qin Mu. However, he replied, "Celestial sovereign, my lifespan is nearly extinguished. I am on the verge of transcending. Even entering the celestial forbidden zone would be of no use." With a wry smile, he acknowledged that his time was nearly up, and even if he entered the celestial forbidden zone, he could not be of any help. "No matter. This emperor has methods to assist you in living a second life," Qin Mu responded calmly. He could clearly see that the great saint body's lifespan was drawing to a close. Yet, since he had extended the invitation to bring the great saint body under his wing, he undoubtedly possessed the means to ensure the great saint body could live again. Qin Mu discerned that although the great saint body's lifespan was almost finished, he had not consumed the elixir of immortality. Therefore, if he could be given a single dose of the elixir, he could certainly live a second life, traversing the world for countless more years. "The celestial sovereign wishes to save me with the elixir of immortality?" The great saint body seemed to grasp the implication. The only thing capable of extending his lifespan was indeed the elixir of immortality. Yet, the elixir was extraordinarily precious, far surpassing even the most extraordinary celestial gold. Even beings of the imperial realm would find it challenging to possess a single dose of the elixir, and the great saint body was no exception. For those at the imperial level, the elixir of immortality represented a second chance at life, immensely valuable. "Indeed, this emperor wishes to bestow upon you the elixir of immortality." Qin Mu nodded slightly within the celestial forbidden zone. In the heavenly forbidden zone, there exist two immortal divine medicines. One is the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, and the other is the Xuanwu elixir of immortality. Whichever one is employed can save the life of the great saint body. However, Qin Mu has no intention of utilizing either. Within the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu cast a slight sidelong glance toward the now subdued Taiku Huang mountain and spoke indifferently. "Yuan Huang, present an immortal medicine, and I shall pardon your recent act of disrespect. Otherwise, the fate of Jun Huang shall be your own." Chapter 132, The Pressure of the Forbidden Zone. Yuan Huang bowed his head. The saint entered the heavens. The voice emanating from the celestial forbidden zone was cold and tranquil. Yet, within Taiku Huang mountain, the Yuan Huang, who had previously retracted his aura and fallen silent, found his body stiffening upon hearing these words. He had thought that by withdrawing from the affairs of Jun Huang, he would escape unscathed. But it appeared that this master of the celestial realm had no intentions of letting him off the hook. Commanding Yuan Huang to present the immortal medicine, the expression of the great saint body grew somewhat complex. He had initially believed that this sovereign of the celestial realm intended to utilize the immortal medicine within the forbidden zone to extend his own life. Yet, unexpectedly, the demand for the immortal medicine was directed at Yuan Huang, compelling him to surrender it. This master of the celestial realm was indeed tyrannical. The only term that seemed fitting to evaluate this sovereign was that of sheer dominance. One could not help but ponder, throughout history, has there ever been anyone so audacious as to reprimand the supreme being of a forbidden zone, demanding the surrender of an immortal medicine? Even those emperors and sovereigns who have attained the imperial realm approach the life forbidden zones with gravity and caution. For within those forbidden realms lie ancient existences that rival their own. Yet now, the master of the celestial realm appeared utterly indifferent to such considerations, brazenly demanding that the supreme being of the forbidden zone yield the immortal medicine, seemingly dismissing them entirely. The beings of the eastern wilderness were left in stunned silence. They could not fathom that this master of the celestial realm could be so forceful and domineering. Not only had he obliterated Jun Huang, but he was now also commanding Yuan Huang to present the immortal divine medicine. It must be known that the immortal medicine is exceedingly precious, akin to a second life for those of the imperial realm, which is the true life forbidden zone, Taiku Huang mountain, or the celestial realm. Some could not restrain their exclamations. Historically, when discussing the life forbidden zones of the vast continent, all beings would shudder and dare not approach even a fraction of it. Yet now, faced with the life forbidden zone of Taiku Huang mountain, the master of the celestial realm exhibited an unparalleled tyranny. One might mistakenly believe that Taiku Huang mountain was but an ordinary power, while the celestial realm was the genuine life forbidden zone. Master of the celestial realm, do not bully us too much. Within Taiku Huang mountain, Yuan Huang's murderous intent surged, and he could hardly contain himself, nearly ready to awaken and engage in battle with the master of the celestial realm. The manner in which he commanded Yuan Huang was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Throughout history, he had always looked down upon the myriad beings, who had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Do you dare to bully me? If I choose to bully you, what of it? Within the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu's gaze remained indifferent as he peered into Taiku Huang Mountain. Although Yuan Huang had yet to take action, in Qin Mu's eyes, he was no different from Jun Huang, a mere pawn. Jun Huang sought to absorb the blood of the great saint body to replenish his vitality. Was Yuan Huang not similarly motivated? Had Qin Mu not intervened forcefully to suppress Jun Huang, it was likely that Yuan Huang would have taken action as well. Therefore, Qin Mu would show no mercy toward such ancient sovereigns. Should Yuan Huang fail to produce the immortal divine medicine as a means of bargaining for his life, Qin Mu would not hesitate to slay another ancient sovereign today. Silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly quiet. The myriad beings of the eastern wilderness dared not even breathe. Their gazes flitting between the celestial forbidden zone and Taiku Huang Mountain. The master of the celestial realm was indeed too domineering, issuing commands to a forbidden zone sovereign without fear of conflict. Yet, recalling the recently obliterated Jun Huang, a sense of unease surfaced within the minds of some powerful figures. Was the master of the celestial realm not compelling Yuan Huang to act? Could his true intention be to slay yet another sovereign of the forbidden zone today? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. At this moment, the world stood still, and all was silent. Within Taiku Huang Mountain, Yuan Huang's visage flickered with signs of struggle. As a sovereign of the forbidden zone, his dignity made it difficult for him to yield the immortal medicine in pursuit of peace. Yet the fate of Jun Huang lingered freshly in his memory. Even Yuan Huang had to concede that this master of the celestial realm was indeed frighteningly formidable. Even if he were to strike, he possessed no assurance of victory over him. Do none of my fellow friends have anything to say? This master of the celestial realm once penetrated deep into Taiku Huang Mountain, seizing numerous treasures, including an immortal medicine. His current actions show a complete disregard for Taiku Huang Mountain. Yuan Huang's eyes scanned the depths of Taiku Huang Mountain, hoping that other sovereigns of the forbidden zone might emerge to share the burden. However, the depths of Taiku Huang Mountain remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Gazing into the profound silence, Yuan Huang could not help but grind his teeth. In this moment, he finally comprehended the sentiment that Jun Huang must have felt when he was cleaved by the master of the celestial realm, unable to voice his indignation. Several breaths passed, and within Yuan Huang's mind, deliberations waged. Ultimately, he relented, emitting a cold snort as a dazzling crimson light shot forth from Taiku Huang Mountain, streaking across the vast heavens and landing within the celestial forbidden zone. Visible to the naked eye, it was a divine medicine resembling a vermilion bird, radiating vibrant life and holy blood red. Yuan Huang had relented. Upon witnessing the immortal medicine soaring from Taiku Huang Mountain, the myriad beings of the eastern wilderness trembled within. They understood that Yuan Huang had ultimately succumbed to the pressure and chosen to bow his head in submission. A sovereign of the forbidden zone had bowed his head. Such a rare occurrence was unprecedented for the myriad beings of the eastern wilderness. They had never seen nor heard of such a thing. It could be anticipated that this event would soon spread throughout the eastern wilderness, across the vast continent, and perhaps even be inscribed in the annals of history for eternity. When the vermilion bird elixir fell into the celestial forbidden zone, the great saint body was granted permission by Qin Mu to enter. Great saint body Xianxian, I pay my respects to the master of the celestial realm. Upon seeing the figure standing with hands behind his back, clad in immaculate white, the great saint body quickly bowed slightly in deference. No need for excessive courtesy. Quickly consume this vermilion bird elixir, Qin Mu replied with a warm smile, casually handing the elixir presented by Yuan Huang to the great saint body. His invitation for the great saint body to join the celestial lineage stemmed from several motivations. 1. He valued the identity of the great saint body, hoping he could mentor his third disciple, Yichen. 2. The great saint body's combat prowess was comparable to that of beings at the imperial level, and his inclusion would significantly enhance the depth and strength of the celestial lineage. 3. The great saint body's contributions to humanity over the past 10 millennia had been invaluable. Had he not silently guarded the realm, humanity would not know what trials and tribulations they would have faced. One must not let the bearers of the flame perish in the storm and snow. The remarkable achievements of the great success sacred body undoubtedly merit Qin Mu's assistance. Chapter 133, Unfathomable Depths, Celestial Enemies, Taoist Duan Yun. Observing the resplendent vermilion bird immortal pill, imbued with an abundance of life force, which Qin Mu had casually tossed his way, the great success sacred body, Xianxian, cast a profound glance at Qin Mu before resolutely consuming the precious herb. Upon ingesting the immortal pill, a magnificent crimson divine chain manifested from within him, weaving incessantly through flesh and blood. This crimson chain resembled a multitude of soaring vermilion birds, brimming with potent life essence. An endless vitality surged within him, akin to the phoenix's rebirth, granting him a new lease on life. After a brief moment, Xianxian gradually opened his eyes. At this juncture, his thick black hair and towering stature signified a complete restoration of the vigor and combat prowess of his prime. As he felt the torrent of vitality and strength coursing through him, a flicker of exhilaration shone in Xianxian's gaze. The sensation of being reborn was simply exquisite. At this moment, he began to comprehend why emperors of yore would forsake their unparalleled glory and choose to sever their own fates, plummeting from the imperial realm to become supreme beings of the forbidden zones. For in the face of life and death, even those of imperial stature cannot maintain their composure. If it means survival, these former emperors would willingly pay any price. Gratitude to the Lord of the Celestial Realm for saving my life. Xianxian expressed his heartfelt thanks to Qin Mu with a deep bow. Although the vermilion bird immortal pill originated from the Yuanqing Emperor within the ancient royal mountains, Xianxian understood that without the overwhelming pressure of the Celestial Lord, the Emperor would never have relinquished such a treasure. Thus, the true object of his gratitude was the Celestial Lord before him. Not at all, Qin Mu replied with a gentle wave of his hand. Now that you have joined the celestial lineage, allow me to introduce you to several of our elders. With that, Qin Mu summoned the 3 elders of the celestial realm, Mengjio, Zhaotsong, and Fengze, for Xianxian to make their acquaintance. Upon observing Zhaotsong and Fengze, Xianxian was mildly astonished. Their battle prowess, nearing the imperial level, would undoubtedly be regarded as top tier even among the ancient royal clans. However, upon seeing the enchanting Mengjio, Xianxian's heart trembled with awe. He realized that this woman possessed the cultivation of an emperor. A contemporary sovereign existed merely as an elder within this celestial forbidden zone. Xianxian marveled at the might of the celestial lord, who commanded such formidable beings, truly unfathomable. Even those of imperial stature, capable of reigning over other life-forbidden zones, were relegated to the role of elders here, just as he was. Witnessing Xianxian's acquaintance with Mengjio and the others, a satisfied smile graced Qin Mu's face. With the great success sacred body now under his wing, the celestial realm had gained another combatant comparable to an emperor, a most joyous occasion indeed. It would not be long before, even without his direct involvement, the elders beneath him would be more than capable of overwhelming the other major life-forbidden zones. Qin Mu eagerly anticipated that day. Lord Sovereign, now that he had become an elder of the celestial realm, Xianxian naturally altered his address for Qin Mu. There is a matter I must report to you. Speak freely. Noticing the seriousness etched upon Xianxian's face, Qin Mu gestured for him to continue. For nearly 10 millennia, I have suppressed the extra-mundane malevolent spirits that emerged from the depths of the starry void. During those 10 millennia of conflict, these malevolent entities have regarded me as their greatest enemy. For nearly a century, there has been an unsettling silence from the extra-mundane realms. I doubt this is due to their annihilation at my hands, or out of fear that they have retreated. Rather, I suspect they may be plotting something in the shadows. I fear that one day, they may return, and due to my actions, they might bring calamity upon the celestial realm. Xianxian articulated his concerns in detail. Only he understood the true terrors of the extra-mundane malevolent spirits. Throughout these millennia, he had slain countless malevolent beings, including those surpassing the quasi-imperial level, on the verge of becoming demonic gods. It was uncertain whether there existed any true imperial entities within the malevolent lineage. Undoubtedly, his relentless extermination of these spirits had made him their greatest adversary. He worried that his actions might one day spell disaster for the celestial realm, which prompted him to disclose all to Qin Mu. Extra-mundane malevolent spirits? Qin Mu remarked, observing the gravity of Xianxian's expression. Fear not, in this universe. The celestial lineage has no rivals. Should they dare to attack, we shall eradicate them all. Even the life-forbidden zones do not pose a threat to me, let alone mere extra-mundane malevolent spirits. Xianxian's worries seemed trivial in Qin Mu's eyes. Upon witnessing Qin Mu's calm demeanor, Xianxian felt a weight lift from his heart. If the Lord Sovereign asserted that there was nothing to fear, then perhaps it truly was inconsequential. After all, he was a being capable of slaying the June Emperor. As Qin Mu conversed with the great success sacred body, outside the celestial forbidden zone, atop the towering Winda Peak, a slightly portly young Taoist clad in a robe gazed down at the peak he had conquered, tears of joy welling in his eyes. By the heavens, I have finally made it to Winda Peak. This young Taoist, named Duan Yun, was among the latest batch of prodigies from the eastern wilderness, arriving at the outskirts of the celestial forbidden zone to partake in the assessment for named disciples. However, unlike many of his contemporaries, Duan Yun harbored a secret unknown to all. He was not of this world, but rather an ancient being who had traversed countless cycles of reincarnation from a time long forgotten. In each cycle, Duan Yun would begin anew, only to meet his end and be buried. After a lengthy epoch, he would rise from the coffin once more to commence yet another cycle. As of now, he had lost count of how many lifetimes he had experienced. And with each reincarnation, all memories of his previous existence faded away. The only certainty he held was that before commencing his cycles, he must have been an extraordinary entity. For otherwise, he could not have endured such a lengthy span of existence. It is worth noting that this supreme method of reincarnation was beyond the comprehension of even those at the imperial level. In this lifetime, after emerging from his coffin, upon learning of the celestial Forbidden Zone's reputation and the news of their recruitment of disciples, he hastened to join them, which led to his acceptance of various trials and ultimately ascending to the peak of Wenda. Reflecting on the trials he had just undergone at Wenda Peak, tears of joy brimmed in Duan Yun's eyes. The challenges presented were truly extraordinary. His greatest passion in life was archaeology, unearthing royal tombs, and exploring the vestiges of ancient history. However, during the trials at Wenda Peak, he was confronted with illusions of numerous grand tombs that captivated him, including those of ancient saints and even emperors. When he beheld those magnificent tombs within the illusions, he nearly succumbed to the temptation. Yet, he knew that should he indulge in the allure of the visions, he would surely fail the trials of Wenda Peak. Thus, he had to suppress his yearning and reject one tomb after another to arduously reach the summit of Wenda Peak. Chapter 134. The Sixth Personal Disciple, the Supreme Nine Secrets, the Unmatched Wayfarer. To the astonishment of all, the Taoist has truly ascended to the pinnacle of the questioning Tao Peak. How extraordinary! Who could have anticipated that this Taoist's mental fortitude would be so formidable? The first disciple recorded by the celestial, Xiaochun, took considerably longer to reach this summit. How vexing it is that I am not the one standing atop the questioning Tao Peak. As Duan Yun successfully reached the summit, envious gazes flooded in from below. The young Taoist, clad in a Taoist robe and representing an unknown sect, drew the vigilant attention of the prodigies from the eastern wilderness participating in the Celestials' recruitment trials. Since Duan Yun's arrival, he had frequently engaged in conversation, seemingly probing for information regarding the ancestral graves of various sections. Yet now, witnessing his success in the questioning Tao Peak trial, the crowd could not help but be filled with admiration. Passing the trial signifies the potential to become a registered disciple of the Celestial, and Duan Yun's remarkably swift ascent may even have shattered previous records. Who knows what further rewards await him? Within the confines of the Celestial's Forbidden Zone, as Taoist Duan Yun completed the trial, a familiar system notification resonated beside Qin Mu's ear. Ding! A prodigy of unparalleled talent has passed the Celestial's questioning Tao Peak trial. The host is advised to accept him as a disciple. Disciple acceptance successful. Rewards ranging from a basic gift pack to a supreme gift pack will be granted based on the disciple's potential. Oh, another unparalleled genius has come to seek me? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mu's eyes. It had been quite some time since he had received a disciple recruitment task from the system. Following the acceptance of his fifth personal disciple, Lin Xianbai, each successful recruitment not only signifies an enhancement to the Celestial's future foundation, but also earns him rewards from the system, a prospect he welcomes with open arms. Elder Feng, please proceed outside the Celestial's Forbidden Zone and bring that young lad who passed the questioning Tao Peak trial to me. Qin Mu instructed Elder Feng softly. Now that the Celestial is thriving, with an abundance of powerful individuals under his command, the process of accepting disciples has become far more effortless. No longer does Qin Mu need to personally venture forth as he did in the early days. As you command, Elder Feng replied with a slight bow. Before long, he returned with the young Taoist before Qin Mu. Do not forget to pay your respects to the sect master. Elder Feng gently reminded as he observed Duan Yun's bewildered expression. Sect master? The mention of this title left Duan Yun momentarily stunned. The sect master of the Celestial. Wasn't that the legendary sovereign of the Celestial? An unparalleled existence capable of overpowering ancient supremes and rendering the realms of life unable to raise their heads. Duan Yun's heart raced with anticipation. Never had he imagined that merely passing the questioning Tao Peak trial would grant him an audience with the fabled sect master of the Celestial. I, disciple Duan Yun, pay my respects to the sect master. Duan Yun's eyes sparkled as he eagerly knelt before Qin Mu. The deeds of the sect master had circulated widely in the eastern wilderness, compelling Duan Yun to journey to the Celestial's Forbidden Zone to participate in the recruitment trials. Now, standing before the sect master, how could he not be exhilarated? Despite having undergone countless reincarnations, his past memories were sealed, leaving him with only the recollections of this life. Thus, his fervent reaction upon meeting Qin Mu was entirely natural. Having passed the questioning Tao Peak trial and shattered the previous records set by earlier disciples, your future is boundless, Qin Mu remarked, gazing at the kneeling young Taoist with a smile. I wish to take you as my sixth personal disciple. Will you accept? The prospect of being taken as a disciple by the sect master of the celestial left Duan Yun momentarily overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated only achieving the status of a registered disciple, yet here he was, presented with the chance to become the sect master's personal disciple. Such a divine opportunity left no room for hesitation. With fervor, Duan Yun prostrated himself on the ground, declaring reverently, I am willing to become the sect master's personal disciple. Who would refuse such an honor? Ding. Congratulations on successfully accepting disciple Duan Yun. Talent assessment, 10 stars. The host is rewarded with a king-level gift pack. As the delightful system notification chimed in his ears, Qin Mu smiled and gestured for Duan Yun to rise. Get up now. Elder Phone will guide you to familiarize yourself within the Celestial's forbidden zone. Prior to your arrival, I had 5 personal disciples, but they are currently venturing into the world. I will introduce you to them upon their return. Having successfully accepted Duan Yun as his disciple and sent him away, Qin Mu commanded, System, open the king-level gift pack. Ding. The king-level gift pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a sect-building upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the pinnacle divine ability, the secret of the word. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the imperial level technique, the dragon-seeking emperor cannon. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained a 5-star sect building, the primal king mountain. As the melodious notifications continued to sound, Qin Mu began to assess the rewards he had just received. With the addition of the recent rewards, he now possessed 3 sect-building upgrade cards. The existing structures within the Celestial include the Celestial Pavilion, the Linglong Dao Tower, the Dreamlike Divine Essence Pool, the 7-star Time-Space Sacred Tower, the 6-star Heavenly Bridge, and the 5-star Medicine King Garden. Among these, only the Time-Space Sacred Tower, Heavenly Bridge, and Medicine King Garden are eligible for upgrade with the sect-building upgrade cards. Previously, Qin Mu had intended to use an upgrade card to elevate the Time-Space Sacred Tower to its maximum level, but was informed by the system that upgrading from 7 stars to 8 stars requires 10 upgrade cards. Currently, with only 3 in his possession, he still needed 7 more to elevate the Time-Space Sacred Tower. An arduous journey ahead. Qin Mu's gaze shifted to the second reward. The Secret of the Word, a pinnacle divine ability of the Imperial Realm, allowing the user to traverse the vast universe in an instant and briefly halt time, surpassing the limits of speed known to the world. Remarkably, one of the Supreme 9 secrets. How splendid. Qin Mu felt a surge of delight. The 9 supreme secret techniques each represent the pinnacle of a particular path, embodying the utmost divine abilities of the Imperial Realm. The Secret of the Word epitomizes the ultimate in the path of speed. With Qin Mu's current prowess, mastering this technique would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities immensely. System. Commence training in the Secret of the Word, Qin Mu commanded directly. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully cultivated the pinnacle divine ability, the Secret of the Word. Ding. The host has automatically mastered the Secret of the Word to its perfect state, peak Emperor level. The Supreme 9 Secret of the Word has been successfully cultivated. Chapter 135, The Primal King Mountain, the Dragon Emperor's Ancient Tomb, the True Dragon's Remains. After successfully mastering the Secret of the Word, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the third reward, the Dragon-Seeking Emperor Cannon, an imperial-level technique that encompasses various paths, including feng shui and formations, allowing the practitioner to unveil the secrets of yin and yang and the 5 elements. A technique specializing in formations and feng shui. Qin Mu perused the Dragon-Seeking Emperor scripture in his hands, a bemused smile gracing his lips. This tome, while significant in the grand scheme of imperial realms, held little value for him personally. It would be more fitting to bestow it upon his newly accepted 6th disciple. Subsequently, Qin Mu turned his attention to the final reward of this royal gift package. It was a miniature mountain, cloaked in obsidian, standing majestically within the confines of his palm. Primal King Mountain, a 5-star sect edifice, a crucible for cultivation, capable of stripping entrance of all physical attributes and innate characteristics, leaving only the essence of Tao comprehension. It permits disciples of the myriad laws realm to traverse its expanse. Note, upon triggering special sect missions, the Primal King Mountain can be upgraded to a 6-star Primal Divine Mountain, 7-star Primal Sacred Mountain, 8-star Primal Emperor Mountain, and 9-star Primal Celestial Mountain. Upon reading the description of the Primal King Mountain, Qin Mu was slightly taken aback. The function of this new sect construction bore a resemblance to the celestial bridge that the celestial realm currently possessed. Yet, upon closer examination, the two were fundamentally distinct. The celestial bridge emphasized the cultivation and honing of the disciples' overall combat prowess, while the primal King Mountain focused on refining the disciples' postnatal achievements in cultivation and their comprehension of the myriad paths. In essence, both served as sanctuaries for enhancing the martial capabilities of the disciples. With a mere flick of his hand, the diminutive primal King Mountain burgeoned into a grand and imposing peak, now towering within the confines of the celestial realm's forbidden zone. Having completed this task, Qin Mu bestowed the dragon-seeking emperor scripture upon Duan Yun, before returning to the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, leisurely savoring his tea. In this era, the celestial realm's forbidden zone was concealed high above the ninth heavens, overseeing the vast world below, rendering it impossible for any unwitting beings to trespass and provoke conflict. As the sovereign of the celestial realm, he relished this newfound tranquility. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, 3 months had elapsed. After this period of ferment, the news of the celestial realm Lord's decisive strike against one of the supreme beings of the ancient royal mountain, the June Emperor, spread throughout the vast expanse of the world. The celestial realm's forbidden zone once again became an unparalleled taboo in the eyes of the world. During this interval, aside from the eastern wilderness, countless prodigies from the other 4 regions were drawn to the celestial realm, eager to become disciples under its banner. The areas surrounding the forbidden zone buzzed with activity, teeming with the elite from various human factions across the 5 domains. However, even for merely enrolling as nominal disciples, the corresponding assessment procedures were exceedingly rigorous. Even those renowned throughout a domain had to undergo numerous trials to earn their place as registered disciples of the celestial realm. Moreover, within the vastness of the 5 domains, after 3 months of negotiation and tension, many ancient races that had recently awakened reached a delicate balance with humanity. These ancient clans remained in their respective revival territories, refraining from encroaching upon human domains. The shock caused by the celestial realm Lord's annihilation of the June Emperor 2 months prior had instilled great fear among these ancient races. Who could predict whether the celestial realm lord would strike again should they target humanity? Even the once mighty June Emperor had fallen before the might of the celestial realm lord. Obliterated entirely, the ancient races posed no greater threat. In such circumstances, no ancient clan dared to take such a risk. After all, the fates of the June Emperor and the obliterated Feather Clan served as blood-soaked warnings. As 3 months passed, Qin Mu's personal disciples each reaped their own rewards. In the eastern wilderness, at the Xianxia clan, Tian sat in the chief seat, gazing at the clan members below, who averted their eyes in fear of meeting his gaze. His heart felt as if a colossal stone had been lifted, a profound sense of exhilaration washing over him. Through the trials of the past 3 months, he had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, returning to the Xianxia clan to resolve his grievances with the main lineage. Although the chief culprit behind the theft of his supreme bone, the clan leader, the elder, and Ning, had fallen, numerous accomplices still wielded power within the clan, such as the fifth elder. Upon his return to the Xianxia clan, Tian unleashed a tempestuous wrath, exacting vengeance upon those who had once persecuted him. The clan's highest combat strength had been vested in the elder of the divine transformation realm. Now, with Tian's advancement to the pinnacle of this realm, the Xianxia clan stood no chance of resistance against his overwhelming might, succumbing to his will. After settling past grievances, Tian felt the urge to depart. As the great disciple of the celestial realm lord, amidst the upheaval in the vast world, the Xianxia clan felt insignificant and could not impede his progress. Yet, just as he prepared to leave the Xianxia clan to further explore the world, a special guest unexpectedly arrived. She was a young woman clad in a flowing white robe, her countenance radiant with a smile as she approached Tian. "Junior sister? What brings you here?" Tian inquired, surprised to see that the visitor was none other than Gu Qingxue, the second disciple of Qin Mu. "Senior brother, I have come with an extraordinary opportunity and would like to invite you to explore it together," Gu Qingxue replied, her smile brightening as she regarded Tian, while internally marveling at his rapid ascent in power, now matching her own. An extraordinary opportunity? Please, do continue," he urged, his interest piqued. "It is this," Gu Qingxue began, carefully organizing her thoughts. After departing the celestial realm's forbidden zone, she had begun to sift through her memories from 10,000 years hence, seeking undiscovered realms of fortune on the current Kangmang continent. In her recollection, she had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. In 10,000 years hence, the emergence of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb in the eastern wilderness would attract countless powerful beings from various races, igniting a bloody struggle for the treasures within. It was said that this ancient tomb belonged to the Dragon Emperor, an unparalleled sovereign who predated even the ancient era. Legends spoke of the Dragon Emperor's true form as a divine dragon, and within the tomb lay remnants of his essence. which could elevate one's life essence and facilitate a profound transformation in their existence, offering invaluable benefits for future cultivation, a true treasure of immeasurable worth. When the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb surfaced 10,000 years later, Gu Qingxue had been too weak to partake in the battle for the dragon remnants. However, she later learned that the conflict had sent shockwaves throughout the Kangming continent, with countless powerful beings embroiled in fierce battles that blotted out the sun and moon. Ultimately, the cultivator who secured the dragon remnants soared to prominence, rapidly becoming a figure of renown across the 5 domains. Now, after the passage of 10 millennia, Gu Qingxue's memories of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb were hazy, though she retained a general sense of its location within the eastern wilderness. During the past 3 months, she had diligently sought clues about the ancient tomb, ultimately pinpointing its exact whereabouts. Although Gu Qingxue had successfully pinpointed the exact location of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, she was acutely aware that even though this tomb had yet to emerge into the world, unlike in a millennium hence, when it would draw countless formidable beings from the 5 domains to engage in fierce battles, her current strength alone would render her efforts to seize the treasures within it a daunting task, akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, she contemplated seeking assistance from others to enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb together, thereby enhancing her chances of success. Naturally, there were no more reliable candidates than her fellow disciples of the Supreme Heaven sect. However, as she was unaware of the whereabouts of Yi Chun, Lin Xianbai, and the others, she ventured to the Shijia clan in hopes of locating her senior brother, Shitian. To her surprise, she indeed found Shitian upon her arrival. Chapter 136, Archaeologists, accompanying the Emperor, exploring the Great Tomb. Of course, when Gu Qingxue recounted her tale to Shitian, she refrained from mentioning the events of a millennium later, instead claiming that she had fortuitously discovered the traces of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, prompting her to invite Shitian to explore it together. As she narrated her findings, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Shitian's eyes. Although he was still unaware of the treasures concealed within the Dragon Emperor's tomb, he understood that any tomb associated with an existence of imperial stature would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Moreover, the era of the Dragon Emperor, as legend has it, predates even that of the ancient times. Gu Qingxue's description stirred Shitian's curiosity. Yet, despite his intrigue, he remained composed. Junior sister, if this Dragon Emperor's tomb is indeed, as you say, a grand burial site left by a being of imperial caliber, I believe it would be prudent for us to invite additional individuals to accompany us. To better prepare for any potential dangers that may lurk within, he advised. Gu Qingxue readily nodded, fully agreeing with Shitian's perspective. There are no more dependable companions than our fellow disciples. Why don't we return to the Supreme Heaven Forbidden Zone now? And if any of our junior brothers or sisters are present, we can bring them along? Shitian promptly resolved. Let us proceed as you suggested. Everything shall be at your discretion, senior brother, Gu Qingxue replied with an eager nod. Although she had discovered the Dragon Emperor's tomb, and initially had the opportunity to claim its treasures for herself, inviting others to explore it together meant that she would have to share the spoils. Nonetheless, Gu Qingxue harbored no resentment towards this notion. Firstly, she recognized that the tomb could indeed harbor numerous dangers, and her solitary strength might not suffice to secure the treasures within. Secondly, she understood that, compared to the treasures within the royal tomb, the connections she forged with her fellow disciples in the Supreme Heaven sect were her true foundation. Gu Qingxue, with her keen intellect, discerned that all of her master's disciples were exceptional, each possessing the potential to attain imperial status. Nurturing good relationships with her fellow brothers and sisters would yield countless benefits. Thus, even if she had to share the treasures of the tomb, she saw no issue in doing so. Having reached a decision, Shitian and Gu Qingxue promptly set off to return to the Supreme Heaven Forbidden Zone. Although the Forbidden Zone had now concealed itself beyond the 9 heavens, overlooking the vast expanse of the world, making it difficult for myriad beings to locate. Shitian and Gu Qingxue, being the direct disciples of Qin Mu, possessed tokens bestowed by their master. With these tokens, they could effortlessly return to the Forbidden Zone. Upon their return, they encountered Duan Yun, Junior Brother 6. Shitian and Gu Qingxue exchanged glances as they recognized each other's identities. They had only been away for 3 to 4 months, yet their master had taken on another direct disciple. However, they understood that this young Taoist before them, chosen as a direct disciple by their master, must possess extraordinary qualities, and thus they did not underestimate Duan Yun. Since the others have not yet returned, shall we invite Junior Brother 6 to join us on this expedition to the Great Tomb? Shitian suggested, glancing at Gu Qingxue. The Great Tomb. What Great Tomb? Duan Yun's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Great Tomb. Junior Brother 6, it is as follows. Gu Qingxue briefly introduced the information regarding the Dragon Emperor's tomb. By the end of her explanation, Duan Yun's complexion had flushed with excitement. Senior brother and senior sister, you must take me along on this journey to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Duan Yun implored eagerly. I am well versed in tomb raiding. Archaeology, and possess profound insights into many ancient tombs. I can be considered a seasoned archaeologist. With my presence, I can help you avoid numerous dangers within the Great Tomb. An ancient royal tomb, predating even the ancient era. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one to be missed, and Duan Yun was determined to seize it. Seeing Duan Yun's enthusiastic offer, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue found no reason to decline. Thus they acquiesced to his request. Under the ancient tea tree, Qin Mu continued to leisurely savor his tea, though the conversation among the three had not escaped his keen ears. The Dragon Emperor's tomb? Quite intriguing. Qin Mu mused with a light chuckle. Meng Jiao, follow them discreetly and accompany them on their journey. Should they encounter life-threatening peril, intervene to safeguard them. With the presence of Elder Meng Jiao, who possessed imperial cultivation, they would have timely protection against any unforeseen dangers lurking within the royal tomb. As you command. Elder Meng Jiao, with a striking figure, slightly bowed to Qin Mu before gradually fading from view. In the east wilderness, within a certain wild and desolate mountain forest, Gu Qingxue pointed towards the base of a mountain, indicating to Shi Tian and Duan Yun, the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb should be around here. Is this truly the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb? I see nothing remarkable, Shi Tian remarked, his brow furrowed, finding only a barren mountain before him. However, Duan Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly perceiving something others could not. The divine veins here are concealed, intertwined with the forces of life and death, embodying the essence of a true dragon's rebirth. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Allow me to take on the responsibility of opening the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Duan Yun stepped forward eagerly, executing intricate hand seals and murmuring incantations. Seeking the dragon, dividing the gold, a myriad of volumes concealing the truth. After his intricate actions, something miraculous occurred. Ethereal strands of dragon aura began to emanate from the previously desolate ground. Certain areas shimmered, collectively forming a vast array that enveloped the location. It became faintly visible that the array at the mountain's base was dimming, as if it were about to vanish. Duan Yun advanced, waving his hands and casting several spells. The array at the mountain's base gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely. As the array vanished, a profound entrance emerged before Shi Tian and the others. This is the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Duan Yun declared, gazing at the deep tunnel before them with a sense of pride. As Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue exchanged glances, both discerned a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated that their sixth junior, indeed, possessed profound mastery over the art of feng shui and the principles of yin and yang, enabling him to effortlessly dismantle the restrictions at the entrance of the grand tomb. It appeared that their decision to invite the sixth junior to accompany them in the exploration of the Dragon Emperor's tomb was undeniably sagacious. Chapter 137, Duan Yun's Prowess. The emergence of the dragon's nest, the east waste tremble. The entrance to the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb had been unveiled, and without hesitation, Shi Tian and his companions stepped into the cave at the foot of the mountain. The ancient cave was deep and mysterious, leading to an unknown destination, from which wisps of dragon aura wafted forth. Shi Tian initially intended to take the lead, aiming to shield his junior sister Gu Qingxue and junior brother Duan Yun from any potential dangers. However, upon entering the cave, Duan Yun, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, eagerly volunteered to lead the trio. After traversing the cave for nearly half a day, they finally reached its terminus. The sight before them caused Shi Tian's pupils to constrict. Before them lay a vast and boundless underground palace, its depths unfathomable. The ancient palace bore the marks of time, and ghostly shadows of dragon aura flitted through it, exuding an aura of tremendous peril. This place concealed an overwhelming power, particularly the ethereal dragon shadows that were to be approached with utmost caution. Any reckless contact could lead to dire consequences. Duan Yun, with a calculating expression, formed a seal with his hands and chanted incantations for a moment before gravely advising, in light of this, we must heighten our vigilance and proceed with care. Upon hearing Duan Yun's words, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue exchanged glances and promptly donned the sacred inner armor they had retrieved from the heavenly forbidden zone, enhancing their protection. Sixth junior, do you have any means of self-defense? If not, allow me to take the lead, Shi Tian kindly inquired. Master brother, have no worries. This trivial challenge is but a trifle for me, Duan Yun replied, his complexion flushed with enthusiasm. With a flourish, he produced an array of items from his waist pouch, a gentle glow illuminating the assortment of treasures that appeared before him, a chaotic collection gleaming in a myriad of colors. First, Duan Yun donned a jade-like inner armor, followed by an ancient robe shimmering with a subtle 9-colored radiance. Lastly, he affixed a peculiar artifact resembling a bowl, its surface encrusted with green rust, atop his head. After this elaborate armament, he was indeed equipped to the teeth. Tian observed this spectacle in silent bemusement. Despite the multitude of treasures Duan Yun possessed, their appearance struck him as rather comical and bizarre. Gu Qingxue, standing nearby, scrutinized Duan Yun's inner armor and the 9-colored robe with an expression of incredulity. Recently, she had heard of the Tianqin clan, one of the ancient tribes, frantically dispatching numerous experts to scour the world after their ancestral tomb was looted, resulting in the loss of many precious artifacts. What infuriated the Tianqin clan the most was that the grave robber had even stripped the clothing from their ancestors' remains. The inner armor and robe worn by Duan Yun were clearly not contemporary treasures, exuding an ancient aura. Could they possibly have been pilfered from the ancestral remains of the Tianqin clan? Gu Qingxue fell silent, her mind beginning to piece together the implications of Duan Yun's identity as an archaeologist. Once they were adequately prepared, the trio ventured into the grand underground palace. As they cautiously navigated the vast expanse, they were perplexed to find no remnants of ancient artifacts or treasures left behind. The entire palace was eerily empty, devoid of any relics. This is preposterous. This is an ancient tomb of a monarch. Even if we are not at the center of the tomb, there should be some burial goods. Duan Yun lamented, visibly frustrated by the lack of findings. However, with no option for retreat, they skillfully avoided the ethereal dragon aura that drifted through the palace and proceeded forward, taking several hours to reach the palace's end. Upon reaching the terminus of the underground palace, the sight before them elicited an involuntary gasp from Duan Yun, who had explored numerous tombs. Before them lay a vast chasm, at the bottom of which an ancient nest loomed, majestic as a primordial mountain. Surrounding the nest, chaotic streams of energy cascaded down, engulfing the area in a terrifying aura. Within that dark, ancient nest, strands of dragon aura meandered, each strand emanating an overwhelming power capable of obliterating even the mightiest beings. Thick tendrils of dragon aura wafted from the ancient nest, permeating the palace they had just traversed. This must be the true location of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Could this be the legendary True Dragon's Nest? Duan Yun exclaimed, his breath hitching as he gazed at the ancient nest suspended amid the swirling chaos. The scene was breathtakingly grand, far beyond his imagination. Junior brother, do you possess a means to traverse this barrier of chaotic energy and true dragon aura to enter the nest? Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. The chaotic energy and true dragon aura formed a natural barrier, safeguarding the ancient nest from approach. Let me investigate the flow of this chaotic energy and true dragon aura. There must be a pattern to it, Duan Yun stated, embarking on a search. Eventually, he discerned the rhythmic ebb and flow of the chaotic energy and true dragon aura. The trio then proceeded to act swiftly, deftly avoiding the chaotic streams and the true dragon aura as they gradually approached the true dragon nest. Before long, they reached the entrance of the true dragon nest and, slipping through a crevice in the nest, descended into its depths. The moment the three of them set foot inside, the previously silent and dark nest seemed to awaken, suddenly illuminating and rumbling as it ascended from the depths of the earth. Boom! The stone shattered, and the ground trembled as the true dragon nest, once buried deep underground, appeared anew upon the eastern wastes. The ancient dragon aura surged forth, sweeping across the expanse and drawing the attention of countless powerful beings. In an instant, gazes from all directions within the eastern wastes converged upon the site of the true dragon nest's emergence. This aura, a pitch-black nest exuding copious dragon aura. It seems familiar, as if I've seen it in ancient texts before. Could this not be the legendary true dragon nest, the abode of the unparalleled dragon emperor from before the ancient era? The stirring of the true dragon nest's emergence reverberated throughout the ancient tribes, rousing many ancient kings from their slumber, who hastily set forth towards the location of the true dragon nest. Chapter 138. The kings clear the field. Dream 9 descends. Who are the ants? Tian and his companions exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden upheaval triggered by their mere entrance into the dragon's nest. Now, the true dragon's lair has emerged, its astonishing aura permeating the eastern wilderness. Undoubtedly, this place has become the focal point of attention for the entire eastern wilderness, and it won't be long before powerful figures from various clans arrive. It appears that the plan to quietly seize the treasures within the true dragon's lair is destined to fail, sighed Gu Qingxue. Initially, she had contemplated stealthily acquiring the treasures alongside Tian and Duan Yun, but it now seemed utterly impossible. The emergence of the imperial tomb will undoubtedly attract formidable figures of the present age, and it is even likely that the ancient kings of the primordial clans will mobilize. It seems implausible for us to secure the treasures safely. Duan Yin also expressed his concerns. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. While the various forces have yet to arrive, we should enter the dragon's lair and seize the treasures without delay, Shi Tian decisively declared, eager to claim the treasures hidden within the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. However, before he could take action, figures emanating an unparalleled aura, like ancient demonic mountains, began to approach from the distant horizon. These arrivals were none other than the ancient kings of the primordial clans. Truly, it is the true dragon's lair. Just as recorded in the ancient texts, the ancient lair of the true dragon, once the abode of the Dragon Emperor, must surely conceal unparalleled treasures. The ancient kings hurriedly approached, their gazes ablaze with fervor. In addition to these ancient kings, the commotion surrounding the emergence of the true dragon's lair also stirred the various holy lands and sects of the human race in the eastern wilderness, prompting countless leaders and masters to hasten their arrival. However, compared to these ancient kings, the strength of these human leaders was glaringly inferior. The former abode of the Dragon Emperor is not something mere humans can covet. Should you dare to approach again, you shall be met with ruthless extermination. Several ancient kings cast their icy gazes upon the human powerhouses arriving behind them, issuing a chilling warning. Those human leaders felt their blood run cold under the intense scrutiny of the ancient kings, yet they stubbornly insisted. The emergence of the dragon's lair does not belong solely to any one clan. All clans are entitled to explore it, and we, as humans, naturally have the right to seek out the dragon's lair. These leaders felt a deep sense of injustice. Why should only the ancient kings be allowed to approach the treasures of the dragon's lair, while the human powerhouses were barred? Why was this the case? The ancient kings scoffed, their disdain palpable, as they unleashed their overwhelming pressure, their murderous intent reverberating throughout the cosmos, locking onto the multitude of human leaders. In an instant, the faces of those leaders turned ashen. They had no doubt that if they dared to take another step forward, they would be mercilessly slaughtered by these ancient kings. At that moment, many human powerhouses in the eastern wilderness turned pale with fear. Months of peace had seemingly made them forget the terror of the primordial clans, only to be reminded of their overwhelming might now. This was a scene that ignited the indignation of countless human powerhouses. As the dragon's lair emerged, the human powerhouses of the eastern wilderness were completely forbidden from approaching, leaving only the ancient kings to claim the treasures. Yet, despite their profound resentment, many human powerhouses could only accept this grim reality with bitterness. There was no recourse. The strength of the ancient kings was far beyond their capacity to contend with. The current situation favored the powerful, and even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to endure. Observing the multitude of human powerhouses stranded outside the dragon's lair, a certain ancient king could not help but sneer. These humans still failed to recognize their place. Had it not been for the intervention of the celestial lord, the human race of the eastern wilderness would have long been reduced to a meal for my primordial clans. What do we care for these ants? The true prize lies within the dragon's lair. Another ancient king remarked indifferently. It seems there are individuals within the dragon's lair. One of the ancient kings turned his gaze towards the true dragon's lair, astonished. The other ancient kings followed suit, and indeed, they spotted 3 young humans standing within the lair. Humans? What are they doing in the true dragon's lair? Could it be that the commotion surrounding the emergence of the lair was instigated by them? Upon seeing Shi Tian and Duan Yun, one ancient king bellowed, "Human ants, get out of the true dragon's lair at once. This place has already been claimed by my primordial clans. Leave the true dragon's lair." Witnessing the malevolent intent emanating from the ancient kings, who looked down upon them as if they were mere servants, Shi Tian felt a surge of indignation. They had entered first, and the emergence of the true dragon's lair was due to their presence. Yet now, these ancient kings descended with such arrogance, expecting them to relinquish the treasures with just a few words? Impossible. Before Shi Tian could voice his rebuttal, Duan Yun could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "We discovered these treasures first. You think you can command us to leave? Who do you think you are? The primordial clans should heed my warning and not become too arrogant. If you dare to offend me today, I shall personally descend upon your clans in the future, unearthing your ancestors' graves to listen to their whispered confessions, seeking atonement for your offenses today." The world fell silent, with only Duan Yun's defiant voice echoing. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue remained silent, recognizing that their 6th junior brother was even more audacious than the ancient kings themselves. Do not worry, brothers and sisters. The reason I dare to look down upon these ancient kings is that they cannot do anything to us. Duan Yun confidently pointed at the swirling chaotic aura and the essence of the true dragon surrounding the lair, boasting, with the emergence of the dragon's lair, The chaotic aura outside has surged exponentially. Those ancient kings cannot even approach. However, as soon as Duanyun finished speaking, a scene unfolded that rendered Shirtian and Gu Qingxue even more speechless. Once the dragon's lair completely ascended and stabilized, the chaotic aura and the essence of the true dragon that had initially surged around the lair began to dissipate rapidly. Shirtian and Gu Qingxue. Duanyun. These mere human ants dare to covet the true dragon's lair? An ancient king noticed the dissipating chaotic aura surrounding the lair, his murderous intent intensifying. He had made up his mind to slay these human beings within the lair as a warning to others. As the chaotic aura grew increasingly faint, the ancient kings surrounding the true dragon's lair began to stir with anticipation. Undoubtedly, once the chaotic aura surrounding the lair diminished further, it would be their moment to forcefully enter the true dragon's lair. And at that time, Shirtian and the others would be in grave danger. However, just at that critical juncture, a fiery and enchanting figure slowly materialized before the true dragon's lair. It was Mengjio, an elder of the celestial realm's forbidden zone. Mengjio descended, her gaze sweeping over the ancient kings poised to strike outside the lair, and spoke with an air of indifference. A group of ants dares to covet the treasures of my celestial disciples? The dragon's lair was discovered by my celestial disciples, and thus its treasures rightfully belong to them. The other clans have no right to lay claim. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who is against? Chapter 139. The Treasures of Transformation, the Secrets of Ascension. All are suppressed. Who is in favor, and who is against? Outside the true dragon's lair, the world fell into silence, with only Meng Jiao's indifferent yet tranquil voice echoing through the heavens and earth. It is Elder Meng of our celestial lineage, within the true dragon's nest. Upon the sighting of a figure clad in crimson garments, both Shirtian and Gu Qingxue could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, their previously anxious expressions vanishing, replaced by a sense of relaxation and exhilaration. With the elder of the celestial realm present, Shirtian and Gu Qingxue felt an unparalleled sense of security. They recognized that their situation was now stabilized. Elder Mengjio, Duanyun gazed at the figure in red, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Why had Elder Mengjio suddenly appeared here? Could it be that everything was orchestrated by their venerable master? The emergence of Mengjio brought a sense of reassurance to Shirtian, Duanyun, and the others, even though they were unaware of the reasons behind her timely arrival. Each felt as if they had swallowed a calming elixir. However, the ancient kings outside the true dragon's nest did not share this sentiment. Upon Mengjio's appearance, the expressions of these ancient kings turned ghastly pale. How could it be the celestial realm again? Were these young disciples of the human race affiliated with the celestial lineage? Infuriating. Did the celestial lineage intend to monopolize the treasures within the true dragon's nest? The ancient kings were utterly astonished, never expecting such a dramatic turn of events, just as the treasures within the true dragon's nest seemed within their grasp. Meanwhile, those human powerhouses who had previously been barred from approaching by the ancient kings, upon witnessing Mengjio's emergence and the subsequent intimidation of the ancient kings, felt as if they had just sipped a bowl of chilled plum juice on a scorching summer day. Moments ago, they had been the subjects of these ancient kings' threats, warned against approaching the vicinity of the true dragon's nest. Yet now, these ancient kings had become the intimidated. What a remarkable reversal of fortunes. A woman. Even if she hailed from the celestial realm's forbidden zone, what difference did it make? All the ancient clans of the primordial era were present. Could she truly intimidate them? A white-haired ancient king gritted his teeth, speaking in indignation. The other ancient kings exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of agitation. The allure of the treasures within the true dragon's nest was simply too overwhelming to relinquish easily, even for these ancient kings. Their audacity in the face of Mengjio's intimidation stemmed from the fact that none of the ancient kings present had experienced Mengjio's terrifying prowess. In the past, the kings had banded together, attempting to encroach upon the celestial realm's forbidden zone, only to be annihilated by Mengjio with ease. Although that incident had sent shockwaves throughout the ancient clans of the eastern wilderness, the fallen kings had not revealed the identity of their vanquisher. They assumed it was the wrath of the celestial sovereign that had led to their demise. As for the name Mengjio, the ancient clans remained oblivious. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb potentially concealed the secrets of the Dragon Emperor's ascension to immortality. To abandon such a treasure was simply unacceptable. Moreover, even if they were to offend the celestial realm's forbidden zone today, if they could obtain the secrets of the Dragon Emperor's ascension from within the true dragon's nest, they could potentially negotiate protection from other supreme beings in the life forbidden zone. One ancient king spoke coldly. Upon hearing these words, the other kings trembled slightly. The allure of the Dragon Emperor's tomb lay not only in the antiquity of the Dragon Emperor's era, but also in the historical accounts which proclaimed the Dragon Emperor as one of the few supreme beings to have successfully ascended to the celestial realm. It was said that in his prime, the Dragon Emperor had traversed the path to immortality and ascended in a single leap. The mere thought of a treasure left by such a celestial being was enough to stir the heart. Furthermore, within the true dragon's nest, there might be hidden secrets regarding the Dragon Emperor's ascension. If so, even the ancient supreme beings in the life forbidden zone would likely go mad with desire. In that moment, the assembled ancient kings began to stir restlessly. The earlier words of the ancient king held truth. Their only fear was the celestial sovereign within the forbidden zone. If any random being emerging from the celestial realm could compel the kings to bow in submission, what would that mean for the dignity of the ancient clans? I can no longer endure this. Today, I shall slay this thief. The white-haired ancient king could no longer restrain himself, raising his palm to strike at Meng Jiao. His eyes fixed with murderous intent upon Duan Yun within the true dragon's nest. He was the ancient king of the celestial silkworm clan, and recently, the grave of their revered ancestor had been desecrated, with even the ancestral garments stripped bare. Such humiliation had driven the celestial silkworm clan to the brink of madness. Today, the celestial silkworm king discovered that the inner armor and robe belonging to his ancestor, which had been stolen, were now worn by that young human Taoist. Undoubtedly, the young Taoist within the true dragon's nest was the very culprit responsible for the desecration of his clan's ancestral tomb. This debt could only be settled with blood. Consumed by rage, the celestial silkworm king lunged towards Meng Jiao, intent on tearing apart the audacious thief who had dared to plunder his clan's sacred site. His sudden attack was unexpected. However, Meng Jiao, standing before the true dragon's nest, displayed no change in her demeanor. Her expression remained utterly indifferent, her gaze growing ever colder. How dare a mere ancient king lay hands upon her? This was tantamount to courting death. Meng Jiao's gaze fell upon the celestial silkworm king, and in an instant, an overwhelming imperial pressure surged forth, crashing down like a tidal wave, engulfing the celestial silkworm king, the imperial realm, as the vast and terrifying pressure enveloped him. The celestial silkworm king's eyes widened in horror, utterly taken aback. He could not fathom that a seemingly inconspicuous woman emerging from the celestial realm's forbidden zone was, in fact, an unparalleled being of the imperial realm. Yet, it was too late for regret. The imperial pressure unleashed by Meng Jiao obliterated the celestial silkworm king's body, reducing him to a mist of blood, erasing him from existence. After annihilating the celestial silkworm king, Meng Jiao did not retract her imperial might. Instead, she directed that vast power towards the other ancient kings. In an instant, those once proud and invincible ancient kings could not withstand the supreme pressure. Trembling as they fell to their knees, even raising their heads becoming an unattainable luxury. Meng Jiao's expression remained impassive as her gaze swept over the ancient kings who had just attempted to act. In the next moment, they followed in the footsteps of the celestial silkworm king, their bodies exploding into blood mist, meeting their ultimate demise. Who dares to defy? Meng Jiao's gaze swept across the field, addressing the remaining ancient kings who knelt before her with indifference. An emperor. This woman is actually a human emperor. The trembling ancient kings, overwhelmed by terror, felt as if they were losing their minds. To think that a mere woman emerging from the celestial realm's forbidden zone was the fabled being of the imperial realm. How could they possibly fight back? Had they known that this woman in red was a legendary existence of the imperial realm, they would not have dared to harbor any thoughts of seizing the true dragon's nest, even with 100 times their courage. Chapter 140. The kings bow down. The emperor guards the path. The dragon nest echoes with fear. All the ancient kings knelt, trembling in fear, while only elder Meng Jiao stood high above, gazing down upon them. It is futile. Even if these ancient kings wished to remain standing, it is impossible under the oppressive might of the emperor. Even the existence of a quasi-emperor finds it difficult to resist such power, let alone these ancient kings. At this moment, the hearts of these ancient kings are akin to having consumed a bitter herb, overwhelmed by despair. Who would have anticipated that a mere woman emerging from the celestial forbidden zone would possess such supreme imperial prowess? A dignified emperor, instead of remaining in slumber within the confines of the life forbidden zone, has now descended upon the true dragon nest, exerting pressure on this assembly of ancient kings. Is there no sense of law or moral order left? We yield. We submit. The fortunes of this place belong entirely to the disciples of the celestial realm. We, the ancient clans, dare not covet even a fraction. Everything shall be determined by the emperor. The ancient kings, kneeling upon the ground, surrendered in unison, proclaiming their submission. There is no alternative. Circumstances have proven stronger than individuals. How could they hope to resist the arrival of a human emperor? Bowing before an imperial presence is not a mark of shame. Within the true dragon nest, Duan Yun gazed at the ancient kings, trembling and prostrate on the ground, unable to suppress his astonishment. Elder Ming is indeed fearsome beyond measure. Amidst his awe, Duan Yun could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. How fortunate he was to have joined the celestial lineage. One must ponder what other force in the world could, like the celestial realm, dispatch an imperial being at will to support its disciples and suppress the opposition. Duan Yun understood well that had he joined another faction, encountering such a crisis today, he would have been utterly powerless against these ancient kings. Such is the advantage of having a formidable backing. Duan Yun felt a silent thrill within. Already contemplating the locations of the rumored ancient royal tombs he had previously dared not to investigate, now firmly within his future archaeological pursuits. His hesitation had stemmed from the formidable guardians of these ancient royal mausoleums. Yet now, with the celestial realm as his support, his confidence surged. What of the ancient royal tombs? With the celestial forbidden zone backing him, should he provoke the Tao Master, he could even excavate the ancient royal mausoleums. The kings bowed their heads, the world fell silent. Outside the true dragon nest, those human powerhouses originally barred from entry by the ancient kings were stirred by the sight of these once arrogant sovereigns now humbling themselves. Excellent. Let them who were once so haughty now be denied entry into the true dragon nest. What a delight. Truly. What power in the world could now diminish the ancient clan's arrogance and compel their submission, if not the celestial forbidden zone? The human powerhouses from the eastern wilderness collectively mused. Even the leaders of their top-tier factions could only return defeated before the ancient kings, lacking even the qualification to enter the true dragon nest. Yet the celestial forbidden zone? Even its lesser disciples possess imperial protection when they act. The disparity is monumental, akin to one realm above and another below. Very well. You may all enter the true dragon nest to seek fortunes. I shall guard your path here, so proceed boldly and confidently in your exploration. Seeing the ancient kings bowing in submission, Meng Jiu glanced at Shi Tian and the others, speaking with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Shi Tian and the others, filled with excitement, respectfully bowed to Meng Jiu, then, amidst countless envious and resentful gazes, calmly ventured deeper into the true dragon nest. As they set forth, Gu Qingxue could not help but reflect. She recalled how, millennia hence, the emergence of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb had incited relentless bloodshed among countless strong contenders. Yet now, although the Dragon Emperor's tomb had reappeared, they were free to explore it without concern, for no one dared contest them for fortune. This is the deterrent power of the celestial forbidden zone. Being able to become a disciple of the celestial realm, to study under a revered master, is indeed a blessing earned from past lives. Shi Tian and the others, buoyed by Meng Jiu's assurance, ventured into the true dragon nest with steady hearts and bright spirits. Outside the true dragon nest, those previously barred from entry, many of whom were sovereigns of various sects, watched in envy, some even harboring a flicker of hope. Restless with ambition, the master of the celestial realm had previously acted decisively, slaying the Jun Emperor for belittling humanity, indicating that the celestial forbidden zone exerts its pressure upon the ancient clans while still being relatively benevolent toward humans. Now, with the ancient clans obstructed outside the true dragon nest, was there not a chance for them, as humans, to seize this opportunity and partake in the fortunes within? The flames of desire and greed began to ignite in the hearts of these sovereigns. However, soon this flicker of ambition was extinguished by Meng Jiu's warning. Meng Jiu surveyed the surroundings, seemingly aware of the covetous glints in the eyes of the sovereigns, and spoke with indifference. I shall reiterate, the fortunes within the true dragon nest belong to the disciples of the celestial realm and shall rightfully remain with them. Any others, regardless of race, who dare approach shall be met with merciless slaughter. With that, an imperial might surged forth, instantly obliterating several sovereigns who had just given in to greed, reducing them to a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, the remaining human powerhouses were filled with trepidation, and any lingering hopes they harbored were shattered in an instant. At this moment, they recalled that while the celestial forbidden zone may show some favor to humanity, any who dare infringe upon its majesty, regardless of their race, seem to meet a grim fate. Previously, the Ji clan and the Wan Hai sacred ground had mustered their finest to assault the celestial realm, only to be annihilated in a single strike. At that time, the celestial forbidden zone did not extend any leniency simply because the Ji clan and the Wan Hai sacred ground were of human descent. Alone, Meng Jiu suppressed all directions, instilling fear in the hearts of myriad powerful beings, preventing them from approaching the true dragon nest. Meanwhile, within the true dragon nest, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and Duan Yun continued deeper into the heart of the nest. As they progressed, The dragon energy within the true dragon nest grew increasingly potent. Fortunately, with Duan Yun leading the way, the trio skillfully navigated numerous dangers and gradually arrived at the depths of the dragon nest. After proceeding for the duration of several incense sticks, they finally paused. Before them stood a scene that even Duan Yun, who had explored many grand tombs, could not help but express astonishment. An ancient altar loomed magnificently in the depths of the true dragon nest, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of chaos. Upon this altar, a true dragon coiled, exuding an unfathomable and terrifying presence. Even more astonishing to Xianxian and his companions was that above the true dragon resting upon the ancient altar, there stood a divine source shimmering with 9 colors, quietly rooted in place. Within this 9-colored divine source, a small girl who appeared to be around 6 years old, with snow-white hair and a serene complexion, lay peacefully sleeping, her eyes gently closed. Chapter 141. The True Dragon Scale, Enigmatic and Ethereal, Celestial Waterfall. This was an astonishing spectacle. Upon the grand ancient altar, not only did a true dragon rest, but above it, there also stood a 9-colored divine source, encasing a small girl with white hair. My goodness, could that true dragon possibly be the legendary Dragon Emperor? Is it possible that the Dragon Emperor has yet to ascend to the celestial domain and still exists in this world? Duan Yin exclaimed in shock. The aura emanating from the true dragon coiled upon the ancient altar was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even a wisp of it could collapse the ancient heavens. The sensation was akin to facing an emperor of the current age, indistinguishable in its weight. No, this is not right. Gu Qingshue's gaze flickered with uncertainty, sensing that matters were not as they seemed. After millennia, when the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb emerged, it had never been reported that the formidable beings of the world encountered any so-called true dragons within its confines. Furthermore, in this vast expanse, even an emperor-level powerhouse could scarcely endure for tens of thousands of years. How could a being of such caliber persist for so long? It is essential to note that this Dragon Emperor was an ancient entity from before the primordial era, nearly 1,000,000 years ago. It appeared that this true dragon had not survived. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with divine brilliance as he scrutinized the true dragon coiled upon the altar, suddenly speaking up. Since first laying eyes upon this true dragon, he had been observing intently. To Xianxia's perception, although the dragon radiated an unparalleled imperial aura, it remained utterly motionless, seemingly devoid of life. Their initial shock was merely due to the lingering, indomitable pressure of the emperor-level presence emanating from within it. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Gu Qingxue and Duan Yun immediately began to examine the true dragon upon the altar with keen attention. After a thorough inspection, realization dawned upon their faces. Just as Xianxian had said, the true dragon on the altar was indeed not a living entity, but rather a decayed relic that had perished countless eons ago. Thus, the Dragon Emperor, who was said to have pierced the path to immortality before the primordial era, did not ultimately ascend to the celestial realm, but had long since decayed in the mortal world. Duan Yun gazed at the colossal dragon corpse sprawled across the altar, unable to suppress a sigh of lamentation. He had gleaned fragments of tales regarding this Dragon Emperor from the ancient texts discovered in numerous grand tombs of the primordial era. This was an extraordinarily ancient existence, who, at the peak of its youth, had reportedly surged into the path of immortality, vanishing from the world thereafter. The legend of the Dragon Emperor had inspired countless cultivators in their relentless pursuit of transcendence along the arduous path to immortality. Yet now, the corpse, presumed to belong to the Dragon Emperor, lay inert within the true dragon's lair, timelessly enduring. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor had failed in its ascent, fading into obscurity and leaving behind merely a corpse in this true dragon lair? Allow me to inspect closely. True Dragon's Eye, Duan Yin intoned, gesturing with his hands and reciting incantations. Before long, a brilliant, blinding light surged forth from his eyes, shooting towards the ancient altar. This was an unparalleled secret technique recorded in the true Dragon Emperor Sutra bestowed upon him by Qin Mu, capable of piercing through all illusions and revealing the essence of all things. Duan Yun's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the ancient altar. Suddenly, astonishing changes unfolded. Under Duan Yun's gaze, the colossal dragon corpse lying upon the ancient altar began to shift from solid to ethereal, gradually fading away. In merely a few breaths, the immense true dragon corpse had vanished without a trace, leaving only the 9-colored divine source standing resolutely upon the altar. With the true dragon's corpse now gone, Gu Qingxue exhibited a look of astonishment, but her gaze soon fixed upon a certain spot on the altar. There, several dragon scales, each the size of a human head and shimmering with a 9-colored luster, glimmered radiantly, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that spread forth into the surrounding expanse. The true dragon corpse we previously witnessed must have merely been an illusion cast by the overwhelming pressure emanating from these dragon scales, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, contemplating the scales. I told you, how could the Dragon Emperor, as a sovereign of an era, possibly fall unnoticed here? Duan Yun exclaimed, invigorated. The true form of the Dragon Emperor must resemble the accounts in ancient texts, having successfully ascended to the celestial realm. And these dragon scales are the remnants left behind after its ascension. Such an explanation rendered everything comprehensible. It appears to be so, Gu Qingxue instinctively nodded. It seemed that these dragon scales were indeed the true dragon remnants that had incited fierce battles among the powerful across the vast world after the emergence of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb millennia later. Yet, Gu Qingxue's gaze inevitably shifted back to the nine-colored divine source. Observing the white-haired girl sealed within the divine source, a wave of confusion welled up in her eyes. In the millennia since the Dragon Emperor's tomb emerged, there had never been any mention of this girl existing within the true dragon lair. Who was this girl sealed within the nine-colored divine source? What connection did she have with the Dragon Emperor? Why had her presence not been noted when the Dragon Emperor's tomb emerged after countless years? A multitude of questions swirled in Gu Qingxue's mind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. However, she understood that now was not the time for such musings. There were more pressing matters at hand. Those several nine-colored dragon scales were their primary objective for this journey. I have thoroughly examined the surroundings, and there are no prohibitions present on the altar. We can safely retrieve these dragon scales. Duan Yun concluded after meticulously surveying the vicinity with his true dragon's eye. Time is of the essence. We must secure these true dragon remnants. Upon hearing Duan Yun's words, Xianxiaaudiobooks took the lead, cautiously approaching the true dragon altar. Gu Qingxue and Duan Yun followed closely behind. At last, the three successfully ascended the true dragon altar and employed secret techniques to collect the dragon scales. As the scales were gathered, the ethereal imperial presence that had lingered in the void dissipated. However, an unforeseen occurrence took place that caught the three off guard. As they collected the dragon scales, it seemed they had inadvertently triggered some kind of taboo, resulting in a sudden upheaval in the world. Boom! Outside the true dragon lair, in the skies above, the boundless void shattered abruptly. A vast, white celestial river descended from the ruptured expanse, spanning across the heavens. Within that snowy celestial river, boundless immortal light erupted, cascading like a heavenly waterfall, illuminating the nine heavens. As that celestial waterfall manifested, a chilling laughter reverberated through the cosmos, finally founded. Chapter 142, The Eternal Enigma, The Celestial War Spear, The Supreme's Glance. This was an utterly sudden and profoundly shocking scene. A cascade of white light fell from the heavens, where the celestial waterfall overflowed, showering divine rain and resplendent divine mist, with streaks of unparalleled immortal brilliance crisscrossing through it, radiating brilliance and splendor to the utmost degree. The abrupt appearance of the celestial waterfall brought with it a disquieting laughter, sending shockwaves through all present. Not only were Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others inside the true dragon lair affected, but even Meng Jiu outside, along with the powerful beings of various clans, gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. What has transpired? The ancient kings and human powerhouses lifted their gazes, filled with astonishment as they beheld the celestial waterfall. The sheer radiance of the celestial waterfall was overwhelming. The divine rain cascading and the immortal light weaving through it created an illusion that one was witnessing the descent of a true celestial being. It was as if behind that celestial waterfall stood a peerless true immortal, with a vast celestial domain enduring. Did this astonishing transformation have any connection to the true dragon lair? Was the celestial waterfall a passageway to the legendary celestial realm? Did the Dragon Emperor truly achieve its ascent and successfully enter the celestial realm? How could such an upheaval arise? The powerful beings from various clans outside the true dragon nest were all shaken. A waterfall, seemingly leading to the celestial realm, manifested above the true dragon nest, a phenomenon potent enough to reverberate throughout the vast world. Mei Jiu also lifted her gaze, her expression grave as she regarded the ethereal cascade, instinctively feeling a sense of foreboding. Although she was unaware of the reason for the waterfall's appearance, her intuition suggested that it was not a harbinger of good fortune. Within the true dragon nest, Xianxiaaudiobooks, Gu Qingxue, and Duan Yun also beheld the apparition of the vast waterfall in the skies above. The three exchanged glances, a vague premonition stirring within them that the manifestation of this celestial waterfall was somehow intertwined with their fates. We have only just retrieved a few dragon scales from the altar, and now this waterfall appears. There must be some connection, Xianxiaaudiobooks mused thoughtfully. Could these dragon scales be the key to triggering some hidden restriction? By taking them, have we inadvertently activated some unseen barrier? Duan Yun felt a jolt of unease. contemplating the possibility that the Dragon Emperor in the celestial realm sensed the disturbance of the true dragon remnants they had left behind, prompting a breach of the dimensional barrier to impose punishment upon them. Hearing Duan Yun's speculation, Gu Qingxue fell into silence, as the unfolding events starkly contrasted with the occurrences surrounding the Dragon Emperor's tomb that would emerge a millennium hence. At that time, within the true dragon nest, there were only these few dragon scales, remnants of the true dragon, and no presence of the white-haired girl sealed within the 9-colored divine source. Moreover, during the struggle among the powerful beings of the vast world for these true dragon remnants, the celestial waterfall had not manifested. Gu Qingxue felt a vague sense that the significant disparity between these two events was perhaps linked to the passage of millennia in the original timeline. From now until the emergence of the Dragon Emperor's tomb 1,000 years hence, there must have been some astonishing upheaval within the tomb. As Gu Qingxue was sorting through her thoughts, the majestic waterfall spanning the heavens suddenly underwent a transformation. The celestial waterfall roared, and behind the shimmering veil of light, a shape slowly took form, a battle spear. It was an ancient war spear, several zhang in length, bathed in an endless radiance, its image becoming increasingly distinct. This spear was archaic, exhibiting a chaotic hue. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was forged from 4 distinct types of supreme divine metals, each of which was exceedingly rare in the vast world. Each type of supreme divine metal, if possessed by any emperor-level existence, could be crafted into their own unparalleled imperial weapon. Even a single type could forge a supreme divine weapon, and now, the ancient spear emerging from the celestial waterfall was forged from a blend of 4 such metals. This was undoubtedly a scene that left all witnesses astounded. If one type of supreme divine metal could forge a supreme divine weapon, what could be said of 4? The nature and power of that ancient spear must surely surpass that of ordinary emperor-level divine weapons. As the ancient spear materialized, terrifying gazes ignited in several life-restricted zones across the vast world, filled with surprise and astonishment at the sight of this weapon. The Tianhuang War Spear. Is it the weapon of that individual? Could he still be alive? How could this be? After nearly 1,000,000 years, that once proud figure, who refused to sever a single strand of his being and entered the life-restricted zone, should have long since passed into dust. It was merely the appearance of his former weapon. It did not necessarily indicate that he was still alive. The imperial weapon possesses spirit. The whereabouts and fate of that individual should be known by the Tianhuang War Spear as his companion weapon. Could the woman at the true dragon nest hail from the upper celestial realm? Alas, if that were the case, she would not be able to seize the Tianhuang War Spear to investigate further. Let us observe how it unfolds. A series of terrifying and vast divine thoughts collided in the boundless skies, only to once again fall into silence. Yet, the gazes ignited from each life-restricted zone did not close. They remained fixed on the direction of the true dragon nest, seemingly intrigued by the events transpiring there. Amidst the attention of countless onlookers, the ancient spear, known as Tianhuang, finally stirred. It trembled with a resounding roar, emanating a dazzling brilliance that spread like a rolling river of light, causing the vast celestial waterfall to recede, creating a gap. Subsequently, the Tianhuang War Spear surged through the opening in the waterfall, hurtling towards the true dragon nest. The spear soared through the air, its might reverberating across the ancient starry expanse. As it passed, it cleaved the boundless skies, shattering the void and unleashing chaotic energies, leaving nothing to impede its advance. Behind it, even the resplendent and vast cosmos dimmed, becoming a mere backdrop, unable to compete for brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the powerful beings from various clans outside the true dragon nest trembled in fear. The aura emanating from the spear was overwhelmingly powerful. It appeared without any visible wielder, yet its displayed might surpassed that of typical revived emperor-level divine weapons. Even more horrifying to the onlookers was the spear's clear intent, piercing through the celestial waterfall with unwavering determination, heading straight for the true dragon nest. It seemed as though something within the nest was irresistibly drawing it closer. Chapter 143. Qin Mu's Gesture, the Tianhuang Spear, 10,000 Flames of the Furnace. The spear's glow spread like an ocean, brilliant and boundless, stirring up waves of divine energy that swept across the sky. The display of power was astonishing, akin to the awakening of an emperor-level being. An overwhelming pressure that caused all living beings within 1,000,000 miles of the true dragon nest to tremble as if plunged into hell. How terrifying! Was this spear a supreme divine weapon? Such a weapon could not possibly possess this level of might. They had never seen anything like it. If it was not a supreme divine weapon, could it be the legendary celestial weapon? Outside the true dragon nest, the various clan powers were shaken and horrified. The spear was simply astonishing, its aura sweeping through the ancient universe as if an emperor had descended, an ancient sovereign gracing the mortal realm, exuding a profound and indescribable majesty. However, amidst the shock, the ancient powers of the clans could not help but revel in a sense of schadenfreude. Fortunately, they had not just entered the true dragon nest. Otherwise, who could withstand such a strike? Ha ha. Are not the powerful beings of the upper celestial realm known for their tyrannical ways? Now, with the divine spear descending from the heavens, let us see how they will resist it. Mei Jiao raised her gaze to the ancient spear descending from the sky, her expression resolute, the imperial might surrounding her surging as she prepared to counter it. Yet, at that moment, a voice, calm and indifferent, resonated in the void beside her, halting her movements. Stand down. Mei Jiao obediently complied with her master's command. She inclined her body slightly toward the void, respectfully stating, "As you wish." With that, she retreated to the side, not even casting a glance at the Tianhuang war spear descending from above. Within the upper celestial realm, Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a distance of countless miles away, gazing towards the location of the true dragon nest, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. He could discern at a glance that the Tianhuang war spear, although forged from 4 types of ultimate divine metals, still fell within the category of supreme divine weapons and had not yet fully transformed into an immortal weapon. There remained a significant disparity when compared to his own human world sword, crafted from 9 kinds of ultimate divine materials. Nevertheless, even within the realm of supreme divine weapons, the Tianhuang war spear was remarkably astonishing, far surpassing ordinary supreme divine weapons. It is evident that the entity that once forged this spear was anything but mundane. However, regardless of the nature of this Tianhuang war spear, its intentions, or the formidable presence behind it, Qin Mu would not permit any affront to the true dragon nest, especially considering that several of his disciples were still within. Seeking death, Qin Mu spoke with an air of indifference, then extended a finger, flicking it towards the direction of the true dragon nest, separated by countless miles. Boom! As Qin Mu made his move, the outline of the celestial forbidden zone re-emerged above the 9 heavens. A colossal finger, sweeping aside the dust of ages, aimed at the Tianhuang war spear. Although the celestial forbidden zone lay millions of miles away from the true dragon nest, as Qin Mu acted, in less than a mere fraction of a moment, that jade-like finger collided with the Tianhuang war spear. Clang! The impact between Qin Mu's finger and the spear, forged from 4 types of ultimate divine gold, resonated with a sound akin to the collision of divine metals. The onlookers from various clans could hardly contain their astonishment. The master of the celestial domain had indeed made his move. An overwhelming wave of destructive energy surged above the true dragon nest, shrouding everything in darkness. Just as the powerful beings of various clans recovered from the astonishing sound of the collision, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly stunned. The Tianhuang war spear, which had charged forth fiercely, was struck by the master of the celestial domain's finger and was sent hurtling away as if it could not withstand that supreme power. The spear flew across the 9 heavens, soaring into the cosmic void, shattering countless stars along its path, transforming them into brilliant fireworks amidst the pitch-black universe. Buzz! The spear emitted a long, resonant cry, its body trembling incessantly, as if enraged by being flicked away like an insect, leaving it dimmed. A blinding radiance, reminiscent of a cascading river of stars, erupted from within the Tianhuang war spear, as if it intended to cleave the vast universe in 2, blocking all starlight that fell upon the boundless continent, plunging it into an eternal night. The Tianhuang war spear stirred, its radiant light dispersing like a galaxy, magnificent and terrifying. Its might shook the cosmos, tearing through the frigid darkness of the universe, descending upon the vast continent. Yet, even in the face of this unparalleled pressure, capable of inducing terror and trepidation in all living beings, Qin Mu's expression remained unchanged. He gazed at the fearsome war spear slicing through the depths of the universe and calmly stated, "For types of ultimate divine gold, I shall graciously accept." Upon finishing his words, Qin Mu made his move once more. This time, he extended 2 fingers. The scene from before replayed itself, but now, 2 colossal fingers emerged from the celestial forbidden zone, reaching out into the vast cosmos ahead. The spear's brilliance cascaded like a mighty river. Yet it could not affect those 2 fingers in the slightest, not even leaving a trace upon them. In the next moment, the 2 fingers penetrated the cosmos, disregarding all obstacles and resistance, and directly grasped the Tianhuang war spear between them. Following that, with a mere pinch, as if crushing an ant, the 2 fingers effortlessly snapped the formidable spear in 2. Crack! The sound of the divine weapon shattering echoed from the distant universe, plunging the expansive world into a profound silence. Outside the true dragon nest, The powerful beings of various clans gazed into the depths of the cosmos, staring at the ancient spear now severed into two pieces, utterly at a loss for words. This was a weapon of unmatched might, even surpassing ordinary supreme divine weapons. Yet now, the master of the celestial domain had merely extended two fingers and effortlessly broken it in half. Such a powerful spear, was it truly so fragile? The powerful beings were left in shock. However, an even more astonishing event unfolded in the next moment. The two fingers that had delved into the vast universe, after breaking the Tianhuang war spear, did not come to a halt. Countless divine chains swirled around those jade-like fingers. The divine chains danced and formed a blazing furnace of myriad flames. Subsequently, those two fingers easily pinned the still struggling halves of the Tianhuang war spear, and with a flick, cast them into the furnace of myriad flames. Divine flames surged, engulfing everything, relentlessly incinerating the Tianhuang war spear. In a daze, the powerful beings on the vast continent could even hear the wretched cries emanating from within that furnace. In no time, the flames within the furnace finally began to subside. For pieces of divine gold, each of a different material, were ejected from the furnace. As they lay across the cosmic expanse, the powerful beings of various clans witnessing this spectacle were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 144. The Supreme's Trepidation, the Immortal God Emperor, named by Ling. The four pieces of ultimate divine gold flew from the universe, clanging as they landed on the desolate ground outside the true dragon nest. The powerful beings gazed at the four pieces of ultimate divine gold before them, their mouths dry and tongues parched, yearning to embrace them. These were ultimate divine metals. Even for entities of the imperial realm, it was often a daunting task to find even a single piece across the vast continent. Yet now, four uniquely characteristic pieces had fallen here. Even acquiring just one would be a monumental fortune. However, despite their immense desire, none of the powerful beings dared to make a move, refraining from seizing what seemed within arm's reach. Although they were tempted, their rationality prevailed. Just moments ago, the master of the celestial domain had effortlessly extended two fingers, crushing the immensely powerful Tianhuang war spear as if it were mere play, then refining it into these four pieces of ultimate divine gold. Who among them would dare to snatch the divine gold under the master of the celestial domain's watchful gaze? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. The allure of the ultimate divine gold was undeniable, but one must have the means to claim it. Let us take these four pieces of ultimate divine gold back to the celestial forbidden zone. A calm and indifferent voice echoed through the void. It was Qin Mu issuing orders to Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao complied. Slightly bowing, he accepted the command and reached out to grasp the four pieces of ultimate divine gold, preparing to take them back to the celestial forbidden zone. On the vast continent, within the various life forbidden zones, when the terrifying gazes symbolizing ancient supremacy beheld Qin Mu effortlessly dismantling the Tianhuang war spear into ultimate divine gold, a profound silence enveloped them. After a considerable time, a low murmur finally emerged from the major life forbidden zones. This master of the celestial domain is truly tyrannical. The Tianhuang war spear, on the verge of transforming into an immortal weapon, was effortlessly shattered and disassembled. Just how powerful is this master of the celestial domain? Even the perfect emperor could not achieve such a feat. This master of the celestial domain is indeed somewhat monstrous. How could such a figure exist in this world? In the realms of the life forbidden zone, the ancient supremes whispered in hushed tones, awestruck by the formidable power of Qin Mu. These venerable beings, who had traversed the vast expanse of time for eons, had witnessed countless extraordinary talents throughout their lengthy existence. Yet, they had never encountered a figure as terrifying and unfathomable as this master of the heavens. Terror, dominance, and inscrutability defined the impression Qin Mu left upon the ancient supremes scattered across the great continent's numerous life forbidden zones. It was prudent for this celestial sovereign to avoid provocation unless absolutely necessary. The monarch's sole ambition was to attain immortality. Let the powerful remain powerful, for throughout history, even the mightiest beings have succumbed to the passage of time. Observing the ebb and flow of the world, one could only conclude that survival was the foundation of all. Although this celestial master was formidable, he seemed to lack restraint, suggesting that he might merely be a fleeting phenomenon. After several murmurs, the terrifying gazes emanating from the life forbidden zone gradually subsided. For these ancient supremes, their singular obsession in life was to become immortal. All else was but fleeting clouds, unworthy of consideration. Within the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu stood with hands clasped behind his back, having issued commands to Meng Jiao. He raised his gaze towards the vast skies above the true dragon nest, his expression betraying a hint of contemplation. Above, the heavens were empty. devoid of any trace of the once magnificent immortal waterfall. The moment the heavenly desolation battle spear manifested, the immortal waterfall had vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, as Qin Mu dismantled the spear, he gleaned fragments of truth and secrets from it. This heavenly desolation battle spear belonged to an entity known as the immortal divine emperor, who existed nearly 1,000,000 years ago in the primordial era. The immortal divine emperor was a paragon among the ancient emperors birthed in that age, having once unified the ancient clans and earning the reverence of myriad races. However, he mysteriously disappeared during his prime, leaving only the heavenly desolation battle spear behind, which had lain dormant for 1,000,000 years. Before its slumber, it had received the command from the immortal divine emperor to seek the whereabouts of the dragon emperor in the mortal realm. Subsequently, when Xianxian and others entered the true dragon nest and inadvertently disturbed several true dragon scales, the spear sensed the dragon emperor's aura and awakened from its slumber, intent on penetrating the true dragon nest to fulfill the immortal divine emperor's ancient decree. The dragon emperor and the immortal divine emperor, Qin Mu murmured to himself. The dragon emperor was an ancient existence from 1,000,000 years ago, predating even the immortal divine emperor. They hailed from different eras. What grievances could exist between them? Why would the immortal divine emperor leave his battle spear in the mortal realm to seek the dragon emperor's trace? And where had this immortal divine emperor gone now? A multitude of questions swirled in Qin Mu's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Overthinking was futile, regardless of the secrets buried within the annals of history. As long as he remained the strongest in the present, possessing the confidence and power to suppress all adversaries, the truths of history would eventually unveil themselves before him. In the vast eastern desolation region, at the true dragon nest, upon realizing that the wonders within held no relevance to them, the powerful beings of various clans departed in disappointment. Shortly thereafter, Xianxian, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and Duan Yun emerged from the true dragon nest before Mengjiu. This as Mengjiu glanced at the trio, momentarily taken aback. Behind them, a small girl with white hair, seemingly 8 or 9 years old, timidly hid behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, nervously tugging at her garment while curiously surveying her surroundings. Elder Meng, this is a long story. Let us report to the master once we return to the celestial forbidden zone, Xianxian replied, clearing his throat with an unusual expression. Very well, Mengjiu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly led Xianxian and the others back to the celestial forbidden zone. Within the celestial main hall, Xianxian respectfully addressed Qin Mu, Master. This little girl was originally sealed within the 9-colored divine source of the true dragon nest. When we retrieved several true dragon scales from the altar, the source cracked open, and she revived. However, it seems she has lost her previous memories and cannot recall what transpired before her sealing. Qin Mu regarded the small girl hiding behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, intrigue flickering in his gaze. What is your name? I am Bai Ling, the little girl answered timidly, her large, pale purple eyes fixed on Qin Mu as she clung to Xianxiaaudiobooks' garment. Chapter 145, The Seventh Disciple, Supreme Gift, Old Huang's Defeat. The white-haired girl's voice was soft, revealing her immense caution and trepidation towards her surroundings. Bai Ling is indeed a lovely name, Qin Mu mused softly, contemplating the connection between this girl and the dragon emperor who left the true dragon nest behind. Suddenly, a melodious system prompt resonated in his ears. Ding! A genius of unparalleled talent has been detected within the celestial forbidden zone. Please prepare to accept them as a disciple. Upon successful acceptance, the disciple's talent level will determine a reward ranging from a basic gift to a supreme gift for the host. Listening to the system prompt, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. A genius of unparalleled talent was indeed present within the celestial forbidden zone. Currently, the only individuals of such caliber were Xianxian, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and Duan Yun, all of whom had already become his disciples. Was it possible that the unparalleled genius referred to by the system was the white-haired girl named Bai Ling before him? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mu concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. He looked at Bai Ling, his eyes glimmering with interest. Little girl, would you like to become my disciple? Become a disciple? What is that? Bai Ling asked, her innocent eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Cough, cough. Once you become a disciple, you and your sister will have the same status. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly explained the meaning of becoming a disciple to Bai Ling, detailing the numerous benefits of joining the celestial lineage, such as access to various extraordinary sects and guidance from powerful elders. Despite Xianxiaaudiobooks' lengthy explanation of the benefits, Bai Ling remained perplexed. However, when she heard that becoming a disciple would grant her the opportunity to taste delicious dishes made from rare beasts and exotic ingredients, her pale purple eyes sparkled with excitement. Disciple Bai Ling pays her respects to Master. Bai Ling mimicked the adults, kneeling before Qin Mu and speaking in a sweet, childish voice. Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. After all that was said, it seemed this little girl was solely interested in food. As Bai Ling knelt to pay her respects, a pleasing system notification sounded in Qin Mu's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully accepting Disciple Bai Ling Talent Assessment, 11 stars. Reward for the host, 1 supreme gift. Good heavens! This is astonishing, Qin Mu exclaimed in surprise. The white-haired little girl possessed a remarkable talent level of 11 stars. Such extraordinary talent surpasses even that of Gu Qingxue and Duan Yun. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. From this day forth, you shall be the 7th direct disciple of my esteemed self. With the successful acquisition of a disciple and the long-awaited supreme gift reward, Qin Mu felt elated. He extended his hand to assist Bai Ling, instructing her to accompany her senior sister Gu on a tour of the celestial forbidden zone to familiarize herself. After departing the celestial main hall, Gu Qingxue prepared to follow her master's directive, guiding her little junior sister through the celestial forbidden zone. However, Bai Ling, twitching her small nose as if catching a whiff of something enticing, darted off in a particular direction. Gu Qingxue, noticing her sudden movement, hurriedly pursued her. Before long, they arrived at a clearing within the celestial forbidden zone. There, a pile of dry wood blazed brightly, atop which rested a dragon-patterned golden cauldron forged from supreme divine materials. At that moment, the cauldron radiated light, with numerous exquisite beast meats floating within, exuding resplendent rays and delightful aromas. The outer sect's eldest disciple, Luo Bingyao, stood before the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, gently stirring the ingredients inside with an ancient holy sword, skillfully controlling the heat. Beside the cauldron lay the robust and golden old Huang, gazing eagerly at the food within. What is this? Luo Bingyao pondered, her beautiful eyes narrowing in curiosity as she observed the small figure of Bai Ling stumbling toward her. Where did this little girl come from? This is the 7th direct disciple accepted by our master, Gu Qingxue softly explained, seemingly sensing the confusion in the eyes of the great Qian Empress. Sister, the food in that cauldron looks delicious. Can Bai Ling have a taste? Bai Ling inquired in her sweet, innocent voice, leaning closer to the cauldron and gazing at the bubbling delicacies. Amused by Bai Ling's childlike tone, Luo Bingyao chuckled softly, pointing at old Huang and saying, "These are all prepared for old Huang. You may ask him if he would be willing to share a bit with you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's large, lavender eyes twinkled with excitement as she turned to old Huang, asking, "Old Huang, I'm hungry. Can I have a little of the food from the cauldron?" Mu. Old Huang snorted, nodding nonchalantly. Glancing at Bai Ling's petite frame, he readily agreed without a second thought. Although the food seemed limited, it amounted to nearly 10,000 pounds. Given Bai Ling's diminutive size, consuming a few pounds would be quite sufficient for old Huang. It was merely a trivial matter to share. "Thank you, old Huang." With his consent, Bai Ling joyfully scampered to the side of the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, eagerly awaiting the food to be served. Before long, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air as the food finally cooked to perfection. Mu. Unable to contain himself, old Huang rushed forward, inhaling deeply as he devoured a large piece of exquisite beast meat weighing at least 100 pounds, its surface shimmering like jewels. Luo Bingyao thoughtfully prepared a set of utensils for Bai Ling, intending to scoop out a small piece of beast meat for her. However, what transpired next left her frozen in disbelief. Bai Ling, leaning over the cauldron, swiftly retrieved a piece of beast meat and, with a few quick bites, swallowed it whole. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 5 pieces. Bai Ling's stomach seemed like an endless abyss, and her speed of consumption astonished both Luo Bingyao and Gu Qingxue, leaving them feeling as though they were witnessing an illusion. Mu. Old Huang, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. He had kindly invited the little girl to share, but he never anticipated her voracious appetite. Watching Bai Ling and old Huang devour the food with such fervor, as if in a contest, Luo Bingyao and Gu Qingxue exchanged incredulous glances. This was the first time they had seen old Huang appear flustered. Remarkably, it seemed as though old Huang was losing the race against Bai Ling. Could it be that the mighty bull demon king old Huang was finally facing defeat for the first time in his life? Bai Ling is full. By the side of the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, Bai Ling patted her round little belly, utterly satisfied. Mu. Old Huang stared wide-eyed at Bai Ling's belly, an odd expression crossing his face, almost questioning the very nature of his existence. The cauldron was now entirely empty. Every morsel of exquisite beast meat consumed by Bai Ling and old Huang, with Bai Ling having devoured the majority, old Huang barely managing to eat a third. It was not that old Huang was intentionally yielding. He had made every effort, but Bai Ling's appetite was insatiable and her speed unparalleled, rendering him powerless. Gu Qingxue and Luo Bingyao, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but laugh and cry at the same time. Observing old Huang's bewildered expression, they struggled to contain their amusement. This being the first time they had seen the Bull Demon King humbled. In the celestial forbidden zone, old Huang was typically an extraordinarily imposing figure, only ever showing deference before their master, rarely granting respect to anyone else. Even the mysterious supreme beings of the past had suffered greatly before him, a testament to his formidable power. Yet now, he was humbled before his master as seventh disciple. Had old Huang, the invincible Bull Demon King, finally encountered his first defeat in life? As Bai Ling reveled in her fullness, a spark of memory ignited in her mind. Holding her small finger to her lips in contemplation, she mused, I remember several places with even better materials for cooking exquisite dishes. If this sister could use those precious ingredients, the food would surely be even more delicious. Mu. Old Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly questioning the authenticity of Bai Ling's words. Of course it's true. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. I recall once using those rare ingredients to prepare crystal divine lion's head, roasting mystic tortoise meat, and charcoal grilling celestial silkworm pupae, all of which were unparalleled delicacies. As she spoke, both Bai Ling and old Huang found themselves drooling at the thought. Mu. With a long, melodious neigh, the venerable old Huang bent his front hooves and lowered his body, his enormous eyes, reminiscent of bronze bells, gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Bai Ling. Are you intending to accompany Bai Ling in search of those precious materials? A look of surprise blossomed on Bai Ling's face as she swiftly scrambled onto old Huang's back, unsure if the coveted materials still existed after such a prolonged absence. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to assume that, given the passage of time, those rare materials might have had the opportunity to regenerate. With a resounding moo, old Huang, now bearing Bai Ling, lightly trod the ground and eagerly soared towards the outer realms of the celestial forbidden zone, seemingly intent on uncovering the so-called precious materials that Bai Ling had spoken of. Observing old Huang and Bai Ling's retreating figures, Gu Qingxue and Luo Bingyao exchanged glances filled with unspoken concern. Sister Gu, should we report this matter to the sect master? Luo Bingyao inquired cautiously. Ever since old Huang had savored his first meal of cooked exotic beast meat, he had developed a profound fondness for such delicacies. After a lengthy period of hunting, the once dominant exotic beasts within the celestial forbidden zone had been nearly eradicated by old Huang, leaving only a few that had long since fled, too terrified to linger in this perilous domain. Consequently, old Huang's subsequent hunts had become quite time-consuming. Now that Bai Ling had revealed the location of more delectable beasts, old Huang was, of course, eager to pursue them. However, one could not help but wonder if the beasts Bai Ling referred to were merely some aberrant wild species, divine lion heads, celestial silkworm pupae, and xian turtle meat. These materials sounded extraordinary, seemingly not belonging to the realm of ordinary wild beasts. There is no need to inform the master. Everything that transpires within the celestial forbidden zone is under his watchful gaze. Since old Huang has taken Bai Ling away without incident, it is likely that the master has given his tacit approval, Gu Qingxue replied, shaking her head. Yet, as she turned her gaze towards the direction in which old Huang had departed with Bai Ling, a flicker of unease graced her beautiful eyes. She had an unsettling feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Within the celestial main hall, Qin Mu had naturally witnessed old Huang's departure with Bai Ling. However, he had no intention of intervening. Given old Huang's formidable strength, he had no rivals on this vast continent. Even if he ventured deep into the life-forbidden zone, he could return unscathed. Whatever old Huang intended to do was of no concern to him. At this moment, Qin Mu was preparing to open the supreme gift pack awarded to Bai Ling for accepting him as a disciple. It had been a long while since he had received such a gift, and he was eager to discover what rewards awaited him this time. System. Open the supreme gift pack. Qin Mu commanded with bated breath. Ding. Supreme gift pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 1 unlimited realm enhancement card, gold. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 5 sect building upgrade cards. The melodious voice of the system chimed in, but Qin Mu was slightly taken aback by the limited rewards. Only 2 items. However, as his gaze fell upon the realm enhancement card, he quickly understood why this supreme gift pack yielded only 2 rewards. Unlimited realm enhancement card, gold upon use. It permanently elevates the host's strength to the pinnacle of true immortal realm, with no adverse effects. To elevate his strength to the pinnacle of true immortal realm? Goodness gracious. Holding the realm enhancement card in his hand, Qin Mu couldn't help but smile with delight. No wonder this supreme gift pack yielded only 2 rewards. The value of this single card was beyond measure. On this vast continent, the apex of strength was the Emperor realm, and Qin Mu currently stood at the peak of that realm. Beyond the Emperor realm lay the legendary true immortal realm. However, throughout history, Such a realm had never been witnessed on this continent. It belonged to the ethereal realm of immortals. Now, equipped with this realm enhancement card, Qin Mu's strength would ascend to the pinnacle of true immortal realm, a level unparalleled in the annals of this continent. Such a realm was truly unprecedented throughout history. Chapter 147, Immortal Gold Tribulation, Movements in the Forbidden Zone, Master of Boundless Existence. System, use this realm enhancement card. After reviewing his rewards, Qin Mu eagerly commanded the system. Ding. Unlimited realm enhancement card, gold, has been used. Ding. Congratulations, the host's strength has been elevated to the pinnacle of true immortal realm. As the pleasing voice of the system resonated, the aura within Qin Mu surged and revived, transcending towards an unfathomable realm unprecedented in the vast world. Moments passed like the brewing of tea, and the tumultuous energy within him gradually settled. As he sensed his current state, a smile crept across Qin Mu's lips. The distinction between true immortal realm and emperor realm was not merely a matter of combat prowess. The most significant enhancement lay in longevity. In this vast world, those who attained the emperor realm enjoyed a lifespan of merely tens of thousands of years. After living such an extensive period, unless one possessed a divine elixir of immortality, even the most exalted emperor or ancient sovereign could not escape the fate of demise. However, once one ascended to the true immortal realm, everything transformed. True immortals enjoyed lifespans that matched the heavens. As long as this vast universe existed, Qin Mu's lifespan would be infinite, free from the worries of death. One could assert that all the emperors and sovereigns ever born in this vast world would undoubtedly envy and covet Qin Mu's current realm. Indeed. Qin Mu took a moment to gauge his current realm and strength, nodding in satisfaction as he prepared to close his eyes and meditate, seeking to refine his perception further. Yet, at that moment, above the celestial forbidden zone, in the boundless skies, ominous clouds began to gather, and a distant rumble akin to thunder echoed ominously. What is this? Qin Mu looked up at the imposing clouds accumulating in the heavens, momentarily taken aback. Could this be a heavenly tribulation? Yet, why would there be a heavenly tribulation over the celestial forbidden zone? Could it be a consequence of his ascent to the true immortal realm, targeting him? Furrowing his brow, Qin Mu sensed no signs of a heavenly tribulation locking onto him. He couldn't help but extend his consciousness outward, and in the next moment, he discerned the reason behind the emergence of the heavenly tribulation above the celestial forbidden zone. By the dreamlike divine essence pool, Qin Mu's figure appeared silently. He lifted his gaze towards the pool, where five-colored divine light swirled, the clouds rising and the hues vibrant beyond imagination. A Xuanwu immortal herb floated leisurely within the divine pool, and in addition, a human-sized piece of phoenix blood red gold lay quietly at the depths of the dreamlike divine essence pool. This piece of phoenix blood red gold was the very one Qin Mu had acquired in the South Domain's Annihilation Divine Ruins. Originally, it had nurtured an immortal sacred spirit, but due to the trepidation of the ruling deity of the Annihilation Divine Ruins, a portion was destroyed, rendering it incomplete and incapable of giving rise to a true sacred spirit. After bringing it back to the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu had placed it within the dreamlike divine essence pool, hoping it might absorb the pool's essence and one day transform back into a sacred spirit. Now, that human-sized piece of phoenix blood red gold was emitting a faint glow. Its previously damaged portion had mysteriously and quietly mended, restored to its flawless state. In a moment of reverie, Qin Mu seemed to perceive a faint and tender wave of spiritual intelligence emanating from within the phoenix blood golden core, as if a new soul were gestating within this remarkable essence. It was evident that the tribulation clouds gathering above the celestial forbidden zone were directed towards this phoenix blood golden core. The celestial gold, imbued with spirit, was on the verge of manifesting its form, and soon, the vast heavens would unleash a cataclysmic thunderstorm. Should it successfully navigate this heavenly tribulation, it would undoubtedly leap beyond the dragon gate, transforming into an immortal sacred spirit, forever exalted. However, should it falter and succumb to the wrath of the tribulation, it would face obliteration, erased from existence. Such rapid progress left Qin Mu slightly astonished. He had initially approached this endeavor with a sense of experimentation, merely placing the phoenix blood golden core in the dreamlike essence pool. He had not anticipated that, in such a brief span of time, it would be on the brink of awakening its consciousness and successfully taking form. Casting another glance at the essence pool, a look of realization dawned in Qin Mu's eyes. He seemed to grasp why the phoenix blood golden core was recovering so swiftly. Beyond the effects of the dreamlike essence pool, the Xuanwu immortal herb had taken root within the pool, continuously emanating an overwhelming life force. The abundant life energy, akin to a boundless sea, was primarily absorbed by the phoenix blood golden core. With such synergy, it was no wonder that the Phoenix Blood Golden Core had regained strength so rapidly. Observing the slow accumulation of the heavenly tribulation above the 9 heavens, Qin Mu quietly departed. According to the current pace, the journey of the Phoenix Blood Golden Core towards manifestation would require some time, and the heavenly tribulation above would continue to coalesce, likely persisting for several days before descending. As the terrifying thunderstorm gradually gathered and enveloped the celestial forbidden zone, in the southern border of the vast continent, the boundless ocean roared with relentless fury, its towering waves capable of obliterating even the mightiest of beings within the myriad realm, truly a sight of unfathomable terror. This was one of the life-forbidden zones that struck fear into the hearts of all living beings in the vast world, the boundless sea. At this moment, deep within the depths of the boundless sea, two colossal and ancient thoughts collided, resonating with one another. The eternal cosmos celestial sovereign, that fearsome divine bull, had left the celestial forbidden zone. With imperial tribulation clouds swirling above, the sovereign felt that their opportunity had finally arrived. Clad in azure and gold armor, the ancient sovereign gazed into the depths of the boundless sea, his voice icy and resolute. This ancient sovereign was the one who had once initiated an assault on the celestial forbidden zone, only to be ultimately vanquished by Old Huang, fleeing in disgrace, even being forced into the boundless sea to escape. Moreover, this ancient sovereign was also the ruler of the boundless sea, the monarch of infinity. In the past, he had launched an offensive against the celestial forbidden zone due to the void sea behind the Palace of Secrets, which he had set as bait to lure the contemporary prodigies. However, when the Palace of Secrets selected Shirtian and Gu Qingxue, it was Qin Mu who, through the fated line cast upon them, discovered the location of the void sea and thwarted all of the monarch of infinity's schemes. Thus, it was in retaliation that the monarch had sought an audience with the celestial forbidden zone. Unfortunately, at that time, Qin Mu was not present, and Old Huang had driven the monarch of infinity to flee in disgrace. Since then, the monarch had regarded the celestial forbidden zone as a formidable foe, always seeking a chance for vengeance. Yet, Qin Mu's strength was overwhelming. After slaying the June Emperor, he had significantly intimidated the monarch of infinity, who dared not act recklessly and could only observe from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Now, with the fearsome divine bull departed from the celestial forbidden zone, and the imperial tribulation clouds looming overhead, the monarch felt that the chance for revenge had finally arrived. Chapter 148, Eternal Cosmos Celestial Sovereign, the Supreme Alliance, Imperial Tribulation Approaches. Monarch of Infinity, are you certain you wish to target the celestial sovereign of the celestial forbidden zone? A voice imbued with the essence of ancient vastness echoed from the depths of the boundless sea, causing the entire expanse to resonate with its power, stirring towering waves. Indeed, the monarch of infinity gazed into the depths of the boundless sea, his expression a mixture of gravity and detachment. The celestial sovereign has disrupted my plans. This grudge must be settled. Eternal Cosmos Celestial Sovereign, are you certain you wish to participate against the celestial sovereign? The monarch's voice bore a weight of seriousness, for only he understood the true nature of the being that lay dormant in the depths of the boundless sea. Long before he assumed control of the boundless sea, the Eternal Cosmos Celestial Sovereign had been slumbering there for an immeasurable time. However, the sovereign had chosen to remain in slumber, unwilling to become the lord of the boundless sea, which allowed the monarch to claim dominion over it. In the eyes of the monarch of infinity, should he gain the assistance of this ancient sovereign in targeting the celestial sovereign, it would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success, yielding greater results with less effort. That is only natural. The ancient voice resonated from the depths of the boundless sea once more. Although I bear no personal enmity towards the celestial sovereign, I am intrigued by the secrets he possesses. Since the fall of the previous celestial sovereign, the celestial forbidden zone has fallen into decline for far too long. This current celestial sovereign has never made a name for himself in the vast world, as if he appeared out of thin air. I wish to understand what kind of fortune he has acquired that grants him such power, even allowing him to slay the June Emperor, a former ancient sovereign. The voice of the Eternal Cosmos Celestial Sovereign remained indifferent and calm. Even the slaying of the June Emperor did not seem to overly concern him, as if he himself possessed such unparalleled might. Excellent. With the Celestial Sovereign's assistance, our chances have increased significantly. The monarch of infinity nodded. He was not surprised by the Eternal Cosmos Celestial Sovereign's willingness to act. In truth, his desire to confront the Celestial Sovereign stemmed not only from the latter's disruption of his plans, but also from a keen interest in the secrets the Celestial Sovereign harbored. A being of the Celestial Sovereign's caliber should not be an obscure figure in the vast world. He ought to have long been renowned. Yet, oddly enough, prior to the Celestial Sovereign's rise to the Celestial Forbidden Zone, There had been no accounts or reputation associated with him. Now, after several displays of power, the celestial sovereign's might was unfathomable, surpassing even that of ordinary contemporary emperors. The monarch of infinity suspected that the celestial sovereign had acquired secrets related to immortality or ascension, enabling him to act so recklessly without concern for the depletion of his lifespan. This secret intrigued not only the eternal cosmos celestial sovereign, but also the monarch himself. Having just the two of us feels somewhat precarious. Does not the ancient emperor of the ancient mountain have a grievance with him? Let us journey to the ancient mountain and see if the ancient emperor is willing to join our cause. Deep within the boundless sea, the eternal cosmos celestial sovereign proposed once more. I share the sentiment. The monarch of infinity nodded in agreement. Even if the eternal cosmos celestial sovereign had not suggested it, he had already planned to visit the ancient mountain to attempt an invitation to the ancient emperor. Not long ago, the ancient emperor had been humiliated by the celestial sovereign, even compelled to surrender an immortal herb. The enmity between the celestial sovereign and the ancient emperor needed no elaboration. If they could enlist the ancient emperor's support, the combined force of the three former emperors and sovereigns against the celestial sovereign would surely lead to triumph. Without further ado, let us embark on our journey. Should that divine bull, possessing the strength of an emperor, return to the celestial forbidden zone, the challenge of confronting the lord of the celestial realm will undoubtedly become significantly more formidable. The eternal cosmos celestial sovereign stated indifferently, in the eastern wasteland domain. At the ancient royal mountain, the lord of boundless, clad in azure and gold armor, strolled leisurely into the depths of the ancient royal mountain, arriving at the resting place of the ancient supreme beings. Is the primordial emperor present? The lord of boundless inquired, casting his gaze upon one of the ancient royal peaks. Lord of boundless, what brings you here? The primordial emperor, roused from his slumber, regarded the visitor with a hint of confusion and astonishment in his voice. Though he was aware of the Lord of Boundless' name as an ancient supreme being within the forbidden zone, their paths had never crossed. Why had this individual suddenly sought him out today, explicitly calling for him? I wish to confront the Lord of the celestial realm. Might the primordial emperor have an interest in joining me? The Lord of Boundless glanced at several ancient royal peaks within the depths of the ancient royal mountain, speaking candidly without reservation. To confront the Lord of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the primordial emperor instantly became alert. He was undoubtedly intrigued. The Lord of the celestial realm had once been so powerful and domineering that it had left him utterly humiliated before the multitude of beings. Had he not felt that he alone could not contend with the Lord of the celestial realm, he would have long since acted. Now, upon hearing the Lord of Boundless express a desire to confront the celestial Lord, the primordial emperor could scarcely remain composed. If the Lord of Boundless intends to confront the celestial Lord, then I certainly wish to be included, the primordial emperor declared without hesitation. Excellent. The Lord of Boundless nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the remaining ancient royal peaks, continuing, do the other esteemed friends within the ancient royal mountain have any interest? The Lord of Boundless sought to extend his invitation to the other ancient supreme beings within the ancient royal mountain. Undoubtedly, the more allies they had, the greater their certainty in dealing with the celestial Lord. Regrettably, in response to the Lord of Boundless' invitation, the other ancient royal peaks remained silent, offering no sound. The Lord of Boundless, observing this, did not feel disheartened. With himself, the eternal cosmos celestial sovereign, and the primordial emperor joining forces, they should have no difficulty confronting the celestial Lord alone. Within the celestial forbidden zone, as time passed, the imperial thunder tribulation hanging over the realm grew increasingly dense and terrifying. Dark clouds loomed like a curtain, obscuring the sky above the celestial forbidden zone. One could faintly see thick bolts of lightning flashing through the swirling dark clouds, their terrifying power shattering the void itself. Though the thunder tribulation had yet to descend, its formidable presence was already evident. Even a being of the holy realm would likely struggle to withstand the impending strike. After all, this was the imperial thunder tribulation formed by the essence of celestial gold. Its might was indeed extraordinary. However, despite recognizing the immense terror of this thunder tribulation, Qin Mu harbored no intention of removing the phoenix blood scarlet gold from the celestial forbidden zone. Although the impending thunder tribulation was fearsome, it was specifically directed at the phoenix blood scarlet gold. For him, such an imperial thunder tribulation was trivial. With his current strength, he could easily quell it. This so-called imperial thunder tribulation posed no threat to the celestial forbidden zone whatsoever. Chapter 149. The imperial tribulation of celestial gold, shocking the world, commanding the heavenly tribulation. The ominous scene of clouds and thunder could not escape the keen eyes of the powerful beings in the eastern wasteland domain. Within a brief span, The various strongmen sensed the presence of the thunder tribulation hovering over the celestial forbidden zone. Is there truly a thunder tribulation gathering above the celestial forbidden zone? What could be happening? Could it be that the Lord of the celestial realm is about to undergo a tribulation? Impossible, for one of such stature as the celestial Lord. How could there be any thunder tribulation capable of punishing him? This seems absurd. That thunder tribulation appears quite terrifying, even from such a distance. I can sense an aura akin to world destruction brewing. The strongmen of the eastern wasteland and the ancient clans were both astonished and bewildered. They found it perplexing that the celestial forbidden zone, a dominion ruled by the celestial Lord, would be beset by a heavenly tribulation. However, as time passed, the impending heavenly tribulation grew even more immense, its terrifying aura intensifying. Gazing up at the sky, where the fearsome lightning appeared poised to engulf the entire horizon, the ancient kings of the ancient clans were left in shock. They felt as though they had glimpsed such a terrifying heavenly tribulation in the annals of ancient history. The Imperial Ascension Tribulation. This is the fabled tribulation of ascension to Emperor. Within the celestial forbidden zone, a being sought to achieve the path of imperial ascension. No wonder such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was gathering. Had the celestial Lord gone mad? How could he allow someone to undergo the imperial ascension tribulation within his forbidden zone? The fallout from such a tribulation could reduce entire star domains to ashes. If allowed to descend, the entire vast continent would undoubtedly be shattered into pieces. The ancient kings were horrified. They finally understood why the thunder tribulation above the 9 heavens was so terrifying. It was the legendary imperial ascension tribulation. Under the might of the imperial tribulation, the terror was boundless. Even beings of the Holy King level would find it nearly impossible to withstand a single bolt of lightning, instantly obliterated under the overwhelming force of the heavens and earth. Throughout history, almost all beings undergoing the imperial ascension tribulation had ventured deep into the cosmos. The destructive power unleashed by such tribulations was simply too great. Attempting to undergo it on the vast continent would likely shatter the entire 5 domains. Furthermore, if any beings other than the tribulation bearer were present when the tribulation descended, they would be considered part of the tribulation, thereby intensifying its ferocity. Thus, for the sake of all living beings and their own safety, historically, anyone facing such supreme tribulations would travel to desolate regions of the cosmic expanse. Now, however, the celestial Lord had permitted someone to undergo the imperial ascension tribulation within his forbidden zone. Had he lost his senses? Should that terrifying thunder tribulation descend? Even if the celestial Lord remained unharmed, the celestial forbidden zone would undoubtedly be obliterated, ceasing to exist. Despite the shock at the celestial Lord's audacious act, all the powerful beings in the eastern wasteland turned their gaze toward the location of the celestial forbidden zone, the imperial ascension tribulation. In the annals of history, such occurrences were rare, and to witness the descent of an imperial ascension tribulation firsthand was an opportunity that would not come often for the strongmen of the eastern wasteland. Within the celestial forbidden zone, in stark contrast to the shocked and horrified strongmen of the eastern wasteland, those remaining within the forbidden zone, such as Xianxian and xianxiaaudiobooks, remained remarkably calm despite being under the shadow of the terrifying thunder tribulation. Their composure stemmed from their unwavering trust in Qin Mu. They understood that since their master had allowed the thunder tribulation to gather above the celestial forbidden zone, he must not regard this so-called imperial ascension tribulation as a threat. Or he possessed absolute confidence that the tribulation would not harm any beings other than the tribulation bearer. If their master was unconcerned, what was there for them to fear? In fact, Xianxian and xianxiaaudiobooks felt a subtle thrill within their hearts. This was the imperial ascension tribulation. Throughout history, few beings had even heard of it, let alone witnessed it. Now, they were poised to calmly observe this impending terrifying heavenly tribulation. One cannot help but think that if all living beings were aware of this experience, they would surely be consumed by envy and jealousy. As time flows, the calamity of heaven looming over the celestial forbidden zone grows increasingly terrifying, resembling a tide of thunder, akin to a vast expanse of purple ocean, surging and swelling, casting the heavens above into a boundless violet haze. Finally, as the annihilating aura reaches its zenith, accompanied by a dreadful sound capable of shattering the souls of ordinary beings, the immense purple thunder, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, descends from the skies, targeting the humanoid phoenix blood scarlet gold ensconced within the celestial forbidden zone. The thunder rumbles like countless colossal stars crashing down, its terror so boundless that even the vast void cannot withstand the apocalyptic force of this thunderous tribulation, shattering and subsequently being engulfed by the frenzied tide of purple lightning. In an instant, the endless ocean of thunder inundates the dreamlike divine essence pool. striking down upon the phoenix blood scarlet gold. The immortal elixir, Qin Mu divine medicine, had long sensed the impending danger and had already vacated the dreamlike divine essence pool. Meanwhile, Qin Mu stands calmly by the pool, his gaze tranquil as he observes the unfolding spectacle. The tide of thunder, representing the will of heaven and earth, holds the power to obliterate a saint king, and even ordinary quasi-emperor realm experts would struggle to withstand several strikes. However, the phoenix blood scarlet gold, embodying the essence of celestial gold, merely bears insignificant marks upon its surface as the terrifying thunder crashes down upon it. The boundless thunder wreaks havoc within the dreamlike divine essence pool, and aside from the strikes that fall upon the phoenix blood scarlet gold, an infinite amount of thunderous energy disperses and rampages outward. Yet, Qin Mu stands at the pool's edge, casting a single glance, summoning the myriad laws of heaven and earth. And an indomitable invisible barrier forms beside the dreamlike divine essence pool, rendering the dreadful thunder unable to cross even a step beyond the pool. As the thunder is thwarted, the heavenly tribulation above seems to sense this, and a hint of fury faintly resonates. Subsequently, a seven-colored thunder tribulation, even more fearsome than the previous one, begins to brew within the vast calamity clouds, targeting Qin Mu, seemingly poised to unleash its wrath at any moment. This indicates that the heavenly tribulation has detected the presence of other beings within its domain, aside from the tribulation bearer, thus necessitating a more terrifying thunderstorm. Should an ordinary expert encounter such a phenomenon, they would likely flee in panic, desperate to escape the grasp of the heavenly tribulation, fearing to linger even for a moment. For once locked onto by the thunder tribulation, they would face a fate akin to that of the tribulation bearer. Moreover, the compounded tribulations would render the situation even more dire. However, Qin Mu shows no intention of retreating, remaining leisurely at the side of the dreamlike divine essence pool. Sensing the supreme thunder tribulation swirling above, he merely raises his head slightly, glancing at the world-destroying calamity clouds, and utters indifferently, "Begone." In the face of the swirling nine-colored thunder tribulation, Qin Mu remains entirely unfazed, uttering nothing more than a single word, "Begone." Were it not for Qin Mu's presence within the celestial forbidden zone, any onlooker from the myriad clans would surely be left speechless in astonishment. After all, this is the heavenly tribulation. For cultivators, the heavenly tribulation represents the greatest trial encountered on their path, a calamity bestowed by the heavens. Surviving the heavenly tribulation allows one to leap into the ranks of dragons and soar through the heavens. Failing it results in the annihilation of the physical body and the dispersal of the soul. Thus, it can be said that, regardless of the realm, every cultivator must be on high alert when facing the heavenly tribulation, daring not to exhibit the slightest negligence or disdain. Yet now, confronted with a terrifying nine-colored heavenly tribulation capable of erasing quasi-emperors, Qin Mu appears blissfully unaware, simply commanding the heavenly tribulation to depart. Throughout history, who has ever dared to berate a heavenly tribulation? Perhaps only Qin Mu dares to do so now. Above the nine heavens, the swirling nine-colored heavenly tribulation seems to sense the emotion emanating from Qin Mu, and even the world-destroying thunder hesitates momentarily. Then, upon sensing Qin Mu's boundless and unparalleled will pervading the infinite void, the tribulation immediately relents, no longer daring to unleash even a single bolt of lightning. The sensation is akin to a practitioner who understands the dynamics of power and fear. Within the celestial forbidden zone, Shurtian and the others are left in astonishment at this scene. Is this truly the fearsome heavenly tribulation that causes the world's cultivators to turn pale at its mention? How is it that before their master, it behaves like a docile pet? Their master merely uttered a single word, and the heavenly tribulation obediently retreated? Their master is undoubtedly the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. The sixth disciple, Duan Yun, stares in disbelief. A command that compels the heavenly tribulation to refrain from descending. Who would dare believe such a spectacle? Yet now, it unfolds before their very eyes. Observing the now docile heavenly tribulation above, Qin Mu's expression reveals no surprise. At this moment, he has already spread his own path throughout the boundless void, becoming the absolute sovereign of this realm. Even the myriad laws of heaven and earth must submit to his will. Ultimately, this heavenly tribulation is merely a manifestation of those laws. How could it dare to defy Qin Mu's command? After repelling the heavenly tribulation, Qin Mu begins to closely monitor the movements of the phoenix blood scarlet gold as it undergoes its tribulation. The thunder tribulation, as time passes, grows increasingly formidable. From the endless dark clouds, what descends is no longer mere thunder, but actual living beings. Roar. The soul-shaking roar of a dragon echoes from the vast sea of thunder. As several colossal dragons, each nearly 10,000 feet long, rise from the tempestuous waves, their bodies covered in azure scales that shimmer with a cold, iron-like luster. Their physiques as massive as ancient demonic mountains. The great dragons spiral, opening their gaping maws, swinging their claws, charging towards the phoenix blood scarlet gold within the dreamlike divine essence pool. Witnessing this scene, the myriad clans of the eastern wilderness are left in shock and uproar. None anticipated that such terrifying entities would emerge from this imperial tribulation. The dragons resemble true dragons existing within the boundless cosmos, vividly alive and exuding boundless terror. As the dragons spiral down, their vast bodies shake the ancient starry sky, reducing the surrounding celestial bodies to dust, obliterating them completely. Even one of these true dragons possesses the might to annihilate an average imperial realm expert. In the face of one of the great dragons, even the quasi-emperor Xianxia, who had once invaded the celestial forbidden zone, would find it impossible to withstand more than 2 or 3 exchanges. Yet now, 3 colossal dragons descend from the heavens, charging towards the phoenix blood scarlet gold within the dreamlike divine essence pool. This is the Emperor's tribulation specifically designed for those aspiring to attain imperial status, its might surpassing the imagination of all beings in existence. Within the dreamlike divine essence pool, the humanoid phoenix blood scarlet gold radiates a glow, gradually manifesting the silhouette of a woman, as though the phoenix blood scarlet gold itself is transforming. She is a stunning figure, her hair elegantly styled, resembling a true phoenix descending to the mortal realm. As she materializes within the dreamlike divine essence pool, she first bows gracefully to Qin Mu, who stands with his hands behind his back at the pool's edge, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Then she raises her gaze towards the 3 great dragons descending from the heavens, her expression solemn, her demeanor poised for battle. Seeing this, Qin Mu does not intend to intervene, instead opting to observe quietly. Should he choose to intervene, the heavenly tribulation above would pose no threat. However, should he impede it, it would signify the failure of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold's ascension to imperial status. This tribulation belongs to the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold alone. It must rely on its own strength to successfully navigate its path to becoming an emperor. However, just as Qin Mu stands by observing, and the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold prepares for battle, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. In the distant horizon, a brilliant and boundless sword light ignited, seemingly capable of tearing apart the vast cosmos, suddenly cleaving towards the ominous calamity, clouds high above in the 9th heaven. The overwhelming might of this force resonated throughout the realm, making all living beings acutely aware that an ancient supreme being from the realm of life restrictions had made its move. Boom! The sword light blazed fiercely, churning the calamity clouds and causing the endless dark clouds to surge tumultuously. In the depths of the void, it appeared that the heavenly tribulation sensed the intrusion of an external power, and its might instantaneously multiplied several-fold. With a resounding roar, more dragon-like cries echoed through the air. Above the vast expanse of the 9th heaven, where only 3 mighty dragons had descended to confront the woman transformed from phoenix blood and red gold, 6 additional dragons now emerged, bringing the total to 9, nearly obscuring the entire celestial horizon. Upon witnessing these 9 dragons, even the woman, once confident in her transformation, momentarily turned pale, disturbed by the sword light. The power of the Emperor Tribulation had surged, now evidently escalating to a horrifying level capable of annihilating worlds. She had yet to achieve the title of Emperor. How could she possibly contend against this terrifying calamity of 9 dragons? Outside the realm of life restrictions, the powerful beings from various clans were left in astonishment. Which supreme being had taken action? Were they intending to disrupt the existence undergoing tribulation within the realm of life restrictions? Did they not fear provoking the Lord of the Celestial Realm, thereby inciting a war among the emperors? The Lord of the Celestial Realm. Just as the powerful beings from various clans were filled with shock and dread, a cold and indifferent voice resonated from the 4 corners of the heavens. From the 3 realms of the heavens, a terrifying aura surged, shaking the very foundations of existence. Accompanying this fearsome aura were 3 figures, enveloped in a luminous radiance, their presence radiating an overwhelming vitality that pierced through the heavens and the earth like true dragons. The 3 ancient supremes had arrived together. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the hearts of the powerful beings from various clans ignited with comprehension. It became clear that this tribulation was not aimed at the existence undergoing the Emperor Tribulation within the realm of life restrictions, but rather at the Lord of the Celestial Realm. The manifestation of these 3 ancient supremes was unmistakably directed towards the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Chapter 151, An Inescapable Deadlock. A hand that covers the sky, one hand invites battle. This was an unimaginably terrifying scene, sending shivers through all beings across the vastness. The simultaneous emergence of three ancient supremes, surviving from ancient epochs, hinted at a siege against the Lord of the Celestial Realm. My heavens, three ancient supremes. Unheard of in both ancient and modern times. The tribulation of the end times. The alliance of these three ancient supremes against the Lord of the Celestial Realm was simply unfathomable. On the eastern wilderness, the powerful beings from various clans trembled at their very cores, their hearts filled with utmost horror. What constitutes an ancient supreme? They were once emperors and kings. In times long past, they ruled over the vast continent, invincible throughout the ages, shining brightly across the annals of history. Such beings, in the course of countless millennia, seldom graced the pages of history, making their confrontations among the emperors exceedingly rare. Moreover, those who had attained the supreme emperor realm were not merely figures of legend. They had shattered entire eras, embodying an unrivaled spirit of invincibility. Yet, these beings, even in battle, would hardly deign to ally with others, as doing so would be seen as an affront to their unparalleled might. However, now, three ancient supremes from distinct realms of life restrictions had united, targeting the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Regardless of their intentions, the alliance of these three supremes was an irrefutable reality. This, in turn, reflected the sheer terror of the Lord of the Celestial Realm's power, so formidable that even ancient supremes felt compelled to join forces against it. In other words, regardless of the outcome of this battle, it would surely be inscribed in the annals of history. Lord of the Celestial Realm, did you ever anticipate this day? The Emperor glanced coldly towards the realm of life restrictions, seemingly catching sight of Qin Mu standing with hands clasped behind his back within the confines of the barrier. Not long ago, Qin Mu had coerced him into offering an immortal herb, a stain on the long timeline of his existence that must be cleansed. Today, as he allied with the Lord of Boundlessness and the eternal celestial sovereign to encircle the realm of life restrictions, while it may not restore his honor, a victory would serve as sweet revenge for that earlier humiliation. Within the realm of life restrictions, Qin Mu stood serenely, paying no heed to the first to speak. The Emperor, and instead directing his gaze towards the Lord of Boundlessness and the eternal celestial sovereign. The Emperor had once hesitated to confront him. Thus, Qin Mu found no desire to regard him now. However, he was less familiar with the backgrounds of the other two ancient supremes. As Qin Mu's gaze fell upon him, the Lord of Boundlessness, clad in azure and gold armor, spoke first. Lord of the Celestial Realm, I am the sovereign of the boundless sea. Once, you severed my fate and traversed my void sea. Today, I have come to settle this score. The Lord of Boundlessness. Qin Mu shook his head slightly. Was this not the mysterious supreme who had been forced to flee after being bested by old Huang? He had yet to settle the score with him for using the Dao Palace's secret domain to bait his two disciples. Yet the Lord of Boundlessness dared to come forth and provoke him again. I am the eternal celestial sovereign. In another vast expanse of the heavens, a figure clad in ancient Dao robes spoke, his voice calm and indifferent. Lord of the Celestial Realm, we have no past grievances. I come today solely hoping that you might open your consciousness sea, allowing me to explore the supreme transformation you once attained. The eternal celestial sovereign was forthright, clearly stating his intentions. However, even the powerful beings from various clans below could not help but shake their heads at his words. To ask a sovereign of the life restrictions to open their consciousness sea and reveal their secrets? Such a request was utterly unreasonable. For cultivators, the consciousness sea was undoubtedly the most private of realms. Even the closest kin would not allow others to pry, let alone a complete stranger. The eternal celestial sovereign's insistence on probing the secrets of the Lord of the Celestial Realm's consciousness sea was tantamount to declaring enmity. Indeed, if the Lord of the Celestial Realm could open his consciousness sea for our viewing, past grievances could be set aside. The Lord of Boundlessness sneered in agreement. The three supremes surrounded the realm of life restrictions, collectively pressuring the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Upon witnessing this, numerous human powerhouses from the eastern wilderness clenched their fists, their hearts brimming with indignation. The Lord of the Celestial Realm had once saved the human race's great saint body and had welcomed the talents of humanity. Thus, in terms of both sentiment and reason, the human race ought to support him in this battle of supremacy. Observing the three ancient supremes jointly bearing down upon the Lord of the Celestial Realm, the human powerful beings felt a deep sense of resentment and injustice. In stark contrast, the ancient kings of the primordial clans were already reveling in delight. Excellent. Splendid. Three supremes have emerged to jointly strike at the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Surely he cannot escape this time. Once the Lord of the Celestial Realm falls, the human race shall have no protector left, and we, the primordial clans, can openly expel the human race and seize their territories. Those pitiful human beings must be trembling in fear and despair at this moment. For without the Lord of the celestial realm's protection, the human race shall once again revert to the status of servants and sustenance for our primordial clans. The ancient kings of the primordial era were all exhilarated. The convergence of the three supreme beings to assault the celestial forbidden zone was undoubtedly the most auspicious news for the ancient clans. As the supreme beings encircled the celestial forbidden zone, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The Yuan Emperor gazed upon the ominous celestial tribulation swirling in the skies, a triumphant expression gracing his features. The very sword that had just struck toward the tribulation was wielded by him. He had discerned long ago that within the celestial forbidden zone, a being was undergoing the Emperor's tribulation. Now, with his interference, the difficulty of this tribulation had undoubtedly escalated. If the Lord of the celestial realm did not intervene to protect the tribulation bearer, that individual would surely perish beneath the terrifying tempest of imperial lightning. Yet now, with the three supreme beings vigilantly poised outside the forbidden zone, the Lord of the celestial realm was too preoccupied to muster the strength to contend with the tribulation. The choices were stark. Either engage with the three and watch the tribulation bearer succumb to the divine calamity, or intervene and submit to the supremacy of the three. In the eyes of the Yuan Emperor, this was an utterly inextricable predicament. Even the most powerful emperors of the current age would find themselves powerless, bow down, or face death. It now remained to be seen how the Lord of the celestial realm would choose. The Yuan Emperor, brimming with confidence, awaited the final decision of the celestial Lord. Choosing to act while this emperor is poised to endure the tribulation. Clearly, you had long plotted. Believing you had this emperor at your mercy, Qin Mu, clad in flowing white, stood like a celestial being banished from the heavens. He smiled. Yet that smile bore a chilling undertone, sending a shiver through the hearts of the Yuan Emperor and others. Three supreme beings joining forces, coupled with the emperor's tribulation as a hindrance, sought to suppress this emperor? Naive. Qin Mu spoke indifferently, one hand raised dismissively toward the terrifying celestial tribulation in the skies, while the other beckoned contemptuously towards the Yuan Emperor and his companions. Even needing one hand to support the imperial tribulation, how could he not manage to confront them with the other? This emperor requires merely one hand to remain invincible in this world and to subdue you all. Chapter 152. The initiation of the ultimate battle, shattering the imperial sword. The Yuan Emperor bathed in blood. Although the emperor's tribulation was fearsome, it posed little challenge to Qin Mu. Should he desire, he could obliterate the tempest of lightning above with a mere flick of his hand. However, as the phoenix blood golden essence was currently undergoing tribulation, if he were to disperse the emperor's tribulation, the woman formed from the essence would fail in her endeavor, forever losing her chance to attain the emperor's realm. Thus, Qin Mu's task was not to dismantle the tribulation, but to temporarily halt its descent, maintaining its existence until he resolved the matters with the Yuan Emperor and the other two supreme beings, thereafter assisting the woman in her tribulation with ease. Currently, the emperor's tribulation above had escalated to a genuine imperial catastrophe following the Yuan Emperor's interference. Even for beings of the imperial realm, such a tempest required cautious handling. Yet in Qin Mu's eyes, this tempest was nothing extraordinary. He had now reached the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation, his power far surpassing that of the imperial realm. Temporarily obstructing the descent of the tribulation was but a trifle. Qin Mu extended his hand, effortlessly enveloping the 9 serpentine bolts of lightning within his grasp. Despite their furious roars, they remained firmly locked in place, unable to descend. Within the dreamlike divine essence pool, the woman formed from the phoenix blood golden essence. Witnessing Qin Mu's intervention on her behalf against the emperor's tribulation, could not help but express her gratitude, bowing her head in submission to Qin Mu. She understood that without his intervention, her own strength would have rendered her incapable of contending with the 9 serpentine bolts of lightning. Outside the celestial forbidden zone, upon witnessing Qin Mu audaciously supporting the emperor's tribulation with one hand while disdainfully challenging them with the other, the Yuan Emperor was consumed by rage, reaching a boiling point. One hand, still invincible in the world, capable of subduing the three of them? The actions of this celestial lord were in utter disregard for their presence. This spectacle ignited fervor among the human race, stirring the hearts of many powerful beings, their blood boiling with excitement. Such is the celestial lord, so confident, so domineering. Even while supporting the emperor's tribulation with one hand, and only one hand at that, he dared to challenge all 3 ancient supreme beings. What tremendous spirit and invincible conviction! This was the true embodiment of an unrivaled emperor, one whose belief in invincibility dwarfed that of the so-called ancient supremes. Regardless of the battle's outcome, the reputation of the celestial lord would undoubtedly eclipse that of the Yuan Emperor and the other supreme beings. Countless human powerhouses clenched their fists and shouted in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the ancient kings of the primordial clans, though astonished by the celestial lord's magnificent spirit, could not help but harbor disdain in their hearts. To withstand the emperor's tribulation while simultaneously battling three ancient supremes, this celestial lord was either overly confident or merely arrogant. Within the celestial forbidden zone, the great Saint Body Yang Xian and Elder Mengjiu had both approached Qin Mu, volunteering to fight and share the burden. However, Qin Mu declined their offers. Having ascended to the pinnacle of true immortal status, he was eager for worthy opponents to test his might. If he were to unleash his full power against the ancient supremes, he would find it utterly uninteresting. Yet now, with the emperor's tribulation as a burden, confronting the three supreme beings with one hand had piqued Qin Mu's interest and battle spirit. As he had previously stated, to contend with the Yuan Emperor and the other two supreme beings, one hand was more than sufficient. Outside the celestial forbidden zone, arrogance. Unable to contain himself in the face of Qin Mu's provocation, the Yuan Emperor was the first to strike. Wielding the ultimate imperial sword, he manipulated the myriad paths of heaven and earth, unleashing a terrifying sword light capable of annihilating all, sweeping horizontally toward the celestial forbidden zone. Meanwhile, the Lord of Infinite and the eternal celestial sovereign refrained from rash action, remaining aloof as spectators. Regardless of the circumstances, as former beings of the imperial realm, they each possessed their own pride and dignity. With the Yuan Emperor taking the initiative, they would not follow suit, instead allowing the battlefield to be left to him and the celestial lord, ready to intervene if the situation turned dire. Moreover, this opportunity allowed the Lord of Infinite and the eternal celestial sovereign to analyze Qin Mu's combat capabilities in preparation for the ensuing conflict. Boom! The Yuan Emperor, fueled by rage, unleashed a power unlike any other. The sky for millions of miles was cleaved by the immortal sword light. The resplendent sword radiance was blinding, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Should this sword strike go unopposed, the entire celestial forbidden zone would likely be reduced to nothingness beneath that terrifying light. However, in the face of the Yuan Emperor's furious strike, Qin Mu remained unperturbed. He stood calmly, one hand raised to support the Emperor's tribulation, while the other extended languidly, casually flicking a finger toward the dazzling sword light. Clang! As his finger flicked, myriad sounds roared in response. An immense and boundless force erupted, instantly shattering the brilliant sword light into nothingness. Following this, the trajectory of his finger remained unabated, pointing toward the Yuan Emperor. Upon seeing this, the Yuan Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, hastily positioning the ultimate imperial sword before him to block Qin Mu's finger. Crack! The finger landed upon the ultimate imperial sword. An unexpected sound of cracking echoed forth, revealing a fine fissure manifesting upon the sword in the Yuan Emperor's grasp. Subsequently, an immense and terrifying force emanated from the supreme Tao Emperor's sword, sending shockwaves towards the Yuan Emperor. In an instant, the latter was hurled away, completely out of control, as he tumbled helplessly into the vastness of the cosmos. Boom! The Yuan Emperor's body was violently propelled, crashing into countless celestial bodies in the frigid universe before finally coming to a halt. On his visage, there was an expression of horror and disbelief. He had never anticipated that the power of this celestial sovereign could be so malevolent and terrifying. A mere flick of a finger had sent him flying, casting him to the very fringes of the universe. Too weak. Observing the Yuan Emperor's retreat, Qin Mu shook his head slightly, his tone indifferent as if offering a critique. Without granting the Yuan Emperor even a moment to catch his breath, Qin Mu's second finger had already stealthily descended. Boom! The force of this strike was even more formidable, shattering the supreme Tao Emperor's sword in the Yuan Emperor's grasp and causing him to tremble violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the cosmos. In that moment, the Yuan Emperor seemed to grasp the despair that had once engulfed the Jun Emperor in his dire straits. This celestial sovereign was simply too powerful. The strength of a mere supreme being was utterly incapable of contending with him. Limitless sovereign, eternal cosmos celestial lord, why do you not intervene? The Yuan Emperor bellowed in desperation, casting aside all semblance of dignity and pride. He felt that if he allowed this celestial sovereign to continue his onslaught, even if he ascended to the pinnacle of his power, borrowing the momentary strength of the flawless imperial realm, he would still be unable to prevail. Chapter 153, The Radiance of the Tao, One Punch to Suppress, the Three Deities Cannot Withstand. The Yuan Emperor's cries for aid echoed, disregarding the honor and authority of the ancient emperors. This celestial sovereign was indeed terrifying, to the point where the Yuan Emperor felt a sense of malevolence and incredulity. Witnessing the Yuan Emperor being sent flying by a mere finger of Qin Mu, bloodied at the edge of the universe, The limitless sovereign and the eternal cosmos celestial lord were also compelled to act. They converged from either horizon, launching a collaborative, earth-shattering strike against Qin Mu, who resided within the forbidden zone of the celestial realm. Celestial severing flying blade. The limitless sovereign shouted. At that moment, a luminous aura emanated from his forehead, as his unparalleled will stirred the myriad paths of heaven and earth, causing a multitude of celestial glows to manifest at his brow, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into a brilliant blade capable of severing celestial beings. It shattered the void across countless miles, hurtling towards Qin Mu with unstoppable force. As he beheld the radiant celestial sword piercing through eternity, the limitless sovereign couldn't help but display a hint of nostalgia. Having once dominated the vast universe, standing unrivaled amidst the boundless cosmos, he had long since found no equal. His imperial might allowed him to look down upon all adversaries. In his youth, he had created this unparalleled technique of the celestial severing flying blade, setting his sights on the elusive celestial beings that resided above the imperial realm as his goals and foes. The phrase celestial severing was enough to attest to the ambitions that resided within the limitless sovereign's heart. Such has been the case since time immemorial. At the same time, the eternal cosmos celestial lord made his move, his palms weaving intricate seals that invoked the pathways of heaven and earth. A radiant longsword, forged from the myriad runes of the cosmos, materialized, cutting through eternity as if it had transcended the speed of light, thrusting towards Qin Mu with great velocity. Within that sword flowed the essence of time and the power of the ages. Wherever it passed, even the void began to wither and decay, unable to withstand the terror of the passage of time. Within the forbidden zone of the celestial realm, as Shi Tian beheld the Tao sword conjured by the eternal cosmos celestial lord, his pupils constricted. He could discern that the sword contained the powers of time and the ages, reminiscent of the divine abilities nurtured within his own regrowing supreme bone. However, it was evident that the sword wielded by the eternal cosmos celestial lord was exponentially more powerful and terrifying than his own, which had yet to fully mature. The aura of time flowed from the Tao sword, its speed surpassing even that of light. Although it was released after the limitless sovereign strike, the temporal sword arrived before Qin Mu, outpacing the celestial, severing flying blade. So this is the nature of time. Qin Mu observed the approaching temporal sword, a faint smile gracing his lips as he began to grasp the meaning behind the title of the eternal cosmos celestial lord. The four dimensions are called the universe, while the passage of time is known as the cosmos. Cosmos, then, signifies the essence of time and the path of the ages. A sword that specifically severs lifespans? Quite intriguing, Qin Mu remarked, yet it appeared that he still did not regard the combined strike of the two supremes with any particular concern. He raised his hand once more, reaching for the temporal sword that the eternal cosmos celestial lord had unleashed, intent on obliterating it. Witnessing this scene, the eternal cosmos celestial lord couldn't help but smirk. His temporal sword was designed to sever lifespans. Even an emperor of the current era would have to exercise caution in evading it, never daring to make contact. Any interaction would result in the consumption and burning away of centuries of lifespan. Yet now, this celestial sovereign believed he could extinguish his temporal sword with nothing but his bare hand? Such naivety. The eternal cosmos celestial lord sneered, feeling assured of his control over the situation. However, what transpired next caused a flicker of shock to cross his gaze. Qin Mu, arriving first, effortlessly grasped the temporal sword in his palm. The temporal sword quivered violently, showcasing the power of the ages, enveloping the heavens. At that moment, if a saintly being found themselves near this temporal sword, they would instantaneously lose all their lifespan, perishing on the spot. Yet, this magnificent sword was firmly held in Qin Mu's grip, its flow of temporal energy failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon his hand. His palm remained as pristine as jade, with no trace of the passage of time upon it whatsoever. How is this possible? The eternal cosmos celestial lord was left in astonishment. His temporal sword had never failed throughout history. Yet now, it appeared utterly ineffective against this celestial sovereign, unable to sever even a fraction of his lifespan. Too weak, Qin Mu remarked with indifference, bringing his palms together and instantly crushing the temporal sword to dust. A weapon designed to sever lifespans? As a true immortal, my lifespan is now eternal and boundless. How could a mere sword targeting imperial beings inflict any harm upon me? After shattering the temporal sword with a single palm, Qin Mu shifted his gaze towards the celestial, severing flying blade that had pierced through eternity. This time, however, he did not strike casually. Instead, he clenched his fist and propelled it towards the celestial, severing flying blade with tremendous force. As his punch surged forth, it unleashed a horrifying sound akin to the roar of the heavens, shaking the cosmos and compelling all paths to yield. Within that strike resided the supreme essence of unparalleled authority, encapsulating myriad paths and laws, condensing the entirety of existence into a single punch aimed at the celestial severing flying blade. Boom! Qin Mu's fist collided with the celestial severing flying blade unleashed by the limitless sovereign, producing a cataclysmic roar akin to the explosion of the universe itself. Yet in the next heartbeat, the expression on the limitless sovereign's face shifted dramatically, for the celestial severing flying blade was shockingly fragile, reduced to fragments by Qin Mu's punch. Moreover, the momentum of Qin Mu's strike did not wane. Instead, it surged towards the limitless sovereign with great ferocity. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The limitless sovereign, in disbelief, looked down at his chest. In that moment, the celestial armor forged from the essence of the Tao was utterly shattered. And yet a fist imprint remained indelibly stamped upon his chest, rendering the flesh there a gruesome sight, revealing even the stark white of bone beneath. The overwhelming, tumultuous force propelled the Lord of Infinite into the air, his hair disheveled, blood spilling from his lips, akin to the fate of the primordial emperor. As he plummeted to the fringes of the cosmos, the Lord of Infinite was indeed vanquished, cast away by a single punch, sent tumbling through the void. Upon witnessing this, the formidable beings from the myriad races could not help but erupt in fervor, their gazes directed towards the divine expanse, filled with awe and reverence. Who could have anticipated that this battle would culminate in such a manner? That exalted sovereign of the heavens, with but a single hand supporting the tribulation of emperors, effortlessly dispatched two ancient sovereigns, achieving a level of ease and grace that was truly unparalleled. The three ancient sovereigns, despite their combined efforts, found themselves unable to contend with this heavenly ruler, and were instead at a distinct disadvantage. As the ancient kings of the primordial races observed this turn of events, their earlier cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by expressions of shock and disbelief that eclipsed their previous excitement and elation. In that instant, they recalled the audacious proclamations made by the heavenly sovereign. Even while bearing the weight of the imperial tribulation with only one hand, he remained invincible in this era, capable of subduing all other sovereigns. It became evident that this was not mere bravado, but rather a reflection of the undeniable truth and reality of the outcome.